Chapter 1. The Air of Bureaucracy. In the capital of Longhua City, within the confines of a VIP room in a bar at the stroke of 1 in the morning, Li Ming pushed aside a pair of fair, alluring legs draped across his chest and glanced at his phone to check the time. It seemed that his father was returning today. It would be prudent to call it a night. With a slight shake of his head, Li Ming surveyed the disarray surrounding him. Several disheveled women lay sprawled across the sofas, thoroughly intoxicated. Oblivious to their exposed figures, they clutched bottles of liquor, their mouths agape, yet unable to find their targets, pouring the contents haphazardly over themselves. Their dampened clothing clung enticingly to their forms, transforming the scene into an impromptu wet party. Two of the women embraced one another, their hands roaming indiscriminately, clearly caught in a moment of passion, yet they both murmured Li Ming's name in unison. Li Ming. Why don't you like me? Why, Li Ming? Take me home. Li Ming. Please don't leave me behind this time. Amidst this absurdity, our protagonist, Li Ming, merely smiled faintly and shook his head, draping his clothes over his shoulders as he exited the room without a backward glance. Li Ming was the son of old Li, born when his father was 46, a late blessing that was cherished immensely. However, the more one treasures something, the more it becomes a target for envy. Due to old Li's unique position, Li Ming found himself on the enemy's assassination list from the moment he was born. When he was 5 years old, a significant incident transpired. An enemy infiltrated the hospital, and while undergoing a routine blood draw, administered a large dose of UR-17, also known as a truth serum. That a small dose could coax out hidden secrets, but a larger one could severely damage brain function, rendering one demented. Fortunately, the bodyguard dispatched by Old Li noticed something amiss and swiftly subdued the intruder, preventing the full dosage from being administered. Yet, the potent effects of the drug left Li Ming in a fog for 2 years to awaken his consciousness. Old Li and his wife arranged for peers his age to play with him. Finally, at the age of 7, Li Ming returned to normalcy and began his schooling like any other child. Given the gravity of the situation, Old Li and his wife were understandably more anxious about him. Li Ming's mother resigned from her job to devote herself entirely to caring for him, attending to his every need. Despite her meticulous care, Li Ming occasionally suffered from debilitating headaches. However, medical examinations revealed no underlying issues, attributing it solely to the after effects of the overdose. Thankfully, this did not significantly hinder his daily life, and as he grew older, the frequency of his headaches diminished. By now, he had forgotten the last time he experienced such pain, perhaps due to his body's innate ability to heal itself. Thus, reeking of alcohol, Li Ming finally arrived at his doorstep, greeting Uncle Wang, his father's chief bodyguard, before stepping into the sprawling mansion. In his youth, he had been oblivious to the magnitude of his father's position, only aware that several armed bodyguards were constantly present to ensure the safety of both him and his mother. As he matured, he gradually came to realize the extraordinary position his father occupied. Indeed, he was unequivocally a second-generation official, and of the most significant kind. However, Li Ming had been raised with the principle of humility instilled in him from a young age. He never spoke of his background in public, preferring to regard himself as an ordinary individual. His life was relatively comfortable, yet the ever-watchful bodyguards assigned to protect him often proved inconvenient. Each time the dazzling women at the bar attempted to accompany him home for some intimate escapades, they were invariably thwarted by the untimely interventions of his guards. This predicament left Li Ming, despite frequenting bars for quite some time, deprived of a truly liberating experience. Consequently, he often found himself the subject of jest from the bar owner's daughter, who would tease him mercilessly. Unbeknownst to him, countless young women lay awake at night, wistfully recalling the unattainable Li Ming. Upon entering his home, Li Ming pushed open the door to find the lights still aglow, clearly indicating that his parents were awaiting his return. Sure enough, they were seated on the sofa, gazing at him with bemused smiles. "Mother, what's going on? Why that expression?" Li Ming exclaimed in surprise. "Ha ha ha. Oh, it's nothing really. Your father just returned and mentioned that now that you are grown, you can't remain at home indefinitely. We're planning to find you a job. What do you think?" His mother replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Indeed. Son, your father thinks you've been rather lackluster lately, and it's time for a change of scenery to experience a different kind of life. Are you interested?" Old Li gazed at Li Ming with a doting expression, concerned about his only child's well-being. Listening to their harmonious exchange, Li Ming suspected they had conspired together. All right, you two handle it as you see fit. He'll leave it in your capable hands. Li Ming shrugged nonchalantly. He then retreated to his room, washed up, and prepared for bed. Seeing this, the elderly couple exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with mischief as they returned to their own room to continue their discussion. Li Ming lay on his bed with his eyes closed, and in a hazy reverie, he envisioned a multitude of women surrounding him, each with their unique allure and charm. They enveloped him, drawing him into a whirlpool of vibrant pink, sinking deeper and deeper. So vivid was this experience. It blurred the lines between dream and reality for Li Ming. Chapter 2. Women's Prison. The excitement has officially begun. Don't leave. Just a few more moments, and you want to go. The spectacle is about to unfold. Son, hurry and get up for breakfast. Your father just called. Someone will be here shortly to escort you to your new position. Wake up. In a state of grogginess, Li Ming heard his mother's voice calling him, and he fought against the drowsiness to open his eyes. What new position? So soon? I haven't even been informed about which department I'm assigned to. How can I be starting already? Li Ming was utterly bewildered. Your father is as decisive as ever. No time for dilly-dallying. Get up quickly. They'll be here to pick you up soon. Reluctantly, Li Ming hurriedly dressed, watching as his mother dragged a large suitcase, stuffing it with his clothes one by one. He sighed in exasperation. Mom, there's no need for so many clothes. It's not like we're moving. I could just take a backpack with a couple of items and buy whatever I need when I arrive. Leave it to me. Just focus on your breakfast. It's all ready. Hurry. Li Ming, unable to defy his mother's wishes, reluctantly proceeded to wash up and have breakfast. Before long, a cacophony of car horns resonated from the entrance of the villa. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the sound, Li Ming's eyes lit up as he slowly made his way to the door, dragging his suitcase behind him with his mother closely trailing. Outside, a sleek black Jeep came into view. He recognized it as the vehicle sent to pick him up. As the door of the Jeep swung open, a strikingly beautiful woman alighted, her complexion pale and radiant, her figure alluringly curvaceous, yet her demeanor was decidedly frosty. The woman glanced at Li Ming, who was holding his suitcase, and approached his mother to exchange pleasantries. Hello, Aunt Jiang. It's been a while. I'm Lin Shi, the daughter of Lin Igua. She greeted, her lovely face breaking into a warm smile. Ah, you're little Shi. I barely recognized you. How have you transformed so beautifully? You look just like a fairy, Aunt Jiang exclaimed, taking Lin Shi's hand in astonishment. Hee, Aunt Jiang, you remain as beautiful as ever. You haven't changed a bit, still so youthful. Lin Shi replied graciously, Oh dear, I'm getting old. This world belongs to the youth now. Do you have a boyfriend yet? You used to play house with my Li Ming when you were little. Jiang Wan teased, raising her eyebrows at Lin Shi cough. Mom, don't embarrass her. You should head back now. Lin Shi and I have to hit the road soon. Li Ming interjected, eager to extricate his mother from the playful banter. Ah, you incorrigible boy, just like your father. Ever since you left home, you've turned into a wildcat, never knowing when to come back. Jiang Wan shot a playful glare at her beloved son, her heart not truly heavy after all. Sons must venture forth into the world. And Jiang, Li Ming is right, we really must be on our way. Our destination is not in city, and is quite far from here. Lin Shi stated with a smile. Very well, I won't keep you for a meal. Drive safely and take care on the road. Jiang Wan said, stuffing the luggage into the trunk before watching Li Ming and Lin Shi board the vehicle. Goodbye, Aunt Jiang. Lin Shi politely bid farewell. Don't worry, Mom. I will return once I settle down in a few days. I'll come back to visit. Li Ming assured her nonchalantly, confident in the accessibility of travel in this modern age. Off you go, you ungrateful rascal. On the road, once in the car, Lin Shi reverted to her cool and composed demeanor, reminiscent of her earlier presence as she alighted. Li Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment at initiating conversation, but with only the two of them in the vehicle, he could not suppress his curiosity any longer and decided to muster the courage to inquire. Lin Shi, where are we headed? While driving, Lin Shi replied, to a wonderful place. As for the specifics, you will discover it upon your arrival. I cannot disclose any details en route, as it was a direct instruction from your father. Upon hearing this, An inexplicable chill ran down Li Ming's spine. Wasn't it just a job arrangement? Why all this secrecy? Surely, he would know the destination upon arrival. Why withhold the information beforehand? Very well. My father forbids me from mentioning the location. Could you perhaps enlighten me on how it is that you are here to pick me up? Have you also been assigned to that department? Li Ming inquired with curiosity. In their childhood, he and Lin Shi were indeed close friends. Their fathers were also good buddies who shared a strong bond. However, as they grew older, the distance between boys and girls inevitably widened. It had been 6 or 7 years since he last saw Lin Shi, and he never anticipated the extent of her transformation over the years. The once sweet little girl had blossomed into someone remarkably different. Why bring up matters that should remain unspoken? You guessed correctly. I have been there for 2 years now. Lin Shi shot him a brief glance before resuming her focus on driving, ignoring Li Ming entirely. Li Ming was perplexed this woman could change her demeanor so abruptly. He had merely asked a question, yet her reaction was disproportionate. Such a beautiful face wasted on coldness. She was far more charming in their youth. After Lin Shi dismissed him, the interior of the car fell into a tranquil silence. Li Ming occupied himself with his phone for a while, but soon fatigue overtook him. He reclined his seat and dozed off once more, unaware of the passage of time. When Li Ming awoke from his slumber, it was the jostling of the vehicle that roused him. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he realized that night had fallen completely. To his astonishment, there was not a single glimmer of city lights in sight. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with only the faint illumination of the road ahead. Visible, shaken from his stupor, he sat upright with a start. What the hell? Where are we? Have we entered a forest? His eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Lin Shi calmly steering the car, seemingly unfazed by his alarm. Of course, this is your workplace. We're almost there, just a few more minutes. Lin Shi replied, her voice unusually soft. What? My workplace? What kind of establishment could possibly be situated in this desolate place? Has my father exiled me to the frontier? He is not even my stepfather, Li Ming exclaimed, rolling down the window to peer outside. No matter how he looked at it, this appeared to be nothing more than a barren mountain. The ground was dusty and sandy. The absence of streetlights was evident, and for miles around, there seemed to be not a single soul in sight. At this point, Li Ming could no longer sleep. He braced himself, gripping the seat as he awaited Lin Shi to deliver him safely. Finally, after navigating the winding mountain road for several more minutes, a towering protective wall came into view. Under Li Ming's incredulous gaze, Lin Shi drove directly through the entrance of this imposing structure. A large sign emblazoned above left Li Ming stunned, unable to gather his thoughts. Black Mountain Women's Prison. Chapter 3. Employment or Imprisonment. Having regained his senses, Li Ming stood beneath the sign of the Black Mountain Women's Prison, clutching a large suitcase and pinching his thigh in an attempt to awaken from this absurd dream. Alas, it was a stark reality. Ha ha, stop pinching yourself, Li Ming. This is your workplace. Uncle Li had specifically instructed me not to reveal the truth to you, fearing you might flee. Now that you are here, acceptance is non-negotiable. Lin Shi, having disembarked from the vehicle, shed her previously icy demeanor, now laughing heartily as she observed Li Ming's bewilderment. Surrounding them were armed female guards, who regarded the arrival of a man in a women's prison with curiosity, as if witnessing a spectacle. They whispered among themselves, some even whistling at Li Ming. Enough. Go about your duties. Haven't you ever seen a man before? Shoo. Lin Shi, having finished her laughter, commanded the onlookers. Yes, Deputy Warden. The female guards saluted in unison before dispersing to their posts. Lin Shi, is this a mistake? This is a women's prison. What am I supposed to do here? I haven't seen a single man since entering, Li Ming said, glancing at Lin Shi with trepidation. Ha ha, indeed, you are quite astute. In our Black Mountain Women's Prison, you are the only man, Lin Shi replied, grinning. Oh my, I am truly honored. Can I change my mind? Li Ming grasped his hair in despair, his usual meticulousness about his appearance forgotten, his scalp tingling with anxiety. Of course not. This is a prison. You can't just come and go as you please. Stop dreaming and follow me. I'll take you through your onboarding. Lin Shi shot him a look that extinguished any lingering fantasies. Accepting his fate, Li Ming understood there was no turning back and followed Lin Shi into the guard's quarters. Female guards passing by cast curious glances at him, saluting Lin Shi as they did. "Good day, Deputy Warden." Lin, she nodded nonchalantly, leading Li Ming deeper inside. "You are the Deputy Warden? You've risen to such a high position. Who is the warden?" Li Ming inquired with curiosity. You'll meet her shortly. Now step inside, disrobe, and prepare for your medical examination." Lin, she huffed, shoving him into the examination room. "What else with the attitude? It's just a checkup." As Li Ming entered the examination room, he found it occupied by a single individual, a striking woman clad in a white lab coat. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her long black hair cascading gracefully down her back. With an alluring visage and clad in high heels, her legs, encased in black stockings, were strikingly elegant as she gazed at him with wide, inquisitive eyes. Hello, what examination am I here for?" Li Ming suddenly felt a wave of shyness upon encountering such beauty. I know you. You're Li Ming, right? Xiaoxi has mentioned you. Not bad-looking at all. Quite the handsome fellow." The alluring woman laughed heartily, rising from her chair. "Yes, that's me. Li Ming. What's your name, doctor?" Li Ming politely extended his hand, intending to shake hands with the enchanting woman. However, she merely retrieved a pair of medical gloves from her pocket and donned them, refusing to shake his hand. Instead, she lifted the curtain beside her. "I am Xiao Hong. They all call me Sister Hong. I am the prison doctor here. Please take a shower first. I will conduct your physical examination shortly. It is getting quite late." Allicht. Li Ming retracted his hand and walked past Sister Hong into the adjacent bathroom. He surveyed the space, which, despite being labeled a bathroom, consisted merely of a wall equipped with several shower heads, lacking any private stalls. Reminiscent of a communal bathing area from times gone by. This was not particularly troubling. However, the bathroom was so small that there was no place to undress. Embarrassed, he glanced back towards the entrance, where Sister Hong stood with a smile, watching him intently. Sister Hong, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? I need to wash up, and I must undress." "Oh, I know. You go ahead and undress. I won't mind. Besides, you'll have to strip down completely for the examination anyway. Don't be shy. It's a routine procedure." Sister Hong waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor nonchalant. "What? Completely undress? An examination? How will that be conducted? It can't possibly be what I'm imagining." Li Ming's mouth fell open in astonishment, fervently hoping that Sister Hong would shake her head and clarify that it was merely a standard checkup. However, contrary to his wishes, she nodded vigorously, even kindly explaining, "Yes, it is exactly what you think. You must be entirely undressed. Nothing at all can be worn. Then I will conduct the examination to ensure you are not concealing any contraband. There is no need to be nervous. Everyone who comes to this prison goes through this process." Sister Hong reassured him with another wave of her hand, her smile unwavering. "Goodness, I am not here to serve in a prison. Surely, there has been some mistake. It feels as though I am the one being imprisoned." Li Ming tightened his grip on his waistband, feeling as though he was on the verge of being violated. "Indeed, that is exactly what Xiaoxi told me. Hurry up. You're a grown man. Don't dawdle. If you were here to be incarcerated, you'd already be feeling the whip," Sister Hong urged, her smile still bright. Li Ming swallowed hard. As a man, he could not possibly bathe completely naked in front of a strange woman, especially one as alluring as her, who was clearly employing a seductive demeanor. What if he couldn't control his body as response? Would he ever be able to show his face again? After much hesitation, he realized he had no power in this situation, and resistance seemed futile. He certainly could not invoke his father's name here. A true gentleman does not shy away from immediate challenges. "I shall endure." "Very well," he weakly acquiesced, turning his back to Sister Hong and beginning to disrobe. After removing his clothes, he found himself in merely his underwear, as the weather was quite warm. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "What is the big deal? I want to lose anything." With that resolve, he swiftly pulled down his underwear without sparing a glance toward the entrance, and with his back to the door, he turned on the shower head, hastily rinsing himself off. The water temperature was neither too cold nor too hot, perfectly suitable. Li Ming moved swiftly, quickly cleansing himself. Afterward, he took a towel from a nearby rack and draped it around himself, turning to glance at the door. To his relief, Hong Jia who had been leaning against the door observing him, had somehow retreated without continuing her gaze. This alleviated his tension slightly, but the thought of the impending inspection made him tense once more. "Oh, father, while others may lament their fathers, you seem to have ensnared your son. Surely, I am not the one you retrieved from a refuse bin, my dear biological father." Chapter 4. Am I the warden? Li Ming awkwardly wiped his body, feeling quite embarrassed to venture out in such a state of undress. He donned his underwear and trousers, cautiously pulling aside the curtain to take a glance. Within the room, he found Hong Jie alone, bent over, industriously tinkering with some tools. Adjacent to her, a disposable sheet had been laid out on the single medical bed, seemingly prepared for him. Hiding was not an option, so he steeled his resolve and stepped outside. "Hong Jie, I'm ready." Upon hearing his voice, Hong Jie turned to face him. Seeing him fully clothed, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, why have you put your pants back on? Didn't you say you were going to undergo an inspection? So shy. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle." As she smoothed the bed sheet, she gestured for Li Ming to lie down. "Cough, cough. All right. Okay then, just be quick about it." At this moment, Li Ming decided to throw caution to the wind. Whether he stretched his neck out or withdrew it, he would face the same fate. Closing his eyes and steeling his heart, he lay upon the medical bed, feigning a corpse, not daring to move a muscle. "Relax, Li Ming." "Oh, no." His screams echoed from the examination room, sounding like a pig being slaughtered, reaching even the inmates in their cells. "Ha ha, all right. It's over. My ears are going to be deafened by your cries." Hong Jie, grinning, removed her gloves and looked at the curled-up Li Ming, finding it utterly amusing. "Put your clothes on. I'll take you to find Xiao Shi. She's waiting for you to eat." After a brief tidy-up and a quick wash of her hands, she urged Li Ming to get dressed promptly. Meanwhile, Li Ming felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had thought he could handle it, but during the inspection, the sensation of being controlled and utterly defenseless had caused him to involuntarily cry out, "I will have my revenge. This Xiao Hong. She must also experience this feeling someday." As he dressed, he silently plotted in his heart. Once dressed, Li Ming followed Hong Jie upstairs. The prison's administrative building surprisingly boasted 8 floors. Taking the elevator, they ascended directly to the warden's office on the 8th floor. Xiao Hong knocked on the door, and a melodious voice beckoned from within. "Come in." Li Ming immediately recognized the voice as belonging to Lin Shi, the one who had brought him to this prison. They entered the room, where a table was laden with food and drink, while Lin Shi was seated behind her desk, engrossed in writing something. "Xiao Shi, the examination is complete. He is in excellent health. I've brought him to you. If there is nothing else, I'll head back to sleep." Hong Jie stretched lazily as she spoke to Lin Shi. Thank you, Hong Jie. You can go back to rest. You've worked hard." Lin Shi replied, lifting her head briefly before returning to her paperwork. "All right, I'm off." Hong Jie patted Li Ming on the shoulder, giving him a meaningful glance before exiting the room and closing the door with care. "Make yourself comfortable. I'll be with you shortly. If you're hungry, feel free to eat," Lin Shi said without looking up. Sigh. "Lin Shi, what exactly did my father send me here to do? Having done nothing here, I am first subjected to a physical examination, and moreover..." Sigh. "Forget it." Li Ming slumped onto the sofa, disregarding any semblance of decorum, as if all strength had drained from him. "It's merely a routine inspection. What is the big deal? Every inmate here undergoes it. They are all women, and none of them reacted as you did. I could hear you shouting from the 8th floor. Lin, she hastened her pace, finally completing the documents in her hand and stamping them with an official seal. "You did say I'm an inmate. I'm not a criminal. Why must I undergo such an inspection?" Li Ming's irritation intensified. He hadn't committed any crime, so why was he subjected to this? "I specifically informed Sister Hong to arrange this for you. Upon your arrival here, it is essential to ascertain your health. If you had been promiscuous outside and contracted some disease, even if Uncle Li allowed you to stay, I would not permit it." Lin, she leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, gazing at Li Ming with a calm demeanor. Special note, do not chastise Lin Shi for bullying the protagonist at this point. There will be a twist. The more she bullies him now, the more tragic her fate will be later. Please refrain from leaving negative reviews before the story unfolds. This is a setup. Those who have read it all speak well of it, while those who abandon it within the first 10 chapters express discontent. Just a precaution. What? You were the one who arranged for her to do this to me? You. I haven't done anything to provoke you. Why are you treating me this way? Was it really necessary? Li Ming sprang up from the sofa in shock. The true instigator turned out to be Lin Shi. He pondered. He had not wronged Lin Shi in any way. Why had you been so hostile since their first meeting at his home? You claim you Haven Tea offended me. First of all, I have been in Black Mountain Women's prison for 2 years. The position of warden should be mine. Yet, you were suddenly transferred here, intruding and usurping my position. How can you say you Haven Tea provoked me? Lin Shi stood up, her anger palpable. I've taken your position? What do you mean? I came here to serve as the warden of Black Mountain Women's prison? Li Ming was utterly bewildered by all that is holy. He was completely unaware of this. It was all arranged by his father. He was an innocent victim of circumstance. Yes, precisely. This is your file. You are now the warden. Are you pleased? Lin Shi emerged from behind her desk, handing the document to Li Ming. He hastily accepted the file and began to scrutinize it. Indeed, the official document stated, Special Appointee Li Ming, appointed as warden of Black Mountain Women's prison, effective immediately. The signature consisted of a series of numbers. It even bore Li Ming's identification number and photograph. He perused it multiple times, confirming that it was no mistake. He had truly become the warden of this prison, with Lin Shi as the deputy warden. Embarrassed, he returned the document to Lin Shi and awkwardly remarked, I just found out. I truly did not intend to take your position. You must know before coming here. I had no idea I would be working in this desolate place. I understand you didn't do it intentionally, but you have still taken my position and become my superior. Shouldn't I be angry? Lin Shi sat at the dining table, pouring herself a glass of beer. And there's a second point. Did you not wonder why Hongjia was asked to conduct your physical examination? Before your arrival, my father called me, informing me that he had discussed with your father the plan to bring you over, so that we could become closer. If we indeed grew close, marriage would follow. Not only have you taken my place, but you also expect me to go on a blind date with you. Tell me, should I be angry? Speak up. Tell me yourself. Chapter 5. Tension. The more Lin Shi thought about it, the angrier she became. Initially, her impression of Li Ming was rather favorable. After all, their fathers were quite close. Yet now, he was encroaching upon her position and insisting on a blind date with her. No one had taken her feelings into consideration. A mere order had transformed everything into an undeniable reality. Unable to defy the command, she contemplated indulging in a little personal vengeance. When she heard Li Ming's recent outcry, Lin Shi felt a sense of vindication. No one had mentioned this to me. A misunderstanding, dear sister. Li Ming felt more wrong than Doi. He merely wished to start a job and hold a position, yet suddenly found himself embroiled in such turmoil. No misunderstanding here. Let us eat, Director Li. Lin Shi took a sip of beer, striving to calm herself. The days ahead were long, and if Li Ming proved tiresome, she had ample methods to deal with him. At her remark, Li Ming could only twitch his lips and obediently sat down. After all, he had taken her place, and it was best not to engage in a quarrel. During the meal, the two remained silent, uttering not a word. Once they finished dining, Lin Shi called out through the intercom. 2 prison guards entered to clear away the leftover dishes, after which she gestured towards the adjacent room. Next door is your office, equipped with a bed. From now on, you shall work and rest there. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to the wardens of each section. The rest you may learn gradually. Now leave. I wish to rest. Lin Shi waved her hand, giving Li Ming instructions without the slightest hesitation. Li Ming said nothing further and turned to leave, eager to lie down. Today had been a dual torment of body and spirit. He needed to recuperate. The deputy warden spoke to me, the chief warden, with such rudeness. I shall deal with you later. Li Ming shrugged and entered his own room. The layout of the room mirrored Lin Shi's exactly, with his large suitcase positioned beside the table. Li Ming, not wishing to linger, pushed the suitcase towards the bedroom, noticing the neatly arranged bedding on the bed. Without even changing his clothes, he lay down. He wondered what it would be like to be a warden, As he lay there contemplating the days to come, he soon drifted off into slumber. The following morning, knock, knock, knock. The sound of the door roused the slumbering Li Ming. "Who is it? Stop knocking. I'm coming." Li Ming quickly rose to open the door. Upon his arrival, he found Lin Shi, dressed in her prison guard uniform, standing vivaciously at the entrance. Lin Shi scrutinized Li Ming from head to toe and nodded slightly. "Not bad. You're dressed appropriately. I thought you hadn't risen yet." Of course. I've been up for a while." "Ha ha ha." Li Ming chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that he had fallen asleep without changing, not having awakened until now. "Change into this. You have 10 minutes. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. We have a meeting." Lin Shi tossed a set of prison guard attire at Li Ming and left without a backward glance. Li Ming caught the clothes and examined them. They were identical to Lin Shi's. This was his first time donning such formal uniform. Excitedly, he returned to the bedroom, stripped off his previous attire, and donned the prison guard uniform. The clothing fit unexpectedly well. Fastening the belt and donning the hat, he truly appeared the part. After circling in front of the mirror, Li Ming secured the door and descended in the elevator to the first floor. Lin Shi had mentioned that if she were late, she might end up being the subject of ridicule. As the elevator doors opened, Li Ming was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Dozens of individuals clad uniformly in female prison officer attire stood in the hall, forming a line as they listened to Lin Shi speak. As Li Ming emerged from the elevator, all those pairs of eyes swiftly turned upon him. Under the weight of their gaze, Li Ming felt a tingling at the back of his head and instinctively straightened his back, striving to appear composed. Noticing the shift in attention, Lin Shi turned to face Li Ming, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Perfect timing. Allow me to introduce our new prison director, Li Ming." At her words, Li Ming reluctantly stepped forward, intending to introduce himself. However, a sudden buzzing echoed in his mind, followed by a sharp pain that coursed through him. He barely had time to cry out before his body stiffened and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The crowd rushed over in alarm. Lin Shi's complexion turned ashen, but she quickly regained her composure, shouting, "Call a doctor." Xia Hong hurried to the scene and examined Li Ming, her brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Lin Shi anxiously inquired, "How is he?" Xia Hong shook her head, her expression grave. "The situation does not look promising. I can't ascertain why he fainted so suddenly. We need to get him to the infirmary, quickly." The crowd hastily lifted Li Ming and rushed toward the infirmary. Soon, the results of his examination were revealed. As Xia Hong scrutinized the report, her expression grew peculiarly contemplative. Lin Shi pressed for answers. "Sister Hong, what's wrong with him? How did the tests turn out? Should we transfer him to an outside hospital?" Xia Hong, holding the report, slowly shook her head. "His health appears to be impeccable, even better than average. I suspect the fainting spell was due to anxiety. Perhaps he was overwhelmed by the attention, leading to insufficient oxygen to the brain, causing him to faint. That is my diagnosis. However, he remains unconscious, so I cannot be entirely certain." Lin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Anxiety? Just for being stared at for a moment? He fainted? That is utterly absurd." Biting her lip, she paced anxiously in the infirmary, torn between the ridiculousness of the situation and an undercurrent of concern. Clutching her phone, she hesitated to make the call, fearing that if her father learned she had caused Li Ming to faint on his very first day, she would surely face his wrath. Chapter 6. The detention center. As Lin Shi and Xia Hong anxiously awaited, Li Ming found himself immersed in an unusually lengthy dream. In this dream, he had transformed into the protagonist of a novel, manipulated by a capricious author, engaging in bizarre escapades. Fortunately, he displayed remarkable wit, successfully completing the author's tasks and receiving rewards that enhanced his abilities. Ultimately, he transcended to an extraordinary existence, breaking free from the author's constraints and returning to the realm of reality. Just as Li Ming was about to revel in his newfound joy, a sharp pain pierced his mind, a cacophony of sounds blurring the line between reality and dream. Finally, "Li Ming, wake up! Li Ming!" Lin Shi's voice penetrated his consciousness, rousing him from the depths of slumber. Slowly, he opened his eyes to find Lin Shi and Xia Hong peering at him with palpable concern. "Li Ming, thank goodness. You're finally awake, Lin, she exclaimed, grasping his hand and shaking it with excitement. Yes. Aside from slight increase in heart rate, all vital signs appear stable. You should be fine, Xiaohong remarked, glancing at the data on the monitor with a sigh of relief. Huh? Why am I lying here? What happened to me? Li Ming sat up, bewildered. His memory was stuck on the moment he had exited the elevator, just as he was about to introduce himself. How had he suddenly ended up on this hospital bed? You fainted unexpectedly. Thank goodness you woke up. Otherwise, how would I explain this to your parents? Lin, she said, patting her chest, visibly shaken. I fainted? I have no recollection of it. Li Ming responded, further perplexed, unable to fathom how he could have lost consciousness. Perhaps it was due to your overwhelming nervousness that caused you to faint. Hong Jie interjected. Nervous? I was indeed feeling tense, but surely not to the point of fainting. Li Ming scratched his head, recalling the dream he had just experienced. Regardless, the instruments indicate that your body is in perfect condition. How do you feel? Do you experience any discomfort? Hong Jie inquired with concern. No, I feel perfectly normal, just like usual. Li Ming stood up, stretching his body, and found no signs of discomfort. Well then, that's a relief. There is nothing to worry about. You may return to your duties now. It was merely a false alarm, Xiaohong concluded, believing that his fainting spell was simply a result of excessive tension. Is everything truly fine? Shouldn't I rest a little longer? If not, shall we take a stroll through the detention center? Today marks your first day in office. It's essential for everyone to meet you. Lin, she suggested, her worry alleviated. All right, yen me fine. After fainting, I wonder what they think of me now. Sigh, Li Ming said, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. To make such a grand display of embarrassment on their first meeting. How could he possibly uphold his role as the warden? All else is trivial. Once we reach the detention center, just ensure you don't faint again in front of the inmates. Lin, she remarked as she guided Li Ming downstairs. She initially contemplated summoning all the inmates to the playground, intending to assert her dominance and remind them that in this prison, she was the one in charge. However, after the recent commotion, she refrained from further reckless behavior. In the Black Mountain Women's Prison, the inmates were all serious offenders, each serving sentences of over 15 years, with many facing life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Therefore, one should not underestimate them. Given the slightest opportunity, they would attempt to escape. Furthermore, being a man in this environment, he had to be cautious, as some of the desperate inmates might gaze at him with hungry eyes. As Lin, she walked, she cautioned him, with the greetings exchanged with passing female guards. Li Ming followed Lin, she through the gates of the prison area. Previously, he had known little about prisons, but upon arrival, he discovered that there were several formidable barriers. The main entrance was merely the beginning. Entering the prison area involved passing through an electronic gate. This gate was monitored. Its feeds connected to the surveillance room in the administrative building, and it lacked any keyhole. Lin, she waved at the camera, and the electronic gate opened with an obedient response. Upon entering this gate, another electronic door awaited them. Behind it lay the inmates' recreational area, which, upon inspection, resembled the playground at his university. This door operated on facial recognition. Lin, she executed a series of commands, registering Li Ming's face in the system. They then proceeded through the isolation corridor leading to the playground. Upon traversing the corridor, a sturdy iron gate loomed before them. Lin, she entered a sequence of numbers, and the iron gate slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of oppressive air. This was the area where the inmates resided. The code for this grand entrance changed daily, known only to the two of them and the supervising officers. The updated codes would be sent to his office computer, and he was reminded not to overlook them. Further inside were the physical keys to each cell block and prison gate. Apart from the backup in her office, the keys were retained by the guards of each section. Li Ming inhaled deeply, astonished by the prison's elaborate security system, with its multitude of doors, some physical, some coded, some relying on facial recognition, and others linked to surveillance controls. With such robust measures in place, it seemed nearly impossible for the inmates to escape. However, curiosity prompted him to ask Lin Shi, what happens if there is a power outage with all these high-tech doors? Lin Shi smiled slightly, leading the way into the prison area without concern for the inmates overhearing, and explained a power outage poses no issue. The prison is equipped with 3 backup power systems buried underground. In the event of a blackout, all doors would automatically lock, preventing anyone from escaping. Moreover, the prison floor is also embedded with high-voltage wiring. Should any inmate attempt a riot, they would be instantly subdued by electric shock. Wow, that's incredibly advanced. But would the guards inside get electrocuted as well? He inquired. Indeed, guards could be incapacitated by the electricity, but those entering for support would don specially designed shoes that would protect them. The voltage wasn't lethal. It wouldn't cause permanent harm. So there was no need for concern. You might even get the chance to experience it yourself. A little shock can be quite invigorating, refreshing in a way, Lin Shi remarked, raising an eyebrow at Li Ming. Oh, so this is the new male warden? He looks rather youthful. A tall female inmate, her arms adorned with tattoos, spoke with a sarcastic tone, a mischievous smile gracing her face. What? Where? Wow, it's truly a man. And quite handsome, too. I absolutely adore him. Ha ha. Finally, there's a man around. I was almost inclined to prefer women. Even if I can't have him, just a glimpse will suffice. Hey, handsome, come over and play. A man. There's really a man. Young man, how old are you? Have you ever been with a woman? Let me teach you a thing or two, would you? Ha ha ha. Chapter 7. Am I truly being manipulated? The atmosphere in the prison block erupted into chaos, with female inmates crowding at the doors, casting glances towards Li Ming. Caught off guard by this sudden uproar, Li Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had never anticipated that these women would be so audaciously forthright. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Shi's expression darkened, and she admonished sharply, silence. If you dare to speak out of turn again, you will be confined for a month. Only then did the inmates reluctantly cease their antics, though they continued to exchange knowing glances at Li Ming. Surveying the gathering, Li Ming felt it was imperative to say something to embody the role of a prison warden. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Greetings, everyone. I am a newly appointed warden, Li Ming. From this day forth, I expect all of you to adhere to the regulations of this institution. I shall treat each of you with fairness." Huh, well said, scoffed a tattooed inmate with disdain. Li Ming caught her sarcastic remark, yet he chose to ignore it and proceeded alongside Lin Shi deeper into the prison block. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Mission issued. As the prison warden, your first entrance into the block has been met with provocation from the inmates, undermining your authority. Please alter their perception of you within 10 minutes and establish your dominance. Reward, aura of authority. This will instill a sense of intimidation in anyone who gazes upon you, allowing you to exude power without anger. Failure penalty, aura of cowardice. This will lead all opposite gender individuals to perceive you as a weakling, a pushover. What the hell? Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. He distinctly heard the voice issuing the mission, and with a mere thought, the task materialized in a text, automatically appearing in his mind. There was no denying it. Good heavens. This isn't a dream. I have been assigned a mission. What era is this? Can science explain this? Am I truly being manipulated by a nefarious author? Li Ming stood in shock, still grappling with the sudden onslaught of the system's voice. Ahead, Lin Shi, hearing his exclamation, glanced back, worried that he might faint again. She quickly called for the accompanying guards to support him. However, before their hands could reach him, Li Ming raised his hand in a gesture to indicate he was fine. What's wrong? You're not about to faint again, are you? Lin Shi inquired with concern. Li Ming shook his head, once more delving into the task in his mind. Meticulously reviewing it to confirm he was neither dreaming nor hallucinating. With only 10 minutes remaining for the task, he resolved to complete it before investigating the nature of this system further. I'm fine, just that the inmates seemed quite displeased with me. Li Ming turned his gaze towards the tattooed woman who had earlier mocked him. What is your name? He asked, his tone somewhat grave. I am Zhou Mei, she replied, having resumed her seat on the bed as Li Ming and the others passed by. However, Li Ming suddenly turned around and inquired with him, leaving her momentarily taken aback before responding. Zhou Mei, do you not have a number? Stand up. How dare you sit while speaking to the warden? You have quite the audacity. Li Ming's eyes narrowed, his voice low, and he suddenly let out a furious roar that startled Zhou Mei into standing upright. My, My number is 3242. Zhou Mei stood, nervously glancing at Li Ming's shoes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Internally, she lamented her impulsiveness. While others remained silent, she had spoken up, not anticipating that this new warden would be so petty, seemingly intent on making an example of her. Has no one taught you that when answering questions, you must shout report? Answer me again. Li Ming continued to press Zhou Mei, his demeanor aggressive. Report, warden. My number is 3242. I am Zhou Mei. I apologize, warden. I understand my mistake. Zhou Mei stood straight, her voice barely above a whisper. Did I say you were wrong? Your voice is too soft. I cannot hear you. Repeat it. Li Ming raised his voice, directing his ire at Zhou Mei. Yes. Warden. Report. My number is 3242. Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei shouted, straining her voice. Good. That's the volume. Now say it 100 times. Li Ming commanded nonchalantly, turning away as he walked toward the next block, leaving Lin Shi and the guards in astonishment. Zhou Mei, meanwhile, continued to shout, each repetition accompanied by a sense of relief as she observed Li Ming's retreating figure. Yet she dared not slacken her effort, shouting even louder. The inmates in the block witnessed this spectacle, promptly silencing themselves, their breaths slowing in fear of drawing Li Ming's attention. After all, Zhou Mei, who was still shouting report, served as the most immediate example. After she completed the 100 repetitions, she would likely be unable to speak for days. As Li Ming walked, he began to explore the new voices echoing in his mind. Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a reward, the aura of authority. It has been automatically applied. Li Ming felt a jolt throughout his body, as if something had settled upon him before vanishing without a trace. Upon further reflection, he indeed sensed an additional layer of presence around him. Lin Shi and the accompanying guards shared this newfound understanding. Initially dismissive of Li Ming, viewing him as a mere pretty face who had fainted during the morning meeting, they now felt an inexplicable fear towards him. They thought to themselves, no wonder he could become the warden. He truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Lin Shi, too, began to regard Li Ming with newfound respect, unconsciously trailing behind him as she softly remarked, not bad. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. News travels quickly in our prison. This time, you've established your authority, and by tomorrow, your name will echo throughout the facility, striking fear into the hearts of the inmates. Ha ha! This is the vigor of a new official. Have someone tell her to stop shouting. She'll behave next time. Li Ming replied, feeling a surge of joy from completing the task. Initially, he had no intention of holding a grudge, and now that the task was done, he deemed it unnecessary to continue tormenting Zhou Mei. I have no use for sending someone. You are the warden. Even if I were to send someone, she might not heed my words. At this moment, she surely dares not cease her cries. If you were to hear her utter a single word, and then witness how you dealt with her, she would undoubtedly fear your wrath should you discover she had not completed her outcry. Lin, she waved her hand, for she possessed a keen understanding of these inmates. The recently mentioned Zhou Mei is sentenced to life imprisonment, destined to spend the remainder of her days within these walls. She cannot afford a pause. Perhaps it is for the best that she learns a lesson. Lin, she further elucidated. Well, very well. Let us proceed to the next L block and take a look. Li Ming shook his head and continued onward. Chapter 8. High IQ criminals. As the group entered the second prison area, Lin Shi's anticipation of the inmates erupting into chaos did not materialize. The prisoners stealthily observed Li Ming through the iron bars of their cells. After all, the sudden appearance of a man in the prison, albeit one who seemed somewhat apprehensive, could not quell the curiosity of the women. The inmates in this section were serving fixed sentences, with many nearing their release. They were among the most obedient, working diligently, and Lin Shi assured that good behavior would lead to opportunities for sentence reductions. She introduced Li Ming to the inmates. Li Ming nodded while surveying the diverse group of prisoners. They varied in age, with a majority being middle-aged. Unable to adorn themselves while incarcerated, they bore no makeup. Nevertheless, Li Ming noticed several strikingly beautiful women even in their natural state. If these inmates were to be released into the world, They would undoubtedly attract the admiration and attention of many men. As customary, Lin Shi introduced Li Ming as the new warden of the prison. Perhaps due to the aura of authority surrounding him, the inmates remained silent, intently watching Li Ming, though some harbored a fierce gaze, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. I am aware that some among you may harbor doubts, or even discontent regarding my new position as warden, Li Ming addressed them. However, I wish to convey that as long as you adhere to the prison regulations and demonstrate a commitment to reform, I will strive to secure opportunities for sentence reductions for each of you. His voice echoed through the area, yet the inmates remained silent, offering no response. Observing this, the correctional officer behind them brandished his baton, striking the iron door with a resounding clatter. "Are you all mute? Did you not hear the warden speak? Show your gratitude," he bellowed. At the officer's command, the inmates reluctantly began to murmur, "Thank you, warden." Their voices were uneven and feeble, lacking coherence. The officer, incensed, struck the door once more. "What is this? Are you rebelling? Speak louder and more in unison. Do you wish to leave? Do you desire sentence reduction?" The female guard reprimanded. "Enough. It's all right. They are merely unfamiliar with me." Li Ming gestured to the female guard to ease her reprimand. He understood that these inmates had aspirations of their own, and he had no intention of bullying them. Seeing Li Ming's leniency, the female guard breathed a sigh of relief. She had witnessed his meticulous nature in the first prison area and recognized that her sternness was intended to protect the inmates from unintentionally offending the warden. Li Ming continued to follow the group towards the next prison area, internally astonished by the number of inmates in the second section, which exceeded that of the first. Some cells emitted peculiar odors. Li Ming found the scent somewhat pungent, reminiscent of decaying seafood. Stealing a glance at Lin Shi and her companions, he noticed they seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to the odor. After traversing the lengthy corridor, they entered the third prison area. Lin Shi introduced Li Ming once again. This was the third prison district, where the inmates were primarily those serving life sentences or death row. The most troublesome convicts were housed here. Half of the third district consisted of cells, while the other half comprised isolation rooms and a communal bathing area. At the front was an entertainment hall, where the inmates gathered nightly to watch television. Further ahead lay the prisoners' dining hall. That was the general layout. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement and curiously gazed into the cells of the death row inmates. The individuals in this district appeared noticeably less energetic than those in the previous two, as only a few heads turned to observe their approach. Li Ming approached the entrance of a cell and peered inside. There were 2 beds, and 2 women were seated opposite each other. One, a woman in her 50s, was quietly engrossed in a book, while the younger one appeared vacant, her eyes lacking focus, lost in her own thoughts. Noticing Li Ming's presence at the cell door, both women turned to look. The older woman maintained a calm demeanor, setting down her book with a faint smile. Her voice hoarse yet gentle. "Has the new warden come to inspect?" Li Ming was momentarily taken aback and nodded, then, intrigued, inquired, "How did you know I was the new warden?" It was worth noting that Lin Shi had not introduced his identity to the inmates upon their entry into the third district. How could this woman possibly know he was the warden? From the warden's words, I deduced it. If the deputy warden personally accompanied you, your status must be extraordinary. Hence, I inferred you are the new warden. I did not expect the new warden to be a man. It seems the prison is about to become lively again. The woman rolled up her book, clapped her hands, and beamed a smile. You're quite astute. Li Ming continued to question, what crime brought you here? He had heard of many clever individuals within the prison, and today he was witnessing an example. It was impressive that she could deduce his position as warden. In response to the warden's inquiry, I was convicted for fraud, drug trafficking, kidnapping, and even the murder of a police officer, the woman replied. Li Ming was taken aback once more. Although he knew she was on death row, he had not anticipated that a woman could be guilty of such numerous crimes. With multiple convictions, how could she not face the death penalty? How long have you been here? Li Ming asked. In half a month, it will be 2 years. I am under a 2-year reprieve for my death sentence. In another half a month, I will be commuted to life imprisonment, and I will no longer face execution. Thank you, Warden. I appreciate the care from the guards. The woman's gaze shifted to Lin Shi and the prison guards behind Li Ming, her eyes filled with gratitude. However, Lin Shi and the others did not respond. He stepped forward and said to Li Ming, "All right, it's about time. The inmates are due for their meals. Shall we head to the dining hall?" "Oh, certainly. Let us go." Li Ming nodded and followed Lin Shi toward the dining hall. Before long, Li Ming arrived at the dining hall. It was his first encounter with the utensils used by the inmates, which were all made of plastic. Li Ming examined them closely. Indeed, these utensils were safe, posing no significant threat even if they were to be pilfered by a prisoner. Once the guards had prepared the meals, Lin Shi called over the intercom to summon the correctional officers from each cell block, instructing them to release the inmates from their cells for dining. Shortly thereafter, Li Ming witnessed a formidable line of inmates making their way from the cell block. Upon spotting the handsome Li Ming standing there, the inmates' eyes gleamed with an intensity that suggested they were not merely there for a meal, but rather to feast upon Li Ming himself. Chapter 9. The uncertainty of truth. The inmates formed an orderly queue as they entered the cafeteria, methodically collecting their meals and utensils before settling at a table not far from Li Ming. They dined while casting glances at him, occasionally whispering amongst themselves, discussing the striking appearance of the male warden. Li Ming felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny and wandered around the dining area, inadvertently spotting several young offenders who were both attractive and well-built. This led him to contemplate that the warden's role might indeed possess its own merits. However, he was merely observing. He harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards these inmates, fully aware that his life and theirs existed as parallel lines destined never to intersect. Suddenly, a commotion reached Li Ming's ears. He turned to see two female inmates from a previously quiet table rise, their eyes locked in a fierce stare, as if prepared to engage in a physical altercation at any moment. Lin Shi and the supervising guard quickly took notice and rushed over. "What are you doing? Why are you standing? Sit down. Eat properly." The guard's expression shifted to one of anger as she recognized that both offenders belonged to her section. "Report, guard. She spat on my food," a slender young woman exclaimed, the first to voice her complaint. "What? 1,746. You spat on her food?" The female guard immediately pointed at the slightly shorter, plumper inmate, demanding an explanation. "Report, guard, I did not," the stout inmate replied, raising her hand, her expression unwavering. 3,057. She claimed she did not spit. How do you explain that? The guard turned her gaze back to the slender offender. "Guard, look, her saliva is right here. She's deceiving you." 3057 hastily lifted her plate to show the guard. The guard furrowed her brow as she examined 3057's tray, indeed, noticing the evidence of saliva. However, before she could inquire further, 1746 interjected in her defense. "Who knows if she spat at herself to frame me? You are talking nonsense. It was you who spat, and now you wish to deny it." 3057 retorted, her anger boiling over. "Enough. Stop the noise. 1,746. You had better tell the truth. The warden is here, and it would be unwise to provoke any trouble." The guard glared menacingly at 1746, wishing she could administer a swift reprimand. Startled by the guard's words, 1746 quickly sought to amend her statement. "Report, guard. During dinner, she remarked that our new warden looks like a pretty boy, not a good person, and in my anger, I spat at her." "What? 3057. You have quite the audacity to speak ill of the warden. Sit down. Finish your meal. If there is even a morsel left on your plate, you will spend 3 days in solitary confinement." The guard, infuriated, pointed at the saliva-stained tray as she shouted at 3057. "And no, guard, I never said that. I said the warden is handsome. She heard me and spat at me." 3057 quickly protested. "Be silent. Sit down. Eat. Do not make me repeat myself. Otherwise, you will forfeit your meal and go directly to 7 days in isolation." The female guard disregarded her protests, firmly pressing her down onto the chair and pointing at the meal, insisting she eat. Witnessing this, inmate 1746 took a seat with a smirk, continuing her meal. Meanwhile, Li Ming, who was observing from the side, suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. "Task issued. 2 prisoners in the facility are quarreling because of you. The one who favors you is being wronged. As the warden, it is your duty to uphold justice. Uncover the truth and restore her innocence. Task reward. Heightened awareness. When someone attempts to deceive you, you will instinctively sense it. Failure penalty. Every individual you converse with will leave you with the impression of deceit, deriving amusement from your gullibility, earning the title of foolish warden. Li Ming was taken aback. After reviewing the task in his mind, a spark ignited in his eyes. He swiftly approached and snatched the spoon from inmate 3057, who had just raised it. Warden, this. The female guard, watching Li Ming's boldness, wondered if he intended to play the hero, win the hearts of the inmates, or perhaps employ even more sinister methods to punish 3057. Li Ming, however, calmly gestured for the guard to step aside. He then glanced at the two inmates and spoke with an air of authority. One of you is certainly deceiving me. I lack the time and energy to discern which of you it is. Therefore, neither of you shall partake in your meal. Both shall be confined, 7 days each. Is there any objection? After stating this, he turned to the female guard in the second prison district and inquired, Warden, no. No objections. The guard was startled by Li Ming's assertiveness. She had long known of his meticulous nature, but she hadn't anticipated such pettiness. Better to err on the side of caution than to let any mischief go unpunished. Warden, I only spoke against her to protect you. You can't confine me too. If anyone should be punished, it should be her. Inmate 1740 SAXS panic was palpable upon hearing Li Ming's decree. The confinement chamber was no place for a person. She could hardly endure a day, let alone 7. Conversely, inmate 3057's eyes lit up at the prospect. Excellent, Warden. 7 days it is. Having this scoundrel accompany me is just fine. Watching her suffer is far more unbearable than my own confinement. Just moments ago, 3057 had appeared wronged, yet now she was filled with excitement. The thought of the older woman enduring hardship brought her immense joy. Well then, it is settled. 7 days each. You, take them to the confinement chamber, Li Ming commanded, pointing at the guard. The guard nodded, ready to act. Suddenly, 1746 burst into tears. Warden, this is unjust. 7 days in confinement is tantamount to a death sentence. I beg you, Warden, I'll kneel before you. Please, spare me from this confinement. At that moment, Lin Shi approached, offering a reminder. Warden, the conditions in the confinement chamber are quite dreadful. The space is cramped, devoid of light, and utterly dark. Even an ordinary person would struggle to endure it for 12 hours. 7 days is excessively harsh. Perhaps 3 days would suffice? 3 days? Well, if that is the case, it might be a reasonable compromise. Let it be thus. If either of you acknowledges your mistakes and willingly elucidates the circumstances leading to this situation, then a mere 3 days of confinement shall suffice. However, should you persist in your deceit and maintain opposing narratives, the punishment shall extend to 7 days. As soon as Li Ming's words echoed in the air, the distressed 1746, still weeping on the ground, scrambled to Lin Shi's side, clutching at Lin Shi's trousers and imploring, Deputy Warden, I beseech you to intervene, Deputy Warden. Chapter 10. 6 Wardens in 2 years. Lin Shi remained unperturbed upon hearing this, merely crossing her arms and awaiting the unfolding drama. So, are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Then it seems confinement is your only fate. Li Ming's voice echoed ominously. Warden, I confess. It was I who spat into her food. I simply could not tolerate her infatuated demeanor, thus. But I did not speak ill of you, Warden. I only intended to frame her when I said those things. Please, Warden, spare me. I realized my mistake. 1746 lamented, confessing to Li Ming amidst her sobs. The surrounding guards and curious inmates were taken aback, astonished that the rebellious 1746 had spoken the truth. It was known that the inmates of this prison were no ordinary individuals. Each day was rife with countless disputes, and it was rare for any inmate to openly confess to a guard. Most grievances were mere misunderstandings, left unresolved. As tensions amongst the inmates escalated, quarrels frequently erupted. It appeared that 1746 had indeed been intimidated by the prospect of 7 days in confinement. In her desperation to shorten her stay, she divulged everything. Many inmates regarded 1746 with disdain, mocking her lack of resolve. Li Ming, however, paid no heed to the opinions of the other inmates. The notification of task completion resonated in his mind. It seemed that 1746's confession was genuine. He nodded, pulling 1746 up from the ground. Very well. Acknowledging your error is commendable. Confinement is not merely a punishment. It is meant to instill a lesson, urging reformation. Given this, I shall grant you an opportunity. Apologize to 3057, and we shall consider this matter resolved. You need not endure confinement, but should you err again, it will not be so easily overlooked. The female guard silently admired the warden's approach, recognizing the deftness of his method, striking the palm only to offer a sweet date in return. A true master. 1746. Quickly express your gratitude to the warden and apologize to 3057. The female guard urged, giving 1746 a gentle nudge. Yes, yes. Thank you, warden. I promise I shall not err again. 3057. I am sorry. 1746 hastily expressed her gratitude to Li Ming while wiping away her tears. Very well. 3057, seeing that Li Ming had spoken, dared not prolong the matter and acquiesced. Excellent. Change 3057's meal to a fresh serving and continue your meal. Cease your prying into others' affairs. Li Ming clapped his hands to recapture the attention of the gathered inmates. As the inmates recognized that the spectacle had concluded, they returned to their meals, though their eyes occasionally darted toward Li Ming, each harboring their own unique thoughts. Content with the successful completion of another task, Li Ming moved about with ease. The rewards for the task had already been distributed, yet he felt little satisfaction. Perhaps it was due to the absence of anyone lying to him, resulting in a lack of observable effects. Inmates continued to arrive in batches for their meals, and finally, once all had finished, she led Li Ming out of the cell block. Let us dine as well. Next comes the inmates' time for free activity on the playground. Overseen by guards. It is not a working day today, so there is not much to do. After finishing my meal, I will take you for a casual stroll. She remarked. Li Ming nodded in agreement, saying, yes, that sounds good. It seems that being a warden is not as difficult as I had imagined. I truly misjudged this position. The inmates appear to be quite obedient. Overall, it is rather pleasant. You've only just begun, and already you're feeling proud. Do you really think this role is so easy? Since my arrival here, there have been 6 wardens in 2 years. Just think about that for a moment. What does that signify? She spoke as they walked. 6 changes? Why? Li Ming was genuinely astonished. To have 6 wardens in 2 years averages to just 4 months per warden. Is this place truly that challenging? You will come to understand in due time. Moreover, I must inform you that of these 6 wardens, 3 have already resigned and returned home. 2 met with fatal accidents, and 1 committed suicide right in the room you are occupying. You should have replaced the bedding. It still belongs to the previous warden, the one who took her own life. Since that incident, no one has entered that room. Only occasional cleaning has been done, and the bedding remains unchanged. She said nonchalantly. Wow, why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought it was prepared for me. It hasn't been changed at all. Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of indignation. Just kidding. I must have remembered incorrectly. After the last change of bedding, the previous warden never actually slept on that bed. No witties. It's all clean. Completely clean. Just as Li Ming was about to inquire further about the truth, a sudden chill coursed through him. A strange sensation arose within him. It was a skill bestowed by the task reward. Did his heart sense something? Li Ming felt increasingly uncomfortable. She had deceived him. The bedding was not new. It had indeed been used by the warden who had committed suicide. He had comfortably slept on that very bed. Truly, it was as if he could not even deceive himself. The system had directly informed him that he was being fooled. She was being utterly deceitful. This was no way to treat someone. Silently adding Shi to his list of targets for revenge, Li Ming suppressed his emotions and followed Shi, who had already shifted the topic to the staff cafeteria. Li Ming had already sampled the chef's culinary skills the previous night, finding them quite satisfactory. Moreover, a special meal had been prepared for him and Shi, which looked exceptionally appetizing, prompting both to dig in heartily. Once they had eaten their fill, Li Ming again inquired of Lin Shi regarding the previous wardens. Why did it seem that every warden either perished in an accident or took their own life? Was there truly such peril involved? A mortality rate of 50%? Yet Lin Shi shook her head and explained, I do not know why. I have not always been the deputy warden. Had you not come here, I would have been the one appointed as the warden this time. My father was quite concerned for my safety and did not wish for me to take on that role. I suspect that Uncle Li brought you here for reasons beyond just matchmaking with me. Chapter 11. The Armory. Li Ming rested his chin in contemplation, reflecting on Lin Shi's words. Setting aside the matter of blind dates, could his father truly entrust him with such a significant task without a single word of caution? Li Ming found it hard to believe. As he traversed the prison today, he discerned nothing particularly noteworthy. Perhaps it was all mere coincidence. Aside from the inexplicable addition of a system within him, he could not fathom any real danger lurking here. Recalling the dream he had when he fainted, in which he also acquired a system, he realized that he was under the control of that unscrupulous author. Yet, the tasks he received in reality far surpassed those bizarre missions from his dreams. Perhaps he had inadvertently obtained a system, and the malevolent author was merely a figment of his imagination. Shaking his head, he recognized that dwelling on such thoughts was futile. He would take it one day at a time. Surely, his father would not cast his only son into a pit of despair. By the way, Lin Shi, speaking of blind dates, it has been years since we last met. Have you not found a boyfriend or anything? Li Ming curiously scrutinized the beautiful Lin Shi sitting across from him. By all accounts, with her striking looks, she should have no shortage of admirers. The line of suitors would likely stretch from here to her home. Why resort to blind dates? A boyfriend? What is that? My aspirations lie among the stars and the vast seas. Such trivialities are of no consequence to me, Lin Shi replied nonchalantly. Unlike you, Li Xiao, I have heard tales of your romantic escapades over the years. You seem to spend your nights reveling in bars and nightclubs. I imagine you have fondled more than a few female DJs. She laughed heartily. Not at all. Those are mere rumors. You know, my family is quite strict. If I were to behave recklessly, my father would have dealt with me long ago. Li Ming responded with a hearty laugh, for he had not lied. Though he often frequented bars, he remained untarnished by their allure. Oh, really? Then how is it that I've heard of a woman named Zhanya with whom your relationship seems rather unusual? Ex-girlfriend? Or perhaps current girlfriend? Lin Shi squinted slightly, her gaze piercing into Li Ming's face as she scrutinized his expressions. Wait, how do you know about Xiaoya? Li Ming exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening. Xiaoya? You address her so affectionately. Your relationship must be quite special. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Huh, it's not what you think. Although my parents have always indulged me, if I were in a relationship, they would never allow me to come here for a blind date with you. Li Ming chuckled as he explained. I can certainly believe that about your parents. But who exactly is this Zhanya? Lin Shi inquired, her expression turning quizzical. Upon learning of Li Ming's impending visit to assume the role of prison warden and to engage in a blind date with her, she had asked a friend to investigate Li Ming's recent activities. The results were startling. Li Ming's routine was a predictable cycle between home and the bar, returning at dawn each day. While his social circle appeared stable, the one constant companion was the girl named Zhanya, who seemed to be by his side whenever he was present. It was difficult not to question the nature of their relationship, which led her to harbor some lingering doubts and a hint of animosity toward Li Ming. Xiaoya is my friend. She is the daughter of the owner of the bar I frequently visit. Our acquaintance blossomed through my regular visits, and we often share drinks together. Though our relationship is not as you might presume, explained Li Ming. For now, I shall take your word for it. Just make sure I do not catch you deceiving me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. Lin Shi declared, rising first and striding toward the exit. Li Ming, with a resigned gesture, followed suit. The intricacies of a woman's heart are unfathomable. He could never comprehend Lin Shi's capricious nature. She seemed so unpredictable, at times unreasonable, far from the endearing child she once was. Subsequently, Lin Shi led Li Ming on a tour around the various departments and terrain of the prison. Inspecting the defenses at each checkpoint as well as the armory. Upon reaching the armory, Li Ming found himself momentarily rooted to the spot. Despite his status, he had never before had the opportunity to handle firearms. As a child, he had been intensely curious about these enigmatic weapons, yet he could only observe them from a distance. Neither his father's bodyguard, Uncle Wong, nor those who discreetly protected him allowed him to touch a gun. At long last, he had the chance to hold a pistol. As he grasped it in his hand, its weight was substantial, exuding a palpable quality. This was merely an unloaded pistol. With a magazine inserted, it would likely feel even heavier. He raised his hand to aim at a distant target, aligning his sights, and felt a surge of confidence that he would excel at shooting. Indeed, he believed he possessed a natural talent. After a moment of reluctant contemplation, he returned the pistol to its place and shifted his gaze to the automatic rifles and sniper rifles nearby. To his astonishment, such formidable weaponry existed within the prison. Various models of bulletproof vests and grenades, as well as other combat gear, adorned the walls, eliciting a sense of envy in Li Ming as he cast a tentative glance at the firearm holstered at Lin Shi's waist. Indeed, a sleek, black unknown pistol was secured there. Sensing Li Ming's gaze, Lin Shi smiled subtly, then stepped forward to retrieve the very pistol he had just handled, placing it back into his hands. Take it. You are the warden, and you are entitled to carry a firearm for self-defense. Just be cautious not to disengage the safety. We wouldn't want any accidental discharges. You may practice on the targets here. We have ample ammunition. However, I must remind you, carrying a firearm is strictly limited to the confines of the prison. Do not forget this. Lin Shi advised earnestly. Really? I can carry a firearm. How wonderful. I've always wanted to try this. Teach me how to shoot. Let us fire a few rounds before we leave. Li Ming exclaimed, lifting the pistol once more, aiming at the target with excitement. How Navi. Load the magazine. Live rounds. Assume the proper stance. I will only instruct you once. Lin, she clapped her hands and handed him the magazine. Having never handled a firearm before, Li Ming clumsily loaded the bullets and assumed his stance, aiming for the target. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a figure approached him from behind. Lin Shi's body pressed against his back, her head resting on his shoulder, and her hand gently guiding his as he held the gun. Then, her voice whispered softly into his ear. Lower your center of gravity, relax your breathing, and adjust your aim in harmony with the rhythm of your breath. Tense your arms, bracing yourself for the recoil. Both hands must firmly grasp the grip of the firearm, as the moment you pull the trigger will unleash a significant force. Breathe slowly. Slower. I implore you to slow down. Lin, she voiced her dissatisfaction. You are so close to me. I can't seem to slow down. Li Ming rappelait helplessly. He was no paragon of virtue, a vigorous, upright young man. Being instructed so intimately by such a captivating beauty, with the warmth of her breath brushing against him, only served to stir his heart, causing his pulse to quicken. His breathing grew increasingly labored. Chapter 12. Male Model. Upon hearing Li Ming's voice, Lin Shi looked down in confusion and suddenly noticed the changes in his body. His originally fair complexion had turned a deep crimson. Hastily, she distanced herself from Li Ming's back. Li Ming, are you teasing me? Lin, she exclaimed, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Alas, by the heavens, you approach me first. How could I possibly tease you? It is entirely normal for a young man to have a reaction, you know. Li Ming turned away, attempting to conceal his bodily response, feeling wronged. You. How did I not realize you were such a rogue in our childhood? Lin, she shot him a fierce glare. You mentioned childhood. Back then, who understood such matters? Li Ming suppressed his embarrassment, slightly calming down, before turning to meet Lin Shi's gaze, a hint of awkwardness on his face. You shameless rogue, entertain yourself. I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Shi left the armory in haste, leaving Li Ming behind. With a bitter smile, Li Ming lost interest in his previous activity. He retrieved a holster from a nearby rack, secured his handgun within, and nonchalantly departed the armory. Report to the warden. Deputy Warden Lin has already registered you. You may take the gun with you now. Please exercise caution and use it responsibly. The guard at the armory saluted Li Ming, his expression filled with curiosity. Li Ming had long since noticed that everyone in the prison, whether guards or inmates, regarded him with the same gaze typically reserved for a spectacle. This left him perplexed. Although he was the sole male in the prison, he was certainly not the only man in the world. Why did they all look at him in such a manner? Unable to resist, he addressed the female guard. "Miss, please do not treat me as the warden. May I ask you something?" The guard was momentarily taken aback by Li Ming's words, but quickly regained her composure, responding with a smile. "Warden, feel free to ask. I will share whatever I know." "Well, I have noticed since my arrival at this prison, everyone seems to regard me with such peculiar eyes, even though there are no other men around. Surely they must have seen men before, during their time off, or prior to incarceration. It shouldn't be this way, right?" Li Ming inquired softly, wary of being overheard. "Warden, I can indeed answer your question, but you must promise not to disclose that I told you." The female guard chuckled, lowering her voice. "Wonderful. I assure you, I will not share with anyone. Please enlighten me, as this scrutiny is giving me goosebumps." Li Ming replied anxiously. "Warden, actually before your arrival, Deputy Warden Lin informed us that a new leader was coming, someone young, extraordinarily handsome, with a fair complexion, who had previously worked as a male model and had an impressive physique. She urged us single ladies to seize the opportunity to win you over. Hence, the peculiar gaze everyone has towards you." The inmates must have heard these words from someone, and as they spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, they all grew curious to see what he truly looked like. After the female guard finished her explanation, she glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Only when she confirmed no one was paying attention did she breathe a sigh of relief. "What? Lin Shi? It's her again." Li Ming, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. He should have anticipated it. Without her instigation, the guards would not have dared to stare at him so openly. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming resolved that a gentleman's revenge is not too late after 10 years. He would remember her transgression. Suppressing his anger, he departed from the armory. Without Lin Shi to guide him, he could only wander aimlessly. At that moment, the inmates were freely enjoying the sun on the playground, strolling leisurely after a satisfying meal. Li Ming couldn't help but marvel at how comfortable life in prison seemed for these inmates. As he walked along the iron fence bordering the playground, he gradually approached the inmates, who had begun to notice his presence and were converging towards him. The closer he got, the more intently they gazed at him, as if they longed to pounce. With each step forward, the female inmates followed suit, their numbers multiplying until they finally captured the attention of the guards. A group of guards swiftly entered the playground, heading towards the gathering of inmates. "What do you think you're doing? Everyone get down. Get down." The female guard's voice rang out across the playground. Upon hearing her reprimand, the inmates hurriedly clasped their hands behind their heads and crouched down. Yet their eyes continued to furtively assess Li Ming. As the hundreds of inmates obediently squatted, the guards also noticed Li Ming loitering outside the playground. Finally understanding why the inmates had clustered together, wiping the sweat from his brow in relief, one of the guards saluted Li Ming. "Good day, Warden." It's nothing. If they wish to look, let them. The more they see, the less curious they will become," Li Ming replied helplessly, with eyes upon them. How could he control their gaze? "Yes, Warden." The guard saluted again before leading her team away from the playground. As long as the inmates did not gather to cause trouble, their duties remained relatively relaxed. However, once a disturbance arose, the consequences could be severe, resulting in injuries or even permanent disabilities. Despite being women, the inmates were just as formidable as men, if not more ruthless. Li Ming strolled around the edge of the playground, allowing the inmates to admire his striking appearance before returning to his office. Upon pushing open the door and gazing at the empty office, an unsettling feeling crept over Li Ming. The previous warden had died in this very room. He had been blissfully unaware until now, but this knowledge left him feeling quite uneasy. Swallowing hard, Li Ming removed all the bedding from the bed and replaced it with his own linens from a suitcase. This brought him a measure of comfort, and he lay back on the bed. As the highest authority here, no one could control him. He could leave whenever he wished. Rising early that day, Li Ming was already feeling fatigued, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. As evening approached, he was jolted awake by a series of knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his consciousness still not fully awakened, and hurriedly opened the door. To his astonishment, she stood outside. The warden. Awake? Someone is looking for you. Get yourself ready and come with me. She remarked, observing Li Ming's bleary-eyed expression. Looking for me? Who is it? Li Ming rubbed his face in confusion. In this prison, who could possibly know him? He had only just arrived, and yet someone was seeking him out? It's an inmate, specifically requesting the warden. I cannot go myself. You must hurry. She replied matter-of-factly. Chapter 13. Recompense. All right, just 3 minutes. Li Ming turned and hurried into the restroom, swiftly attending to his grooming. One could not deny that his tall stature and striking features rendered him attractive even without attire. After a quick wash of his hair, he emerged, his allure once again reigning supreme. She was momentarily taken aback, astonished at how he transformed from a disheveled appearance into a handsome man in just 2 minutes. Without lingering on her surprise, she led Li Ming towards the psychological counseling room. Along the way, Li Ming inquired curiously, "Why does this inmate want to see me? What is the matter?" She glanced back at him, rolling her eyes in exasperation, yet she replied, "She claims you bear a resemblance to her deceased husband and insists on meeting you. If denied, she threatens to take her own life. She just hurled herself against the wall in her cell, and the guards had no choice but to report it to me. Please try to soothe her emotions. We cannot let her become too agitated. She has 3 years left on her sentence and has been exhibiting good behavior. Let's not allow her to make a rash decision." "What? I resemble her late husband? Is that even plausible?" Li Ming questioned, pressing his forehead in disbelief. "Regardless of its plausibility, if she truly commits suicide in prison, you, as the warden, will undoubtedly bear responsibility. So be sharp and don't let things escalate." With that, she stepped through the door of the counseling room, and Li Ming followed closely behind. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a female inmate seated within. To his surprise, she appeared relatively young, a stark contrast to the elderly figure he had envisioned. Her prolonged confinement had rendered her skin somewhat pale, yet it remained taut, and the thin prison garb did little to conceal her voluptuous figure. Her upright posture and attractive visage gave Li Ming the fleeting illusion that he was not in the presence of an inmate, but rather a refined young lady of noble birth. From a moment Li Ming entered, the woman's gaze was fixated upon him, and he discerned a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Shi, however, remained unfazed as she approached to unlock the handcuffs binding the woman, allowing her more freedom of movement. At that moment, the female inmate spoke. "Deputy Warden Lin, could you please step outside for a moment? I wish to speak with him privately." Shi, seemingly unperturbed, nodded and moved closer to Li Ming to admonish. "There are no cameras in this room. I'll be right outside. If you need anything, just call out." Li Ming waved her off, dismissing her concern. After she exited, he settled into the chair opposite the woman. "I hear you saw me out because I resemble your former husband? Do I truly bear a resemblance?" he asked, curiosity piqued. The woman slowly shook her head, lowering her voice. "Warden, I actually deceived them. Otherwise, they would not have permitted me to meet you." "Huh? Then why do you wish to see me?" Li Ming questioned, perplexed, and unable to fathom the connection between them. "I have a favor to ask of you, Warden. I will not have you assist me without recompense. I can repay you for your help, and I am willing to do whatever you desire. If you do not mind, you may even take me." The female inmate was somewhat agitated, grasping Li Ming's hand across the table. "Please do not be so distressed. Kindly share what assistance you require from me." Li Ming was indeed taken aback by her sudden fervor, caught off guard by her fierce words. "Warden, I am now 35 years old. When I was 14, my late husband abducted me and compelled me to bear his child. He was involved in drug trafficking, and when I was incarcerated, he was killed on the spot. I was also implicated, albeit against my will, and was sentenced to 15 years. Now, with less than 3 years remaining until my release, I had hoped to spend this time quietly and emerge to rebuild my life. However, last month, my elder sister visited me in prison and informed me that my daughter is associating with unsavory men and has even set a date to marry a thug. My daughter harbors resentment toward me. She has not visited me in over a decade, and I only hear news of her through my sister. I am deeply concerned for her, yet I cannot leave this place. I am left with no choice but to beseech you, warden. Could you please check on her? I wish to know how she is faring and whether the man she intends to marry treats her well. I do not want her to follow in my misguided footsteps. I implore you, warden, I will kneel before you. Please, grant me this request." The woman clutched Li Ming's hand tightly, suddenly rising and kneeling on the ground with a thud. Startled, Li Ming hurriedly supported her, fearing her agitation might lead to more extreme actions. "Please do not do this. Get up." He gently urged her back in her seat. "Warden, my world revolves solely around my daughter. Although she never visits me, not a day goes by that I do not think of her. It is my failure to protect her that weighs heavily on my heart. I do not blame her for her resentment. I only wish for her happiness, even if it means she never acknowledges me as her mother. I beg of you, warden, you are a good person. Please help me." Tears streamed from her eyes, adding a poignant beauty to her distress. "It is merely a matter of checking on how she is doing." "Very well, I shall assist you. Please do not cry. You must tell me where she lives, her age, and her name." Li Ming, unable to bear the sight of her tears, felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight. Her story was already pitiful, and witnessing her in such despair made it impossible for him not to comply. Furthermore, the system's reward mechanism showed no sign of deceit in her words, reinforcing his resolve to help her. "Thank you, warden. Thank you. You are truly a good person. There are no cameras here. I will assist you. Rest assured, I am clean and undergo regular health checks in prison." The female inmate beamed with joy upon Li Ming's agreement. With no other means to express her gratitude, she leaned down. No, please do not do that. I assure you I will help you. There is no need for such gestures." Li Ming glanced nervously toward the entrance. Indeed, this psychological counseling room lacks surveillance. In a prison setting, it is imperative to consider the emotional state of the inmates. Under the scrutiny of cameras, they would be reluctant to lower their defenses during mediation. However, the absence of monitoring raises concerns about soundproofing. Lin Shi is right at the door, having just mentioned that she would respond if there were any issues. He remains unaware that Lin Shi might be eavesdropping at the threshold. Even if he possessed greater audacity, he would not dare to engage in such actions in broad daylight. "Rest assured, warden, having spent over a decade in this prison, I can assure you that as long as voices are not raised, the outside world remains oblivious to the conversations within this counseling space. I have little to offer in return for your kindness, except for myself. Warden, please do not look down upon me. Apart from my deceased husband, I have not known another man." Chapter 14. The Unwritten Rules, or Lu Xiaohui. The prison warden observed the female inmate, her eyes slightly reddened from tears, framing a delicate visage that seemed poised to weep once more. At that moment, a cascade of task details suddenly flooded into Li Ming's mind. Task reward: the physical prowess and combat skills of a special forces soldier. Failure penalty: intruders will burst in after knocking at the door. You will unlock the achievement, Lu Xiaohui. Achievement effect: an inability to feel attraction towards women. What on earth? Li Ming's eyes widened in disbelief at the absurdity of this task. Was it even possible to decline? The unscrupulous author was evidently manipulating his fate. A familiar sensation washed over him. While Li Ming remained astonished by the peculiar task, the female inmate continued her actions unabated, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long, as Li Ming adjusted his somewhat disheveled attire and returned to his seat. Noticing Li Ming's dazed expression, the inmate stifled a laugh and waved her hand to capture his attention. "Warden, I bear my daughter's surname. My name is Wang Xin, and my daughter is named Wang Qian. She is 20 years old this year. She resides with my sister, and here is her address." Wang Xin took a pen, inscribed her sister's address, folded the paper, and handed it to Li Ming. "All is entrusted to you, warden. Should you require anything further, feel free to summon me." Wang Xin declared earnestly. "I shall take care of it. Rest assured," Li Ming replied, somewhat resigned as he accepted the address and opened the door. Stepping out of the room, it was not his desire to be in this predicament, yet the penalty for failure loomed too heavily for him to bear. Outside the door, Li Ming had anticipated seeing Lin Shi, but only two unfamiliar female prison guards stood at attention. Lin Shi had already departed. He exhaled in relief and inquired, "Where is Deputy Warden Lin?" The two guards saluted and responded, Report to the warden. The deputy warden received a call and stepped out. It seems there are new inmates arriving, and she went to attend to them. When did she leave? Li Ming pressed further. Not long ago. Perhaps 10 minutes or so. Li Ming nodded, reassured that Lin she likely heard nothing untoward and had indeed gone to receive new arrivals. After instructing the guards to escort Wang Xian back to the cell block, he retreated to his room. Turning on the tap, he washed his body, allowing the warm water to cascade over his physique, which had transformed into a remarkably fit form unbeknownst to him. He pondered whether he had made a mistake. His purpose was to work and to seek companionship, not to engage in any inappropriate conduct with female inmates. Yet this bizarre system afforded him no opportunity for refusal. To reject the task would mean becoming Lu Xiaohui. How could he possibly refuse? Throughout his life, Li Ming had not been devoid of romantic encounters. Though he had never engaged in reckless behavior at bars, his handsome visage attracted many admirers. In school, he was the epitome of the charming heartthrob, with numerous girls vying for his affection. He had consistently turned down their advances, save for his first love, and had not engaged intimately with any other woman. Even when the bar owner's daughter, Xiaoya, persistently pursued him, attempting to intoxicate him with her charms, he had resolutely thwarted her efforts. Yet today's events left Li Ming feeling as though his unwavering perseverance had become a mere jest. If one were to inquire about his feelings today, Li Ming would undoubtedly express sheer exhilaration, perhaps even a lingering sense of desire for more. However, his mind was clouded with uncertainty and trepidation, pondering how the system might continue to challenge him in the future. Shaking the droplets of water from his hair, Li Ming contemplated in vain, drying himself off before scrutinizing his reflection in the full-length mirror. The rewards from the system's tasks had long since been credited. His physique had indeed undergone a transformation. The body of a Special Forces soldier was undeniably extraordinary. Every movement exuded strength, and the combat techniques had seamlessly integrated into his muscle memory, ready for execution. He could not help but marvel at the system's formidable power, which seemed to defy logic. Reclining back onto his bed, he resolved to cease his ruminations. After all, he was the beneficiary of this transformation, having incurred no loss. What was there to be overly sentimental about? If tomorrow unfolded without incident, he intended to mention this matter to Lin Shi to see if he could handle Wang Xian's affairs. Lost in thought, Li Ming soon drifted back to sleep. The following morning, a familiar knocking roused Li Ming from slumber. Without needing to ask, he knew it must be Lin Shi again. This time, he was not in a hurry. He strolled leisurely to the door and opened it for her. As the door creaked open, Li Ming rubbed his eyes and stretched, letting out a comfortable sigh. Indeed, it was Lin Shi, albeit today she appeared somewhat dazed, staring at him intently, devoid of the confident and striking demeanor she had displayed the day before. Perhaps she had returned late and failed to rest well, he mused. Meeting her gaze with curiosity, he found her silent, seemingly entranced by his presence. Following her line of sight, he glanced down. Goodness, please do not gaze any longer. Li Ming swiftly covered his vital area with one hand, while hastily slamming the door shut with the other. The loud thud echoed far and wide. The sudden obstruction of vision snapped Lin Shi back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson as she realized she had witnessed something quite intimate for the first time, and at such close range. How could that audacious Li Ming dare to answer the door without a stitch of clothing? She gritted her teeth in indignation. Oh dear, it slipped my mind that I was not dressed. After my bath yesterday, I must have simply fallen asleep without even donning my underwear. No wonder her gaze had felt so peculiar today. Alarmed, Li Ming quickly turned away, hastily throwing on some clothes. Once he was finally dressed, he cautiously opened the door again. Lin Shi was still waiting at the threshold, though her countenance had returned to its usual cool demeanor. She cast a glance at Li Ming, ensuring he was properly attired before speaking. We have a meeting. You fainted yesterday, so today we shall reintroduce you, allowing everyone to become acquainted. The meeting will be held at the prison gates, with the on-duty guards present as well, ensuring a single introduction to avoid any inconvenience. Do take care not to faint again. Chapter 15. Released from prison, Li Ming, feeling somewhat apprehensive, complied, and followed Lin Shi to the entrance of the prison. It was through this very gate that he had initially entered. The bold characters proclaiming Black Mountain Women's prison gleamed brightly above. Everyone was present today, and since there were matters to attend to shortly, I shall be brief. Some of you have met yesterday, while others have not. Allow me to introduce the newly appointed warden, Li Ming. Let us extend him a warm welcome. Lin Shi led the applause, and a cascade of clapping ensued. Curious gazes fell upon Li Ming. The guards perceive him as fierce and intimidating, instinctively hesitant to meet his eyes, reminiscent of the stern principal from their school days. However, Li Ming, now seasoned by experience, raised his hand slightly, and the applause gradually quieted. Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Ming. I am a new warden here. I am a newcomer, and you have all spent much longer in this facility than I have. If you have any opinions or suggestions, please feel free to share them with me. I am approachable and hope that we can interact as friends moving forward. Thank you all. As Li Ming concluded his speech, apart from the armed guards, the rest applauded enthusiastically. Lin Shi, seeing that Li Ming had finished speaking, wasted no time. All right, dismissed. Return to your posts. A batch of new inmates will be arriving in the next couple of days, so let us stay alert. Yes, Deputy Warden. The guards responded in unison before dispersing to resume their duties. And you? Would you like to inspect the prison area with me, or continue exploring? Once the guards had scattered, Lin Shi turned to Li Ming. If I wish to go out, do I need to complete any formalities to return to the city? Li Ming, recalling the matter of Wang Xian, asked directly. You want to go out? What for? Lin Shi inquired curiously. Are you truly considering leaving after just a day or two? Surely, you're not already overwhelmed by this environment and contemplating escape? I have a personal matter to attend to. I should be back within a day. Li Ming replied vaguely, not disclosing Wang Xian's situation to her, merely intending to check in briefly. If you wish to step out, that is feasible. You just need to sign at the gate. You can take that vehicle, but if you can return by tomorrow, would you help me by transporting a group of inmates from another prison? Lin Shi pointed to the jeep she had driven last time. Transport a group of inmates back? That is doable, but what should I do? You won't need to do much. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Just take the files with you, verify the number and identities upon arrival, sign off, and then return with the escorting officers. If tomorrow is too soon, you can go the day after. Lin Shi led Li Ming to her office and handed him a file folder. Perfect, she thought, as she was reluctant to go herself. And with Li Ming's willingness to go out, this task suited him perfectly. All right, leave it to me. Li Ming accepted the folder, took the keys Lin Shi offered, returned to his room to retrieve a set of casual clothes from his previous attire, and then drove out of the prison. Still traversing the forest, he recalled that his previous visit occurred under the cover of darkness, obscuring the surrounding landscape. This time, however, he beheld the stark reality. The Black Mountain Women's Prison was situated atop a desolate hill, far removed from the city. No wonder Lin Shi had driven for so long. Upon activating the navigation, Li Ming discovered that this location was neither a city nor a city, but rather a nondescript wilderness nestled between the two. He quietly noted the prison's coordinates, ensuring he could find his way back later, and then resumed his earnest driving. As afternoon descended, Li Ming finally arrived in S City, where Sister Wang Xian resided. Following the address she had provided, he found himself at the foot of her building before nightfall. He rang the doorbell at the entrance, but no one responded, indicating that the household was vacant. Even the lights were unlit. Lacking Sister Wang Xian's phone number, he succumbed to boredom and began to wander aimlessly nearby. Strolling into a small park adjacent to the building, he observed numerous elderly individuals engaging in exercise, with a few women walking their dogs. His interest piqued, he discreetly approached them. Have you heard? That old man from Unit 5 seems to have gone mad just before he died. Serves him right. Even in retirement, he couldn't keep still and took a young mistress. Not long after, his tranquil life came to an abrupt end. What do you think? One lady chattered while cracking sunflower seeds. Where did you hear such news? I heard it was that young mistress who kept him awake every night, literally working him to death. Another interjected. As if. That old man hardly had the stamina for that. Don't believe the hype. He died of a stroke. Moreover, I heard he was on drugs. My information comes straight from his son's colleague's aunt's sister, who told me herself. It's foolproof. Huh. What kind of family is that spreading rumors. Even in death, they wouldn't let him rest in peace. Another woman laughed. But honestly, at least he died in the company of a woman. It's not a wasted life. Li Ming, listening intently as the ladies animatedly discussed the affairs of others, felt emboldened and approached them directly. Good afternoon, ladies. I seek information about someone who resides in the adjacent building on the 3rd floor, east side. Her name is Wang Qian. She is 20 years old. Do any of you know her? Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, several of the women turned their gaze toward him, cautiously probing. And you are? I am an old classmate of hers. It has been quite a while since we last met, so I came to ask about her. Li Ming replied, his mind racing as he crafted a calm response. Oh, so you're one of her classmates. It seems she doesn't live here anymore. She used to frequently stay here, but I haven't seen her in ages, one of the women remarked, shaking her head in uncertainty. I know. I heard that her mother is a criminal, which made her family quite disdainful of her. I often overheard them berating her in the harshest of terms. However, now that she has grown up, things have improved somewhat. Last month, I believe they were trying to arrange a marriage for her, and it caused quite a ruckus. That girl was adamant about not going through with it. Then she just ran away from home. I haven't seen her since. You must inquire with me regarding this matter. At that time, I was aware of the man her family had chosen for her. He was in his 40s and seemingly affluent, owning a karaoke establishment. Initially, he offered a dowry of 200,000 to marry her. This girl, typically gentle and demure, surprisingly displayed a fierce resolve, refusing to comply with their wishes. In a dramatic turn of events, she leaped from the 3rd floor window. Fortunately, she landed without serious injury. Limping away as I witnessed the entire scene unfold, an exuberant woman with curly hair vividly recounted the tale. What? She jumped from the 3rd floor? Li exclaimed in alarm. Indeed, she fell onto the vegetable shed on the 1st floor, which spared her from harm. Otherwise, she could have sustained grave injuries. As for what transpired afterward, these ladies were oblivious, only knowing that from that day forth, Wang Qian never returned. Chapter 16. The Haunting. After inquiring around, Li Ming returned to the entrance of her residence, only to find that no one had yet returned home. He was at a loss as to how he would explain this to Wang Xian. If she were to discover that her daughter was being coerced in a marriage by her sister, it was anyone's guess what her reaction might be. Li Ming lingered for several hours, waiting in vain until the deep of night, with still no sign of anyone's return. He glanced around, noting the absence of any souls nearby. Reluctant to return empty-handed, he had already mapped out a route. By climbing the drainage pipe from the 1st floor balcony, he could ascend directly to the 3rd floor balcony, and he was determined to investigate further. Given his current physical condition, he believed this task would be trivial. With both hands engaged, he exerted a bit of force and effortlessly floated up to the balcony, finding it even easier than he had anticipated. In less than a minute, he stood upon the balcony of Wang Qian's home. Tentatively, he pushed against the door, which surprisingly yielded without resistance, sparing him considerable effort as he slipped inside. Activating the flashlight on his phone, he illuminated the surroundings, which indeed bore no signs of habitation. A layer of dust coated the coffee table. He directed his beam towards the photographs displayed on the television cabinet, revealing a woman in her 40s cradling a young boy. The woman's features bore a striking resemblance to Wang Xian, confirming her identity as her elder sister. The boy, presumably her child, added to the familial connection. Li Ming continued his search, but the living room yielded no traces of Wang Qian, prompting him to venture into the 2nd bedroom. It was unlikely that Wang Qian would occupy the master bedroom. Upon opening the door, he quickly recognized that this was indeed Wang Qian's room. The pink bed linens, cosmetics strewn across the table, garments hanging on the wall, and 2 photographs on the bedside table confirmed this. One photo depicted a youthful Wang Xian, far more innocent than she appeared now, while the other showcased his target, Wang Qian. It was undeniable that Wang Qian had inherited all of her mother's admirable traits. With her fair complexion, stunning beauty, and alluring figure, she also possessed an air of coolness that enhanced her charm, her features mirroring those of her mother. Li Ming marveled at the power of genetics, realizing that beauty is indeed a hereditary gift. He etched her visage into his memory, subsequently pocketing both photographs. intending to present them to Wang Xen should he fail to locate her daughter, thereby preserving a semblance of hope. Continuing his search throughout the room, he found himself at an impasse, uncovering nothing of substance. The signs indicated that Wang Qian had departed in haste, leaving her belongings in disarray. Yet, considering the already sparse nature of the room, further searching yielded no useful information. Just as Li Ming contemplated abandoning his quest, he suddenly heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. Click! As the sound resonated, the door slowly creaked open. Li Ming's hair stood on end in alarm. Someone had returned. But who could it be? He held his breath, striving to remain silent. Seizing the moment while the figure in the doorway had yet to fully enter, he gently nudged Wang Qian's door shut, leaving only a slender gap. He then strained to listen to the commotion in the living room. However, to his bewilderment, the newcomer made no sound at all. Aside from the sound of the key turning in the lock, Li Ming could not hear the footsteps of the approaching individual, which heightened his caution. He abandoned his eavesdropping and cautiously lay on the ground, retreating beneath Wang Qian's bed, confident that the newcomer would not discover his presence. After a moment, the door he was intently watching slowly shifted, startling Li Ming and nearly disrupting his breath. How could this person make no sound at all? Under Li Ming's anxious gaze, the door gradually opened. By the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the window, Li Ming distinctly saw a pair of delicate, bare feet gliding from the living room into the room, each step taken with utmost care to avoid creating noise. This revelation calmed Li Ming's racing heart. It was merely the soundlessness of bare feet that had puzzled him. At that moment, he deduced the identity of the visitor, most likely his intended target, Wang Qian. She had returned stealthily, presumably to retrieve something, oblivious to the fact that he was the only other person in the room. Remaining silent, he feared startling her, so he controlled his breathing and quietly observed her movements. She entered the room with the same cautious demeanor, making her way directly toward Li Ming's position. She finally halted beside his face, and from this angle, he could catch a faint whiff of her fragrance. Although he could not see her actions, he noticed that Wang Qian, for some unknown reason, stamped her foot in frustration. Realizing the need for silence, she quickly pressed her toes against the floor, attempting to retract the sound she had just made. Watching her flurry of movements from beneath the bed, Li Ming couldn't suppress a smile. Wang Qian appeared rather endearing, quite different from her icy demeanor in photographs. He hesitated, contemplating whether to emerge and engage her in conversation, though he feared it would startle her immensely. During his moment of indecision, Wang Qian seemed to have found what she was searching for and stealthily made her way back toward the door. As she opened it, she cast a lingering glance at the room she had inhabited for so long, aware that this departure might be permanent. Yet, she had no choice but to leave. Taking one last look at her small bed, suddenly, Wang Qian's gaze inadvertently fell upon the space beneath the bed, where she caught sight of half a head and a pair of glimmering eyes staring back at her. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes and looked again. A piercing scream erupted, and in a panic, Wang Qian rushed out of the room. In her haste, she slipped and fell to the ground. Terrified, she scrambled toward the door, her body betraying her with a lack of strength, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Seeing her predicament, Li Ming could no longer contain himself and swiftly crawled out from under the bed. Wang Qian, don't run. I'm not a bad person. Please don't be afraid. Outside the door, Wang Qian continued to crawl away, her mind clouded with fear. Her senses dulled to the point where she barely registered the voice calling her name from within. Startled to the core, she hardly comprehended the words that followed from Li Ming's lips, her voice rising in a frantic wail. A ghost! There's a ghost! Help me! Wang Qian's cries were heart-wrenching, startling Li Ming as well. He sprang to his feet, hastening out of the room in a few swift strides, and promptly lifted Wang Qian, who was still crouched on the floor in a state of shock. As she was hoisted into the air by Li Ming, her cries ceased abruptly, replaced by a bewildered gaze fixed upon the figure before her. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon filtering through the window, Wang Qian discerned that the entity lifting her off the ground appeared to be a person. Chapter 17. The Jade Feet. Wang Qian. I am a human, not a ghost. please refrain from shouting. You will awaken everyone upstairs and downstairs. Li Ming held her closer, bringing her face nearer, endeavoring for her to see him clearly. However, the serene image Li Ming envisioned of her calming down and listening to his words did not materialize. Instead, as Wang Qian gazed at his face, now less than 10 centimeters away, her fear intensified. Not a ghost, a human, sneaking into her home in the dead of night and hiding beneath her bed. No matter how one pondered, he could not be a good person. Wang Qian let out another ear-piercing scream. Help! Me! Li Ming was at a loss for words. In the dead of night, if others heard her, he would not know how to explain. In exasperation, Li Ming swiftly delivered a precise strike to the nape of Wang Qian's neck. Her voice abruptly ceased, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Li Ming let out a long sigh. At last, tranquility returned. Holding the unconscious Wang Qian in his arms, her body pressed against him, soft and delicate. He felt a twinge of discomfort. As a fleeting thought crossed his mind, he hurriedly located the switch for the living room light, illuminating the room, and gently placed Wang Qian on the sofa. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Since matters had progressed thus far, Li Ming boldly pushed open the door to the master bedroom, confirming that the room was indeed unoccupied. He returned to the living room, sitting across from Wang Qian, quietly awaiting her awakening. There are myriad methods for rousing someone, as taught in the combat techniques of special forces. Pouring cold water over their heads, submerging them, administering a few slaps, pinching their philtrum, or even employing more drastic measures to awaken them through pain. However, as Li Ming gazed upon the unconscious Wang Qian, he found himself unable to act. Having already knocked her out was sufficiently egregious. He could not bring himself to do anything further, lest she awaken and regard him as a terrorist. Tilting his head, Li Ming contemplated whether he should first find something to cover her mouth, to prevent her from screaming upon awakening. However, before he could execute this thought, Wang Qian stirred and slowly regained consciousness. Covering her somewhat sore neck, she gradually became aware, opening her eyes to find Li Ming sitting calmly across from her on the sofa. Just as she intended to scream for help, the pain in her neck silenced her. Wang Qian gazed at Li Ming in fear. Although he bore a somewhat handsome appearance, he was undoubtedly not a good person. Ahem, you're awake. I'm not a bad person. Please do not shout. I'm a friend of your mother S, sent at her behest to check on you. Li Ming explained as gently as possible. Wang Qian, truly, your mother is quite worried about you. She provided me with your address. Upon my arrival, I learned that you had long since departed, and finding no one else in the house, I had no choice but to sneak in. Wang Qian remained silent, merely blinking and staring blankly at Li Ming. Why are you not speaking? When I entered your room, I heard the sound of a door opening outside. Fearing I might be mistaken for a villain, I hid beneath your bed. To my surprise, you returned. It seems my visit was not in vain. Upon hearing the words, Wang Qian moved her neck slightly, finding the pain had subsided compared to earlier. With caution, she spoke. Do you know my mother? What is her name, and where is she now? Your mother's name is Wang Xin, and she is currently serving her sentence in prison. However, she will be released soon. She misses you dearly and understands your resentment towards her. She assures me that she holds no ill feelings, even if you choose not to acknowledge her as your mother. Merely catching a glimpse of you and knowing you are well would bring her immense satisfaction, Li Ming explained. Are you truly my mother's friend? You seem quite young, almost my age. How could you possibly know her? Are you a drug dealer? Wang Qian's eyes brimmed with tears at Li Ming's words. Yet she fought to suppress them, still not fully believing Li Ming. How could I resemble a drug dealer? To clarify, I am actually the warden of the prison where your mother is incarcerated. I have only recently assumed this position. Your mother sought me out, expressing her concerns upon hearing about your impending marriage to some delinquent. She is worried you may follow in her footsteps and wishes for you to find a good family. Thus, she requested me to check on your well-being. Li Ming elaborated, raising her hands in a gesture of openness, finally elucidating the situation. Upon hearing her mother's deep concern, Wang Qian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She bit her lip tightly, unable to stem the flow of tears. After processing Li Ming's words, She finally managed to speak through her sobs. It's not that I don't want to see her. I dream of visiting her, but my aunt refuses to tell me where she is. I have pleaded with her countless times, but she insists my mother is a drug dealer who doesn't take care about me. Sometimes, she visits my mother without informing me, wanting me to forget her and obediently become her good niece, marrying off to a wealthy man for a better life. All the stories about my relationship with that delinquent are fabrications. It was she who brought a wealthy man home to sell me off. I would rather die than comply, and I jumped from the building to escape her clutches. Surely, when she couldn't find me afterward, she reported that I had run away with a man. Wang Qian exclaimed passionately. Li Ming, upon hearing this, finally understood. No wonder Wang Xian's family had vanished. They must be avoiding Wang Qian, fearing she would bring trouble. I see now. Thank goodness you are unharmed. Surviving a jump from the third floor without serious injury is indeed fortunate. But where did you go after that? It took you so long to return, Li Ming inquired with curiosity. Wiping her tears, Wang Qian recounted her subsequent experiences. After falling, I did sustain only minor abrasions. At that moment, I felt no pain. In my fear, I could only hide behind the greenery at the entrance of the community, fortunate that they did not pursue me. Without my phone or identification, I had no choice but to walk to a classmate's rental apartment, where I stayed for a few days. Eventually, I found a temporary job and have been working ever since. Upon my return, I intended to retrieve my mother's photographs, only to discover that they had mysteriously vanished, undoubtedly taken by my aunt. Wang Qian, in her frustration, stamped her foot in anger. Her bare feet, which she had not yet adorned with shoes, inadvertently captured Li Ming's attention, conjuring the phrase jade feet in his mind. Ahem, please put on your shoes. The floor is rather cold, Li Ming remarked, gesturing towards her feet. Ah, yes, of course. Wang Qian suddenly remembered that she was still barefoot, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she hurriedly stood up to fetch her shoes and put them on. Chapter 18. This is her daughter. Li Ming was not idle, fixating on the girl's petite feet. Instead, he stood up and retrieved 2 photographs from his pocket, placing them gently on the table. These images were the very reason for Wang Qian's return. Pictures of her mother in her youth. Having donned her socks, Wang Qian naturally noticed Li Ming's actions. Upon seeing the photographs of her mother, an uncontrollable joy surged within her as she grasped them tightly to her chest. So it was you who took them. How wonderful. This is the only photograph I have of my mother, she exclaimed. The loss and subsequent recovery of the photos made Wang Qian cherish them even more. I came over and couldn't find you. I intended to return these photographs to your mother, so I kept them safe. Li Ming suddenly recalled Wang Qian's earlier frustration upon discovering the photos were missing. Remembering that moment brought a smile to his face. I apologize, Director. I misunderstood you. Now I see you're a good person. Thank you for seeking me out. Wang Qian expressed her gratitude. If it weren't for Li Ming, she might never have had the chance to see her mother again in this lifetime. There's no need for thanks. It is my duty. My name is Li Ming, and I believe I'm slightly older than you, so you may call me by my name, he replied, thinking that Wang Qian need not thank him, for her mother, Wang Xian, had already paid a substantial price. Ah, all right, Brother Li, could you take me to see my mother? For all these years, I have longed for her, but I could only dream of her. Others say I am a child without a mother, but I would rather they say I'm the child of a drug dealer. I have a mother. As she spoke, her emotions overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing Wang Qian in tears, Li Ming hurried to console her, nodding emphatically. Of course, our prison allows visitation. I would never prevent you from seeing your mother. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Brother Li. Wang Qian cried, her tears flowing like rain. The answer she longed to hear unleashed years of pent-up grievances. And no one knew the struggles she had endured during that time. Li Ming wished to provide comfort, but adhering to the proprieties of their respective genders. He could only watch silently. Wang Qian wept for a considerable duration, sharing her hardships with Li Ming. As she continued to cry, she moved closer and took hold of his hand, repeatedly expressing her gratitude for the chance to reunite with her mother. Eventually, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell asleep while still holding his hand. Observing her finally at peace, Li Ming refrained from disturbing her slumber, remaining motionless as she clung to him. He cautiously turned to gaze at Wang Qin, whose face was tear-streaked yet still radiated exquisite beauty, even surpassing her mother's allure. Her slightly parted lips, rosy and pearly white, seemed to possess an irresistible charm that captivated Li Ming's attention. This was her daughter, his daughter. Yet, Li Ming dared not move. So he closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa, succumbing to sleep himself. Gradually, she found herself drifting into the realm of dreams. The night swiftly passed, and in the early morning, on the sofa, a couple lay entwined in a tight embrace. Their hands were clasped together, and the man held her securely, preventing her from slipping off the couch. In such a scenario, who awakens first becomes a matter of great significance. As fate would have it, while Li Ming was still lost in slumber, Wang Qin was the first to awaken, inexplicably feeling particularly comfortable that morning. Habitually, she attempted to stretch, but upon opening her eyes, she froze in place, paralyzed by surprise. Wang Qin widened her eyes, desperately trying to recall the events of the previous night. She remembered crying herself to sleep, holding Li Ming's hand, yet it couldn't have escalated so quickly. How had she ended up nestled in his embrace? The thought startled her, leaving her at a loss for what to do. How could she extricate herself from his hold before he awoke? She was anxious, feeling a sense of urgency. However, the intimacy of their position made it exceedingly difficult. With a sense of shock, she cautiously withdrew her hand from Li Ming's grasp. Noticing he remained asleep, Wang Qin grew bolder. She propped herself up with one hand against the sofa, but the other was firmly pinned beneath Li Ming. Her cheeks flushed. She hesitated to move, fearing that any sudden motion would rouse him, leading to an awkward situation. Moreover, his arm was still wrapped around her. If she were to rise abruptly, his hand would surely fall away, which would create further complications. As she pondered her next move, Wang Qin remained oblivious to the fact that Li Ming had also opened his eyes, gazing at her in astonishment. He, too, was momentarily stunned, unable to move. Blood rushed to his head, and his body grew increasingly warm. On Wang Qin's side, she had yet to devise a means of escape. With one hand propping against the sofa, she felt the strain in her arm intensifying, and she could not maintain her position for much longer. Just as she was about to muster the courage to withdraw her hand and rise swiftly, believing that short pain was preferable to prolonged discomfort, she felt Li Ming's heartbeat quickening. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 19, Ambiguity. Wang Qin's body stiffened momentarily, as if she had surmised something. Slowly, she lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes colliding with Li Ming's astonished expression. Ah! Wang Qin exclaimed in embarrassment and indignation, taken aback by how quickly Li Ming had regained consciousness. In her haste to withdraw, she forgot that her hand was still resting beneath him. In her flurry, not only did she fail to pull her hand away, but she also lost her balance, slipping and falling directly onto Li Ming. Before Li Ming could react, he found Wang Qin tumbling onto him, her lips seeming to find their place perfectly against his. Their mouths met, large eyes staring into each other's, both wide open with surprise. Even the previously flustered Wang Qin appeared to be frozen in place, immobilized in that moment. Li Ming, feeling the warmth of her lips and the softness of her body, felt as though he might explode with emotion. Fearing he might lose control, he summoned great willpower to steady himself and gently lifted Wang Qin upright. They sat side by side, enveloped in silence. Are you hungry? Perhaps we should go out for a bite? Li Ming ventured, breaking the awkwardness. Having just regained her composure, Wang Qin felt her cheeks flush again and gave a slight nod. Ahem, let us go then. Take a look around and see if there is anything you need to grab. If not, after we finish our meal, you can accompany me. I have a few matters to attend to, and we'll be heading back to the prison afterwards, which conveniently allows you to visit your mother as well. Li Ming stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff body, then headed directly to the restroom to wash his face briefly. Wang Qin lowered her head, following closely behind, washing her face haphazardly, still too shy to speak. After their ablutions, they descended the stairs, with Li Ming locating the jeep parked outside the community. Wang Qin joined him in the vehicle. Not long after, Li Ming casually chose a nearby breakfast spot, treating Wang Qian to a simple meal. Today, he had to visit another prison to pick up an inmate and then escort them back to Heishan prison. Reviewing the files, he confirmed the location and set off. On the road, Wang Qian seemed to have forgotten the morning's awkwardness, beginning to inquire about Heishan prison and her mother. Unfortunately, having only been there for a couple of days, Li Ming shared all the information he had with her. The car fell silent for a moment, prompting Wang Qian to shift her focus and probe into Li Ming's background. Brotherly, you are so young, yet hold the position of a prison warden. Your academic performance must be exceptional. Wang Qian gazed at Li Ming with admiration, thinking that the self-proclaimed outstanding seniors at her school paled in comparison to him. Li Ming was not only tall and handsome, with an impressive physique, but he was also gentle and kind, having brought her news of her mother. A series of flattering perceptions painted him in an irresistible light, leaving Wang Qian utterly enchanted. Previously, her demeanor, much like her photographs, was that of a cool, aloof sister. Yet under Li Ming's influence, she now resembled a docile kitten. Ahem, what a relief! Li Ming offered a bitter smile. He simply could not confess that he had been sent here by his father, as that would utterly tarnish his image. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian felt a deeper admiration for him. Here was a man of capability, yet so humble, unlike those seniors who pursued her, each one boasting extravagantly about themselves with unabashed arrogance. In her experience, Li Ming was the most exceptional man she had ever encountered, and their intimate moments had sown a unique seed in her heart, one that was sprouting rapidly and on the verge of blossoming. Li Yi, you are so outstanding. You must have a girlfriend, right? Wang Qian stole glances at the driving Li Ming, observing the changes in his expression, silently wishing for him to be single. Upon hearing her question, Li Ming sensed something amiss. Could it be that this girl harbored some special feelings for him? Setting aside the question of their compatibility, considering the actions he had taken with her mother, Wang Xian, he could not possibly entangle himself with Wang Qian. If he were to pursue such a path, would he still be human? With his thoughts racing, he pondered how to respond in a manner that would not hurt her feelings or lead her to develop any peculiar notions about him. The events of the morning had been entirely accidental. He only recalled holding Wang Qian's hand, but how had they ended up wrapped in each other's embrace while sleeping? Moreover, they had unexpectedly shared a kiss, a situation that struck him as absurd, yet it had undeniably occurred. After a troubled contemplation, he resolved against deceiving her and decided to speak the truth. I am just an ordinary person. There are many who are far more exceptional than I, and no, I do not have a girlfriend. I'm still single. Upon hearing Li Ming declare his single status, Wang Qian felt a surge of delight within, her cheeks naturally flushing with color. She bit her lip gently, hesitated momentarily, then summoned her courage to inquire, Li Ge, what kind of girl do you like? Li Ming, taken aback by her forthrightness, instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He had never anticipated such a direct question from her. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he considered that perhaps he was overthinking it. She might merely be asking out of curiosity. I believe that the most important aspect of a relationship is mutual understanding and respect, with compatible personalities being crucial. Physical appearance is secondary. A kind heart is paramount. He articulated his thoughts carefully, striving to keep his words broad and ambiguous. After he spoke, he caught a glimpse of Wang Qian from the corner of his eye. She seemed to be pondering his criteria, possibly applying them to herself. Li Ming's heart sank as he recognized the familiar signs. This was how those girls who had previously pursued him had acted, and the next step was often a confession. As the vehicle traveled smoothly down the highway, the atmosphere subtly shifted to one of tension. Li Ming, feeling anxious, knew he had to quickly change the subject, but could not think of a suitable topic. Just then, his phone rang, a lifeline in his moment of desperation, and he hurriedly answered without even checking who was calling. Hello, Li Ming. Have you completed your task? Lin Shi's voice resonated through the line. Yes, it's done. I am currently en route to Qingqing prison, and I anticipate arriving by noon. Li Ming replied, silently grateful for Lin Shi's timely phone call. Oh, that's wonderful. I just received a call from Qingqing prison. I informed them that our warden would personally come to fetch the inmate. They mentioned that they would warmly welcome you upon your arrival. Therefore, do drive carefully. If you truly cannot avoid it, You can always return tomorrow. There is still time. Lin Shi advised once more. All right, I understand. You need not worry. Li Ming responded just before Lin Shi abruptly ended the call. Glancing at the navigation, he noticed he was quite near Qingsheng prison and expected to arrive by noon. Brotherly, the sister who just called you has a really pleasant voice. Who is she? Wang Qian inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 20. Qingsheng Prison. She is the deputy warden of our prison, named Lin Shi. Once we arrive at Heishan prison, you will see her. Oh, Wang Qian murmured, her gaze drifting thoughtfully out of the window. Li Ming noticed Wang Qian's distracted state and, feeling a sense of relief, hastened the speed of the vehicle beneath him, for the atmosphere between them had grown somewhat awkward. Under Li Ming's deliberate pace, they arrived at the entrance of Qingsheng prison well before noon. Li Ming, having reviewed the documents, understood that Qingsheng prison was not solely a women's facility. It housed both male and female inmates. To avert any unnecessary complications, female prisoners were transferred to their Heishan women's prison after their arrival at Qingsheng. At this moment, Li Ming had parked the vehicle at the prison gate, where armed guards, with solemn expressions, halted his car. Hello, please register here with your identity information. The reason for your visit to Qingsheng prison, the individuals you wish to see, and the current time. After completing this, proceed to the security booth for inspection. Entry is permitted only after confirming that no dangerous items are present. A guard politely instructed, standing beside the car. Comrade, greetings. I am the warden of Heishan prison. Here are the documents. I am here on official duty to receive female inmates transferred to our facility, Li Ming courteously explained. Huh? Oh, good day, sir. You've arrived quite early. I will notify our warden to welcome you right away. The guard, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, saluted Li Ming, and promptly picked up a nearby phone to inform the internal staff of the arrival. Li Ming decided to step out of the car with Wang Qian, surveying the surroundings. It was his first time witnessing another prison. The exterior walls were as fortified as those of their own facility, adorned with electrified barbed wire that deterred any attempts at climbing. The main gate was similarly equipped with anti-collision barriers, and the security presence was comparable to their own, albeit the guards here were all male, lacking the visual appeal of those at their prison. Wang Qian, feeling apprehensive, stood behind Li Ming. It was her first visit to a prison, and the oppressive atmosphere left her somewhat breathless. The sight of guards armed with real firearms was particularly intimidating, as they occasionally cast furtive glances in her direction. Were it not for Li Ming's presence, they might have been even more audacious. Without making Li Ming and Wang Qian wait long, the prison gates were soon swung open, revealing a group of individuals pouring forth, led by a stout middle-aged man with a thick neck. Had he not been in uniform, Li Ming might have mistaken him for a local gangster. Upon seeing the youthful Li Ming, the middle-aged man's eyes brightened, and he hurried over, rubbing his hands together in greeting. You must be Warden Li Ming. Greetings. Just by looking at your impressive demeanor, I can tell that you are destined for great things. Ha ha ha. I am Huang Feihu, the warden of Qingsheng prison. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Please come in. I have prepared food and drink, eagerly awaiting your esteemed visit, Huang Feihu exclaimed, showering Li Ming with compliments that left him somewhat bewildered. In terms of rank, Li Ming was on par with Huang Feihu, making such excessive flattery unnecessary. Li Ming found himself momentarily perplexed and, with no better option, extended his hand to Huang Feihu. It is an honor to meet you, Director Huang. There is no need for such formality. I am here on official business. Let us forego the refreshments and prioritize the processing of the inmate's transfer. Li Ming replied courteously. My dear brother Li, I take the liberty of calling you brother, as our two prisons have long shared a cooperative relationship. The paperwork can be handled by my subordinates. Since this is your first visit, it will be quite remiss of me not to treat you properly. Please do not decline. It is merely a meal and will not delay your schedule, Huang Feihu exclaimed, warmly placing an arm around Li Ming's shoulders. Well, very well then. Li Ming conceded, unable to refuse, as Huang Feihu insisted on leading him further inside. That's the spirit, brother Li. And who might this be accompanying you? Huang Feihu inquired, casting a curious glance at Wang Qian. She is my friend, intending to accompany me back to Heishan prison. Qian, please come along. Li Ming beckoned to Wang Qian. Wang Qian hurried to follow. She felt a sense of security only by staying close to Li Ming. Oh, how wonderful. You shall have the chance to sample our prison's cuisine. The chef is someone I personally recruited. He was once a 5-star hotel chef. If he hadn't retired, I wouldn't have had the opportunity. Especially his squirrel fish is simply exquisite. You must try it. Huang Feihu laughed heartily, leading the trio toward the dining hall. As they walked, Li Ming sensed a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Turning around in curiosity, he was astonished to see a familiar figure from long ago. Dong Wentao. Li Ming thawed in disbelief. He had not expected to find him here. From his attire, it appeared he had become a prison guard at Qingqing prison. Without making a scene, Li Ming exchanged a surprised glance with Dong Wentao and continued to follow Huang Feihu into the dining hall. Dong Wentao was a classmate of Li Ming's from university. However, they had little interaction, as Li Ming frequently took leaves of absence. Not only did their classmates barely remember him, but even their university instructors had only a vague recollection of his presence, primarily due to his low-profile demeanor. Apart from his university girlfriend and a few female classmates enamored with him, he had little contact with others. Dong Wentao remembered Li Ming mainly because his girlfriend had also been fond of the campus heartthrob, Li Ming. After Huang Feihu ushered them to their seats, he called over the vice warden of Qingqing prison, a portly middle-aged man named Wang Hai, along with the female prison doctor, Yang Yang, to join them. Dong Wentao and the others busily attended to serving dishes and pouring drinks. Ha! Brother Li, allow me to introduce you to our prison's doctor, Dr. Yang Yang. She is likely of a similar age to you. You are the only man at Heishan prison, and Dr. Yang is our sole representative at Qingqing prison. Huang Feihu introduced with a hearty laugh. Oh dear, Director, how could I possibly compare myself to Director Li? He is truly a remarkable individual, while I, in this lifetime, am merely a humble prison doctor. Yang Yang's voice was melodious, imbued with a hint of tea's essence. Indeed, he was quite young, and working in such an environment as a prison, shielded from the elements, his complexion remained fair, and his figure was commendable. Every movement of his captivated the attention of the surrounding guards, particularly that of Dong Wentao. Chapter 21. The Truth from Li Ming's Vantage Point. He could discern the surreptitious gaze of Dong Wentao lurking behind Huang Feihu. It appeared that a girl of Yang Yang's ilk was quite to his liking. Ah, Li Douyang, you are still young. Opportunities abound in the future, so do not lose heart. Who knows, perhaps one day I shall relinquish my position as warden for you to occupy. Huang Feihu chuckled, jesting. However, you have spoken a truth, dearly. Indeed, you are a person of ambition at such a tender age, already assuming the role of warden. Surely, you will rise to prominence, and one day, you may be appointed to a more significant post. When that time comes, do not forget your old brother Huang. He laughed heartily, and should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall do my utmost to help. Come, Li Ming, I drink to you. Feel free to indulge. Huang Feihu rose, lifting a small cup of white liquor, which he downed in one gulp, then gestured to indicate that he had left not a single drop behind. Li Ming found it difficult to refuse and took a sip from his own cup. Rest assured, old brother Huang, I shall not forget you. Should I need your help in the future, I will certainly seek you out, Li Ming replied courteously. Well said, well said. Ha! Little Yang, raise a glass with Li Ming. You are both young and should cultivate friendships. Do not be misled by our slender Dr. Yang. Her capacity for liquor is extraordinary. Few can match her, Huang Feihu exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yang also stood and clinked her cup with Li Ming's. Better than Li, I have met Deputy Warden Lin a few times, and I thought the position of warden belonged to her. However, upon meeting you, I realized that this role is indeed yours. With your demeanor, it is evident that you are destined for greater stages beyond merely being a warden. I wish you a prosperous ascent. She concluded her words with a swift gulp of white liquor. Li Ming was somewhat impressed. That cup must have contained a substantial amount. Yet she, as a woman, consumed it without hesitation. Truly, those who grace such tables are no ordinary individuals. Unable to decline the gesture, Li Ming took another sip. Just as Yang Yang settled back in her seat, the previously silent deputy warden Wang Hai stood up. Warden Li, I'm not one for eloquence, but I feel a profound respect upon seeing you. Like our warden, should you require anything, I, Wang Hai, will exert my utmost efforts. He too downed his drink, his expression unchanging, as if he had merely consumed water. Ha ha ha, dearly enjoy the dishes. This deputy warden has been with me for many years, so feel free to ask him anything. Huang Feihu laughed again, pushing the food toward Li Ming. Li Ming, now somewhat exasperated, found himself in a humorous predicament. His newly acquired skill of perceiving sincerity had yet to be triggered in ordinary circumstances. Yet, throughout this gathering, the skill manifested repeatedly, revealing that, apart from their names, not a single word spoken by these three individuals was genuine. It left him in a state of bemusement, compelled to maintain his composure amidst their charades. At the banquet, cups clinked and drinks were exchanged, with several individuals having indulged a bit too much, leading to a more casual conversation. Brother Li, in your prison, there are many women, and consequently, many complications. Having just taken office, you may not yet be fully aware. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I am older and have spent considerable time in this realm. I have some people under my wing who can help with minor troubles, Huang Feihu whispered to Li Ming, lowering his voice. Oh, Brother Huang, could you elaborate? I truly am unaware of any particularly troublesome matters. Li Ming replied, his interest piqued. Lin she had previously mentioned similar sentiments, and considering the frequent changes in prison leadership, there must be some underlying reasons. Huang Feihu seemed to possess knowledge of certain secrets. My dear brother, if you were to ask others, they would likely remain oblivious, but you have come to the right person by asking me. This isn't much of a secret. Sooner or later, you will encounter it yourself. Huang Feihu took another sip of his drink, grinning. Women, wherever they are, always attract the attention of numerous men, especially the more beautiful ones. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward the prison doctor, Yang Yang. Yang Yang Sruget, not denying the implication. A bit tipsy, she leaned on the table, her ample bosom pressing against it, as if it might burst forth at any moment. The young prison guards nearby were unable to avert their eyes, swallowing hard in fascination. Even Wang Qian, who had never witnessed such a scene, found herself captivated. Thinking that this sister was exceedingly bold, she could never emulate such confidence. To remain so composed under the gaze of so many men was something Wang Qian greatly admired. The young guards noticed Wang Qian's fresh and ethereal beauty, yet, due to Li Ming's position as the warden, they dared not gaze at her for long. Yang Yang, after all, was more visually striking in this context. Huang Feihu continued, however, when beautiful women are incarcerated, those who admire them may find themselves in distress. Those with connections manage to extricate them before they enter prison, yet there are always cases where intervention is not feasible until the women are already inside. Huang Feihu raised his glass to Li Ming, sharing a knowing smile. Sentences can be commuted from death to life imprisonment, from life to a definite term, and from a definite term to a reduced sentence. I trust you grasp the implications now. Once those influential figures intervene, you, as the warden, will inevitably be the first to face the consequences. I have known all the previous wardens, some of whom refused to compromise their integrity, but in the end, what fate awaited them? I share this with you because I see you are young and have ascended to this position. Surely, you have powerful allies behind you. Sooner or later, you will learn of these matters, and it is not merely my old tongue wagging. Huang Feihu downed his drink in one gulp, winking at Li Ming. Li Ming listened quietly, momentarily at a loss for words. A sense of resonance stirred within him. What Huang Feihu had shared was, indeed, true. Should one simply allow those who disrupt the rules to act with impunity? Li Ming pondered silently, yet refrained from voicing this thought to Huang Feihu. Having lived perpetually under the protective wings of my parents, I have never truly encountered the depths of darkness, although I am aware of its existence. It is only upon facing it that one can truly grasp the extent of one's helplessness. However, if those individuals dare to provoke me, a sly grin spreads across Li Ming's face. They would certainly be unfortunate, for inciting my wrath would be akin to kicking a solid stone. Their concealment is commendable, yet I sincerely hope they do not provide me with any incriminating evidence. Otherwise, I may not be able to bear the consequences. But my father certainly will not shy away from them. Chapter 22. A Special Gift. As the evening progressed and the wine flowed, Li Ming found himself somewhat inebriated. Observing that the hour was growing late, he proposed to take his leave. "Brother Huang, how are the arrangements coming along? Nightfall is upon us, and we have indulged sufficiently. Let's transfer the necessary documents and be on our way," he stated, rising first and glancing at the time. Brother Li, the night is indeed advanced, and the prisoners must rest. There is no need to rush off. The paperwork is complete, but the escorting guards also require their rest. In this darkness, the roads are perilous, and should any mishap occur, the responsibility would be considerable. It is best to depart early tomorrow morning, Huang Feihu advised. Indeed, let's wait until dawn. We have ample clean rooms available here. Tonight, Director Li should rest well and set out first thing in the morning, Yang Yang added. Standing to support Huang's argument, Li Ming glanced at Wang Qian. He himself had no reservations, but he worried that she might find the situation overwhelming. Noticing Li Ming's gaze, Wang Qian bit her lip. She certainly did not wish to spend the night in such a place, surrounded by fearsome individuals. It would be impolite to dismiss the warden's hospitality. Reluctantly, she nodded in acquiescence. Brother Li, you may decide. I will follow your lead. Understanding Li Ming's concern for the young woman, Yang Yang stepped forward and took Wang Qian's hand. Do not be afraid, Qian. You shall share a room with me tonight. Although this prison is filled with men, with Brother Li here, no one would dare to harm you. Rest assured. With her arm around Wang Qian's shoulders, Yang Yang felt assured that Li Ming would also remain at the prison for the night. Seeing Wang Qian nod, Li Ming also relinquished his hesitation and, aligning with Huang Feihu's suggestion, prepared to stay the night. Deputy Warden Wang Hai had already set off to prepare the rooms. Huang Feihu instructed Yang Yang to escort Li Ming and Wang Qian to their quarters before he and Dong Wentao departed, arm in arm, to an unknown destination. Although Li Ming had not consumed an excessive amount of alcohol, he feigned a slight drunkenness to avoid further insistence from Huang Feihu and the others, fearing that too much drinking might lead to complications. Yang Yang and Wang Qian supported him as they made their way to the guest rooms, leading Li Ming to his designated chamber. The room was clearly freshly tidied, adorned with new bedding and infused with a subtle fragrance that alleviated any lingering unpleasant odors. Yang Yang and Wang Qian assisted Li Ming as he reclined on the bed, after which Yang Yang knelt to remove his boots before exiting the room with Wang Qian. Qian, we shall share a room tonight. My quarters are on the rooftop, secured with restricted access. No one can enter without my permission. You need not worry. The men in this prison lack the audacity to meddle, especially with Brother Li around. You have nothing to fear, Yang Yang reassured her as she led the way. In our profession, entering the prison system is akin to imprisonment itself, with limited opportunities for advancement. Thus, possessing keen insight is of utmost importance. To be relocated from this dismal environment, obedience is paramount. Hence, no one dares to act out of line. Wang Qian listened attentively to Yang Yang's words, nodding incessantly. She found her sister's discourse to be rather profound and somewhat incomprehensible. However, she grasped that her room was indeed very secure. After Yang Yang had arranged a safe haven for Wang Qian, she guided her on a brief tour of the rooftop. This rooftop, solely occupied by her, required a special access card to enter via the elevator, a privilege unique to Wang Qian within the entire facility. With this assurance, Wang Qian felt a sense of relief. After freshening up in her room, she reclined on her bed. Though she had not indulged in alcohol, the day spent traveling and the emotional exertion had left her utterly fatigued, and she soon succumbed to a deep slumber, her breathing becoming rhythmic. Yang Yang, witnessing Wang Qian's swift descent into sleep, smiled knowingly. After attending to her own ablutions, she emerged draped in a towel and selected a sultry nightgown from the wardrobe. Admiring her figure in the mirror, instead of returning to bed, she donned a loose outer garment over her night attire and stealthily opened the door. Noticing that Wang Qian was still soundly asleep, she gently exited the room, ensuring the door was securely closed behind her. Meanwhile, after being left alone on the bed, Li Ming rose when the room was empty and made his way to the shower. Having endured 2 days without a wash, coupled with the effects of some spirits, he felt an unbearable heat. The moment the water cascaded over him, a wave of relief washed over his weary body. Discovering a large bathtub in the bathing area, he whimsically filled it with water, intending to soak away his exhaustion. Testing the temperature, he found it to be just right and stepped into the tub, sinking into the warm embrace of the water with a contented sigh, his eyes fluttering shut in blissful enjoyment. At that moment, a soft click echoed as his door was gently pushed open from the outside. Oblivious to this intrusion, Li Ming remained blissfully unaware as drowsiness began to envelop him. The visitor entered his room, locked the door behind them, and surveyed the surroundings. Spotting the discarded garments draped over the sofa, a subtle smile graced their lips. She then removed her loose outer garment, revealing a form-fitting, alluring nightgown, and slowly turned the handle of the shower door. Li Ming, still lost in his reverie, was abruptly startled by the sound of the door opening. His heart raced as he raised his gaze. The silhouette that stepped through the threshold was none other than the prison doctor, Yang Yang, clad in a black lace nightgown that accentuated her long, bare legs and the delicate curve of her waist. Her petite feet gracefully traversed the space between them, approaching the astonished Li Ming. "Dr. Yang, what is this?" he stammered, desperately trying to suppress the stirring within him, unwilling to rise from the tub. "Didactoli, I bring you a special gift from our warden," she replied with a playful lilt. "Please do not decline such a generous offer. Furthermore, I hold a deep admiration for you and wish to experience a day as your girlfriend. I implore you to indulge my request." As she spoke, one foot stepped into the bathtub, causing Li Ming to tense, just as he was about to refuse her advance. Suddenly, a resonating voice echoed in his mind, heralding the system's notification. Publishing a task. As the warden of the women's prison in Montenegro, fostering good relationships with other wardens is an essential responsibility of my position. Consequence of failure. Henceforth, I shall face a united boycott and targeted opposition from all cooperating entities, leading to incessant setbacks. Title acquired. Social terminator. Effects of the title. Universally loathed, I shall find myself ostracized from social interactions across all institutions, with interpersonal relations entirely thwarted. Chapter 23. Madness. Task reward. Spirit of the sincere. A sudden task emerged in Li Ming's mind, prompting him to suppress the instinctive refusal that almost escaped his lips. Not again. Each time such a situation arose, a task would materialize, compelling him to comply, accompanied by severe penalties. This time, it entailed the complete cessation of all social interactions, facing resistance from everyone. Clearly, it targeted his vulnerability. The system's punitive measures and machinations left him seething with silent indignation. However, Yang, oblivious to Li Ming's unfortunate descent, assumed his acquiescence, fully immersing herself in the water. "Dr. Yang." Li Ming's words were cut short as Yang denied him the opportunity to speak. Stationed at the staircase, Dong Wentao, although distanced from Li Ming's room, found himself in a hushed corridor. He exchanged a glance with a fellow guard, both silently lowering their heads in reluctance. He retrieved his phone and scrolled through a class group from years past, consisting of 57 members. Yet, he distinctly recalled their class comprising 58 individuals, with Li Ming being the sole absence. Perusing the chat history, he noted classmates venting about their unscrupulous bosses, others boasting about their prestigious jobs, and some engaging in entrepreneurial ventures with flourishing companies. At that moment, Dong Wentao yearned to inquire in the group, "Do you remember Li Ming? Our class's invisible heartthrob, who has now become the warden, residing in the room beside mine with a woman I long for but cannot attain. And furthermore, he has me on sentry duty? Can you believe it?" Dong Wentao's mind roared with frustration, yet his fingers remained frozen, unwilling to act. After all, the man battling within was not him, but the warden himself. He was merely a lowly guard, likely destined to remain within these prison walls for life. Should he disrupt Li Ming's moment of leisure, and if it reached the ears of their warden, Huang Feihu, his future would be irrevocably compromised. He had painstakingly secured this decent position through connections. He would not rashly jeopardize the latter half of his life. Gritting his teeth, Dong Wintao stowed his phone away, turning to join another guard as they both retreated into their respective rooms. After a considerable time, Li Ming examined the recently acquired task reward. Ahem. Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Yang. He steadied himself, reflecting on the earlier chaos and feeling somewhat remorseful towards Yang. It's no trouble at all. As long as you are satisfied, Director Li, Yang languidly stretched, relishing the moment. Satisfied. Indeed, Li Ming felt a sense of clarity washing over him. His mind, sharper as the alcohol consumed earlier, had dissipated with the vigorous activity. He had to admit, Huang Feihu truly understood human nature, discreetly facilitating the presence of women, ensnaring even Li Ming himself. Naturally, Yang's identity, physique, and appearance were pivotal. Most men would likely falter at this hurdle. Dr. Yang, there's no one else here. Please refrain from calling me Director Li. Just use my name, Li Ming said, rising to sit beside Yang with a smile. Very well, Li Ming. Then I shall not hold back. Yang shifted slightly, offering a seat to Li Ming. But what about Keshuan? Is she settled? Li Ming wondered about Wang Keshuan, uncertain if she had overheard Yang's loud voice moments ago. Rest assured, she is peacefully slumbering in my room on the top floor. No one can access it but me. She is quite safe and undisturbed. Yang gently reassured him with a knowing smile. That's a relief. However, I'm rather curious. Why do you adhere so closely to Huang Feihu's words? If it's inconvenient, feel free to disregard my question. Chapter 24. The illegitimate daughter Li Ming was genuinely curious as to why she complied so readily, leaving it a moment's notice. Yang was still quite young and possessed extraordinary beauty. She would surely be welcomed elsewhere, even if she chose not to work as a prison doctor. Such a significant sacrifice seemed unnecessary. Li Ming, while verbally expressing that he would not press if Yang found it inconvenient to share, secretly activated the skill he had just acquired. Heartfelt sincerity, divine response. Upon hearing Li Ming's question, Yang displayed no signs of discomfort. Perhaps the skill had taken effect. She offered a slight smile and began to speak. There's really no harm in telling you. In truth, Huang Feihu is my father, my biological father, though I am his illegitimate daughter. My mother's surname is Yang. To avoid exposure, I took my mother's surname. It's not so bad, though. Despite being a love child, he treats both my mother and me quite well. He personally arranged for my position as a prison doctor. Since my arrival at the prison, he has looked after me closely. This time, he asked me to accompany you and inquired about my opinion. He mentioned that you are connected to influential figures with a profound background. He believes that aligning with you could elevate my prospects immensely. He also remarked that someone like you is destined to have more than one woman, urging me not to overthink and to simply become one of your women. As for me, I have a favorable impression of you. Being one of your women does not seem like a loss. After placing my trust in you, I feel even more reassured. Having elucidated her background and intentions, Yang appeared to draw closer to Li Ming, who seemed somewhat dazed, as if still processing her revelations. Yang blinked at him. Meanwhile, outside, Dong Wintao exchanged a glance with his companion, both expressing helplessness. They turned in unison and returned to their respective rooms. After a considerable time, Yang trembled as she made her way back to the rooftop, gently pushing open her room door. Wang Qian's breathing remained even, undisturbed by her entrance. Relieved, she dragged her weary body back to her bed, gazing at the white ceiling, feeling a mix of love and fear for Li Ming. At that moment, Li Ming lay in bed, enveloped by Yang's warmth and the faint scent of a woman. His thoughts were in disarray. He pondered whether his indulgence would yield adverse consequences. Initially, he had been compelled by the task, yet he found himself enjoying the experience. The peculiar mission seemed intent on molding him into a seasoned veteran like Huang Feihu, taking advantage of every opportunity, reaping every benefit, and still maintaining the facade of a principled prison warden. It felt as though he was drifting further from his parents' expectations. This was merely the beginning. Just a few short days had passed, and he could only wonder what he would become in the future. Lost in thought, Li Ming succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he once again encountered that extraordinary vision, dining at a table with a group of grotesque creatures, their heads like tigers and bodies like men. As they raised their cups and exchanged pleasantries, he felt an inexplicable joy. Gradually, he sensed a transformation within himself. Through the reflection in his cup, he realized his visage had morphed into something equally monstrous. The following morning, Li Ming was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ming opened his eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, recalling the place where he found himself. A knock echoed from the door, prompting him to hastily don his attire and open it. Standing at the threshold were Dr. Yang and Wang Qian, both of whom had already tidied themselves and wore smiles upon their faces. Good morning, Director Li. It's time to rise. The prisoners scheduled for transfer have been arranged. We are just awaiting your presence to count them before embarking on the journey. Yang cheerfully reminded him. All right. Give me 2 minutes, and I shall be ready shortly. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement, turning to retrieve the director's formal attire. After dressing, the tall and imposing figure of Li Ming re-emerged before the two women. It was their first glimpse of him in uniform, and their eyes brightened with surprise. Wang Qian's gaze sparkled with admiration, her cheeks flushed, unmistakably revealing the stirrings of youthful affection. Noticing their rapt attention, Li Ming cleared his throat and announced, Let us proceed. We wouldn't want to keep them waiting. Of course, Director Li. Yang shot a playful glance at him, hidden from Wang Qian's view, and then led the way. Before long, they arrived at the prison yard. Li Ming surveyed the scene, where a group of female inmates, of varying ages and clad in the prison uniforms of Qingsheng, were lined up in a squatting position, closely monitored by armed guards. Among them was Huang Fei, who, upon seeing the trio approach, hurried over. Ha, my dear brother Li. Did you sleep well last night? I apologize for any shortcomings in my hospitality. Please forgive me, Huang Fei said with a friendly squint, feigning casualness as he warmly inquired about Li Ming's well-being. Chapter 25. I aspire to improve. I had a restful sleep, thanks to Brother Huang. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the head count. Li Ming replied courteously, taking the folder that Yang had handed him, and began to meticulously cross-reference the details. This transfer involved a total of 23 female prisoners, and with the accompanying guards, at least 3 vehicles were required. Holding the files, Li Ming called out the names of the inmates one by one. Li Yanan, present. Guo Ping, present. Li Meng, present. Dan Qingyin, present. Upon calling the last name, Li Ming instinctively compared the photograph on the file with the inmate herself. Observing the image of Tan Qingqing, he raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze to the owner of the voice. Tan Qingqing was quite young, merely 24 years old, embodying the exuberance of youth. Her features were exquisite, her figure graceful, her skin fair, and her hair remarkably smooth. Compared to the other inmates, she appeared to belong to an entirely different realm. While the other prisoners sat despondently on the ground, visibly anxious about their impending transfer to an unfamiliar place, Tan Qingqing seemed unfazed. Her bright, sparkling eyes surveyed her surroundings, and she gazed intently at Li Ming, as if to say that even in this prison, there existed such a handsome man, indeed a feast for the eyes. Li Ming met her gaze for a fleeting moment, astonished yet maintaining his composure. The minimum sentence for being transferred to the Black Mountain Women's Prison was at least 15 years. She had undoubtedly committed a grave offense. Li Ming tucked the files away into the folder and signed the paperwork presented by Yang, completing the transfer process. Brother Huang, time is of the essence. Now that the handover is complete, I shall set off. I will drive ahead. Please dispatch some personnel to escort us. Certainly, I have made all the arrangements. 3 vehicles, fully armed, ensuring absolute safety. Drive cautiously. You shall arrive before nightfall, Huang Fei advised, patting Li Ming on the shoulder. Li Ming expressed his gratitude, not lingering any longer, and boarded the jeep with Wang Qian. The prisoners were also led by the guards to their respective vehicles. Just as Li Ming prepared to depart, he noticed Yang stepping out from the side to halt his vehicle. Didactoli, I shall accompany you. I am the attending prison doctor, and I can address any issues promptly, Yang stated as she opened the rear door and hopped in. Let's be off, Director Li. Everything is in order. We can commence our journey. Yang Yang exclaimed excitedly, winking at him. Ah, splendid. But Dr. Yang, have you accompanied us during the previous prisoner transfers as well? Li Ming Kirat Bujlat. Of course. After all, I'm the prison doctor. I have accompanied Deputy Warden Lin on several occasions to your Black Mountain prison. Yang Yang replied comfortably, removing her shoes and reclining in the back seat. As long as she was not within the prison walls, her spirits inexplicably soared. Li Ming, hearing this, chose not to elaborate further, casting a furtive glance at Wang Qin. He pressed the accelerator, officially commencing their return journey. With Yang Yang aboard, Wang Qin reverted to her previously reserved demeanor, resembling the cool image captured in her photograph. In comparison, the ethereal demeanor of the present moment is undeniably more endearing. Having risen at an early hour, Wang Qin was preoccupied with the thought of reuniting with her mother once nightfall arrived. Shortly after boarding the vehicle, she began to close her eyes, seeking to rejuvenate her spirit in preparation for the evening ahead. Meanwhile, Yang Yang reclined in the back seat, resting to replenish the energy expended the previous night while engaging in conversation with Li Ming. Didacto Li, I've heard that the physician in your prison is quite a beauty. Unlike me, she is an exceptional talent, having graduated from a prestigious medical school and worked in various esteemed hospitals. It's perplexing why she would forsake such a promising future to serve as a prison doctor. Yet she is indeed renowned. Oh, is that so? My time here has been brief, and I must confess I have yet to hear of this. Li Ming pondered, recalling the anger he harbored regarding Xiao Hong, the doctor who had previously examined him. What a pity. If I possessed her level of expertise, I would certainly not find myself in a prison. The hospital would be my realm to showcase my abilities. At work, I would be a formidable woman, and, after hours, a sophisticated urbanite, effortlessly balancing a lucrative career with a fulfilling life. What a splendid existence. Yang Yang sighed dreamily, resting her head upon her arm. You're still young. It's not too late to pursue further studies, Li Ming remarked, glancing at Yang Yang through the rearview mirror. He noticed that she had shed her uniform jacket, revealing a blouse that accentuated her figure. Even without intent, he could discern the black lingerie beneath the unbuttoned gaps of her shirt. Alas, some things truly depend on innate talent. To be frank, I learned at a notably sluggish pace. After graduation, while my peers were already assisting in surgeries, I remained stagnant, struggling to find my footing. Gradually, I resigned myself to this fate, which is why I ended up in the prison system, Yang Yang admitted, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender to her circumstances. What are your plans then? Do you intend to remain a lackluster prison physician indefinitely? Do you harbor any alternate aspirations? Li Ming inquired with curiosity. Certainly, I do not wish to remain a prison doctor forever. Yang Yang exclaimed, sitting upright with fervor as she fixed her intense gaze upon Li Ming. Director Li, I aspire to progress. Although I may be somewhat slow in my studies, my desire for advancement is unwavering. I wish to transfer from the prison. The environment here is too stifling. Even a more trivial position would suffice. As long as I have a stable job and a place to reside, I would bring my mother here and, if possible, I would like to have a child. Beyond that, I yearn to ascend further, to witness the world through the eyes of those who dwell above. I refuse to be objectified by lecherous men. I want their respect, even their fear. Didactoli, I want to progress. Yang Yang articulated passionately. Coughing lightly, Li Ming quickly glanced at Wang Qin in the passenger seat, relieved to see her with eyes closed, having fallen into slumber. Dr. Yang, please do not be overly agitated. I understand. I comprehend, he replied with exasperation. Seeing that Li Ming did not oppose her ambitions, Yang Yang's expression brightened. She cast him a playful glance before reclining once more. Director Li, I did not intend to impose upon you. It was merely a persistent obsession in my heart. For reasons unknown, I find myself compelled to confide in you whenever we converse, as if you were the person I trust above all others. Despite our mere acquaintance of less than 2 days, a rather peculiar phenomenon. Yang Yang scratched his head, filled with bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt even more uneasy, secretly astonished by the impact of the skills. The convoy continued its journey, and as the morning had passed without a meal, Yang Yang informed the team to halt at a supply point to eat. After a swift repast, the convoy set off once more. Yang Yang switched seats with Wang Qian to facilitate her rest in the back seat, yet Wang Qian found herself unable to awaken fully. After the meal, she felt even sleepier. The vehicle swayed gently, lulling Wang Qian back into the realm of dreams. Chapter 26. A stirring in Yang Yang's heart as the convoy advanced. Li Ming and his companions gradually distanced themselves from the city, with the road becoming increasingly desolate and the surroundings eerily quiet. Li Ming glanced at the navigation system and noted that, at their current speed, they would arrive before nightfall. Yang Yang, seated in the passenger seat, leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside with a sense of wonder. Every time we pass through here, I feel that your Black Mountain prison is far more inhospitable than our Qingqing prison. It resembles a remote wilderness, a barren expanse. Even if a prisoner managed to escape, they would likely perish before reaching any signs of civilization. It is simply too desolate, she mused. Well, it is a prison after all, and it must be situated in an isolated location. Moreover, we are housing serious offenders, so we must exercise caution, Li Ming replied, one hand firmly on the steering wheel, his gaze drifting toward the desolate forest in the distance. It's rather dull to remain in one place for too long. It can make one's mind dull, and the incidence of depression would surely rise. I dislike that, Yang Yang remarked, rolling up the window and reclining her seat for greater comfort. Huh. So according to your reasoning, with so many inmates in prison, wouldn't they all inevitably fall into depression? Li Ming Shukulat. Indeed, but they have no choice in the matter. Whereas we can still make choices, Yang Yang replied, turning her body slightly to admire the striking figure of Li Ming in his uniform, suddenly feeling a flutter in her heart. Stealing a glance at Wang Qian, who was soundly asleep in the back seat, curled up with her back facing Yang Yang, her body gently rising and falling with each breath. Yang Yang smiled softly at Li Ming. What are you doing? I'm still driving, Li Ming exclaimed, a mix of surprise and concern washing over him. He secretly admired her audacity, fully aware that not only was there a person lying in the back seat, but that they were also being followed by another vehicle. Qian is sleeping soundly. You just focus on the road. Be careful not to veer off into a ditch, Yang Yang retorted, unfazed by his protests. After a moment, Li Ming cast another furtive glance in the rearview mirror. Wang Qian remained undisturbed, allowing him to relax and concentrate on driving. He accelerated, and the convoy behind them matched their speed. Time passed, and Li Ming slapped his face, forcing himself to remain alert, gradually reducing his speed once more. Thankfully, the following vehicles did not notice anything amiss, and Wang Qian remained asleep, prompting a sigh of relief from Li Ming. I must not let that happen again. It was far too dangerous, he said, his voice tinged with apprehension. Next time, who knows when that will be? Director Li, it is most important to cherish each day as it comes, Yang Yang said with satisfaction, casting a sidelong glance at Li Ming as she leaned back into her seat. Feigning sleep. As the convoy continued its journey, Li Ming, still uneasy about Yang Yang's earlier actions, cautiously pulled over to the roadside. He approached the 3 escort vehicles following behind, opening each door to conduct a thorough check. Satisfied that the prisoners were all in order, he felt a wave of relief and resumed his route, much to Yang Yang's amusement at his diligence. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Do you think everyone possesses your audacity? They certainly do not exhibit such boldness. As prison guards, if one were to lay a hand on an inmate, it would lead to severe legal consequences. When confronted with a beautiful prisoner, they merely steal a few glances, too wary to act recklessly. Ahem, I am merely being prudent. This is my first time transferring inmates, and I cannot afford to create chaos. If I cannot manage this minor task, how can I aspire to be the warden?" Li Ming's face flushed slightly as he recalled the actions of Wang Qian's mother, Wang Exen, prompting him to explain awkwardly. Seeing his demeanor, Yang Yang assumed it was merely a reaction to the impropriety of their earlier actions and did not dwell on it further. The two engaged in light conversation as they drew ever closer to their destination, the Black Mountain prison. Eventually, the convoy traversed a thickly wooded area and overcame the rugged terrain, finally arriving at their intended location, the Black Mountain Women's Prison. The convoy was halted by the female guards on duty, prompting Li Ming and his companions to disembark. Upon recognizing Li Ming's return, the female guards saluted in unison. "Warden, you have returned." The deputy warden, Lin, approached promptly. "Yes. Aboard are the inmates for this transfer. Here is the list and their respective files. Please conduct a thorough check of the numbers and identities before allowing the convoy entry." Li Ming instructed with a calm demeanor. "Understood, Warden. Leave it to me. You must be weary from your journey. Please, go inside and rest," the female guard replied, saluting as she accepted the documents. Chapter 27. Arrival. Li Ming nodded, feeling no need for formality. After a long day of driving, he had expended considerable energy, particularly due to Yang Yang's alluring presence, which drained his vitality despite his exceptional physical conditioning akin to that of a special forces soldier. With Wang Qin and Yang Yang in tow, he first passed through the security checks conducted by the prison guards before bringing them inside. Protocol demanded such measures. Otherwise, he would have difficulty explaining himself to Lin Shi. As fate would have it, Lin Shi arrived just then, slightly delayed. "You're back. I trust there were no unforeseen complications?" She scrutinized the two young women accompanying Li Ming, her brow furrowing slightly. She was familiar with Yang Yang, the prison doctor from Qingcheng prison, and her presence was reasonable. However, the younger girl, whose face was unfamiliar to her, raised her curiosity. Indeed, everything went smoothly. "No surprises at all. You must know Dr. Yang. There's no need for me to introduce her. This young lady is a relative of an inmate. Here for a visitation," Li Ming explained, noting Lin Shi's gaze on the two women behind him. "A relative of an inmate? Visitation requires both identification and proof of relationship, along with a scheduled appointment. It's not simply a matter of showing up unannounced. Moreover, visits are limited to once a month and last only half an hour. Given the time, today is certainly not feasible," Lin Shi replied, raising an eyebrow as she reiterated the visitation regulations while her eyes remained fixed on Li Ming. She was intrigued to see how he would navigate this unexpected situation. Clearing his throat, he chuckled awkwardly. "Well, her name is Wang Qian, a friend of mine, primarily here to see me. Officer Liu, please arrange a room for her. Ensure she is settled in. I will join her once I finish my duties." Li Ming, recognizing Lin Shi's serious demeanor, refrained from overtly flouting the rules in front of so many witnesses and opted to shift the conversation. Coincidentally, the officer from the second prison district had accompanied Lin Shi. Li Ming instructed him to take Wang Qian to the guest room first, postponing the visitation discussion for later. "Certainly, Warden," the officer responded, casting a quick glance at Lin Shi's expression. Noticing her calm demeanor, he proceeded to lead Wang Qian towards the guest accommodations. Wang Qian had overheard Lin Shi's explanation of the regulations and cast a worried glance at Li Ming. She possessed only her identification, lacking any proof of relationship. Li Ming met her gaze with a reassuring expression, encouraging her to follow the officer. Though anxious, Wang Qian followed, glancing back repeatedly. In a brief span, she realized how much she depended on Li Ming. His presence felt like a solid anchor in her turbulent sea of emotions. Without him, she felt adrift and apprehensive. Yet, thinking of her mother, she steeled herself and obediently followed. "Deputy Warden Lin, it's been quite a while," Yang Yang interjected, sensing the tension and stepping in to alleviate the situation for Li Ming. "Indeed, it has been too long. We shall catch up later. For now, I must bring the inmate in," Lin Shi acknowledged, observing Li Ming's protective stance towards the young girl. Given the crowd, she chose not to undermine his authority. Subsequently, Lin Shi directed the prison guards to verify the identities of the inmates. Once confirmed, she opened the grand door, allowing the convoy to enter. In the square, the inmates had completed the transfer procedures, now lined up in 2 rows with their personal belongings at their feet, awaiting further instructions. As customary, the warden was required to address these newcomers. "Shall it be you or I?" Lin Shi inquired of Li Ming after she returned the documents to Yang Yang. "Why don't you take the lead? I shall merely listen and learn from you," replied Li Ming, who was not particularly adept at delivering such formal speeches and preferred to let Lin Shi take the reins. Nodding in agreement, Lin Shi approached the inmates, clapping her hands to capture their attention. "I am Lin Shi, the deputy warden of Black Mountain Women's Prison. Accompanying you is the esteemed warden, Li Ming, she announced. Upon your arrival at our facility, it is imperative that you adhere to our institutional regulations. You must strictly follow the daily schedule, comply with the directives of the supervising officers, and obey orders. As long as you remain obedient, no one will target you here. Avoid being a troublemaker, for the consequences will be dire. Shortly, we will conduct a health examination followed by the allocation of your respective units. I hope you all strive for good behavior in the future with the aim of reducing your senses. Upon concluding her address, she waved her hand, prompting the supervising officers to line up the inmates and guide them to the medical examination room. Dr. Yang, you are well aware of our prison's regulations, so there is no need for you to stay overnight. Please extend my regards to Warden Huang. She said politely to Yang. Certainly. I understand that men cannot stay in a women's prison. Next time, I will come by myself, and I hope you won't send me away. Doctor, Yang replied with a slight smile, showing no signs of displeasure. The rules had always been clear, with so many male guards. It was understood that they could not remain overnight in a women's facility. Of course, Dr. Yang, should you visit again, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. She responded with a smile. Very well. We shall take our leave now, so as not to impede your work. Farewell, Deputy Warden Lin and Warden Li Ming. I look forward to our next encounter. Yang shook Lin Sabalas' hand, then took hold of Li Ming's large hand, subtly scratching his palm at an angle where she could not see. Li Ming noticed Yang's playful gesture, but refrained from responding, mindful of Lin's presence. After a brief handshake, they parted ways. Dr. Yang, I appreciate your efforts. Please drive safely on your way back, and remember to contact me if you need anything. Li Ming courteously saw Yang to the car and waved goodbye. Farewell. Yang waved energetically as she and the guards drove away from the prison. Enough of that. Let us proceed. The inmates are undergoing their health examinations, and we should observe as well, she said, tugging at Li Ming's sleeve before turning to lead the way inside. Oh, all right. Is the examination procedure the same as when I arrived? Li Ming asked curiously, vividly recalling his previous experience. Your experience back then was nothing compared to what you will witness now. Follow me, and I shall broaden your horizons. She retorted playfully as she opened the door to the examination room. The room remains unchanged, and Xia Hong still occupies that chair. However, unlike her previous alluring attire, she is now clad in a white coat, donning a mask, and wearing disposable gloves, though she still sports the same pair of black stiletto heels. Sister Hong, how is everything? She inquired. The two prison wardens have arrived. Everything is prepared. They are currently taking a shower and will be ready to proceed shortly. Chapter 28. As soon as Xia Hong's voice fell, the shower curtain was drawn aside. The guard led the way out, followed by a line of completely naked female inmates. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, feeling his presence might be inappropriate. Just as he contemplated leaving, she grasped his arm. Where do you think you're going? This is the reality of prison. They engaged in unlawful acts, so they must anticipate facing such situations eventually. Stay and observe. After all, you are the warden. She spoke with a hint of indifference. Hesitating slightly, Li Ming pondered that not all inmates were irredeemably wicked. They too possessed human rights. The notion of being exposed to the gaze of unfamiliar men while entirely naked seemed excessively harsh. His gaze swept over the female inmates who had entered the examination room, their expressions remarkably composed, suggesting that perhaps this was not their first encounter with such scrutiny. Xia Hong stepped forward, holding the inmates' identification information, instructing them to line up at the examination station. From now on, follow my commands. Do as I instruct, and the sooner we finish the examination, the sooner you can return to your cells for rest. Li Yanan stepped forward. Upon hearing her name, the inmate named Li Yanan trembled slightly and hurried to the examination station. Open your mouth. Wider, please. Now, lift your head. Turn around. Spread your legs. Bend over. Noticing the inmate bending down, Xia Hong placed a file on the table, donned disposable gloves, and began the internal examination. Moments latte. Having completed the procedure, Xia Hong removed her gloves, marked the file with a check, and allowed the inmate to rejoin the line. Those who have finished can put their clothes back on. Behave yourselves, warned a nearby guard wielding a baton. Observing this procedure, Li Ming realized that his previous examinations had indeed been considerably gentler by comparison. In the prison, inmates had but one path to tread: obedience to orders. Any form of resistance would lead to severe repercussions. Here, the concept of self-respect held no value. The inmates understood this truth, complying dutifully with Xia Hong's directives throughout the examination. Finally, the last inmate to be examined, the most unique among them, approached Tan Qingqing. "Dan Qingyin, come forward. It's your turn." Xia Hong changed her gloves and pointed to the examination station. At that moment, Tan Qingyu refused to listen. "So I must compel you to comply," Lin Shi retorted vehemently. "However, what I need to convey is of utmost significance. It is critically important, Warden. You must believe me." Tan Qingqing, upon hearing this, grew increasingly anxious, tears brimming in her eyes. "No, there is no room for negotiation. You two restrain her," Lin Shi commanded, pointing at the two guards. "Please no. Help me, Warden. You will regret this." Tan Qingqing cried out in terror, stumbling backward, her modesty disregarded in her panic, inadvertently granting Li Ming an unwelcome view. Ding dong. A mission was issued. The prisoner before me appears to harbor some hidden truths. As the warden, it is only rational to heed her words and not overlook any suspicious circumstances. Please save her before the examination concludes and uncover the truth. Failure penalty. Acquire the title of Unfeeling Warden. Title effect: emotion deprivation, implanting robotic cognition, resulting in the absence of all feelings, unyielding and selfless, strictly adhering to protocol. Mission reward: a one-time item, good person card. Item effect: exempt from one failure penalty. The announcement echoed in Li Ming's mind. Having gained experience from previous encounters, he remained composed and calmly reviewed the mission details. To save Tan Qingqing, the penalty for failure was as severe as ever. Losing all emotions would mean becoming robotic. What purpose would life hold then? Such a fate must be avoided at all costs. The reward, however, was enticing: a failure exemption card, a valuable asset to be used in critical moments. Weighing the pros and cons swiftly, Li Ming found himself with no choice. The mission had been issued with no intention of allowing refusal. As he observed Tan Qingqing being pinned to the examination table by the two guards, her lower half exposed and her legs flailing helplessly, she continued to curse and weep. Meanwhile, Xia Hong had donned her gloves and was about to approach. At that moment, Li Ming finally spoke. "Wait, Sister Hong." All eyes turned to Li Ming, including Lin Shi's, who appeared perplexed. Could it be that Li Ming genuinely intended to save her? Xia Hong halted her movements, her gaze fixed on Li Ming, awaiting further words. "Release her for now. Since she claims to have something important to tell me, it would be prudent to wait. Take the other prisoners back to the cell block first. Leave her here until we have a chance to converse," Li Ming stated calmly. "Deputy Warden Lin, would this be acceptable?" Li Ming turned to Lin Shi with a smile. Lin Shi, gazing at his gleaming white teeth, felt an overwhelming urge to punch him, shattering that pristine smile. Was he truly so captivated by the beauty that he would forsake reason? Was she not deserving of respect, even if she was a prisoner? Lin Shi's face darkened as she replied, "You are the warden. You make the calls. Why consult me?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming understood Lin Shi had acquiesced, albeit with a hint of discontent, likely due to his disruption of protocol. However, such concerns are of little consequence now. Lin Shi can soothe matters later, but his task cannot afford any delay. "Very well, let it be as such for now. You may all leave, but she shall remain. Hongye, do not depart just yet. Please wait for me by the door for a moment. Once our conversation concludes, I shall seek you out." Li Ming smiled at Xia Hong. "Certainly, as you command, Warden. I shall await you in the medical room nearby. Just call for me once you are finished." Xia Hong playfully winked at Li Ming, her gaze flitting eagerly between Tan Qingqing and Li Ming, clearly brimming with curiosity. Chapter 29, The Bet. As Li Ming and the others exited the medical examination room, they took a seat and surveyed the distraught Tan Qingqing, who lay helplessly on the ground, weeping. From her time in the Qingqing prison, Li Ming discerned that Tan Qingqing was unlike the typical inmate. She resembled a mischievous canary, come to experience life behind bars. Her delicate, fair skin and rosy hands suggested that she had likely never engaged in labor, having lived her life as a pampered young lady, accustomed to the service of others. The freshly cropped bob, while slightly jarring on other inmates, only accentuated Tan Qingqing's refined features, rendering her appearance comparable to that of stars on television, even in her barefaced state. Li Ming scrutinized Tan Qingqing from head to toe, and once her emotions stabilized and her tears subsided, he finally spoke. Now, tell me, what pressing matter do you wish to discuss? While I may have temporarily rescued you, should you deceive me, the necessary examinations will still be conducted. His indifferent tone sent Tan Qingqing into another bout of tears, stripping away her earlier nonchalance. With trembling limbs, she stood, no longer shielding her vulnerable areas, and pleaded, "Warden, I won't be here for long. My family will rescue me in a few days. Please, I beg you, do not let them conduct the examination. This is truly my first time. Once I am released, I will express my gratitude. I have wealth. I can offer you a substantial sum, if only you would agree." Li Ming raised an eyebrow in astonishment at her words. Just moments earlier, Huang Feihu had shared secrets about the prison's rescue operations, and now he found himself presented with such a coincidence. Was it mere chance, or had Huang Feihu intentionally hinted at this? A sense of curiosity enveloped Li Ming, as he suspected Huang Feihu knew more than he let on. "Oh, your family intends to rescue you? By the looks of you, you haven't been here long. You wish to leave after just a few days? What connections does your family possess?" Li Ming Tiasa. "Indeed, Warden, you must believe me. How much do you want? I will certainly provide it. Please lend me your phone. A single call will ensure the money is transferred. I implore you, Warden." Tan Qingqing, in her fervor, fell to her knees, grasping at Li Ming's pant leg. Li Ming silently attuned himself to the resonance of his intuition, yet received no indication, suggesting that Tan Qingqing was indeed truthful. She was affluent, and it appeared she would not remain incarcerated for long, deepening his intrigue regarding her situation. "You mentioned that someone would retrieve you shortly. How exactly will they do so? As the warden, I should be aware of such matters. Without my signature, no one can release you. Do you understand?" Li Ming probed, attempting to clarify. "Well, Warden, it's not that I wish to withhold information. I simply do not know the current status of my family's efforts. I only know they will surely come for me. My time here is merely a formality. I never anticipated the thoroughness of the inspections. If I were to be careless during the examination and my membrane were to rupture, even if they were to retrieve me afterward, it would be too late." Tan Qingqing expressed her regret, lamenting the unforeseen complications she faced. "Do you possess such confidence that your family can indeed secure your release? What crime brought you here?" Li Ming, intrigued by her unwavering conviction, picked up Tan Qingqing's file and began to peruse its contents. Smuggling, bribery, and financial fraud, an array of serious offenses culminated in a sentence of 25 years, already sealed and effective. Could her family possibly extricate her from such a predicament so effortlessly? Li Ming was utterly confounded. Tan Qingqing had committed grave crimes. Was it truly so simple to be released? Did she think of the prison as her private garden, coming and going at will? What a farce! Li Ming resolutely refused to entertain such notions. He was determined to witness who could dare to liberate Tan Qingqing right before his eyes. "Prison warden, since I have made such a statement, rest assured I possess the confidence. You must trust me. Allow me to remain undisturbed for a few days, and upon my release, I shall present you with a grand gift." Tan Qingqing declared earnestly. "A grand gift is unnecessary. Do not indulge in fantasies. No one can extricate you from here. Resign yourself to that fact," Li Ming replied bluntly as he rose to his feet. "Warden, if you do not believe me, would you dare to wager?" Tan Qingqing, exasperated by Li Ming's obstinacy, found herself confronted with an inflexible prison warden. With a swift mental shift, she resorted to this desperate tactic. "A wager? How intriguing. What shall we bet on?" Li Ming, noting the absence of his task reward, seized upon her proposition. "Let us wager on whether I can escape. Within a week, or at most half a month, I will surely leave this prison, and I shall do so openly, Tan Qingqing proclaimed, rising and covering her modesty, her brows furrowed. She no longer wished to present herself to this man. Li Ming's demeanor was profoundly disheartening. "Oh, quite bold. And what shall your stake be?" Li Ming inquired with amusement, genuinely intrigued by her indignation. Her coy demeanor only heightened his interest, stirring emotions within him. "My stake, if I cannot escape, I shall become your dog within this prison, obeying your every command. As a young maiden, you surely wouldn't find that unappealing." All right, that is acceptable. But what if you succeed? Li Ming pressed further. Should I manage to escape, you need not lift a finger. Merely ensure my safety within these 2 weeks. Do not allow the doctor to conduct intrusive examinations, and keep me separate from other inmates. I reside in a single cell in Qingqing prison. Very well. Any other requests? I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Li Ming replied with a slight smile, unperturbed. Additionally, may I borrow your phone for a call? I shall not use it for free. Once I am released, I will still present you with a grand gift. I, Tan Qingqing, am a woman of my word, never one to speak idly. Despite her state of undress, her commanding presence left Li Ming with newfound respect. Agreed. I accept your wager, Li Ming said, producing his phone and handing it to her. After careful consideration, he realized he had nothing to lose and was eager to see how Tan Qingqing would attempt to escape from his grasp. Make your call now. Speak your mind clearly, for I shall lend you my phone only this once. You have 5 minutes. I shall return in 5 minutes. After finishing his words, Li Ming turned and exited the examination room. After informing the guard station at the door, he proceeded to the adjacent medical office. Pushing the door open, he found Xia Hong languidly reclining in a chair, engrossed in the earnest study of a book in her hands. Chapter 30. Humiliating Submission. Warden, have you finished your conversation with that inmate? Xia Hong observed as Li Ming entered, placing the book in his hands down. Yes, I have, Hongjia. I have a rather unreasonable request. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Li Ming replied, a smile gracing his face, exuding a sense of flattery. Assist? What assistance do you require? Just speak plainly, Warden. I will certainly heed your request, Xia Hong responded, shifting her posture and crossing her legs, her expression equally cheerful. Well, when you examine Tan Qingqing later, could you simply take a look without conducting a physical inspection? I have just promised her that I wouldn't lay a finger on her. After you're done, just mark it in her file. What do you think, Hongjia? Li Ming explained in a hushed tone. This doesn't align with our protocols. Our Black Mountain Women's Prison is unlike ordinary prisons. We house particularly dangerous offenders. They pose significant risks, and if we forego a physical inspection, who knows what might be concealed inside? Should anything happen? Xia Hong raised her finger to her chin, indicating her apprehension. Hongjia, I am the warden. I will take full responsibility. Moreover, I intend to place her in solitary confinement, restricting her contact with other inmates. This way, she won't create any trouble. Just follow my instructions, all right? Li Ming rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat uneasy and nervous about engaging in such impropriety for the first time. Very well. Who am I to argue with the warden? I shall comply, Xia Hong replied with a resigned gesture. She understood that Li Ming had likely made some clandestine arrangement with the inmate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so protective of her. However, whatever secret dealings had occurred were of no concern to her as a medical officer. After years in the prison, she had learned the wisdom of not prying into matters that did not involve her. Should we inform Deputy Warden Lin? If this is exposed, it would put me in a difficult position. Xia Hong expressed her reservations. There's no need to inform her just yet. I will address it when the time comes. I appreciate your willingness to help. Thank you, Hongjia. Li Ming felt a weight lift from his chest upon hearing Xia Hong's agreement. Thankfully, she was not as stubborn as Lin Shi. With the main issue resolved, and with still a few minutes to spare, Li Ming began to meander around the infirmary. He had visited this room previously when he had fainted. Aside from the various medical instruments, there were also numerous personal items belonging to Xia Hong. A golden trophy elegantly displayed on a high shelf caught Li Ming's attention. Noticing his interest, Xia Hong elaborated. This trophy was won during a competition while I was working a medical institution abroad. It was my first trophy, and perhaps my last. Once I entered the prison, I lost the opportunity to participate in any competitions. She approached the trophy, a nostalgic glimmer in her eyes. I've heard that you were quite impressive in the past. Hongjia, a top student no less. What led you to work in a prison? The outside world seems far more suited to you, Li Ming inquired curiously. Upon hearing this, Xiaohong's expression momentarily dimmed before she regained her composure, merely shaking her head without elaborating further. Let us not dwell on the past. No matter how splendid it once was, it now belongs to a different time. Presently, within these prison walls, I find solace in a rather tranquil existence, indulging in my preferred pastimes and savoring the books I cherish. One could argue that it is rather delightful. One might say I have grown accustomed to it. A faint smile graced Xiaohong's lips, as if she had come to terms with her circumstances. Li Ming, perceiving Xiaohong's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from probing further. Their relationship remained that of superior and subordinate, and they had only met a handful of times. Thus, it was natural for her to withhold certain sentiments. Red sister, you ought to smile more often. Your smile is truly enchanting. Li Ming exclaimed, his admiration genuine. He swore that his compliment was sincere. Xiaohong's visage retained a captivating allure akin to that of a fox spirit, yet the golden-rimmed spectacles perched upon her nose concealed her beguiling essence. Clad in a white lab coat, she exuded an aura of both innocence and allure. Li Ming believed that if she were to remove her glasses, the true Xiaohong would be unveiled, delicately charming and irresistibly endearing. One could even liken her to the legendary Sudaji. Though Xiaohong had recently donned a somewhat melancholic demeanor, what woman does not relish the sweet sound of flattery? Upon hearing his words, her mood shifted instantly, radiating joy. Haha, warden, you possess quite the silver tongue. It must surely endear you to the ladies. No wonder the deputy warden harbors concerns about you. You should reserve such compliments for her lest she become envious. Xiaohong teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, I speak only the truth. It is not an embellishment. The first time we met, you sat there smiling at me, and I was utterly captivated. I can hardly find my words. Have you forgotten? Li Ming raconta, gesticulating animatedly, eliciting laughter from Xiaohong. Nonsense. I did not smile. Indeed, you did. Did not. Hey. The two engaged in playful banter until Li Ming glanced at the clock, realizing that 5 minutes had nearly elapsed. He beckoned Xiaohong to accompany him for Tan Qingqing's medical examination. Red sister, I shall go in first. Please wait a moment. Li Ming instructed, pushing the door open ahead of her. At that moment, Tan Qingqing had just finished a phone call, a smug expression adorning her face as she regarded Li Ming. Warden, everything is arranged. I return your phone. I trust you will uphold your end of the bargain. Indeed, I shall certainly keep my word. You two do not shed tears if you lose, Li Ming replied, intrigued to see how Tan Qingqing would fare. Surely, she could not possess extraordinary abilities, could she? Stowing away her phone, Li Ming summoned Xiaohong into the room, adopting a serious demeanor in front of both women. Tan Qingqing, considering your unique circumstances, we shall forego the physical examination. However, our physician must conduct a thorough visual inspection. We will now proceed with the medical evaluation. Understood, Warden, Xiaohong affirmed, retrieving Tan Qingqing's file and gesturing for her to step onto the examination platform. This time, Tan Qingqing complied without resistance, obediently taking her place. Open your mouth. Look up. Turn around. Spread your legs. Bend over. As soon as Xiaohong finished her instructions, Tan Qingqing spun around. Indignation etched across her features. Warden, do we not agree to forego the physical examination? Why must I bend over? Tan Qingqing protested, shielding her body, fury evident in her expression. Cough. We shall indeed forego the physical examination, but we must still take a look. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements. Dr. Xia's skills are exceptional. You need not worry. Li Ming felt a sense of embarrassment, but proceeded to explain himself. You. Fine. Fine then. Tan Qingyin, aware that she had reached this point, realized that resistance was futile. She could only endure her indignation and bent down. Though she did not turn around, she could sense the gaze behind her. At that moment, Her heart was filled with humiliation, and she wished she could bite Li Ming to death. Despite having spoken both kind and harsh words, she could not fend off this humiliating method of inspection. That scoundrel, the prison warden, once she was free, she would make sure he would not escape her vengeance. Chapter 31. Are you running a fever? In the midst of Tan Qingqing's resentment, Xia Hong, displaying no restraint, meticulously opened the document to ensure everything was in order. Satisfied, she nodded to Li Ming and marked a check on Tan Qingqing's file. After passing this hurdle, both Li Ming and Tan Qingqing exhaled in relief. Tan Qingqing finally donned her clothing again, concealing her ample springtime exposure. Once, she could never have imagined that this flimsy prison garb would provide her with such a profound sense of security. At this moment, her feelings of injustice reached a crescendo, tears streaming down her face. Yet here in the prison, no one tended to her fragile heart. Once the inspection was complete, Li Ming instructed the guard at the entrance to escort Tan Qingqing back to her cell, specifically requesting that she be assigned to a single occupancy room. Observing that Li Ming had not gone back on his word, Tan Qingqing felt somewhat reassured, casting a lingering, resentful glance at him before following the guard away. Having resolved matters here, Li Ming felt both mentally and physically drained, yet he could not afford to rest. Wang Qian awaited him. This young girl was not a convict and required careful handling, especially since he still owed Wang Xian a favor. With this in mind, Li Ming hurriedly sought out the second supervisor to inquire about Wang Qian's accommodations. Before long, Li Ming arrived at the door of Wang Qian's guest room. He knocked gently. After a considerable wait, the door finally swung open, revealing Wang Qian in a cartoon-themed pajama set, her hair still damp, indicating she had just bathed. Upon seeing Li Ming, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she stepped aside to let him in. "Brother Li, have you finished your work? When can I see my mother? I miss her so much." Wang Qian's heart ached at the thought of her mother, Wang Xian, being so close yet out of reach, and tears flowed freely down her cheeks. "Please don't cry. Get a good night's sleep, and I will arrange for you to see her tomorrow. Right now, it's the prisoner's bedtime, and I cannot facilitate a visit," Li Ming said, feeling flustered at Wang Qian's distress. This was not Tan Qingqing. This girl needed comfort. However, Li Ming was at a loss for how to soothe the child. Although Wang Qian was only a few years younger than him, he still viewed her as a little girl. He could only gently stroke her hair, hoping it would have a calming effect. To his surprise, as soon as his hand rested on her head, Wang Qian abruptly ceased her tears, her face flushing and her body tensing. Li Ming was astonished to see her temperature visibly rising, the moisture in her damp hair beginning to steam from her warmth. This remarkable sight left him agape, incredulous. "But, Qian, are you running a fever? Why is your face so red?" Li Ming queried, placing his palm on her forehead. However, before he could keep it there for even a second, the embarrassed and angry Wang Qian swiftly swatted his hand away. "Oh dear, Brother Li, I'm not feverish. You sit down. I'll dry my hair," Wang Qian exclaimed, dashing into the bathroom like a startled rabbit, leaving Li Ming standing there, bewildered, staring at the closed bathroom door. After a considerable while, as Li Ming sat idly, on the verge of dozing off, Wang Qian emerged from the bathroom. However, she had changed into an entirely different outfit. The cartoon pajamas she had worn earlier were replaced by a delightful JK uniform. The top was a creamy white blouse, adorned with a blue and white bow tie at the collar, while the bottom consisted of a plaid skirt in shades of red and black, its hem resting just above her knees, exuding an abundance of youthful charm. She walked barefoot towards Li Ming, her feet glistening without any adornment. Noticing that Li Ming's gaze often wandered to her feet, this time she intentionally showcased them. Inviting his attention, Li Ming, in turn, was captivated, swallowing hard as he watched her approach. He yearned to inquire if Wang Qian was aware of the alluring impact of her ensemble, especially with those bare feet. Was this a test of his resolve? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him as he realized that Wang Qian was no longer a mere child. At 20 years of age, she was undoubtedly an adult. "Li, big brother, do you think this outfit is beautiful?" Wang Qian shyly asked. "Beautiful indeed, but this is quite..." Li Ming hesitated, pondering if she was attempting to charm him once more. Li Big Brother, I will see my mother tomorrow, and I wish to wear this outfit to show her I am doing well and to ease her worries. So, I need your opinion on it, Wang Qian said, a playful smile gracing her lips as she observed Li Ming's nervous demeanor, knowing her choice had not gone unnoticed. Oh, ha ha ha, it's splendid. You should definitely wear this. Your mother will be delighted to see her beautiful daughter and will undoubtedly feel proud, Li Ming replied, secretly relieved, though unsure if he was disappointed or liberated by the exchange. Yay, that's wonderful. Thank you, Li Big Brother. I don't know how to repay you. Wang Qian expressed her genuine gratitude, feeling as though Li Ming was a beacon of light in her life, guiding her to her mother like a chosen one descending from the clouds. No need for repayment. I'm merely the warden helping your mother with a small favor. It's quite convenient for me. Li Ming waved dismissively, thinking that Wang Qian need not feel indebted to him, as her mother, Wang Xine, had already compensated him in advance. Wang Qian shook her head, regarding Li Ming as a selfless benefactor, determined to find a way to repay his kindness. Just as she was about to speak further, she sensed his gaze lingering on her feet again, prompting a smile as new ideas began to form. The ground is chilly. Qian, perhaps you should put on some shoes, Li Ming suggested, though he found her delicate, rosy feet quite endearing. Li Big Brother, the ground is a bit cold. Would you warm them for me? Wang Qian's cheeks flushed again as she shyly avoided his gaze. Huh? Li Ming was taken aback, unsure if he had heard her correctly. Warm her feet? How could he possibly do that? This seemed rather inappropriate. Kuyen, you. Li Ming scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Brotherly. Wang Kuyen gritted her teeth, since Li Ming harbored affections. Why should she feel shy? Li Ming was surrounded by numerous women, each more beautiful than the last. Today, the deputy warden Lin, she had cast an unusual glance at Li Ming. Taking the initiative was wise, while hesitation only brought misfortune. Vamkayanis Gazehardent. Chapter 32, Utterly Embarrassed. Wang Qian, steeling herself, slowly navigated around the table and settled onto the sofa beside Li Ming, sitting closely beside him. Brotherly, I know you like. You? Could you help me with this? Closing her eyes, Wang Qian cast aside all modesty, ignoring her shyness. She gradually lifted her trembling feet, resting them upon Li Ming's legs amidst his astonished gaze. Li Ming, hands covering his face in sheer embarrassment, was utterly bewildered by Wang Qian's actions. Do I like? He thought, his face flushing crimson. Surely, she must have caught him stealing glances at her feet, leading her to believe he had affections for her. This realization dawned upon him like a thunderclap. Swallowing hard, he suppressed the tumult within him, fearful that an absurd task might unexpectedly arise. He quickly rose, casting a glance at the still prone Wang Qian, her face concealed by her hands. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, well, Qian, I've had a tiring day, so I'll head back to rest. You should get some sleep too. I'll come by tomorrow to see you. So I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for her response, Li Ming dashed out of the room. With the sound of the door clicking shut, Wang Qian finally lowered her hand from her face, revealing her cheeks that had turned a deep crimson, akin to a freshly boiled crab. I am mortified. Utterly mortified, she muttered, rolling over and burying her face in her arms, her voice trembling with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the flustered Li Ming was making his way back to his office. As he passed by Lin Shi's office, he noticed that the light was still on, even at such a late hour. Was she still awake? After a moment's hesitation, he approached and knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Shi's voice resonated from within. Upon hearing this, Li Ming entered to find Lin Shi diligently scribbling away at her desk, seemingly engrossed in her work. Curiosity piqued, he stepped closer, only to receive a pointed glare from Lin Shi. What is so fascinating? You're quite the curious one. Huh, I merely wish to learn from you. I've only been the warden for a few days and am still quite clueless. Naturally, I must seek guidance from Senior Lin. Li Ming Raplia, grinning as he leaned in. I would not dare to accept such a title. Your authority as warden Li is far too great. I'm merely a deputy warden, hardly worthy of being your senior. Lin Shi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, come now. Don't be upset. It's just for appearances with others around. We're practically family, having grown up together, Li Ming said, winking and flattering her playfully. Don't. Who said we grew up together? Don't misrepresent me. I'm not in your camp, Lin, she replied, her irritation dissipating as she shot him another exasperated look. What's this? Did you have an engaging chat with that beautiful inmate? Is it because she has an appealing figure and striking looks that your heart is racing? You seem rather partial to her. I have heard that you have arranged for her a private room. Are you truly planning to maintain this little affair within the confines of the prison? Lin, she remarked with a touch of irritation. Observing Lin, she's heightened reaction. Li Ming could only offer a sheepish smile and began to elucidate his position. No, you have misunderstood. During my recent visit to Qingxing prison, the warden, Huang Feihu, shared some matters with me related to the resignations and untimely deaths of previous wardens. He even made a point to draw my attention. Upon my return to the prison, I encountered Tan Qingxing, who insisted on speaking to me privately. I thought it would not be a waste of time to hear her out. To my surprise, she asserted that she would not be able to remain in our prison for long, as someone from the outside would surely extricate her. Her conviction seemed genuine. So I agreed to collaborate with her, eager to discover how Tan Qingxing planned to escape from prison. Who possesses such remarkable influence and reach? Li Ming lowered his voice, imparting this intriguing narrative to Lin Shi. This was the first time Lin Shi had encountered such a scenario. Her beautifully shaped brows furrowed tightly, and she remained silent for a while, seemingly processing the information. No wonder. It turns out there are such matters. Lin, she murmured to herself. What? What do you mean, no wonder? Li Ming inquired curiously. Lin, she set aside her pen, her demeanor becoming serious as she addressed Li Ming. Li Ming, you must exercise caution and not let this spiral out of control. Those who dare extend their reach so far must have their backing. The previous warden's car accident and subsequent suicide could very well be attributed to such circumstances. What I meant by no wonder pertains to a different matter. Li Ming, intrigued, pressed for further details. What is it? Please, do share. Lin, she rubbed her forehead, taking a moment to organize her thoughts before recounting the events. It was early last year when I had just begun my tenure at the prison and was not yet the deputy warden. A group of new female inmates had completed their health examinations and had barely settled into their assigned cells when a sudden directive arrived from above, stating that there were discrepancies in their cases, necessitating their reinterrogation. Following the orders of the then warden, I was responsible for escorting the inmates out. As they departed, I overheard someone mention that they would never return to the prison. At the time, I paid little heed to it, but as time passed, I realized that there had been no further news about those inmates. Later, I grew curious and sought to investigate their records, only to find that it was as if they had vanished from existence, their files completely erased. In retrospect, it seems they were indeed rescued by someone. As Lin Shi reached this point, her voice grew somber. These offenders have eluded punishment without a trace, and if they have escaped the prison, they are bound to commit further crimes. Yet here I am, a guard meant to oversee these inmates, unwittingly aiding their evasion under orders. How utterly infuriating. Li Ming nodded in agreement after absorbing Lin Shi's account. Indeed, it appears that some individuals have previously been extricated by these so-called influential figures. However, now that I am here, should they dare to extend their reach into this domain, I will ensure they face the consequences they rightfully deserve. Chapter 33. A Cleaner Approach. Lin Shi recounted to Li Ming some peculiar incidents that had transpired in the prison previously, and she earnestly urged him to consult her should any unusual situations arise. If he found himself unable to cope, he should not hesitate to inform his father or Li Ming's own father. However, Li Ming had no intention of contacting his father at that moment. He was no longer a child, and he believed it inappropriate to return home seeking parental comfort over minor grievances. The two engaged in conversation for over an hour, and soon Li Ming's eyelids began to grow heavy. He bid Lin Shi farewell and returned to his office. Neglecting to freshen up, he lay down on his bed and soon succumbed to deep, even breathing. The following morning, Li Ming awoke naturally, without Lin Shi coming to rouse him. Perhaps the previous encounter had left her feeling somewhat awkward. Relishing the restful sleep, he rose, attended to his morning routine, and glanced at the time before heading straight to Wang Qian's residence. The primary agenda for the day was to facilitate a meeting between her and her daughter. Upon arriving at Wang Qian's door, he found it ajar. He stepped inside to take a look, but found no sign of her. Puzzled, he inquired with the guard outside, learning that Wang Qian had gone to the cafeteria with the second instructor. Luckily, Li Ming was feeling hungry himself, so he made his way in the direction of the cafeteria. As he entered, he immediately spotted Wang Qian, clad in the same JK outfit from the night before. To his surprise, Lin Shi was also seated at her table alongside the second instructor. Upon noticing Li Ming at the entrance, Lin Shi raised her hand and waved. "The warden graces us with his presence. Come over here. This table has a lovely lady, and the food is particularly delectable." Lin Shi's voice echoed through the cafeteria, drawing the playful gazes of the dining guards towards Li Ming. Clearing his throat, Li Ming felt his cheeks flush and hurried over to take a seat. Wang Qian couldn't help but smile at his flustered demeanor. "Just now, Qian mentioned that you were a hero coming to the rescue, traveling great distances to help her mother find her long-lost daughter. What an admirable deed. If I were the warden, I would award you a banner. Alas, I am merely an assistant. You might as well grant yourself one," Lin Shi said with a playful shrug. You all know too much. This hardly qualifies as heroism. It is merely my duty," Li Ming replied, attempting to change the topic as he realized that Wang Qian had shared everything with Lin Shi and the others. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Li, for speaking without your consent," Wang Qian said, lowering her head in a pitiful manner. "Oh, there is no need to apologize. It's not something to be ashamed of," Lin Shi interjected, waving her hand dismissively. "Exactly, no need for apologies. What is the big deal? Qian, you should eat quickly. You didn't have a proper meal yesterday and must be quite hungry. After you finish, I'll arrange for you to meet your mother," Li Ming said as he accepted a bowl of rice from a guard and began to eat heartily. "Everyone should take a page from our wardeness book, ladies. In the future, when looking for boyfriends, one should seek out someone as considerate and attentive as our warden. It is perhaps best to directly seek the prison warden as a boyfriend, achieving the goal in one fell swoop." Lin Shi's voice rang out, eliciting laughter from the surrounding guards. Li Ming, upon hearing this, remained silent, only hastening his pace while eating. Meanwhile, Wang Qian's face flushed. She had taken Lin Shi's words to heart, stealing a glance at Li Ming before quickly lowering her head. After devouring his meal with great fervor, Li Ming departed the table, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Qian before turning to exit the dining hall. Wang Qian followed closely behind, her heart a tempest of anxiety. Her hands clasped together as she furtively gazed at Li Ming's retreating figure. Li Ming, acutely aware of her emotions, gently reassured her, "Qian, do not fret. I shall take you to the counseling room. Your mother will arrive shortly. Have faith." Wang Qian nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "Brotherly, I am truly afraid. I was separated from my mother at a very young age, and if it weren't for a photograph from her youth, I might have forgotten her visage. Now, as I am about to meet her, I fear she may not resemble my imagination." "Foolish girl," he replied, "regardless of how different your mother may appear from your expectations, she is still your mother, serving a 13-year sentence in this prison, worried about you every single day, longing for you. Do not dwell on these anxieties. Once you meet her, such worries will be rendered futile. Let us hasten so that you may see her and be free of these burdens." Li Ming smiled tenderly, quickening his pace. Upon arriving at the counseling room, Li Ming instructed Wang Qian to wait there while he, accompanied by the second guard, personally went to bring Wang Xian from the second prison area. After passing through numerous checkpoints, Li Ming found himself standing at the door of Wang Xian's cell. The second guard, anticipating Li Ming's command, promptly produced the key to unlock the cell door. Inside the six-person cell, Wang Xian glanced at the electronic clock on the wall, noting that it was not yet time for the inmates to be released. Why then was the door opening? The other inmates regarded the door with curiosity until they recognized Li Ming's silhouette. "Good day, warden," they exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and intrigue in their voices. Only Wang Xian exhibited a blend of joy and worry, fearing that Li Ming might bring her unfavorable news, yet also dreading the silence of no news at all. Since their last meeting, she had remained in this state of unease, and she had lost a few pounds in that short time. "Greeting, Wan Xin. Please step outside with me, Li Ming replied succinctly, beckoning her to follow. Yes, warden, Wang Xian responded eagerly as she exited the cell, the second guard locking the door behind her. Warden, you called for me? Wang Xian inquired, her nerves palpable. Come with me. I have taken care of what you mentioned last time. Let us proceed to the counseling room, Li Ming stated, withholding the information that Wang Qian awaited her there, intending to surprise her. Meanwhile, Wang Xian's heart raced with trepidation, wondering if Li Ming was once again in need of her assistance. After a few days apart, she feared he might require her help once more, doubting whether he had made any progress in searching for her daughter. Wang Xian resolutely resolved within herself that she would soon exert all her efforts to make a splendid impression. If he did not find her repugnant, she would willingly offer herself entirely to him. She had no alternative. He was the sole man within this prison, and even if she wished to barter her body, there were no other prospects. She must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, if Li Ming were to express dissatisfaction, she would be deprived of any information regarding her daughter. Prison warden, could you kindly escort me to the examination room for a shower? It would be much cleaner, Wang Xian whispered softly near Li Ming's ear. Chapter 34. I know you are anxious. A shower? Li Ming turned to Wang Xian in confusion. Had she caught wind of something? Did she know that Wang Qian had already arrived? As Li Ming recalled the raucous laughter of the crowd in the cafeteria earlier, he nodded, understanding dawning upon him. It must have been some prison guard who had finished their meal and let it slip, which informed Wang Xian of her daughter's arrival. Li Ming had intended to surprise her, but now that surprise had dissipated, and he simply nodded in agreement. A shower would indeed be beneficial. Tidying oneself up would bring a sense of reassurance. I will take you to the health examination room for a wash first, and then we shall proceed to the psychological consultation room, he announced, gesturing for the second guard to come over. Second guard, you may attend to your duties. I will escort her myself and return her once we are done. Yes, warden. The second guard saluted and refrained from following Li Ming any further. Wang Xian observed how effortlessly Li Ming dismissed the second guard, speaking without concern for being overheard, her expression turning somewhat peculiar. Had the warden truly gained complete control over the prison? Was he so unperturbed by the unspoken rules surrounding the inmates? Indeed, what a promising young man he was. She felt a surge of delight, affirming that she had not chosen the wrong person after all. As Li Ming guided Wang Xian towards the health examination room, he noticed her apparent happiness and, understanding her eagerness to see her daughter, deliberately quickened his pace. They soon arrived at the examination room. Go ahead and wash. I know you are anxious. I shall wait for you here, and do remember to present your finest self. Li Ming settled into a chair in the examination room, gesturing towards the shower area. He was aware that Wang Xian wished to display her best side to Wang Qian. He pondered whether he should visit the medical room next door to borrow some cosmetics from the alluring Xiaohong. However, Wang Xian interpreted Li Ming's words quite differently. Am I anxious? What am I anxious about? Clearly, it is you rascal, who is anxious, hence the deliberate remarks. Wang Xian cast a playful glare at Li Ming before stepping into the shower. Since her husband had passed away and she had been incarcerated for over a decade, she was seeking Li Ming's assistance. Yet, she did not harbor any resentment. In fact, gazing at Li Ming's handsome visage instilled in her a sense of having gained an advantage. In her prison block alone, countless inmates were envious of the warden's physique, and now she felt a peculiar pride in having gained his attention first. As the water cascaded over her body, Wang Xian reveled in the maintenance of her carefully preserved figure, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Meanwhile, with nothing pressing to attend to, and knowing Wang Xian would be occupied for a while, Li Ming rose and exited the examination room, knocking on the door of the adjacent medical room. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaohong promptly opened the door, not making him wait long. Warden, what brings you here? Do you have any instructions? Xiaohong had reverted to her usual alluring attire. Black stockings encasing her long, slender legs, and despite the white lab coat draped over her, it could not conceal her remarkable figure. As she settled into her chair, crossing her legs, Li Ming's keen gaze noted the red-soled stilettos she wore. Ahem. It's nothing much. I was just wondering if you had any cosmetics. Wang Qian's mother is currently taking a shower next door, and I thought it would be nice for her to apply some makeup before meeting her daughter, whom she hasn't seen in years," explained Li Ming with a smile to Xiao Hong. "Oh, you're quite considerate, aren't you? However, I don't really have any cosmetics. I rarely wear makeup, only lipstick." Xiao Hong casually rummaged through a nearby drawer and tossed a brand new lipstick over to him. Li Ming hurriedly caught it, but instead of examining the lipstick immediately, he found himself gazing intently at Xiao Hong's face. "Sister Hong, your face is so beautiful, and you haven't worn any makeup at all?" Li Ming asked in astonishment. "Indeed, what is so surprising about that? I am naturally beautiful." Upon receiving Li Ming's compliment, Xiao Hong's eyes immediately crinkled with delight. "Furthermore, in this prison, there are no men around, so who would I be dressing up for?" Li Ming, bemused, pointed to himself. "Sister Hong, who says there are no men? Isn't there man standing right in front of you?" Xiao Hong laughed even more heartily at his words. "You don't count, huh? How do I not count as a man?" Li Ming scratched his head, puzzled as to why she would doubt his masculinity. "You used to praise me for my prowess. Ha ha ha, you are just Xiaoxi's man, not mine. Why would I feel any need to impress you?" Xiao Hong giggled behind her hand. You know about my relationship with Lin Shi?" Li Ming was taken aback, realizing that Lin Shi's big mouth had revealed their prison date to others. "Of course, I knew the day you arrived. Xiaoxi specifically asked me to check your health thoroughly, remember?" Xiao Hong's gaze flicked downwards, causing Li Ming to tense up. How could Li Ming forget? It was the first time in his life he had undergone such scrutiny. He had long since added Xiao Hong, the vixen, to his list of targets for revenge. But he just found the right opportunity. Ahem. Well, Lin Shi and I have actually known each other since childhood. It's not quite as you think. When I first arrived, I had no idea what was happening. It was Lin Shi who told me I was here for a date. Li Ming explained hopelessly. So you are indeed Xiaoxi's chosen man. I have bathed with her, you know. Don't be deceived by her icy demeanor. If you manage to win her over, you'll be the happiest." Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow, encouragingly. "Oh, let's not talk about that. I should be going now. Thank you for the lipstick." Li Ming realized he couldn't hold his ground against Xiao Hong and decided to thank her before making a hasty exit. Do come back when the warden is free. It's rather dull in this infirmary all alone. Do come and chat with me more." Xiao Hong called out as Li Ming bolted out. Hearing this, he dared not respond and quickly closed the door behind him. Xiao Hong truly lived up to her enchanting looks. Even her voice was temptingly alluring. Moreover, while conversing, her eyes kept darting towards his lower region. Li Ming found it utterly unbearable. With the lipstick in hand, Li Ming returned to the examination room and gently pushed the door open. He had assumed that Wang Xian would take a while to bathe, as women typically indulge in such leisurely rituals for an hour or two. However, upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Wang Xian standing in the room, donning her clothes. Despite her youth, Wang Xian possessed an extraordinarily taut complexion. Her skin exceptionally fair from years of confinement in the prison, devoid of sunlight, rendering her appearance devoid of any signs of motherhood. Upon hearing Li Ming's entrance, Wang Xian displayed little reaction. After all, he was the only man in this prison, and it mattered not who beheld her. "Oh, you're back, Director. I was afraid my clothes would get wet, so I just took them out to wear. Chapter 35, but do not rush just yet." "Ah, very well. No trouble at all. Go ahead and dress." Li Ming inaladepoli. Having just escaped from that captivating vixen, he was confronted with such a scene. Who could endure it? At that moment, Wang Xian had finished dressing and stood quietly by, awaiting Li Ming's instructions. "I intended to borrow a set of cosmetics for you, but unfortunately, I was unable to procure anything beyond this single lipstick. Do give it a try," Li Ming said, handing the lipstick to the pleasantly surprised Wang Xian. "Oh, thank you, Warden. Since entering prison, I haven't had the chance to apply lipstick, and it's red. How wonderful!" Wang Xian exclaimed as she took the lipstick, gazing into the mirror on the wall. The crimson hue suited her fair complexion exquisitely. Her previously pallid visage transformed instantly into one of vitality and femininity upon application. Li Ming observed with satisfaction. Wang Xian's already remarkable beauty was elevated further by the simple addition of lipstick. He refrained from lingering on her appearance. as it reminded him of the events in the psychological counseling room, which sometimes troubled him deeply. Given his exceptional physical condition akin to that of a special forces soldier, an affliction he found quite unsettling. After admiring her beauty in the mirror, Wang Xian approached Li Ming once more, blissfully unaware of his inner turmoil. "Warden, I am ready. Let's proceed to the counseling room," she declared, arching an eyebrow at him, suggesting fervently. Yet her alluring gaze seemed to have no effect, for Li Ming did not meet her eyes. Lowering his head, he silently recited a mantra, awaiting his body to calm down. Otherwise, he would be unable to stand, let alone escort Wang Xian to meet Wang Qian. "I understand your urgency, but please do not rush. Take a seat and allow me a moment. I must respond to a message." Li Ming sought an excuse, retrieving his phone and pretending to swipe the screen. "Very well, Warden. I am not in a hurry. Please take your time." Wan Xin stood, slightly displeased by his insistence on her urgency. How could this man be so inconsiderate? Just because he felt anxious, he had to impose that sentiment upon her, as if she were the one desperate for the encounter. Li Ming, however, was too consumed by his own concerns to notice her subtle expressions. He took out his phone, opened the browser, and typed 4 chilling words into the search bar. Terrifying images, as the screen displayed a series of gruesome and violent images. Li Ming finally regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he calmly lowered his crossed leg, ensuring all was well before rising to his feet. Secretly admiring his own cleverness, he beckoned to Wang Xian. "Let us go. I imagine you are quite anxious. I apologize for the delay. My duties have kept me occupied." Li Ming assumed Wang Xian was eager to see her daughter, feeling guilty for prolonging her wait. "Warden, I assure you, I'm not in a rush. There is no need for apologies," Wang Xian lamented inwardly, contemplating whether Li Ming enjoyed this role-playing dynamic. Should she feign urgency? But how awkward that would be. "Do not be so proud. I'm well aware of it. Let us go. It is not far now. By the way, take this roll of tissue. You will surely need it shortly." Li Ming handed a roll of toilet paper to the bewildered Wang Xian, who could only smile in disbelief. He then led the way, opening the door to the psychological counseling room. Along the way, Wang Xian felt increasingly reluctant to speak. She suddenly perceived that Li Ming was rather lacking in substance, his only redeeming quality being his attractive appearance. Yet, despite her reservations, she found herself dependent on him, silently vowing to hide any disdainful expressions, fearing that if Li Ming caught a glimpse of her true feelings, all would be in vain. The two proceeded to the door of the counseling room, with Li Ming already grasping the doorknob. He turned to glance at Wang Xian, who followed him, and smiled mysteriously. "Are you ready? I am about to open the door." Wang Xian, feeling exasperated internally, maintained an appearance of excitement on her face, nodding in agreement with Li Ming's playful demeanor. Seeing her assent, Li Ming smiled faintly and, without further delay, pushed the door open, stepping inside first. Wang Qian had been anxiously awaiting her mother's arrival in the room. The longer she waited, the more her tension mounted, frequently glancing at the electronic clock on the wall, feeling as though time was crawling. At long last, after countless hopeful glances toward the door, it slowly swung open, revealing Li Ming's silhouette. Wang Qian sprang to her feet in exhilaration. She caught sight of a woman following closely behind him, her mother, the very person she had yearned for every single day of her life. She had truly stepped out of the photographs, standing before her in reality. Tears streamed down Wang Qian's face as she silently cried out for her mother, yet her voice betrayed her, leaving her dumbfounded, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Wang Xian entered the room without recognizing the girl before her as her daughter. She merely noted how strikingly beautiful the girl was, with a resemblance to herself. Casting a puzzled glance at Li Ming, she seemed to question him about the situation. Were there others in the room? How could she express herself now? Did Li Ming intend to have 3 people involved? Was this a twisted game? Had he frightened the little girl to tears? Li Ming, noticing Wang Xian's bewilderment, suddenly froze, an absurd thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that this was not her daughter? Had he made a mistake? No, that cannot be. Yet, what did her expression mean? Why was she so composed upon seeing her daughter? And what about Wang Qian? Why was she only crying? "Speak up, you two. The room descended into silence, save for Wang Qian's sobs. Li Ming and Wang Xin exchanged incredulous glances, each more astonished than the other. Finally, unable to contain himself, Li Ming pointed at the weeping Wang Qian and tentatively addressed Wang Xin. She is not your daughter? Not Wang Qian? What? My daughter? Wang Qian? Wang Xin's eyes widened in disbelief, her neck stiffly turning to look at the now inconsolable Wang Qian. Wang Xin gazed in disbelief at the face before her, one strikingly similar to her own, and only then did the realization dawn upon her. This young girl was none other than her longed-for daughter, Wang Qian. Chapter 36. What a surprise! But, qu'est-ce qui vit Wang Xin gazed in disbelief at the tear-streaked face of Wang Qian before her, and she too found herself unable to contain her own tears. At last, she understood why Li Ming had instructed her to bring tissues, saying she would need them shortly. She had thought. It turned out she had misunderstood. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Xin hurriedly approached Wang Qian, trembling hands gently stroking her daughter's hair, fearful that this might be a dream from which she would awaken with the slightest touch. She wished to remain in this moment forever. Once upon a time, she too had worn her hair long, much like the year she had given birth to Qian. My child, this is not a dream. Qian, I have finally found you. My daughter. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Wang Xin embraced her weeping daughter tightly, tears flowing freely, as if they were narrating years of longing for her child. Wang Qian, feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace, too realized this was no mere illusion and cautiously wrapped her arms around her mother. The two women clung to each other, weeping. Li Ming observed this poignant scene, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. If all the trouble had led to a mistake, it would have been dreadfully awkward. Sensing the moment's intimacy, he discreetly exited the room, his heart lightened as a weight lifted from his chest. It was a rare occasion for Wang Xin and her daughter to reunite. They would surely wish to prolong their time together. After instructing a couple of guards to keep a watchful eye, he stepped out of the administrative building. Having not inspected the prison district in several days, he decided to take a look around and check on Tan Qingqing as well. Upon arriving at the first prison block, he was taken aback to find it completely empty, not a single inmate in sight. Perplexed, he soon recalled something and made his way to the second block. As expected, it too was devoid of activity. He continued until he reached the end, passing through the playground, where he finally spotted the inmates. This was the place she had brought him before, where the prisoners engaged in their work. Entering the workshop, he found rows of sewing machines, with inmates diligently laboring in groups. Upon seeing Li Ming approach, both guards and inmates greeted him in a disordered chorus. Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement, casually observing the inmates' tasks. They appeared to be sewing clothes, working in groups of 10 or more, seemingly busy, akin to the assembly line work outside the prison. They toiled for approximately 10 hours a day, which constituted what was termed as labor reform. It is worth noting that inmates worked 5 days a week. One day was allocated for skill learning, while another served as a rest day. While this arrangement sounded reasonable, Lin-Shi had previously mentioned that it was merely a facade. Oftentimes, to meet quotas, inmates were required to work overtime, and the labor was far more strenuous than that of those employed outside. After all, this was a prison, where inmates were confined not for comfort, but as a source of free labor. Li Ming conducted a thorough inspection, but did not spot Lin-Shi. However, he did manage to locate Tan Qingqing. The woman was crouched on the ground, a small pair of scissors in hand, her brow furrowed in concentration as she gazed at the garments passing by, intermittently picking them up to snip away loose threads. Last night, Tan Qingqing indeed enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon her return to the prison block, the guard, following Li Ming's instructions, assigned her a solitary cell, where she found comfort in her sleep. However, upon awakening in the morning, she was promptly summoned by the guard for washing up and breakfast. After the meal, she was brought here to cut threads. Having never performed such labor before, she soon found it unbearable. Her legs ached and tingled, and she yearned for a change in task. Yet, the guard showed no leniency, reminding her that this was a prison, not the outside world. She had no choice in the matter. Tan Qingqing requested to see the warden, but her plea was met with indifference from a guard. She contemplated making a scene, but when she noticed the female guard raising her baton menacingly, she acquiesced, resigning herself to continue her work diligently. As she immersed herself in her labor, a figure suddenly appeared before her. She looked up to discover it was Li Ming. Overcome with joy, she leaped up, exclaiming, "Warden, how wonderful to see you. Please save me." She grasped Li Ming's hand tightly, fearful of him leaving her side. "Save you? Save you from what?" Li Ming replied with a mischievous grin, fully aware that Tan Qingqing was reluctant to work. It was evident from her delicate hands that she had never engaged in such arduous tasks, and one could only imagine how uncomfortable she felt at that moment. "Warden, may we speak privately? I have something to discuss with you," she implored, glancing at the guard trailing behind Li Ming, realizing she could not speak freely in such a setting. "However, I still have inspections to conduct. If you have something to say, you may do so here," Li Ming replied playfully. From the outset, Tan Qingqing had been filled with discontent, and Li Ming could not resist the temptation to temper her spirit. 6,725. If you have something to say, do it quickly. Do not waste the warden's time. The second guard barked, seeing Tan Qingqing hesitating and struggling to articulate her thoughts. Warden, I do not wish to work. I have never done manual labor in my life. Warden, is it possible for me not to work?" Tan Qingqing finally managed to stammer, recognizing that Li Ming would not engage with her privately. Before Li Ming could respond, the second guard interjected. "Not work? Do you wish to avoid work? Then do not commit crimes. Who enters prison without working, regardless of your past status or standing? Once in prison, all are treated equally. If you perform well, the warden might assist you in applying for a sentence reduction, allowing you to leave sooner. Do you think you can escape work? That is but a dream. Only when your sentence is complete will you be free from labor. Now get to work. Do not even think about slacking off. If you fail to complete your tasks, you will be placed in solitary confinement." The second guard unleashed a tirade upon Tan Qingqing, leaving her too frightened to lift her gaze. She could never have anticipated the harsh realities of prison life. She had hoped to endure just a few days, but it seemed she could not even survive a single day. Tears of injustice streamed down her cheeks, seeing her fall silent and dissolve into tears. Li Ming inwardly commended the second guard for their sternness. He then placed a reassuring hand on the guard's shoulder. "All right, second guard, hand her over to me. I shall take her for some ideological education. You may return to your duties," Li Ming instructed, suppressing a smile. "Understood, Warden. If she disobeys, simply hand her over to me. I have dealt with such individuals countless times, and I assure you, within a few days, she will surpass everyone in her duties," the second warden declared emphatically. Upon hearing that Li Ming intended to take her away, Tan Qingqing felt a fleeting joy, but it swiftly dissipated upon hearing the warden's words. This warden was exceedingly fierce, hardly resembling a woman. Once she was released, she vowed to make the warden pay dearly. Unbeknownst to the second warden, she had already landed on Tan Qingqing's list of vengeance. Casting a warning glance at Tan Qingqing, she returned to monitor the inmates. Chapter 37. The transaction. Let us proceed. Li Ming beckoned as he strode away from the factory premises, with Tan Qingqing following closely behind. As they walked, he inquired about the latest developments. "If you're reluctant to work, you must leave early. Have your family made any moves? My phone hasn't rung even once. Are the people you're seeking truly capable?" Upon finishing his question, Li Ming observed Tan Qingqing's expression. Despite her furrowed brow, she exhibited no signs of despair, which indicated her unwavering confidence in her so-called family. "Warden, I am now considered a serious offender, which complicates matters for me. I, too, wish to leave promptly. How about we strike a deal?" Tan Qingqing looked at Li Ming with anticipation, awaiting his response. "What sort of deal? What do you have in mind?" Li Ming replied with a slight smile, having anticipated that Tan Qingqing would not simply adhere to her duties, but would seek his assistance. "Warden, I genuinely cannot handle the work in this prison. After just an hour, I am aching all over and cramping. How about you make me an offer? How much would it take for me to remain here without work?" Tan Qingqing wore a flattering expression, knowing she could not afford to show any defiance towards Li Ming at this critical juncture. The labor was far too exhausting, and she sought to evade it for the time being. "Oh, you want me to make an offer? Then, 1 million? Li Ming bandurat cautiously. 1 million. Fine, it's settled. Before I leave, do not make me work. I will stay here in the prison area, and I promise to be obedient." Tan Qingqing quickly raised her hand to swear, fearing Li Ming might reconsider. "Oh, so compliant? Then, 10 million. Li Ming, indifferent to her oaths, raised the stakes without a flicker of hesitation. "You. Fine. 10 million it is. I will pay, but you must ensure you adhere to the conditions we just discussed." Dan King Infomith. She felt betrayed, as they had initially agreed on 1 million. And now Li Ming had audaciously inflated the price without any regard for integrity. "Oh, then, 100 million. Li Ming, noticing her acceptance of the 10 million offer, realized that this woman was not ordinary. She seemed to possess ample funds. However, this was his domain, and he maintained a steady demeanor while further escalating the price. "You? Li Ming, will you ever stop? Are you doing this on purpose? Are you mocking me?" Tan Qingqing could no longer contain herself. Li Ming's insatiable greed was appalling. The price kept multiplying exponentially, and he was blatantly going back on his word. Even if she acquiesced to his demands, would he not soon demand 1 billion? Ha ha ha, do not be so agitated. Remain calm. As for money, I truly do not lack. However, if you divulge a certain piece of information, I shall grant you a reprieve from labor for the next fortnight, allowing you to enjoy a comfortable stay in the prison area. What do you say? Li Ming winked, enticing her. Really? Just ensure you do not go back on your word again. What is it you wish to know? Tan Qingqing was genuinely averse to working. She merely sought to appease Li Ming, though money held little sway over him. Li Ming, however, did not pose his question immediately. Instead, he continued walking with Tan Qingqing until they reached the exercise yard. In the yard, inmates were laboring, and apart from the distant guards on duty, only Li Ming and Tan Qingqing remained. Li Ming located a chair where the prisoners rested and sat down with Tan Qingqing. The weather was delightful that day, with the sun casting a warm glow upon Li Ming's face, lulling him into a slight drowsiness. Even Tan Qingqing, comfortably seated beside him, reveled in the sun's embrace. However, before long, she became restless. It seemed that Li Ming, who had promised to pose her questions, had forgotten his commitment, leaving her unattended, and she was on the verge of dozing off in the sunlight. Observing his languid demeanor, Tan Qingqing could no longer remain still. She shifted slightly in her seat, inching closer to Li Ming. Noticing his continued indifference, she gritted her teeth and tugged at his sleeve. "Warden, were you not supposed to ask me questions? Why are you not inquiring?" At her words, Li Ming changed his position, reclining back in his chair with his hands behind his head, lazily replying, "I believe you would not speak the truth, so I suddenly lost the desire to ask. Let be. You can return to your work later. Forget I ever mentioned it. You are so inconsistent, you insufferable person. You should be the one in prison. You infuriate me." Tan Qingqing erupted, springing from her chair to point an accusing finger at Li Ming. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to chastise him. I will file a complaint against you. You have gone too far." Li Ming, observing the flustered Tan Qingqing, could not suppress a chuckle. "File a complaint against me? Who would you complain to? I am the highest authority in this prison. You would be complaining to yourself." He burst into laughter, finding her amusing. After holding back her frustration, she had managed to utter only a complaint, which he found rather endearing. "Here's the deal. I'll grant you one more chance. I will ask you only once. If you deceive me, so be it. You may continue with your duties and refrain from seeking me out again. Our wager did not encompass preventing you from working." Li Ming sat up, crossing his legs, and looked at Tan Qingqing with a playful smile. "Ask away." Tan Qingqing's chest heaved with indignation. Her face flushed with anger, wishing fervently to see Li Ming reduced to fragments to feed the dogs. What kind of insufferable man existed in this world? Despite his handsome appearance, his heart was dark. Not only dark, but exceedingly ugly. If you're the last man on earth. She, Tan Qingqing, would not spare him a glance. She would rather embrace solitude until death than acknowledge him. Although Li Ming was oblivious to her thoughts, he could surmise that she was cursing him profusely in her mind. Yet, he remained unfazed, reveling in his advantageous position. Her fury was merely a manifestation of her own impotence. Li Ming nonchalantly shook his sleeve and adjusted his shoelaces, and under Tan Qingqing's fiery gaze, he finally spoke. You mentioned that your family would rescue you. Which influential figure did they enlist? Share their name with me, and I shall ensure you remain at ease for the next fortnight. What do you say? Li Ming posed the question casually, while internally attuning himself to the fluctuations of his perceptive abilities. Yet, he still underestimated Tan Qingqing. Tan Qingqing, initially engulfed in fury, appearing as though she might succumb to her anger at any moment, quickly regained her composure upon hearing Li Ming's question. With a hint of disdain in her eyes, she addressed him, Warden, you truly underestimate me. Do you think I cannot discern between exerting myself for 15 days and for 25 years? Are you employing some sort of psychological tactic? You wouldn't be afraid of losing, would you? I assure you, I have no intention of causing you any detriment. Simply turn a blind eye, and once I am free, I shall certainly present you with a grand token of gratitude. At this moment, Tan Qingqing found Li Ming not only irksome, but also naively foolish, genuinely believing her to be easily manipulated. If it weren't for her constraints imposed by him, she would hardly be so accommodating. Chapter 38. I love working. Li Ming observed that Tan Qingqing was not deceived by his antics. Instead, she boldly revealed her stance with a disdainful expression. Li Ming chocolat soufflé, faja. If she fell for it, that would be ideal. If not, an idea sparked in his mind as he activated his skill, heartfelt sincerity. Effect. This ability allows the user to actively project an aura of profound sincerity towards the target, encouraging openness and fostering a sense of rapport, thereby swiftly garnering the target's favor. The effect is doubled when used on females and halved when directed at males. Li Ming directed heartfelt sincerity towards Tan Qingqing and then leisurely began to explain. Dan Qingmin, I assure you, I'm not trying to extract information from you. I am genuinely curious about who possesses such influence to extricate you from here. Even if you divulge that information, what could I do? I am merely a humble prison warden. I certainly wouldn't dare oppose your powerful benefactor. Li Ming spread his hands, indicating that even if he were privy to the information, he wouldn't confront her patron. Moreover, when your benefactor seeks to rescue you, they need not solicit my approval. A simple summons, and I must comply, handing you over without question. Refusing would be tantamount to disobedience, wouldn't it? This has always been the protocol, and I am well aware of it. Just indulge my curiosity a little. Share with me in secret who it is. It won't impede your release and will allow you to enjoy a fortnight of comfort. It's a win-win situation. What do you say? Will you consider it? Li Ming coaxed her, eagerly anticipating the effect of his skill as he observed Tan Qingqing's transition from disdain and wariness to a thoughtful frown, clearly indicating that she had begun to trust him to some extent. At that moment, Tan Qingqing's mind was embroiled in conflict. A small black figure urged her vehemently against trusting Li Ming, branding him a fickle rogue. If you believe him, you can forget about leaving this prison. Conversely, a small white figure smiled reassuringly, reminding her that since their first meeting, despite Li Ming's eccentricities, he had honored his promise of a solitary cell and refrained from subjecting her to a medical examination. He had even generously allowed her to speak with her family for a full 5 minutes. Viewed in this light, Li Ming seemed worthy of some trust. The prospect of exchanging a name for 15 days of freedom from labor was indeed tempting. The black figure, incensed by the white one's argument, shouted in frustration, urging Tan Qingqing to consider her 25-year sentence. In this critical moment, if you're not cautious, you might find yourself enduring 25 years of hard labor in this miserable prison. Can you bear that? Before Tan Qingqing could respond, the white figure interjected. It's merely a name. What difference does it make? He is just a lowly warden. He cannot change your fate. Satisfy his curiosity. Allow him to broaden his horizons. And perhaps he will treat you with more respect. Tan Qingqing furrowed her brow tightly, the two figures now bickering fiercely, causing her a headache. She glanced at Li Ming, whose expression was one of earnestness and honesty. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Her gaze wandered around, at the armed guards, the towering barbed wire, and the imposing black walls of the prison looming outside. Dressed in the somber garb of the Black Mountain prison, with a body weary and aching, something felt profoundly amiss. I must escape this place. She ought to be seated upon an exquisite custom sofa, sipping fine red wine, indulging in a lavish dinner, gazing at the enchanting cityscape by night, relishing a life of luxury. This cannot be spoken of. Absolutely not. I must not let anything jeopardize my plans for freedom. It is merely work. I shall toil. 15 days of labor in exchange for a reduction of 25 years in prison. Tan Qingqing's eyes were resolute as she ignored Li Ming's inquiries and turned away. Li Ming was left in utter confusion. What was happening? Was his skill ineffective? He hastily rose to pursue Tan Qingqing, pressing her for answers. Dan Qingqing, where are you going? You haven't responded yet. Don't you wish to remain in the prison without having to work? Prison warden, I love to work. I relish labor. Please escort me back to the factory. I am ready for reform. There is no need for you to make exceptions on my behalf. Tan Qingqing's gaze remained unwavering, undeterred by the commotion in her mind. Even if she harbored some belief in Li Ming's words, she would not gamble her future happiness on it. The consequences were too grave to bear. Are you certain? I am certain. Truly unwilling to change your mind? I am unsure of what the warden is implying. I wish to return to work. It has been far too long, and if our group fails to complete the task, you shall bear the primary responsibility. Tan Qingqing quickened her pace, her strength formidable at that moment. Li Ming, bemused yet amused, accompanied Tan Qingqing back to the factory. Despite his probing and the application of his skills, he could not extract the name of the individual from her. It appeared she was resolutely determined to remain silent. Once back at her station, Tan Qingqing faced the towering pile of garments with gritted teeth. With a small pair of scissors in hand, her speed was astonishing, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. The second instructor, observing her, could not help but nod in approval and remarked to Li Ming, "Warden, you truly possess remarkable skills in ideological education. No wonder you have attained the position of warden. You are far more capable than us." Listening to the praise from the second instructor, Li Ming found himself in a state of bemusement. He had attempted to facilitate a backdoor for her, yet she was unwilling to take it, a case of reverse ideological education indeed. Shaking his head, he departed from the prison area. It seemed that his skills were not infallible. The sincerity of one's heart could only foster goodwill and openness, but when it came to significant matters, the truth would not be divulged recklessly. Upon returning to the office building, Li Ming checked the time, surmising that Wang Xin and her daughter must have calmed down by now, and he intended to see them. However, as he passed by the infirmary, Xiao Hong emerged. "Ah, warden, what a coincidence!" Xiao Hong exclaimed, cheerfully greeting Li Ming upon noticing him. "Indeed, quite the coincidence. What brings you here, Hongjia?" Li Ming inquired, noticing Xiao Hong clutching a file with curiosity. "I am delivering documents to Xiao Shi," Xiao Hong replied, smiling as she walked alongside Li Ming. "Lin Shi? I haven't seen her since lunch. What has she been busy with?" Li Ming wondered aloud. The warden, feeling rather idle and reminiscent of a mere figurehead, appeared to be less occupied than Lin Shi. "Oh, dear warden, are you not aware? In a few days, our prison will host a dance competition, and Lin Shi is diligently selecting participants," Xiao Hong remarked, gently patting the file she held. These files contained a list of applicants. Lin Shi aimed to form a team from these individuals, training them to perform a group dance for the contest. Should they excel and secure a top position, Lin Shi would advocate for their sentence reductions. "Our prison frequently organizes such competitions, and you will even serve as a judge." Xiao Hong enlightened the seemingly detached Warden Li, leaving him somewhat astonished. A female prison troupe? Chapter 39. A cell? Unthinkable. A prison girl group? Li Ming pondered the idea, contemplating the plethora of talents within the prison, and found the concept of forming a prison girl group quite intriguing. Previously, it had been suggested that the national football team of Long Country performed so dismally that they might as well recruit a group of death row inmates to play instead. If they triumphed, their sentences could be commuted, and surely these individuals would unleash their utmost potential in the quest for survival. The same could be said for the girl group. With the prospect of sentence reduction, these female inmates would undoubtedly give their all, resulting in a captivating performance. Just the thought filled Li Ming with anticipation. Please, carry on with your tasks. Once I conclude my business here, I shall join you, Li Ming said, parting ways with Xia Hong and continuing towards the psychological counseling room. Upon reaching the door of the consultation room, he greeted the guard on duty and then politely knocked. The door was not locked. He merely tapped gently and stepped inside. On the couch sat Wang Xian and Wang Qin, side by side, holding hands, with Wang Xian clutching half a roll of tissue paper. Upon noticing Li Ming's entrance, the mother and daughter promptly stood. Director, you have returned. I truly cannot express my gratitude adequately. Our reunion is entirely thanks to you. From now on, whether inside the prison or outside, should you require our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. We will go to great lengths for you. You are our great benefactor, Wang Xian exclaimed, pulling Wang Qian down to kneel before him. Li Ming quickly helped them to their feet. Please rise. There is no need for such gestures. As the prison director, assisting you with this small matter is my duty. It is nothing extraordinary. Brotherly, thank you. If you had not come to find me, I might never have seen my mother again. Wang Qian's tears began to flow again as she spoke. Ah, do not weep. Now that mother and daughter are reunited, it is a moment of joy. Let us celebrate. Li Ming waved his hand, not perceiving his actions as particularly commendable. You will now be able to visit your mother regularly, but next time, you must use the designated visiting passage. Consider this an exception on my part. However, I cannot allow you to meet for too long. This will suffice for now. Both Wang Xian and Wang Qin nodded, aware that Li Ming had already transgressed protocol, and they dared not wish for more. Qian, there are regulations in the prison. You cannot remain here indefinitely. Have you considered where you will go after your release? Li Ming kidat. Wang Qian nodded, glancing at her mother for confirmation. After receiving Wang Xian's assurance, she explained to Li Ming, Brother Li, my mother purchased an apartment in the city, and she has asked me to stay there. I can also seek employment nearby, and I will come to visit my mother whenever I can. That is splendid. Our prison provides a visiting bus to the city, but it only operates once a month. You can take that bus to come and see her, Li Ming advised. At Black Mountain Prison, inmates' families were permitted to visit only once a month. The prison's secluded location and difficult access warranted a designated visiting bus to facilitate family visits. Wang Xian's sister had also utilized this service previously. Yes, I understand, Brother Li. Mother just informed me. Thank you, Brother Li. Wang Qian expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Well then, Wang Xian, it's about time. Please return with me. Qian, you may head back to your room from last night. I will escort you later. Li Ming glanced at his phone, realizing that over an hour had passed. It was nearly time for them to part ways. Wan Xin not that. Reluctantly embracing Wang Qian tightly before gathering her composure and obediently following Li Ming out of the psychological counseling room. Li Ming led Wang Xian towards the prison area. Along the way, Warden, I apologize. Wang Xian's voice suddenly broke the silence. Apologize? What do you mean? Li Ming responded, perplexa. Well, this morning, when you brought me out of the cell, I thought. That's why I said it. I just want to clean up first. I didn't expect you were letting me meet Qian. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Wang Xian's face, still slightly flushed from her earlier tears, turned even redder as she recalled her misunderstanding of Li Ming in the morning. Do I seem like that kind of person? How could I do such a thing? Li Ming shuklat bamusha. It appeared that in Wang Xian's eyes, he was a tyrant, wielding power for personal gain, a devilish warden. I misunderstood the warden. You truly are a good person. Wang Xian smiled charmingly, her impression of Li Ming soaring to great heights. Not only was he kind and handsome, but he also cared for her and her mother. If she were not already a mother herself, she would undoubtedly pursue the warden without hesitation. Even if she did not attain a favorable outcome, the experience would be worthwhile. As Li Ming engaged in light conversation with Wang Xian, they entered the prison area. At this hour, the inmates were still at work, leaving the area deserted. Li Ming intended to take Wang Xian to the factory, but she gently tugged at his sleeve. Warden, could you accompany me to my cell? Wang Xian gazed at him tenderly, her eyes conveying deeper meaning. The cell? That's not advisable. Li Ming raplia souffly. Warden, just follow me. There are no cameras in the cell. The The iron doors are usually closed, and the cameras are blocked, so they haven't been installed inside. Only the hallway has surveillance. Once inside the cell, no one can see. Wang Xian's eyes seemed to shimmer with emotion as she pulled Li Ming into her cell. Upon entering, Li Ming observed the surroundings, confirming that the cameras outside could not capture what transpired within. To his surprise, there was even a bed curtain on Wang Xian's bed. Once drawn, it obscured any view of the occupants' activities. Doesn't the guard oversee this bed curtain? Li Ming inquired curiously. They do, but the guard only conducts inspections at a specific time each day. After that, they don't monitor closely. Occasionally, when one wishes to engage in private matters, pulling the curtain offers a greater sense of immersion. Wang Xian explained as she made her bed and pulled the curtain down. Warden, please don't find it unseemly. My bed is clean. Come and sit for a moment. Wang Xian beckoned Li Ming with a delicate gesture of her finger, one hand propped against the bed curtain. Awaiting his entrance, Li Ming cast a furtive glance toward the prison door. In broad daylight, the two of them were indulging in reckless behavior within the confines of the cell. If discovered, the repercussions would be dire for his warden. Perhaps it was best to refrain. It felt too perilous. Although tempted, Li Ming managed to retain his composure, aware that momentary pleasure could lead to unimaginable consequences if exposed. Rest assured, Warden, I have spent many years within these prison walls. I guarantee that at this hour, no one shall disturb us. And with our second division situated in between, even the loudest cries would go unheard. Just as Li Ming was about to further decline, a sudden clarity struck him, and the task details materialized within his mind. Chapter 40. Listening Task. Listen to the other person's true thoughts. Task reward. Vigilance aura. Effect. When the body is in an excited state, one can freely choose whether to activate the vigilance aura, which can detect living beings and animals within a radius of 200 meters. The aura can remain active throughout the excited state and will automatically deactivate once the state subsides. Failure penalty. Earn the title timid as a mouse. Title effect. Amplifies cautious emotions, diminishes courage, leads to indecision, promotes a tendency to flee, and fosters a belief that everyone is a potential threat, resulting in a desire to hide in corners. Li Ming quickly skimmed through the task details, exasperation washing over him as he pressed a hand to his forehead. He suspected that a task might emerge at this moment, and indeed, it had triggered. Shaking his head, he scrutinized the task once more. The reward was quite appealing, yet he was uncertain about the conditions for entering this excited state. As for the penalty for failure, he could not afford to let the task fail. Moreover, he possessed a Good Samaritan card that could exempt him from one failure penalty. After a brief contemplation, Li Ming turned and approached Wang Xian. Gazing into her affectionate eyes, he tentatively inquired, Wang Xian, it is not merely a matter of whether others might overhear. As the prison warden, it is my duty to assist you. You need not feel obliged to repay me in such a manner. If you have other needs, please do not hesitate to tell me, for I will still lend my aid. Li Ming's expression was sincere as he beheld Wang Xian's radiant beauty, and an unexpected phrase surfaced in his mind. In youth, one is oblivious to the allure of a mature woman, mistakenly cherishing a young girl as a treasure. However, Wang Xian, upon hearing his words, only smiled more brightly, her gaze growing ever more enchanting as she watched Li Ming, swallowing hard. Warden, you are mistaken. I'm not sacrificing myself to repay you. Rather, I am, Wang Xian said, and in the face of Li Ming's incredulous expression, she pulled him into the confines of the bed curtains. Suddenly, Li Ming recalled the dream he had that night. Perhaps he was not being assimilated by those strange beings with tiger heads and human bodies. Rather, he might inherently possess such traits. The prison's confinement area, spanning only 400 meters in diameter, was vividly clear in Li Ming's mind as he perceived the guard stationed outside, a feat bordering on the miraculous. Yet before Li Ming could further explore, the vigilance aura automatically deactivated, and no matter how he tried, he could not reactivate it. He examined the skill description, which stated that it could only be sustained in an excited state. But what about his current condition? A sudden realization struck Li Ming. Could it be referring to this? He pondered carefully, and considering the peculiar nature of past tasks, It seemed quite plausible. Returning to the present moment, Li Ming recognized that now was not the time for skill research. Perhaps someone would arrive shortly. He hastily donned his clothing and thoughtfully helped Wang Xian restore her appearance as well. Wang Xian gazed at Li Ming with a hint of melancholy, having once thought him a mere innocent lamb, only to discover that he was, in truth, a formidable tiger. She felt utterly vanquished, now devoid of strength. How could she possibly work in the factory later? Warden, I cannot go on. I am so weary, devoid of any strength. Allow me a moment to rest, Wang Xian pleaded. Li Ming smiled faintly as he continued to assist Wang Xian in donning her prison uniform. It's nothing, he said cheerfully. You can rest here for a while. I will go speak with the warden shortly and request a day off for you. Chapter 41. He didn't wear it. Li Ming assisted Wang Xian in arranging her bedding and meticulously checked his attire, ensuring everything was in order before stepping out of the cell. His first destination was the factory area, where he informed the second supervisor about granting Wang Xian a day off. He then took the opportunity to observe Tan Qingqing, wondering if she was managing to cope. From a distance, Li Ming noticed Tan Qingqing's exquisite visage contorted in distress. The relentless nature of assembly line work was unforgiving, demanding continuous effort without respite, thus rigorously testing one's resolve and exhausting the body. Despite a brief reprieve that Li Ming had arranged, the ordeal had thoroughly worn out the young lady, who was unaccustomed to such laborious conditions. It was not merely the physical fatigue that tormented her. The monotonous and repetitive tasks were sheer torture for someone of her disposition. Tan Qingqing mechanically grasped the clothing, her eyes devoid of life, filled with regret, not for withholding the name of the influential figure from Li Ming, but for her own foolishness. How could she have been so dim-witted? Instead of revealing a name or borrowing one from an official to deceive Li Ming, she stubbornly chose to engage in a futile contest of wits with him. Tan Qingqing felt tears threatening to spill, lamenting her own stupidity. Li Ming, observing her from afar, had no intention of approaching. Recognizing that if he could not extract a name using his skills, she was unlikely to divulge anything either. He resolved to wait. Surely, once her exhaustion reached a breaking point, she would seek him out again. After watching for a while, Li Ming instructed the second supervisor to inform him immediately should Tan Qingqing be unable to endure any longer. The second supervisor nodded in acknowledgement, committing Li Ming's directive to memory, yet internally mused about Tan Qingqing's striking beauty and innocence. Could it be that the warden had developed an interest in her? However, he recalled that Deputy Warden Lin, she seemed to have a peculiar relationship with Li Ming, making it improbable for the warden to forsake the deputy for a mere inmate. In terms of beauty and allure, Deputy Warden Lin was hardly inferior to Tan Qingqing. Was there perhaps an unusual fascination with the inmates? The second supervisor startled himself with such thoughts, quickly dismissing them. Having finally secured his position, it was wiser to heed the warden's instructions, for the warden undoubtedly held a higher authority than the deputy. Unaware of the second supervisor's internal deliberations, Li Ming arrived at the base of the office building and took the elevator directly to Lin Shi's office. Knock, knock, knock. Li Ming rapped on the door. It was opened by Xiao Hong. While Lin, she was busily engaged at her desk. The warden has arrived. Just in time, we were looking for you, Xiao Hong said, closing the door behind her with a gentle smile. Looking for me? What is it about? Li Ming inquired, surpresa. He had come to Lin Shi's office partly to check on the progress of the prison's female talent competition and partly to inform her that he would be driving Wang Qian back to the city that evening. Before he could voice his intentions, Xiao Hong regarded him with an amused expression, grinning widely. Good news. You are to be a judge. Xiao only explained. Her face alight with joy. The number of participants in this competition is quite substantial, necessitating the organization of preliminary rounds to eliminate those who merely seek to fill the ranks. After a brief discussion with Xiao Shi, we have decided to appoint you as a judge for the preliminary round. If you deem a performance worthy, they shall advance to the semifinals. If not, they will be dismissed. Given that the opportunities for leniency are limited and past competitions have seen low participation, those who engage in training typically reap some benefits. However, this time, The arrival of a strikingly handsome individual in our prison has prompted a surge in participation, as many inmates wish to showcase their talents before this charming figure. This could lead to an uneven distribution of rewards. It is entirely possible that after extensive rehearsals, some might end up with nothing, which could incite rivalry among the inmates, leading to chaos. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi took over from Xiao Hong and elaborated, indeed, to prevent those who treat this as mere amusement from clandestinely vying for positions. We shall have you serve as a judge. In the first round of preliminaries, no rewards will be granted. This allows inmates to perform before their handsome warden while simultaneously filtering out the less competent groups, a twofold advantage. Moreover, you'll have the opportunity to enjoy performances by beautiful female inmates, thus securing a trifecta of benefits. It will be a feast for your eyes. Lin Shi cast a glance at Li Ming, pondering how delighted this little rogue would be. With so many beauties dancing for him, it would be akin to royal treatment in days of yore. After absorbing the explanations from the two women, Li Ming scratched his head awkwardly. Had his charm truly reached such heights that inmates desired to dance for him? Surely, it couldn't be that significant. Ahem. I shall heed your counsel. I am agreeable. After all, I have little else to occupy my time. Just let me know when the competition begins. Seeing Li Ming accept this task, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction and handed him a thick stack of documents from the table. This is the list of participating teams. Peruse it at your leisure to familiarize yourself with the inmates. Though there are many within this prison, each has their unique characteristics, and over time, you will likely come to know a good number of them. However, Lin Shi suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, locking her gaze on Li Ming's eyes, her expression narrowing and emanating a sense of caution. But do not, under any circumstances, entertain any notions regarding these inmates. Remember your own standing. The repercussions should be clear to you. I certainly do not wish to see the day when Uncle Li must personally retrieve you from prison. And I assure you, I will not let you off lightly. Lin Shi warned Li Ming, not that she believed him capable of such folly, yet she felt it prudent to advise him to avert potential pitfalls. Upon hearing her words, Li Ming felt an inexplicable wave of guilt wash over him. He hastily accepted the documents, feigning seriousness as he began to read, while defiantly responding, "Humph. As if I needed your reminder. You can rest assured. Even if I wanted to, my father would personally escort me to prison. There's no way I would be rescued." Though Li Ming's words were bold, he felt no assurance within. He secretly mused that it was not his desire to engage with the inmates, but rather that he felt he had no choice. Who could have anticipated that in this scientifically driven world, a system so absurd would exist? Oh, dear Father, if blame is to be assigned, let fall upon the system. Cursed be the mysterious force that manipulates my fate. Everything unfolds against my will. Upon hearing Li Ming's response, Lin Shi cast him an exasperated glance. "Humph. I sincerely hope it is as you say. In our prison, we are all hardened criminals, many of whom face death sentences or life imprisonment. If any of them were to suddenly find themselves with child, you would be the only man left in this facility, and you would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the consequences." Lin Shi uttered this remark without delving too deeply into its implications, merely jesting. However, for Li Ming, the sky had fallen upon him. He had not taken precautions. Chapter 42. You two should talk. Xiao Hong sat quietly to the side, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she observed Li Ming and Lin Shi playfully bantering. Suddenly, she felt a pang of envy. She had once yearned for such a love, but alas, her hopes had ended in disillusionment. Gradually, she had come to terms with it. Love had become a luxury she felt unworthy of. Instead, she resolved to find joy in her own company. After all, one person well-fed means the whole family is not hungry. And this simplicity brought her a certain comfort. Shaking her head, she redirected her thoughts to the documents in her hand. Meanwhile, Li Ming suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to wear a crucial item. If Wang Xin were to suddenly find herself with child, there would be no need for him to clear his name. Everyone would know he was responsible. A cold sweat drenched his back as he berated himself for being so foolish, caught up in the heat of the moment and neglecting such an important matter. He quickly pulled out his phone to search for information. He was aware of remedies, but such medications were unavailable in the prison. Only in the city could they be procured, and the round trip would take at least 10 hours. Would he even make it in time? Fortunately, when Li Ming found a remedy that was effective within 72 hours of consumption, he felt a slight relief. The sooner it was taken, the better the outcome. He silently chastised himself for his carelessness and decided to forego further banter with Lin Shi. Placing the documents on the table, he spoke directly. "So I'll be stepping out shortly. I've arranged for Wang Qian and her mother to meet, and I'll drive her back. I'm heading into the city. If there is anything you need, let me know, and I can pick it up for you." Lin Shi and Xia Hong exchanged glances. Lin Shi was about to shake her head, but hesitated, a frown crossing her brow as if a thought had struck her. Li Ming noticed her discomfort. Clearly, she had something troubling on her mind. He chose not to pry further and simply remarked, "I'll head out now. Take your time to think it over, and just send me a message once you decide. My phone is always on." Lin Shi nodded in response. Xia Hong, on the other hand, lacked for nothing. The supply truck arrived every few days, and she had already stocked up on everything she needed. Lin Shi retrieved the keys to the Jeep from her drawer and tossed them to Li Ming, but not without a word of caution. "You're going out at this hour. You'll definitely be back late. With me here at the prison, it's fine if you return tomorrow during the day." Li Ming smiled slightly, recognizing that beneath Lin Shi's sharp words lay a heart of concern. Accepting the keys, he waved goodbye to her. "Understood, Vice Warden." Without waiting for a response, he dashed out the door. Inside the room, Lin Shi's expression darkened. That incorrigible Li Ming. Why bring up the Vice Warden? Wasn't it merely a matter of rank? Sooner or later, she would bring him down a peg. Xia Hong, watching Lin Shi's flustered state, couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Little Shi, I truly think you two are quite the pair. I've heard that couples who bicker like this often have the longest-lasting relationships. Why not give him a chance to talk?" Lin Shi, upon hearing Xia Hong's words, felt her frustration boil over. "Sister Hong, what do you mean by pair? He is truly a harbinger of misfortune. With him around, I can never seem to catch a break. His incessant presence is particularly vexing, and the mere sight of his face ignites an urge to strike him. If you fancy him, then by all means pursue him. You two should converse. I wholeheartedly support that notion." Lin Shi, rare in her candidness, began to vent her frustrations regarding Li Ming. Ever since Li Ming's arrival at the prison, she has felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune, attributing it all to him. Xia Hong shook her head with a wry smile, contemplating Lin Shi's deep-seated resentment towards Li Ming for usurping her position. It seems that this pair of adversaries will not reconcile anytime soon. As for her own relationship with Li Ming, Xia Hong found herself in a state of bemusement. It was simply impossible. She did not wish to bring harm to anyone else. Meanwhile, Li Ming had procured the key and hurriedly made his way to Wang Qian's door. The door was unlocked, and he stepped inside without hesitation. He assumed that Wang Qian must have cried profusely during her meeting with Wang Xian and likely had a restless night. So returning to her room, she would surely need to rest. However, to his surprise, Wang Qian appeared remarkably alert, diligently scrubbing the floor with a mop she had somehow acquired. She was so engrossed in her task that she did not even notice his entrance. Li Ming could not simply stand by and observe. He called out to her. "Qian." Wang Qian, deeply focused on her chore, was startled by the sudden voice behind her, causing her to jump and scream involuntarily. Seeing her reaction, Li Ming quickly placed a hand over her mouth to stifle her cries. If the guards outside were to hear her, they might misconstrue the situation, and even if he attempted to explain, they might not believe him. He promptly turned Wang Qian to face him, ensuring she understood he was a person and not a specter. Upon realizing that the additional presence in the room was Li Ming, her anxieties subsided. "Li, Brother Li, it's you. You scare me half to death. Why do you move so silently?" she exclaimed, patting her chest to calm her racing heart. "Well, you were so engrossed that you didn't hear me come in," Li Ming replied, wiping away the imaginary sweat from his brow. He suddenly considered the implications if rumors of his association with Wang Qian reached her mother, Wang Xian. That would be disastrous. He needed to maintain a distance from Wang Qian, especially here in prison, to avoid any unfounded speculation. With that thought in mind, he quickly distanced himself from her. "You need not continue cleaning. Instead, gather your belongings. I must head into the city, and I can conveniently escort you back," Li Ming said nonchalantly. "You start packing. I'll wait for you at the door. Once you're ready, just come out." Without waiting for her response, he turned and exited the room. Wang Qian watched his departing figure, sensing something amiss. Li Ming had never treated her this way before. Now it felt as though he regarded her with trepidation. Rubbing her lips where he had silenced her, she dismissed the notion that she was overthinking it. Since Li Ming was heading into the city, she would naturally accompany him. Her belongings were already packed, and the room was nearly tidy. Wang Qian cast a reluctant glance back one last time before shouldering her backpack and departing the room. Upon reaching the doorway, she found Li Ming patiently awaiting her arrival. Having already brought the car around, ready for her to embark, Li Ming gestured for her to enter the vehicle without delay. Without hesitation, Wang Qian took her place in the front passenger seat. Although Li Ming had preferred her to occupy the rear seat, such a choice would have been too conspicuous. So he acquiesced. After signing in at the security checkpoint of the prison gate, they were granted passage. With a swift press of the accelerator, the Jeep surged forward. As they navigated the winding mountain roads, the ride was smooth, yet the atmosphere within the vehicle felt unusually tense. Finally, Wang Qian sensed the discord and inquired brotherly, "Why aren't you speaking to me?" Chapter 43, I like how you look. Huh? No, I'm just concentrating on driving, Li Ming responded calmly, wiping the sweat from his palms. "Oh, I thought you disliked me." Brotherly. Wang Qian turned to scrutinize Li Ming's expression, attempting to discern something from his face. "Ha! How could that be? Why would I dislike you? That's simply not true." Li Ming chuckled heartily in defense. Brotherly. Do you realize that when a person lies, their first instinct is to give an awkward laugh? Wang Qian gazed at Li Ming with a hint of melancholy. She was no fool, and she wondered why Brotherly always treated her like a child. Cough, cough. I truly am not lying. How could I possibly dislike you?" Li Ming quickly composed himself, offering a serious explanation. "Oh, but you weren't like this before. Since coming out of prison, I've sensed a change in you. It's as if you become unfamiliar." Wang Qian furrowed her brow, continuing to look at Li Ming with a forlorn expression. "Huh? Haven't I always been this way? Then tell me, what was I like before?" Li Ming, upon hearing her words, couldn't help but marvel at how perceptive she was to notice the difference. Wang Qian, feeling a bit petulant, adjusted her seat backward to create ample space for her feet. Then, she slowly kicked off her shoes. Li Ming noticed her actions and felt a sudden panic. What was she up to now? Before he could intervene, Wang Qian swiftly removed her socks, revealing her slender, fair legs, which she boldly placed in front of the car's windshield. "Hey, Qian, what are you doing?" Li Ming exclaimed, unable to remain seated. "Brotherly, my shoes are a bit stuffy. I just want to air out my feet. Please don't think poorly of me. My feet don't smell." Wang Qian teased with a playful smile, relishing in Li Ming's flustered expression. It seemed she still held a certain allure. Even Brotherly couldn't resist sneaking glances. "Look at you ignoring me. Let us see you keep up that cool facade." Wang Qian chuckled inwardly. "Cough, cough. How about I turn on the air conditioning for you?" Li Ming dared not look again. If he did, he feared something would happen. This girl was utterly reckless, sometimes timid, yet at other times she acted with a daringness that was simply outrageous. "No, I just want to bask in the sun." Brotherly. "My feet are so cool now. If you won't let me then, could you warm them up for me?" Wang Qian's cheeks flushed slightly as she crossed her long legs, inching them closer to Li Ming. Now it was perfect. As Li Ming drove, he had to focus on the road, yet her legs and feet were now well within his line of sight, leaving him no choice but to glance. Wang Qian's toes were dainty and well-shaped, especially her soft pink nails, perfectly trimmed, glimmering in the sunlight. Her slender ankles, delicate and fragile, revealed faint blue veins beneath her fair, smooth skin, drawing Li Ming's gaze involuntarily. For a moment, Li Ming found himself entranced. Yet he was driving and could not afford to be distracted any longer. Internally cursing the girl for her reckless charm, he pondered whether she was even aware of the enchanting effect she had on others. Realizing he could not afford to look any longer, he steeled himself and bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain that surged through him instantly quelled the rush of blood to his head. With a slow exhale, he finally spoke. "Qian, please don't behave this way. You're a young woman now. You shouldn't allow just anyone to touch your feet like that." It could lead others to misunderstand your intentions. Moreover, men and women should maintain a certain distance. You must protect yourself. Men can be quite unscrupulous and lewd. If you're not careful, what if someone takes advantage of you? Your mother would undoubtedly worry. Li Ming earnestly advised her, genuinely wishing to avoid any misunderstandings with Wang Kuyan. He knew Wang Xin would not object to him being with any woman, but he could not afford to have any ambiguous relationship with her daughter. The thought of Wang Xin discovering such a situation filled him with dread. However, Wang Kuyan, far from being deterred by Li Ming's words, responded with indifference, her antics only escalating. Brother Li, I'm not a child anymore. I understand everything you're saying. But you're not a bad person. I'm not afraid of any misunderstandings. And besides, I like it when you look at me. Every time you sneak a glance, it makes my heart flutter. I like you. After uttering this confession, her face flushed crimson, yet she did not shy away, instead gazing earnestly at Li Ming's profile. Wang Qian had boldly revealed her feelings, laying her heart bare. But Li Ming, goodness, this young girl, his face turned an even deeper shade of red, surpassing even Wang Qian's. He thought to himself, is this what a 20-year-old girl is like? The impact of her words was overwhelming. How could she so brazenly express such sentiments? He could hardly believe that in just a few short years, a chasm as wide as the Yellow River had formed between them. Li Ming felt an urge to cry out to the heavens, lamenting what he had missed. His mind was in turmoil, overwhelmed by Wang Qian's forthrightness. Meanwhile, she continued to gaze intently at him, awaiting his response. His mind raced as he sought a reply that would neither hurt her feelings nor evade the truth. But, Qian, you've truly misunderstood. I did not. I wasn't peeking at you, he stammered, deciding to insist he hadn't looked. Even if he had. Oh, so you were looking openly then? Wang Qian tilted her head, a playful smirk gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It was as if her forehead was inscribed with the words, "Are you teasing me?" Coughing suddenly, Li Ming found himself choking on his own saliva, unable to control his fit of coughing. Wang Qian noticed his flustered state, a shy smile breaking across her face. She shook her head gently and spoke softly. Dear Brother Li, I must say that I excel in my studies and have a remarkable aptitude for learning new things swiftly. I am quite adept at various tasks and am not clumsy in my endeavors. Additionally, I have taken it upon myself to learn the art of painting and have also dabbled in dancing. Cooking is another skill I possess. My fried rice is particularly delectable. The reason I share all this with you is to convey that I am quite knowledgeable and no longer a child. I have feelings for you. As you can see, my heart. Chapter 44, Instant Effects. Although Wang Qian was shy, she articulated her feelings clearly for Li Ming to understand. However, Li Ming found himself in a state of confusion. With his blood racing, he hurriedly pulled over, unfastened his seatbelt, and fled from the vehicle. Once outside, he took deep breaths of the fresh forest air, attempting to regain his composure. He never anticipated that the timid Wang Qian, who had previously seemed as bashful as a quail, could utter such bold and audacious words. Fearing he might inadvertently trigger a task, he hastily exited the car to interrupt her. Inside the vehicle, Wang Qian, witnessing Li Ming's frantic escape, burst into laughter from a passenger seat. She suddenly realized that despite his seemingly lecherous glances at her feet, he became flustered upon seeing them, which she found utterly endearing. Her affection for him deepened. Li, are you ready yet? Didn't you say you had urgent matters to attend to? Hurry back in. Just kidding, she called out to his retreating figure. Upon hearing her words, Li Ming took several deep breaths before re-entering the car and resuming their journey. Qian, you are still young. There are things you do not yet comprehend. When you mature, you will surely regret the words you spoke today. Wang Qian smiled and nodded, refraining from arguing with him. Yes, Li Gu, you're absolutely right. Anyway, I only confide in you and show you these things. I have no interest in other men. I will never regret anything I say to you. Li Ming could only shake his head in resignation, realizing he was at a loss with Wang Qian. He accelerated the vehicle, all the while glancing at her beautiful legs resting on the dashboard, pressing the gas pedal firmly. What should have been a journey lasting at least half a day was cut in half by Li Ming's haste. It wasn't that he desired to rush, but the temptation before him was overwhelming. After a short while, he felt a physical response, struggling to suppress the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and he managed to deliver Wang Qian to her destination. Accompanying her to the house her mother had purchased, Li Ming inspected the standard two-bedroom apartment. Noting the outdated furniture and appliances, with a thick layer of dust covering everything, indicating it had been neglected for quite some time, he arranged for a cleaning service to tidy up the place and assisted her in purchasing some daily necessities before taking his leave. Li Go, I know you have things to do, and I want to hold you up, but when I miss you, can I call you? Wang Qian said, reluctantly seeing him to his car, her expression pitiful. Of course, if you wish, you can also ask your mother to call me. If the opportunity arises, I will facilitate a conversation between you both, Li Ming replied, patting her shoulder with a sigh of relief. Thank you, Li Go. Next time you come this way, don't forget to visit me. Wang Qian waved as she watched him start the car. I will. Goodbye. Make sure to head back quickly. He waved back, bidding her farewell. Driving alone through the city streets, Li Ming found himself missing the sight of her exquisite feet that had graced his windshield. Feeling a sense of longing and uncertainty, shaking his head to dismiss the unrealistic thoughts, Li Ming unlocked his phone and glanced at the messages. Lin Shi's avatar was prominently displayed on the screen. In her office, Li Ming sensed her unspoken desire for him to bring her something, yet she hesitated to articulate it. With thoughtfulness, he prompted her to send him a message, and indeed, the message soon arrived. Jade Tower, spicy crayfish, spicy chicken, stir-fried clams, dry pot spicy duck heads. Please add extra spice. Thank you. Li Ming stared at the message, exasperatedly covering his forehead. Is that all? He had anticipated that Lin Shi might have some profound dilemma or inconvenient matter. Instead, it turned out she was a foodie, and with such a penchant for spiciness. No wonder her temper was often so foul. She seemed like a gas canister, ready to explode at any moment. Li Ming curled his lips, but nevertheless replied to Lin Shi with an okay emoji. Just moments ago, Wang Qian had been inconvenient for him, but now he was alone, and he had not forgotten the most crucial task of this outing, buying medicine. Fortunately, not much time had elapsed. If he hurried, he could return to the prison by evening. First, he navigated to Jade Tower, instructing the staff to package the dishes, and then he began to meander around the vicinity of the restaurant. The stark contrast of the bustling city after the solitude of the prison was somewhat disorienting. To his relief, he soon spotted a pharmacy not far away. Li Ming threaded through the crowd and entered the pharmacy, only to find it even more crowded than the street outside. It appeared he would have to queue for his medication. Many elderly patrons, leaning on their canes, were struggling to shuffle forward, each movement a laborious endeavor. Observing the scene, Li Ming clicked his tongue, lamenting the hardships of life, and then joined the line. While waiting, Li Ming idly surveyed the pharmacy, and a poster affixed to the wall caught his eye. Qingcheng Pharmaceuticals, sincerely seeking agents for partnership, striving for mutual success. We seek capable partners to build a brighter future together. The poster bore the signatures of Chairman Tan Chengqing and CEO Tan Qingqing, the two women depicted on the poster, each exuding distinct charms, yet both possessing strikingly beautiful features, stood back to back, confidently smiling at Li Ming. Rubbing his eyes, he scrutinized the poster again, astonished beyond words. Tan Qingyin, there was no mistaking it. This was the very inmate he had encountered that morning, undoubtedly Tan Qingqing, and the woman posing alongside her, Tan Chengqing, seemed to be her relative. Their resemblance suggested they might even be sisters. Pondering deeply, Li Ming recalled the details he had reviewed in Tan Qingqing's file. She was charged with smuggling, bribery, and financial fraud. Could the smuggling pertain to drug trafficking? Might the financial fraud involve deceiving her partners? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. She had confidently claimed that her family would secure her release. If they were indeed sisters, it was unlikely they would abandon her in prison. After a moment of reflection, Li Ming took out his phone and noted down the phone number of Tan Chengqing from the poster. During their last wager, Tan Qingqing had used Li Ming's phone to call her family, but she had deleted the call log afterward, leaving him unaware of the number she had dialed. The number before him could very well be the one that Tan Xingqing dialed that day. Memorizing the phone number, Li Ming tucked his phone away and continued to wait in line. He would be next after one more person. What medication would you like? The clerk inquired casually. The emergency contraceptive pill that works instantly. Li Ming replied in a hushed voice. Oh, that'll be 20. Do you need anything else? No, that's all. This will suffice. Li Ming swiftly collected his medication and made the payment. After reviewing the instructions, he retrieved the pill from its packaging, which he promptly discarded into the trash, then leisurely made his way back to the Emerald Tower restaurant. Chapter 45. The child's leg extending and eye-staring pill, although waiting in line at the pharmacy delayed him for a while. Li Ming still had not managed to prepare the dishes he had been assigned. It seemed he had arrived at an inopportune moment. The dining hour was upon them, and the influx of patrons was particularly overwhelming. Furthermore, the Jade Pavilion was among the most renowned restaurants in the area, naturally attracting a continuous stream of guests. After casually finding a seat, Li Ming picked up his phone and began to scroll. Ever since parting ways with Yang Yang, she had not reached out to him. Despite their mutual addition as friends, their chat history remained blank. While purchasing medication earlier, Li Ming had suddenly thought of Yang Yang. He recalled that during their last encounter, she had not worn any protective gear, yet he believed that as a prison doctor, she should possess a better understanding than he did. After much contemplation, he resolved to inquire after all. His fingers moved swiftly across the screen as he typed a message, only to feel dissatisfied and delete half of it, repeatedly editing until he finally settled on a simple two-word inquiry. Are you there? Li Ming grimaced. It felt awkward to broach such a topic. He certainly could not start by asking if she had taken the child's leg-extending and eye-staring pill. What a cold approach that would be. However, scarcely a minute after sending his message, a phone call came through. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was indeed Yang Yang. Clearing his throat, he answered the call. Hello, Dr. Yang. Oh, isn't this our esteemed warden Li? Has it only been a short time apart, and you're already missing me? Yang Yang's voice carried a note of surprise. She had assumed Li Ming was reaching out of longing, thinking to herself that he was quite a decent individual, unlike those who take advantage and then disappear. Ahem. It's just that you returned and didn't send any updates. I thought I might check in. Li Ming's mind raced as he pondered how to broach the critical subject. Oh, you're rather concerned about me, aren't you? We returned to the prison quite late and didn't wish to disturb you. Furthermore, we received a new batch of inmates today, and I've been bustling about, exhausted from the day's duties. I only just took a moment to see your message, Yang Yang replied, lazily, stretching her body. Ah, I see. Please take care of yourself. You must be quite fatigued these past few days. Do rest early, Li Ming responded courteously. Suddenly, he felt rather despicable. He had indulged in the feast, enjoying it despite the underlying tasks, and yet he did not want to take responsibility. Was he any different from those who toy with others' feelings? Of course I'm tired. It's primarily because you, Warden Li, are in such robust health. My little frame can barely keep up. Moreover, I've just started my period, feeling achy all over. I'm not sure if it's you or my period causing this, but I certainly need a good sleep soon. Yang Yang's fos refled her ishaustian. Had Li Ming not sent the message, she would have already been asleep. Huh? Oh, then you should go rest. I have nothing pressing, so please take care of yourself. We can chat when you have time. All right, bye. Li Ming hung up the phone, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. It was quite the coincidence that Yang Yang had just started her period, a fortunate turn considering he was unsure how to initiate the conversation. After experiencing a setback, Li Ming silently resolved never to engage in such folly again. If he were to inadvertently cause someone to become pregnant, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The recent series of peculiar tasks had been both enticingly rewarding and severely punishing, leaving him no room for refusal. Otherwise, he would not have committed such an error. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged that everything was fine on Yang Yang's end. Once she returned and administered the medicine to Wang Xin, there would be no lingering concerns, thus alleviating a burden from his mind. Li Ming continued to pass the time idly while awaiting his ordered dishes, when, unexpectedly, a waiter approached him. Sir, your takeaway will be ready shortly. Could you kindly step aside for a moment? All other tables are occupied, and this is the only one available. Normally, we would not ask you to vacate your seat, but we have important guests arriving in the private room, necessitating a transfer of patrons to this table. However, our manager has generously decided to waive your bill for the takeaway. Once it is prepared, you may simply collect it. The waiter's courteous explanation did not irk Li Ming. In fact, the complimentary meal made the request even more agreeable. As a solitary diner, occupying the table felt wasteful, prompting Li Ming to smile and acquiesce, standing to relinquish his spot. After the waiter expressed gratitude with a bow, he proceeded to escort the guests from the private room to the newly vacated table. Li Ming pondered the reasons behind the popularity of this establishment, noting the cheerful exchange among the newly seated patrons. The manager had also absolved their bill, resulting in a harmonious resolution for all parties involved. Nonetheless, curiosity piqued within him regarding the identity of the esteemed guests necessitating such arrangements. He scrutinized the entrance, particularly observing the manager, speculating that he would surely welcome the distinguished visitors. Indeed, as if summoned by his thoughts, a well-dressed, middle-aged man, flanked by several companions, entered the restaurant with an air of confidence and a warm, affable smile. The manager promptly rushed to greet him, shaking hands and ushering the group into the private room with obsequious deference. A quick glance revealed to Li Ming that the man, surrounded by admirers, was a person of considerable authority and likely of high rank. When asked how he discerned this, Li Ming would simply attribute it to experience. The higher the rank, the more polished the smile, the straighter the posture, and the distinct manner of walking, all setting them apart from ordinary individuals. Unless one reached the level of his father, attaining a state of simplicity, most officials exhibited similar traits. After observing the commotion, Li Ming turned his attention back to the waiter, who had now finished packaging his takeaway. Grasping the bag, he prepared to depart, as time was of the essence and he needed to return to the prison. As I approached the entrance of the restaurant, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting white dress crossed my path. Her figure was alluring, yet she exuded an air of elegance and grace. Towering in stature, accentuated by a pair of black stilettos, she appeared even more slender. From Li Ming's perspective, her legs seemed longer than the welcoming pine tree at the restaurant's entrance. As she glided past him, a fragrant breeze followed in her wake. However, Li Ming's focus was not on her enchanting beauty, but rather on the startling realization that he had just seen her before. He meticulously recalled the photograph from the poster and confirmed that he was not mistaken. This face, strikingly similar to Tan Qingqing's, belonged to another woman featured on the poster, Tan Chengqing. Chapter 46. Eavesdropping. Li Ming never anticipated that a simple outing to purchase groceries would lead him to encounter her. Observing Tan Chengqing as she gracefully entered the private room where the manager and his entourage had just gathered, he found the coincidence rather amusing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming resolved to linger a while longer, curious to discern the situation. He first placed the groceries in his car and then returned to the Emerald Building empty-handed, positioning himself at the door of the private room to listen intently. Unfortunately, the surrounding patrons were numerous and the noise overwhelming. Although the private room was not entirely soundproof, he was unable to catch any discernible sounds. After a fruitless attempt at eavesdropping, Li Ming was on the verge of giving up and departing when, suddenly, the door to the private room swung open. A figure, visibly enraged, stormed out. "Mistan, you must think carefully. In our city, yes, you should understand that what others can accomplish, I can accomplish. What others cannot achieve, I can achieve. What others dare not attempt, I dare to attempt. The matters I wish to pursue, others do not dare to pursue. If you simply walk away, without granting me face in your affairs, aside from me, no one else can manage. Think it over." The voice of a man resonated from within the room, halting the departing Tan Chengqing. Upon hearing his words, her earlier grace evaporated, her brows furrowing in distress, yet she ultimately regained her composure. Turning to face the man inside the room, she replied coldly, "Thank you for your advice, Director Zhang, but I fear I cannot accept the terms you propose. Should you be willing to assist, I would be more than happy to double the remuneration. Furthermore, feel free to suggest any other conditions." Li Ming, upon hearing this, promptly perked up his ears, fearful of missing any significant information. However, the man in the room merely chuckled and courteously responded, "Miss Tan, let us forego the remuneration. I pride myself on integrity and have no interest in such mundane matters. I have already stated my conditions. Should you agree, you may remain, but if not, then you may take your leave." The implicit threat in his words was unmistakable. Realizing the man was impervious to her reasoning, Tan Chengsheng took her leave from the private room. As she brushed past Li Ming, her expression was one of icy indifference. Although she noticed him, her gaze merely flickered over him before she moved on, for she was not in the mood to regard a stranger, regardless of his slight charm. As Li Ming contemplated whether to follow her, conversation resumed within the private room. "Director Zhang, this Miss Tan will undoubtedly seek your assistance again. I have arranged everything. No matter who she approaches, they will encounter failure." A foreign voice chimed in, dripping with flattery, undoubtedly a sycophant. Arrange what? We shall conduct our business impartially. We cannot allow such individuals to disrupt societal decorum. This attempt at bribery by corrupt elements must be dealt with personally, Director Zhang proclaimed with righteous fervor, laughing at his own words as he spoke. "Indeed, you are absolutely right. It must be you who handles it. Please, enjoy your meal." The sycophant's voice chimed in perfectly at that moment. As the laughter of Director Zhang faded away, an individual stepped out of the private room and firmly closed the door, leaving Li Ming unable to hear any further sound from within. Realizing there was nothing more to eavesdrop on, Li Ming hurriedly exited the restaurant, attempting to locate Tan Chengsheng. But alas, he was too late. She had long since vanished. With his search yielding no results, Li Ming reluctantly made his way to his car and set off back to the prison. On the journey, Li Ming reflected on the scene at the restaurant. It was evident that Tan Chengsheng was soliciting assistance from the so-called Director Zhang, but her anger had driven her away due to unyielding conditions. He pondered the pivotal point. It must be related to Tan Chengsheng that compelled her to seek help. However, it was apparent that Tan Chengsheng would likely be disappointed. Director Zhang was not swayed by monetary incentives. If money could not resolve a matter, then the situation would indeed be dire. Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Should he recount today's observations to Tan Chengsheng, she would surely no longer be so confident in her assertions of being able to secure her release. The thought amused him greatly. As he drove, the night had fully enveloped the sky. Upon leaving S City, the road leading to Black Mountain Prison became increasingly desolate. For who would venture into the wilderness at such an hour? After distancing himself from the city and entering the mountainous terrain, he encountered not a single soul on the winding roads, and with no speed limits in sight, he switched on his high beams. The straight path invited him to accelerate, and he pressed the gas pedal, relishing the exhilarating speed as he allowed his mind to relax. He discovered that he could drive effortlessly without concentrating too hard. His exceptional physical conditioning, akin to that of a Special Forces soldier, had not only fortified his body but enhanced all facets of his abilities, particularly his reflexes, which possessed the sharpness of a seasoned warrior, seemingly endowed with years of experience. Before long, he found himself at the foot of Black Mountain Prison. Here, he could no longer indulge in reckless driving and proceeded with caution. Eventually, he arrived at the prison gate, whereupon the alert guard spotted his vehicle approaching and swiftly activated the searchlight, temporarily blinding Li Ming, compelling him to halt. Upon recognizing Li Ming's car, the guard jogged over to greet him. "Warden, you've returned. I'll open the gate for you right away. Thank you for your efforts." Li Ming replied courteously. "It's no trouble at all. I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow, so I didn't T-report. The searchlight must have dazzled you. I apologize." The guard said sheepishly, "Not at all. You've done splendidly. Our prison should operate this way. The stricter, the better," Li Ming reassured, complimenting the diligent guard. As the gate swung open, Li Ming drove into the prison grounds and parked his vehicle. He looked up to see that the lights in Lin Shi's office were still aglow. Perhaps she had yet to retire for the night. It struck him that Lin Shi was indeed quite busy, either rising early or burning the midnight oil. Carrying the food, he took the elevator to her office, and upon reaching the door, he knocked gently. Knock, 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 knock. After 2 knocks, the door was finally opened by Lin Shi. Contrary to Li Ming's expectations, she was not engaged in work at that moment. Instead, she had donned a delicate camisole nightgown, revealing her fair and exquisite shoulders, along with her subtly curved collarbone. The fullness of her bosom captivated Li Ming's gaze profoundly. "Oh, you're back. What brings you home so late?" Lin Shi's voice broke through Li Ming's stupor. "Oh, ha 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 ha. I brought you the ingredients for the Jade Tower dish. If left too long, it will lose its flavor. So do try it." Chapter 47. Have you had enough? "Huh. I suppose you have a heart," Lin Shi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Ming as she accepted the dishes from his hands and placed them on the table. Li Ming followed her into the office. Observing her movements from behind, Lin Shi's long spaghetti-strap nightgown cascaded down to her knees, revealing only a glimpse of her snowy white calves. Adorned with a pair of charming slippers, she resembled a neighborly little sister, a stark contrast to her usual stern and icy demeanor as the deputy warden. It's not too cold. You must have flown back, right?" Lin Shi exclaimed, feeling the takeout box with surprise. "Ha! I had the air conditioning on the whole way." "It's all good. Hurry and eat," Li Ming chuckled, thinking to himself that revealing he had flown back would surely astonish her. "Well, I didn't realize you were quite attentive. Take a seat. Let's eat together." Lin Shi unexpectedly complimented Li Ming, then rummaged under her desk, producing several bottles of beer. "These are my treasures. I don't share them with just anyone. But since you brought such good dishes, I'll let you have one." Lin Shi fished out a bottle opener from a drawer, popping open 2 bottles with a satisfying sound, handing one to Li Ming while taking a hearty swig from her own. Li Ming was taken aback by Lin Shi's demeanor. He had no idea she enjoyed drinking. Though she appeared refined and demure, she guzzled her beer with wild abandon. Amused, Li Ming took a sip himself. He was no stranger to drinking, having only gotten mildly tipsy during his last encounter with Huang Feihu in Qingqing prison, and he considered his tolerance quite commendable, so he felt no need to hold back. After a sip of her beer, Lin Shi eagerly opened the side dishes that Li Ming had brought, devouring them one after another. Following her request, he had made each dish spicy, their vibrant red hues evident, yet Lin Shi paid no mind, relishing each bite. She occasionally paused to let out a contented sigh, downing another gulp of beer before diving back into her meal. Seeing her enjoy the food so heartily, Li Ming decided to sample it himself, picking up a piece of spicy duck head. The moment it touched his tongue, the heat was overwhelming, causing tears to spring to his eyes. He was genuinely moved to tears by the spice. He hastily took a swig of beer, hoping to alleviate the burning sensation. "Ha! How ridiculous! It's not that spicy, it's delicious. And here you are, crying like a drama queen." Lin Shi laughed heartily at his reaction, oblivious to her own disheveled appearance, her chest heaving as if it might spill out from her neckline at any moment. Li Ming found himself captivated by her current allure. Momentarily forgetting the fiery pain in his mouth, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Noticing his silence, Lin Shi looked up just in time to catch Li Ming, the shameless rogue, staring at her chest. She quickly straightened her posture and scolded. "What are you looking at, you pervert? Have you had enough of your ogling?" Realizing he had been caught, Li Ming awkwardly chuckled. Enough. "No, I wasn't looking, I swear." Lin Shi shot him a fierce glare, her tone sharp as she warned, "If you dare sneak another peek, I'll gouge your eyes out and use them as a side dish." "You shameless rogue." Li Ming found himself caught in the act of peering at Lin Shi, and thus he could only offer a sheepish smile to divert the conversation. Well, during my recent outing, I stumbled upon something intriguing. You know Tan Qingqing, right? She mentioned that someone would rescue her. While I was at the Emerald Pavilion buying ingredients for you, I happened to see someone who appears to be her sister, Tan Changqing. She was dining with someone named Zhang Ju. I eavesdropped on their conversation and gathered that this Zhang Ju might not be entirely reputable. Tan Changqing initially sought his assistance, but their discussion fell through. From what I gathered, Zhang Ju seems quite formidable. Is there anyone with the surname Zhang in our system? Noticing Li Ming's change of subject, Lin Shi chose not to confront him further and merely shot him a glance of disdain. She then pondered the individuals with the surname Zhang in their system. Suddenly, a name appeared in her mind, albeit hesitantly. Could be Zhang Wenhai. Zhang Wenhai. Which department does he belong to? Li Ming Kirat Bujlat. He oversees us, the head of the Prison Administration Bureau. I've encountered him twice. He's in his 50s, quite slick, and his mannerisms suggest he is not a person of virtue. Lin Shi contemplated, realizing that Zhang Wenhai was likely the only individual capable of intervening in their prison system. Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt convinced that it was indeed Zhang Wenhai. During their previous encounter at the restaurant, Zhang had boasted so grandly that Li Ming felt like a mere afterthought. If he was indeed the head of the Prison Administration Bureau, it all made sense. Should I ask my father to send someone to investigate him? Lin Shi nonchalantly sipped her beer. Let's hold off for now. It's not yet necessary. We'll wait until he reveals his true colors. Besides, it wouldn't be prudent to trouble Uncle Lin. I can handle it myself, Li Ming gracefully declined. Clearly, Zhang Wenhai had not yet earned their respect. As long as he did not provoke them, he would remain safe, but should he cross them, his position would become precarious. Who would have thought that within a humble prison, two individuals with substantial connections were enjoying their beer, tears streaming down their faces from the spicy duck heads? After consuming 2 bottles of beer each, Li Ming and Lin Shi concluded their drinking session. Lin Shi remarked that it was too late and needed to retire for the night, as she had an early start the following day, thus urging Li Ming to leave. Returning to his room, Li Ming collapsed onto his small bed, feeling a vague sense of unfinished business, yet unable to recall what it was. He decided to dismiss it and prepared for sleep. As he retrieved his phone from his pocket, he felt something cool within. Curiously, he pulled it out. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. He had completely forgotten the most crucial task. What he extracted from his pocket was the very item he had traveled far to procure: the special children's eye-opening pills. How could he have forgotten such an important matter while drinking with Lin Shi? Alcohol truly muddles one's affairs. Quickly, Li Ming sprang up, splashed some water on his face to regain clarity, and stepped outside, intending to head towards the prison area. However, as soon as he stepped out, he sensed something was amiss. Given the late hour, wandering around the prison might attract unwelcome gossip. Moreover, since Wang Xin was in a 6-person cell, if he were to appear unannounced, tomorrow the prison would undoubtedly be rife with rumors about the two of them. What the pradikamin? The instructions were thoroughly understood. The earlier the medication is administered, the more effective it becomes. Even a minute's delay could escalate the danger. From the morning, during those hours of intertwining presence, until the current late night, it has already been over a dozen hours, surpassing the optimal time for consumption. He dared not procrastinate any longer, fearing it might be too late. Thus, he descended the stairs while pondering how to discreetly administer the medication to Wang Xin. Li Ming was in a state of distress, anxiously scratching his head. Chapter 48. Wipe your saliva. Upon descending the elevator to the ground floor, Li Ming still found himself at a loss for an effective plan. Thus, he decided to visit the prison area for a look around. After all, he had yet to conduct an evening inspection there, and claiming it was a surprise check would provide a valid reason. With this thought in mind, Li Ming leisurely made his way toward the prison area. As midnight approached, the prison was enveloped in utter silence. Aside from the duty officer on watch, there was scarcely a soul to be seen. Upon reaching the electronic gate outside the prison area, Li Ming was abruptly confronted with an unexpected obstacle. He could not gain entry. The gate was controlled by the officer in the monitoring room, and there was no facial recognition or physical key in sight. Clearly, the officer in charge of the monitoring room had not noticed Li Ming waving at the door. At this hour, he was either asleep or there was no one assigned to oversee the entrance. In any case, Li Ming found himself stuck, unable to enter. After pondering for a moment, he returned to the office building to check on the situation in the monitoring room. Having been there before with Lin Shi, he navigated effortlessly to the entrance, pushed the door open, and discovered an officer slumped in a chair, sound asleep. Approaching her, he noticed that she was drooling in her slumber. The officer appeared quite young, with delicate features and large black-framed glasses, exuding the innocent charm of a university student. It seemed she had not been in the prison for long, radiating a strong sense of naivete. Gently, he tapped her shoulder. The officer, in a hazy state, sensed someone calling her and muttered something as she opened her eyes. A man's silhouette loomed before her, and with a face full of maternal warmth, she reached out, thinking she was dreaming. Reflecting on the handsome protagonist of the night, tall and good-looking, reminiscent of their new charming prison warden. However, when her hand landed on the man's rear, she instinctively squeezed, appreciating the firmness and reality of the sensation. The female officer blissfully squinted her eyes, just as she was about to proceed with her next move. Thinking that she had encountered a delightful surprise, Li Ming suddenly coughed, seizing her hand that had wandered onto his abdomen. If he did not intervene, she would have traversed downwards, culminating in. The officer, feeling her hand restrained by a larger grip, pouted in dissatisfaction, pondering how this cheeky young man was playing hard to get. Oh, how she liked it, just as she intended to extend her other hand to demonstrate her prowess. She opened her eyes wide in a daze, seeking her target, only for Li Ming to retreat a step back, preempting her move. With a raised eyebrow, the officer was about to pursue, but suddenly froze. The environment before her was eerily reminiscent of her monitoring room, and the man before her bore a striking resemblance to her prison warden. Could it be? The officer rubbed her eyes vigorously, widening them to their fullest extent, and finally discerned the scene before her. Yet, still in disbelief, she pinched her thigh hard. The sharp pain registered instantly, making her realize this was not a dream. The officer sprang from her chair, her expression one of despair and social embarrassment. Warden, I apologize. Warden, I was wrong. Boo-hoo. Li Ming chuckled at the girl's series of apologies and quickly waved his hand to interrupt her incantation. It's all right. I don't blame you. You should first wipe your drool. Chapter 49. Throwing mud. The female guard was taken aback, only then realizing the chill on her face. Upon touching it, she discovered it was indeed saliva. Oh no, the warden. She hastily wiped her face with her sleeve, her expression one of utter dismay. Not only had she been caught slacking off by the warden, but he had also witnessed her drooling in a dream, and even more alarmingly, she had imagined him as the male lead, and her hands had wandered. How she wished there were a crack in the ground to hide in. What to do? I'm anxiously waiting for help. What is your name? Li Ming inquired, finding her panic rather amusing. The warden. I'm Yi Mei. Like the berry, she replied. Upon hearing the warden ask for her name, Yi Mei's heart sank. This was it. She had been called out. Surely she wouldn't face punishment. Oh no, she shouldn't have stayed up late watching shore dramas. Now she was in big trouble. Oh, Yi Mei. That is a lovely name. You don't seem too old. How long have you been in the prison? Li Ming remarca, observing her innocent expression and feeling inclined to tease her a bit. I just arrived 2 months ago. It was quite an achievement to get in here. Warden, please spare me. I promise I won't slack off again. She pleaded, tears welling in her eyes. Spare you? That could be arranged, Li Ming chuckled. Really? Thank you. Warden, you're so kind. Yi Mei exclaimed, her face lighting up. She hadn't expected the handsome warden to be so easygoing. But I haven't stated my conditions yet. Don't rejoice too early. Oh, please, warden, tell me. Li Ming pondered for a moment. He didn't wish to make things difficult for her, especially since he had other matters to attend to. Thus, he asked, what talents do you possess? Perform a talent, and I shall overlook your idleness. Huh? A talent? Aye. Can I sing a song? Sure, go ahead. Clearing her throat, Yi Mei tightly close the door and search her mind for a song, momentarily drawing a blank. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and her voice began to flow. They throw mud at me. I plant lotus flowers with the mud. They throw stones at me. I build a small house with the stones. I don't dodge my eyes, only see flowers. Li Ming, both amused and exasperated, waved his hand to interrupt. All right. That's enough. You're spared. Yay. Thank you, warden. Yi Mei exclaimed, jumping with joy. It was fortunate that she not only indulged in short dramas, but also kept up with trending internet memes. It was all worth it. Now I must go. I need to enter the prison block. Don't fall asleep again, and remember to let me in later, Li Ming instructed. Understood, warden. Task accomplished. Yi Mei grinned, giving a salute. Li Ming shook his head, exiting the monitoring room, and soon arriving at the prison block entrance. This time, the door opened automatically without him needing to gesture. He gave a thumbs up to the camera before slowly stepping into the block. At night, there were guards on duty in the prison, resting in the lounge at each block entrance. As soon as Li Ming entered the first block, a guard spotted him and hurried over to greet him. "Warden, why do you come at such a late hour?" A guard looked at Li Ming with curiosity. After all, prisoners are still human. They need their rest at night, and typically nothing occurs during those hours. It was her first encounter with someone like Li Ming. Wandering around the prison at this time. "I need to visit the second cell block. Please unlock the door for me," Li Ming commanded succinctly, refraining from elaborating further. Yes, Warden." The guard saluted and produced the key to unlock the passage. Li Ming did not allow the guard to accompany her, but instead proceeded alone to the end. Entering the second cell block. The guard in the second cell block was quick to notice Li Ming's presence and approached with a flashlight in hand. "Warden, what brings you here at this hour?" The second guard was taken aback yet filled with curiosity, pondering the scandal of a warden clandestinely meeting a female inmate. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Meeting the inquisitive gaze of the second guard, Li Ming raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Take me to Tan Qingqing's cell, the one at 6725, the solitary confinement one." Upon hearing this, the second guard's excitement grew, and she nodded in agreement, whispering back, "Warden, cell 6725 is at the very end. Let us tread carefully. We must not wake the other inmates. Otherwise, their loose lips could tarnish your reputation." The second guard exchanged knowing glances with Li Ming. "What are you suggesting? Where are your thoughts wandering?" "I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Your expression is quite misaligned." Li Ming, observing the second guard's demeanor, immediately realized her thoughts had strayed. Indeed, a woman's penchant for gossip is unstoppable. Upon hearing this, the second guard hastily masked her curiosity. "I meant nothing by it. My apologies, Warden." The second guard thought to herself, "I slipped up. Ahem. Lead the way then." Li Ming scoffed, knowing the second guard's thoughts were far from serious. As the second guard led the way, they ventured deeper into the prison, passing by Wang Xian's cell. Yet Li Ming maintained his composure and continued to follow. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. Though not fully developed, it was a plan he felt compelled to execute. Arriving at Tan Qingqing's cell door, the second guard shone her flashlight through the observation hole, revealing Tan Qingqing sleeping soundly. The exhausting day had left her weary, her body aching from unfamiliar labor. She had wept while working, and had it not been for the second guard's watchful eye, she might have endured a couple of slaps for her dramatics. Even without physical reprimands, she was not spared from the mockery of others. During mealtime, she faced derisive comments that left her too furious to eat. She was filled with anger instead. Finally, enduring the day's hardships, she returned to the cell. Too exhausted to even wash her face, collapsing in a bed, her thoughts lingering on the hope of enduring just a little longer until her release. She could hardly imagine surviving another day of toil. Li Ming took the flashlight from the second guard, watching as she opened Tan Qingqing's cell door. The slumbering Tan Qingqing remained completely oblivious to the presence of two living souls at her bedside. Li Ming directed the beam of his flashlight onto Tan Qingqing's face, revealing her exquisitely delicate features adorned with two crescent-shaped tear trails. Her brow was furrowed in slumber, as if she were ensnared in the throes of a dreadful nightmare. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, his casual conjecture was, in fact, accurate. Within her dream, Tan Qingqing faced an insurmountable mountain of garments, weeping as she tirelessly toiled away, feeling as though her efforts would never suffice. She felt a profound sense of regret, lamenting the absence of ambition to innovate and thrive, yearning for the glory of past achievements. Had she pursued greatness, she might have evaded the torment of her current plight. Chapter 50, Devastating News. Li Ming gestured subtly to the second officer, urging him to awaken Tan Qingqing. However, the second officer merely scoffed, thinking to himself, "Why pretend at this stage? If she's your woman, why not call her yourself instead of avoiding the issue?" Yet, he only dared to voice these thoughts internally as he stepped forward to nudge the slumbering Tan Qingqing. Feeling a shove, Tan Qingqing inadvertently plunged headfirst into a mountain of clothes. Struggling amidst the heap, she flailed her arms and legs, desperately attempting to rise, yet found herself unable to stand. From the perspectives of Li Ming and the second officer, Tan Qingqing suddenly lay on the bed, flailing her limbs as if swimming. Her face was etched with urgency. but her eyes remained closed. Exchanging a glance, both men were taken aback. Seeing Tan Xingqing about to tumble off the bed, Li Ming hastened forward to catch her, forcibly lifting her and restraining her limbs, pressing her back onto the bed. Dan Qingyin, what are you doing? Wake up! Li Ming's voice boomed beside her ear. At last, he roused her from her slumber, and she opened her eyes to find Li Ming still holding her down. With an anguished cry, she burst into tears. Help! Help me! Tan Xingqing flailed her arms, pushing Li Ming away, her screams echoing throughout the prison, rousing the slumbering inmates. Curiosity piqued, they peered out from their observation points. Drawn to the commotion, the second officer, witnessing the scene, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Tan Xingqing's face, abruptly silencing her cries. What are you shouting about? Can't you see someone here? Calling for help? Have you lost your mind? Behave yourself. The second officer chastised her, hands on hips. Startled into silence, Tan Xingqing ceased her cries, now too frightened to utter another sound. Meanwhile, Li Ming, who had been pushed aside by her, felt a twinge of satisfaction at her punishment, shouting for help upon waking. If it weren't for the second officer's presence, one might have thought he had harmed her. Clearing his throat, Li Ming addressed the second officer. All right, now that she is awake, you may step outside for a moment while I ask her a few questions. Yes. Warden. The second officer obediently exited the cell, now convinced that there was no special relationship between Li Ming and the inmate. Otherwise, upon seeing Li Ming, her reaction would not have been so extreme. With no further intrigue to pursue, the second officer departed without lingering. What are you all staring at? Go back to sleep. The second officer's reprimands echoed down the corridor, causing Tan Xingqing to shudder once more. Observing her pitiful state, Li Ming felt a pang of compassion. He sat across from Tan Xingqing, contemplating before finally speaking. Tan Xingqing, the reason I have come to see you is that I encountered a woman named Tan Chengsheng outside. You should be familiar with her, am I correct? Tan Xingqing, initially curled up on the bed in fear, now wept silently, resembling a homeless canary, evoking deep sympathy. Upon hearing the name of Tan Chengsheng from Li Ming's lips, she abruptly sat up from her bed, fixating her gaze on him, her mouth opening in a silent gasp. It was not curiosity about how Li Ming knew of Tan Chengsheng that held her back, but rather a paralyzing fear of the dreadful news he might convey. Li Ming, observing Tan Xingqing's reaction, recognized his suspicions were correct. The family member she mentioned who would rescue her was indeed Tan Chengqing. Li Ming organized his thoughts and continued recounting his observations to Tan Xingqing. Tan Chengsheng had arranged a meeting with Director Zhang at the Emerald Pavilion, though their discussion ended in discord, with Tan Chengsheng storming out. Director Zhang had declared that no one but himself could handle the matter, warning Tan Chengsheng to reconsider her decisions. If I am not mistaken, this Director Zhang is the formidable figure you have yet to name, correct? Li Ming spoke with calm assurance, ensuring that Tan Xingqing absorbed every word. As Li Ming elaborated, Tan Xingqing's countenance grew increasingly pallid until she began to tremble involuntarily. Noticing her distress, Li Ming pressed on. If I am correct, this Director Zhang should be Zhang Wenhai. If your greatest reliance is upon him, then you may face disappointment. It is highly probable that your escape is unattainable. Upon hearing this, Tan Xingqing clutched her clothing tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, her lips quivering in sync with her body's tremors. Although she was unaware of the term Zhang Wenhai had imposed upon Tan Chengsheng, the fury displayed by Tan Chengsheng suggested that money would not suffice to resolve the matter. Prepare yourself for the possibility of remaining here for 25 years. Li Ming's tone was gentle, devoid of any threats or intimidation. However, to Tan Xingqing, these seemingly soft words felt as frigid as a bucket of ice water in the depths of winter. See, could I make a phone call? Tan Xingqing stammered, battling her fear. Seeing her appear utterly defeated, Li Ming surmised that his earlier conjectures were indeed the truth. He harbored no apprehension about her making the call, so he retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. However, the moment Tan Xingqing grasped the phone, Li Ming held on, meeting her confused gaze with a low voice. You may call, but I have one condition. W. What condition? Tan Xingqing asked. her voice trembling with anxiety. The condition is that you may make the call, but it must be on speakerphone. If you can accept this, then you may proceed, Li Ming stated matter-of-factly. Tan Qingqing swallowed nervously, pondering that speakerphone should pose no issue. She had come to trust Li Ming's words. For how else could he know the names of Tan Changsheng and Zhang Wenhai? Upon seeing her nod, Li Ming finally released his grip on the phone. Tan Qingqing entered a series of numbers into the device, and as the name of Tan Changsheng appeared on the screen, her heart sank further into desolation. Li Ming surprisingly possessed her telephone number, suggesting that he did not approach her with ulterior motives. Rather, he genuinely found himself in a predicament. Contemplating this, Tan Qingqing's hands trembled even more, and she struggled to grasp her phone, allowing it to fall between her legs. Observing the intensity of her shaking, Li Ming took it upon himself to dial Tan Qingqing's number and activated the speakerphone. Hello, this is Qingchang Pharmaceuticals. Our company is actively seeking agents for partnership, aiming for mutual success. We are in search of capable partners to collaboratively forge a promising future. I am Tan Changsheng, and I welcome your call. Please do not hang up. I will answer shortly. If I am unavailable, I will return your call later. Thank you once again for your call. Chapter 51. I promise you. The voice of Tan Changsheng reverberated through the phone, though it was merely a recorded ringtone. The melody persisted until, just as Li Ming and Tan Qingqing were beginning to assume that Tan Changsheng might be asleep and would not answer, a melodious voice broke through the silence. Hello, is this Qingqing? Tan Qingqing's voice suddenly emerged, invigorating Li Ming. They had connected. Sister, it's me, Tan Qingqing exclaimed, her tears cascading down her cheeks. She longed to escape. Qingqing, how are you? Have you been mistreated? Fear not. I will do everything in my power to rescue you. Please don't cry. Tan Qingqing's voice trembled with emotion. From a young age, the sisters had been inseparable, working, starting businesses, and earning money side by side. Now, however, they were worlds apart, and with her sister imprisoned, Tan Qingqing's worry was unceasing. Sister, I'm all right. You need not worry, but I really want to get out. I miss you so much. Tan Qingqing sobbed, breathless. Qingqing, hold on a little longer. Today, I've already sought out Zhang Wenhai, but it hasn't gone smoothly. I'm considering other options. If I can't find anyone to help, then I will appeal to Zhang Wenhai again. He is the head of the Prison Management Bureau and will surely be able to extricate you. Rest assured, sister will never give up on you. Tan Qingqing bowed earnestly. Sister, what conditions did Zhang Wenhai propose? Please tell me. Tan Qingqing, well aware of her sister's nature, suspected that if the terms were not excessively harsh, Tan Qingqing would not hesitate to agree. Do not inquire further. Just wait patiently for me. I refuse to believe that we cannot secure your release, even if it means depleting our family's fortune. With our assets, he may not be impervious to temptation. Tan Changsheng spoke vaguely, as if concealing something. Sister, surely, what he desires is not money, right? Is it that he wants her body? Tan Qingqing deduced from her sister's reaction. They had little to offer beyond wealth and their bodies. If money would not suffice, it must be that he desired both person and fortune. Sister knows what to do. You need not fret. If it comes to that, he merely seeks my company for a few days. If it means bringing you back, I would be willing to do anything. Tan Qingqing's voice grew increasingly somber. After returning from the Emerald Tower, she had contacted numerous individuals. Yet those who routinely boasted of their powerful connections had turned into timid tortoises, claiming they could not intervene. Some even suggested she approach Zhang Wenhai. Tan Changsheng was so infuriated that her menstrual cycle had become irregular. Sister, no, do not do that. Zhang Wenhai must be deceiving you. What if he consumes you entirely and then fails to help? You would fall into his trap. Money can be lost, but our bodies cannot. Upon hearing her sister's words, Tan Qingqing became frantic, disregarding her own predicament as she hurriedly advised. What other options do we have? Are we to allow you to languish in prison for 25 years? You're still young now, but what about 25 years later? Your life would be ruined in prison. How could I bear that? Tan Changsheng finally broke down, sobbing on the other end of the line. Hearing her sister's cries, Tan Qingqing felt a chill run through her, and in despair, she looked up at Li Ming. suddenly finding solace in a smile. She picked up her phone and said, "How about, let's just forget it. Prison isn't so bad. The warden here is quite handsome. The food is decent, and I have a single cell. Sure, the work is a bit tiring, but I'll soon adapt. In about 10 days to half a month, I'll be used to it. I think I won't go out anymore." "Sister, please don't be deceived by him. It's futile." Tan Xingqing remained extraordinarily calm. If Zhang Wenhai sought money, that would be one thing. But he desired her sister's body. She would rather endure imprisonment than let her beloved sister be sullied by that beast in human form. "Xingqing, it's all my fault for not stopping you. If we had acted sooner, perhaps this wouldn't have happened." Tan Changcheng lamented, pounding her chest in regret. But it was of no avail. Had she known it would come to this, why they acted so recklessly in the first place? "Enough, sister. Remember my words. Do not let Zhang Wenhai deceive you. Come to see me often. I'm doing well in prison." Tan Qingqing bit her lip, stifling her tears. Fearing that Tan Changcheng might act impulsively and fall victim to Zhang Wenhai's schemes. "I won't give up. I will find a way to rescue you from the outside. Wait for me." "Qingqing," Tan Changcheng shouted through her tears. Li Ming quietly listened to the sisters' heartfelt conversation, mentally piecing together the events. Now everything was clear. Tan Changcheng wanted to save her sister, seeking out Zhang Wenhai, who intended to barter her body. But even if that exchange occurred, with Li Ming present, Zhang Wenhai could not succeed. After some contemplation, Li Ming kindly interjected, "Tan Changcheng, I am the warden of Black Mountain Prison. I have overheard your conversation, and while I had no obligation to inform you, I believe it would be a pity if Zhang Wenhai were to exploit you. I must tell you this. Even if Zhang Wenhai were to come directly before me, he could not rescue your sister, Tan Xingqing. Prison is not a lawless realm. Those who commit crimes must face the consequences. If you wish to extricate her, it is impossible. Do not waste your efforts. I will not allow anyone to take her away. Not even Zhang Wenhai from the Management Bureau, nor anyone higher up, can sway me. Thus, spare yourself the trouble." Li Ming's voice resonated through the phone, leaving Tan Changcheng stunned in place. "Why you are the warden?" she asked in disbelief. "Indeed. Otherwise, how could Tan Xingqing have spoken with you for so long? I have said all I can. You may choose not to believe me and continue seeking connections. But I fear you will ultimately be disappointed," Li Ming advised. He truly did not wish to see such a beautiful woman fall prey to Zhang Wenhai. But he merely hinted at the truth, leaving the choice of belief to her. "I believe you. Warden, your voice seems quite young." A glimmer of light suddenly sparkled in Tan Xingqing's eyes as she tentatively inquired, "Well, you're still quite young. What is the matter?" Li Ming responded with a look of confusion, pondering to himself how Tan Xingqing's thoughts seemed so erratic. Here they were discussing a serious matter, yet she was linking it to his age. As a warden, it is evident that you do not mince words. Your youthfulness in attaining such a position must surely imply the support of influential allies. "I have an unorthodox request to make, and I beseech you to grant it. You may stipulate any conditions you desire. I shall acquiesce to anything within my means." Chapter 52. Embracing Hope. Listening to Tan Xingqing's words, Li Ming naturally comprehended her implications. However, he was reluctant to offer her any semblance of hope, as it was a matter of principle. Tan Xingqing had committed a crime. This was not a case of wrongful conviction. Therefore, her imprisonment was a just consequence of her actions, and he had no valid reason to assist her in escaping. Just as he was about to decline, a sudden chime resonated in his mind, and a passage materialized before him. Task announcement. The poignant sisterly bond before you is truly rare. As the warden, it is within your capacity to aid these two sisters. Though she has brought this upon herself, she has expressed remorse. It would not be amiss to treat her with leniency, thereby earning their heartfelt gratitude. Please grant Tan Xingqing's request and assist Tan Xingqing in emerging from prison to see the light once more. Failure penalty. You will be bestowed with the title Impenetrable, which renders you incapable of accepting any future requests, leading to social isolation. Task reward. Charm aura. Your appeal to all women will soar. And as long as any woman remains within the aura's reach, she will inevitably fall for you, willing to sacrifice everything for your sake. You may choose your target for this effect, or apply it broadly. Li Ming scrutinized the task information that had manifested in his mind. The nature of the task was as peculiar as ever. The penalties were severe, yet the rewards were exceedingly generous. The effect of the charm aura was virtually a disruption of the natural order. Should he acquire this skill? Would no woman in the world be able to escape his grasp? It was utterly terrifying. In the past, Li Ming would have unhesitatingly accepted such a task, knowing that with this formidable technique, he could revel in a life of excess and indulgence. Yet, this time, the task required him to assist Tan Qingqing in her release. This, too, was a violation of the rules, and it was a crime. If he were to proceed, how would he differ from the very criminals confined within those prison walls? Could he truly exploit his privileged status to act without consequence? Li Ming did not consider himself a mere do-gooder bound by convention. Otherwise, he would not have readily accepted the advances of Yang and Wang Xing. Although the penalties of the task compelled him to acquiesce, he was all too aware that he found a certain delight in it. It seemed he had begun to revel in these illicit endeavors under the guise of a task he could not fail. Li Ming felt a transformation within himself, a gradual assimilation into a new identity. Previously, he had no agency, forced to accept tasks passively, but this time was different. A card floated quietly in his mind. A reward from a prior task. The Good Samaritan card. Item effect. It allows you to evade the penalty of one failed task. This time, unlike before, he possessed the autonomy to choose. He also had a means to counteract the penalties. But how should he decide? Seeing that Li Ming had not responded immediately, Tan Qingqing implored him once more. Warden, please, do not hesitate to express your desires. I would willingly sacrifice everything to ensure my sister's release from prison. Even if it means sacrificing myself, I would do so gladly. Just let my sister out, and I shall accompany you willingly. Warden, please save us. I beg you. Hearing this, Tan Qingqing was equally stirred, gripping Li Ming's sleeve and pleading through tears. The prison warden, it appears I have underestimated your stature, and I admit my folly in wagering against you. I implore you, grant me your assistance. If I could but be released, I would willingly accompany you in place of my sister. You may treat me as you wish. As Tan Qingqing spoke, she feared that Li Ming might refuse her. She rose from the bed, her delicate hand resting upon Li Ming's chest, her body pressing closely against him. In the prison, inmates were dressed in standardized uniforms and specially designed undergarments for their safety, the latter being a thin layer of fabric meant to provide minimal concealment. Tan Qingqing, pressed against Li Ming, rendered that flimsy covering ineffective, allowing him to distinctly perceive her softness. Li Ming had previously observed her physique during a medical examination. The straight shoulders, the elegant curvature of her back, the slender waist, and the long, graceful legs, all forming a nearly flawless silhouette. Her youthful body appeared so tender it seemed one could almost extract water from it. Faced with such alluring beauty, Li Ming felt a surge of impulse. Yet, despite the stirrings of desire, he recognized that such exquisite temptations were not to be indulged without consequence. He gradually pushed Tan Qingqing away, maintaining a respectful distance to prevent her from noticing his body's reaction, thus avoiding any further advances. Li Ming had resolved to refuse this time. Regardless of the enticing rewards of the task or the allure of the sisters, he would not allow the demands of the mission to compel him into unsavory actions. Sore. I cannot assist you. Spare yourselves the effort. No matter whom you seek, there will be no escape, Li Ming declared, seizing his phone and, without waiting for Tan Qingqing's response, abruptly ended the call. At that moment, the task in his mind dissipated, along with the item card that would have exempted him from a task penalty. Please, Warden, I beg you spare me. I truly wish to avoid imprisonment any longer. The work at the factory is beyond my capabilities. Even in dreams, I toil. My body aches incessantly. My hands twitch in pain. I'm willing to give you anything. My money, all of it. Just let me out. I beseech you. Grant me freedom. Tan Qingqing collapsed to the ground, unable to accept reality, tears streaming down her swan-like neck and into her collar, rendering her a pitiful sight. However, the steely-hearted Li Ming had no inclination to indulge in her theatrics. He had pressing matters to attend to. He turned and exited Tan Qingqing's cell, calling for the second guard who was loitering in the corridor. Second guard, please summon Wang Xian for me. I wish to speak with her, and afterward, gather her personal belongings and transfer her to this cell to share with Tan Qingqing. Tan Qingqing is currently unstable. I need Wang Xian to keep an eye on her. Tomorrow, neither of them will need to work. They should have time to calm down. Upon hearing this, the second guard nodded and proceeded to fetch Wang Xian. Not giving it much thought, the guards were well aware of Wang Qian's situation, and with the warden having aided Wang Xian significantly, it was presumed she would be wholeheartedly committed to assisting him in his duties. Soon enough, with a face full of curiosity, Wang Xian stood before Li Ming. Just moments ago, the second supervisor had instructed her to pack her belongings, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Upon inquiry, she discovered that it was Li Ming who had arranged for her to change cells. Unbeknownst to her, Li Ming had a matter to discuss privately. Could it be that she had not yet exhausted her daytime amusements and was now to face an evening of labor? However, after experiencing such a rare moment of delight today, she had overexerted herself, and now a faint ache lingered. She feared she might not endure the relentless vigor of this human pile driver. Was it possible he intended to treat her as though she were merely a plaything, bullying her without end? Chapter 53. I will not allow you to speak. Li Ming paid no heed to Wang Xian's peculiar gaze. He waited until the second guard and Wang Xian had placed Tan Qingqing's bedding and personal belongings into her cell before he instructed the second guard. You may return to rest now. I wish to speak with him privately. I will call for you once I am done. Understood, warden, the second guard replied, offering a salute before making his way back down the corridor. Once Li Ming was certain the guard had vanished from sight, he stepped into the cell. Tan Qingqing was sprawled on the bed, having been dragged there by the second guard and Wang Xian. Upon closer inspection, Li Ming noticed that Tan Qingqing had succumbed to overwhelming sorrow, crying herself to sleep after the recent emotional turmoil and the exhaustion from her labor during the day. Li Ming shook his head, feeling a twinge of pity for her. She was at the most splendid age of her life, a time meant for reveling in freedom and the joys of existence. Yet, the harsh reality found her confined within the grim walls of a prison cell, facing an impending sentence of up to 25 years. No amount of wealth could salvage her now. In this dark abyss, money was as worthless as scrap paper. Li Ming felt a pang of guilt, but he swiftly dismissed the sentiment, reminding himself that her plight was of her own making. After tidying her own bed, Wang Xian approached Li Ming, gazing at the sorrowful Tan Qingqing, and playfully poked Li Ming with her finger. What is this? Why is such a beautiful girl crying so? Has our warden been bullying her? Wan Xin Tuka Sopti. She cannot accept reality. I have not tormented her. Keep an eye on her for the next couple of days, and alert the guards if anything seems amiss. I'm concerned she might do something drastic. Li Ming replied with a rueful smile. Got it. With the warden's orders, I shall surely fulfill my duty. Wang Xian winked, her finger playfully climbing onto his shoulder. Li Ming was startled and quickly glanced toward the cell door. Fortunately, Tan Qingqing was sound asleep, but if the second guard were to return unexpectedly and discover their antics, it would spell disaster. Hey, stop it, Li Ming cautioned, his voice low. Huh? Did you summon me just for this? Or was it truly to keep an eye on her? Wang Xian asked, her expression one of surprise, having misunderstood Li Ming's intentions once again. Cough, cough. Of course not. There are so many people in the prison. If we create any ruckus, it will spread like wildfire by tomorrow. Do you think I have such audacity? Li Ming whispered, leaning closer to Wang Xian. Please, what is there to fear? Just keep quiet. She is in such a deep sleep. She certainly won to wake up. Don't you men enjoy this sort of thing? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Stop, cough. Cough. Li Ming hurriedly retreated, wary of getting too close to Wang Xian, fearing he might lose control and commit an irreparable mistake. Wan Xin Watet Li Ming se fantik de meno, giggling uncontrollably. Initially, she had no intention of pursuing anything further. She merely sought to tease him. However, witnessing his bashful reaction only piqued her interest further. With a playful determination, Wang Xian leaned against Li Ming's shoulder. As Li Ming inhaled the enchanting fragrance emanating from Wang Xian, He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Truly, a young woman is indeed captivating. However, he remained focused on the purpose of his visit. From his pocket, he finally retrieved the small pill designed for children, and, noticing Wang Xian's surprised expression, he softly explained, "You recognize this, don't you? I specifically went to get it for you. I was so engrossed at the time that I forgot to wear it. You should take it now. Once you do, you can rest easy." As he spoke, he extracted the little tablet from its packaging and extended it toward Wang Xian. Yet, she did not reach for it. Instead, she playfully shot him a reproachful glance and slowly parted her lips like a cherry blossom, uttering a soft ah towards him. Li Ming chuckled ruefully, but proceeded to place the pill directly into her mouth. Wang Xian's lips moved slightly, and she swallowed the small tablet. Yet she continued to gaze at him, moistening her dry lips. They exchanged a knowing glance before Wang Xian, ever considerate, lowered her voice and spoke first. "The medicine has been taken, after all that trouble to procure it. Let us not waste it." Li Ming swallowed hard, asserting with a commanding tone then, "I forbid you to make a sound." Upon hearing this, a playful glimmer danced in Wang Xian's eyes as she nodded, responding, "Yes, warden." The cell fell into a sudden silence. Due to the stimuli from the external environment, the encounter reached a satisfying conclusion shortly thereafter. Li Ming, wary of the possibility of Tan Qingqing suddenly awakening, took his leave from the cell with a composed demeanor. Wang Xian felt no reluctance. In that moment, she was utterly fulfilled, for today marked the happiest day of her life in over a decade. As Li Ming passed by the gate of the correctional facility, he exchanged greetings with the guards before stepping out of the premises with an unperturbed facade. At that moment, the worries that had previously burdened him dissipated, leaving him feeling remarkably light. This sense of fulfillment was intoxicating. Upon returning to his office, Li Ming refreshed himself thoroughly. Once he was tidied up, he reclined on his bed, contemplating his forthcoming plans. Suddenly, his phone chimed, the notification of a new message breaking his reverie. He casually picked up his device to check, and a familiar name illuminated the screen, Tan Qingqing. Opening the message, he found a succinct sentence awaiting him. "Warden, let us meet. You choose the time. I'll be waiting at Tianyi Mountain Villa, rain or shine." Chapter 54, Addiction. Tianyi Villa. Li Ming gazed at the screen, somewhat lost in thought. He was well aware of the purpose behind Tan Qingqing's message. Yet he had resolutely decided against offering assistance, and thus had no intention of attending. His finger lingered on the screen for an extended moment, but he ultimately refrained from responding. Today had dealt her a considerable blow, so perhaps it was best to allow her some time to gather her thoughts. In a few days, she might come to terms with reality. Li Ming set his phone aside and closed his eyes, intending to drift into slumber. However, the vivid scenes from earlier continued to flicker through his mind. This unprecedented thrill was not only a first for Li Ming, but also for Wang Xian. When she cast him a sultry glance, he felt as though his very soul was being drawn into a vortex by her enchanting gaze. The slumbering Tan Qingqing beside him, the prisoners resting just a wall away, and the ajar cell door, all conspired to stimulate every nerve within him, in pursuit of the ultimate enjoyment of this unparalleled excitement. He even willingly disabled his 200-meter radius surveillance aura. The exhilarating rush surged through him like a potent drug, eroding his reason and rendering him unable to resist. He realized he was addicted. Li Ming was oblivious to how he ultimately succumbed to sleep, but once again, he found himself dreaming. In his dream, a group of monstrous beings with tiger heads and human bodies sat around a dining table, voraciously competing for the meager delicacies before them, while he found himself excluded from the feast. Elevated above them at another table, he was surrounded by an abundance of exquisite delicacies, yet he merely sampled a few, ultimately savoring only a taste. After the tiger-headed creatures devoured the food on their table, they turned their predatory gazes toward him. The following morning, Li Ming awoke with a start. Wiping his forehead, he soon realized his shirt was drenched in cold sweat. With a deep sigh, he picked up his phone to check the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Feeling the gnawing hunger in his stomach, he quickly got up to wash and shower. After adjusting his attire in front of the mirror, he surveyed his dashing figure and nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he step outside. He made his way directly to the cafeteria, but to his dismay, it was entirely deserted. No one was present. Clearly, it was too late, and they had all eaten and tidied up long ago. Li Ming slipped into the kitchen, hoping to scavenge something to quell his hunger. After a night of drinking with Lin Shi, he had barely touched his meal, and having expended so much energy, the little sustenance he had consumed had long since been depleted. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the prison meals typically consisted of a repetitive assortment of potatoes, eggplants, peppers, tomatoes, and eggs, much like the fare at his university cafeteria, affordable yet wholesome. Although Li Ming possessed a modicum of culinary skill, his forte lay in fried rice. With practiced ease, he heated the pan and added oil to scramble some eggs. He then scooped 2 bowls of leftover rice from the tray and added them to the pan. Soon, a plate of fried rice, both aromatic and visually appealing, was ready to be served. Li Ming, satisfied, emerged from the kitchen holding a plate, only to discover that a stunning beauty stood in the cafeteria, gazing at him with a bright smile. "Sister Hong, what a coincidence! Haven't you eaten yet? Would you like to try some fried rice? It's freshly made and still warm." Li Ming placed the plate on the table, extending an invitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong looked at the fried rice that Li Ming had mentioned and couldn't help but smile broadly. "Did you make this?" she asked with amusement. "Indeed. What do you think? It looks decent, doesn't it?" Li Ming admired his creation, though it was somewhat rough around the edges. He had perhaps added too much oil, overcooked the eggs, and the rice was slightly hard for being fried a tad too long. Yet everything else was quite satisfactory. "Ha ha! Do you even know how to cook? Did you fall asleep while frying this rice?" Xiao Hong burst into laughter, clutching her stomach and leaning against the table for support. "Oh, I think it's all right. Although it doesn't look great, you should try it. The taste is quite good." Seeing Xiao Hong laugh so heartily, Li Ming felt confident in his culinary skills and was eager to feed her a bite. However, Xiao Hong quickly waved her hands in refusal. "No, no, no. I want to eat that. I'm afraid of getting food poisoning. Just wait here, and let me show you how it's done." As she spoke, she gathered her long hair and rolled up her sleeves, heading toward the kitchen. Li Ming's eyes brightened at her actions, and he promptly followed her, discarding his previously praised fried rice into the trash. "Sister Hong, you can cook too? You look like someone who has never touched a drop of water. How do you possess such skills?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "This is nothing. It's merely cooking. It's not as challenging as wielding a scalpel." "You can step outside and wait," Xiao Hong replied, washing her hands while addressing the following Li Ming. "I'll help you out. I can't just let you do it all." Li Ming insisted, snatching the scallions from her hands and rinsing them onto the tap. Water flowed gently down the leaves of the scallions, but in a moment of distraction, he accidentally splashed water everywhere. Xiao Hong, witnessing his clumsiness, couldn't help but chuckle as she reclaimed the scallions. "You should really step outside. Don't make things more difficult for me." Feeling embarrassed, Li Ming scratched his head, recalling how smoothly things had gone when he was cooking alone. Why did he become so clumsy while trying to assist? "Then I shall step outside. Call me if you need anything." He flicked the droplets off his hands and made to leave. Xiao Hong nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Quickly go outside. Your departure will indeed be a great help to me." "Ah!" Before she could finish her sentence, her foot slipped on the water that Li Ming had spilled on the already slick tiles. Dressed in a form-fitting black dress with a white lab coat, she struggled to regain her balance, reaching out in vain to grasp something for support. Regrettably, the path ahead lay barren and desolate, leaving her no option but to fall backward in a straight manner. Just as Xiao Hong prepared to close her eyes and embrace her imminent encounter with the ground, a pair of strong hands swiftly enveloped her waist and hips, lifting her form with astonishing force. Xiao Hong felt a jolt surge through her body, her very essence shaken, and then she was effortlessly cradled by those fervent hands beneath her. Yet, this was only the beginning. Those robust arms even assessed her weight, as if cradling nothing more than a feather in their embrace, showcasing an overwhelming display of strength. "Sister Hong, you are so light." Chapter 55. He is not dead, yet you are far too slender. You should eat more. Li Ming's voice echoed in Xiao Hong's ears. It was only then that Xia Hong realized she was being cradled in Li Ming's arms, one hand supporting her beneath her armpit, while the other scooped her up from underneath her legs, completely enveloping her in a princess carry. Xiaong is chic flushed crimson, despite her usual bold demeanor, her alluring attire, and her penchant for high-heeled, red-bottomed shoes. She remained an untouched maiden at heart. Nervously clutching Li Ming's clothing, she attempted to mask her embarrassment, retorting, "This is called being slender. What do you know? And let go of me already. Are you hungry?" Li Ming, observing the faint blush on Xia Hong's face, couldn't help but chuckle, taken aback by this rare display of shyness from the typically confident Xia Hong. He gently set her down, then proceeded to wipe the puddle on the floor with a nearby mop before retreating from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xia Hong, glancing at the palm-shaped water stains on her body, stomped her foot in frustration. That little rascal. He truly takes advantage of every opportunity, not the least bit considerate of me. Her thoughts drifted back to Li Ming's broad, powerful arms. Being held by him felt akin to being a mere ornament. Despite his seemingly unassuming physique, his strength was astonishing. What a robust man. As this realization dawned on her, her face grew even warmer. However, she was acutely aware of the relationship between Lin Shi and Li Ming, understanding that Li Ming had come to this prison at the behest of his parents to cultivate feelings with Lin Shi, which caused her expression to darken momentarily. Brushing off the water stains, she resolved to focus on her tasks, soon presenting a plate of fragrant, colorful fried rice, her waist twisting as she carried it over. "Eat up. Now this is what I call egg fried rice." Seated across from Li Ming, she couldn't help but smile at his astonished expression. "Delicious. Delicious. Hongjia, with culinary skills like yours, whoever marries you'll be truly blessed," Li Ming exclaimed, his mouth watering as he eagerly dug into the fried rice. Showering compliments upon Xia Hong, Li Ming had anticipated that Xia Hong would beam with pride at his praise, but to his surprise, her previously smiling face suddenly fell, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossing her features. Noticing this shift, Li Ming quickly inquired, "Hongjia, did I say something wrong? Why do you suddenly seem unhappy?" Xia Hong waved her hand dismissively, swiftly restoring her smile. "It's nothing, just reminiscing about some past I would rather forget." Seeing her demeanor, Li Ming lost his appetite, suddenly curious about the past she alluded to. He knew Xia Hong had once been an exemplary student, with the potential for a brighter future outside, yet for reasons unknown, she had chosen to retreat from a life of brilliance and instead serve as a prison doctor in a women's facility, the chasm that most individuals find insurmountable. Summer Hong instead embraces with a sense of ease, spending her days languidly in prison, seemingly savoring life. However, Li Ming keenly perceives that Summer is not truly content in her confinement. There must be some underlying truth she is concealing. After a brief moment of hesitation, observing that Summer was about to gloss over the topic once more, he decided to employ his skill. The sincere of heart shall find resonance. The power of his skill, propelled by Li Ming's fervent intent, enveloped Summer Hong. Just moments ago, she sought to avoid the conversation, yet suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grievance welling up within her. A need to unburden her heart. Li Ming, a man she held some affection for, appeared reliable in her eyes. After much deliberation, she sighed deeply. "What is the matter? Hongjia, if there is something in your past, you can share it with me. I am quite trustworthy. Expressing it will surely lighten your heart. Otherwise, keeping it bottled up may lead to illness." Li Ming smiled at Summer, aware that his skill had begun to take effect. "Huh, you're the one who might become ill." Summer shot him a glance of playful reproach. She then leaned over the dining table, resting her chin on her hand, and began to unearth buried memories. "Well, I almost got married once, just a hair's breadth away. He even praised my cooking, saying that whoever married me would be fortunate. Hearing you say that stirred up those emotions within me. Is it true that all men are so adept at sweet-talking women?" Summer gestured towards Li Ming's lips, which seemed to effortlessly utter flattering words. "Oh, not at all. It's merely that your culinary skills are truly exceptional, and I am but a hero who recognizes the talent of others," Li Ming chuckled. Yet, Summer remained unconvinced, shaking her finger at him. Unfazed, he continued to inquire. "And then, Why do you say it was almost a wedding? Upon hearing his question, Summer's expression turned pained, yet this time she did not shy away from the subject. Instead, she began to recount her memories slowly. Later, we became engaged. He was a doctor, a skilled surgeon, and on the day of our engagement, we visited a bridal shop to try on wedding dresses when he suddenly received a call. It was from the hospital. A patient had suffered a sudden brain hemorrhage and required immediate surgery. The patient's identity was significant, necessitating his presence alongside the hospital's top surgeons. He had originally taken a leave of absence. Yet, succumbing to the pressure from others, he decided to return for the operation, and I happened to be in my wedding dress. He did not wait for me and drove to the hospital alone. At that moment, I paid little heed to it, trying on one wedding dress after another. When I finally changed back into my own clothes, I noticed numerous missed calls from the hospital. My heart raced as I hastily returned the call, only to hear the dreadful news of his car accident. As Summer recounted this harrowing tale, her complexion turned ashen, and her expression was one of sheer terror, as if the traumatic event was unfolding before her once more, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Li Ming quickly grasped her trembling hand resting on the table, offering her comfort. It's all right, it's all right. It has all passed. A person cannot return to life. So much time has elapsed, and you should learn to let go. His spirit in the heavens would not find solace witnessing your sorrow. He would undoubtedly wish for your happiness and joy in life. However, Xia Hong shook her head at these words, tears spilling from her eyes as she continued to speak with deep sorrow. At that time, he was not dead. Chapter 56, The Fool. When I received the call, he was still alive. Xia Hong, suppressing her tears, bit her lip in sorrow. What? He is not dead. And then, Li Ming realized that this was not the right moment for such revelations, yet he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Having assumed that the man had perished in a car accident, he was taken aback to learn there was more to the story. Then, I immediately took a taxi back to the hospital. However, upon my arrival, I discovered his injuries were severe. He had multiple comminuted fractures throughout his body, and his internal organs had sustained varying degrees of trauma. Yet, that was not the gravest matter. The most critical injury was his arm, which had been crushed by the car door during the accident. By the time the paramedics extricated him, his hand had suffered irreversible damage. Had the surgery been performed promptly, perhaps recovery could have been possible. However, the surgeons capable of performing the operation had all been summoned into the operating room by the family of that influential figure. There were no available doctors left to conduct the surgery, and the only one left was me. At that moment, I was unaware, trying on wedding dresses at the bridal shop, completely oblivious to his accident. When I finally saw the call from the hospital, time was already running out. I rushed to the hospital and immediately pushed him into the operating room, but due to the prolonged delay, despite my utmost efforts, I could not restore his hand to its former state. All I could do was opt for the most conservative treatment, which would at least preserve his hand. Li Ming interjected, unable to contain himself. But that's good, isn't it? His life was saved, and his hand is fine. He can gradually recover. How did it end up like this? Xia Hong shook her head, wiped her tears, and suddenly let out a haunting laugh. Yes, how did it come to this? If only he had your perspective, it would be so much better. Is it not true? Surviving such a calamity, with a beautiful wife by his side, what more could one desire? His body remains intact. Once healed, he would be a fine man again. Li Ming Pundarat, struggling to fathom how that man and Xia Hong had parted ways and what her presence in the prison had to do with it. Logically, one would think that surviving a disaster would be a cause for celebration. No, it's not as simple as you think. His situation is vastly different. Just as he emerged from peril, awakening in his hospital bed and seeing that his hand had undergone surgery, he was utterly terrified and urgently demanded to see his diagnosis report. Initially, I intended to keep it from him, but as a doctor at our hospital, he took advantage of my absence to have the nurse fetch his medical records. When he saw the results of his diagnosis, everything changed. We, as lead surgeons, place immense value on our hands. We protect them vigilantly. A mere injury can render us incapable of performing surgery, and the inability to operate means that all the years of skill and experience become futile. If this holds true for ordinary doctors, it is even more pronounced for a genius like him. When he learned that his hand had been subjected to conservative treatment, meaning he could never wield a scalpel again, he erupted in a frenzy, shouting at me. He accused me of ruining his life, lamenting why I hadn't arrived sooner, why I hadn't performed the surgery at the first opportunity. But I had exerted all my efforts. How could I possibly have been negligent in his surgery? It is too late. I can only do so much. I genuinely have no alternative. If conservative treatment is not pursued, he may lose all sensation in his hand. Yet through conservative measures, he can still maintain a semblance of normalcy. What else can I do? Xiaohong grasped her hair in anguish, haunted by the man's furious shouts and roars. It is all my fault. I should not have gone to see the wedding dress that day. I should not have allowed him to drive home alone. I should have answered the call from the hospital. If only I had received that call and rushed to the scene immediately, perhaps I could have salvaged his hand. It is all my fault. In an instant, Xiaohong's emotions shattered, her hands clutching her hair, fists pounding against her head. Li Ming, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward, grasping both of Xiaohong's hands to prevent her from causing herself harm. Xiaohong, do not act this way. This is not your fault. Why do you blame yourself? It was merely his misfortune that led to the accident. The fact that you reached him in time to save his life is commendable. He is the one who repays your kindness with ingratitude, harboring resentment towards you. None of this is your fault. Li Ming held Xiaohong close, offering continuous comfort. Furthermore, such a person is quick to assign blame to others without reflecting on their own actions. He brought this upon himself. Thankfully, you did not marry him. Had you done so, your suffering would have multiplied exponentially. Sister Hong, you should feel joy instead. A person like him is not worth your self-harm. Li Ming's soothing voice penetrated Xiaohong's ears, pulling her from her anguish. During her time in prison, she had never spoken of her past to anyone. In the stillness of the night, she often found herself sleepless, and even in slumber, that man would invade her dreams, casting blame upon her. Each time his visage appeared in her mind, she trembled uncontrollably. Yet today, inexplicably, Xiaohong felt compelled to confide in Li Ming, and as she listened to his words of solace, a sense of relief washed over her. Li Ming, I am fine. You were right. Expressing this truly alleviates much. In truth, the event occurred long ago, and I should have forgotten him by now. It is merely this emotional barrier within me that I cannot overcome. From the moment he began to blame and resent me, I discovered my hands quaking incessantly. Whenever I grasped a scalpel, I recalled the surgery I performed on him, torn between the safer choice of conservative treatment or risking a catastrophic outcome. This dilemma has tormented me. Since then, I have refrained from performing surgeries. I thought, since I'm the one who caused his ruin, unable to be the lead surgeon, I would ruin myself instead. If I can no longer operate, does that not equate to repaying my debt to him? Xiaohong raised her gaze to Li Ming, her eyes brimming with hope, yearning to hear from him that she had settled her debt. Then she could free herself from this burden and begin anew. Yet, upon hearing her, Li Ming shook his head resolutely. Ignoring the disappointment and despair reflected in Xiaohong's eyes, he turned her face towards him, enunciating clearly. You are mistaken. It is not you who owes him. You have never owed him anything. He has wasted your time. The one who should bear the consequences is him. This notion of repaying debts is utterly absurd. He is the one who ought to repay his debts. From beginning to end, you have never wronged him in any way. Do you understand? You owe him nothing. In fact, you even saved his life and preserved his hand. Wake up. You should not weep, nor should you suffer. You ought to harbor resentment. Resent him for delaying the vibrant and splendid life that was rightfully yours. Resent him for being an ungrateful wretch. Join me in denouncing him. Learn from me. He is a complete fool. A complete fool. Chapter 57. Amidst the echoes of Li Ming's harsh words, Xiaohong suddenly burst into laughter. Perhaps this was what drew her to him, his candidness, in stark contrast to that other man who always wore a facade of insincerity. While engaging with Li Ming, despite his eyes roving over her, particularly fixating on her legs, she felt an undeniable comfort, not a hint of offense. Rather, she sensed his admiration, which instilled within her a newfound confidence and pride. Setting aside his somewhat lecherous tendencies, His interest in her was evident during their encounters. Alas, such a splendid man belonged to Lin Shi. She could not take him away. All right, enough of that. You haven't finished your meal. Please continue. Xiao Hong chuckled, momentarily escaping her sorrow. She gently struggled, freeing her hand from Li Ming's firm grasp, feeling the warmth of perspiration where he held her. Seeing Xiao Hong return to her usual demeanor, Li Ming let out a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated the depths of her hidden sadness and wondered how she had endured these years alone. Sister Hong, I'm just glad you're all right. I truly prefer to see you smile. It's simply stunning. Li Ming showered her with sweet words, wiping away the remnants of her tears. Xiao Hong cast him a playful yet scornful glance upon hearing his compliments. So, after that, you just let yourself go and ended up in our prison? Li Ming inquired further. Well, something like that. After I decided against surgery, I sought a quieter place to work, which serendipitously led me here. This place was rather dreary at first, but since your arrival, it seems to have lost some of its monotony, Xiao Hong replied, her emotions subdued. Oh, then I owe my gratitude to that ungrateful wolf. Otherwise, how would I have had the fortune of meeting such a beautiful, gentle, and virtuous doctor like you? Xiao Hong. Li Ming jested, eliciting a smile from her. Just eat, will you? Stop your banter. I must take my leave. My eyes are swollen from crying. And I need to freshen up, Xiao Hong said, dismissing his playful teasing. Without a mirror to check her appearance, she hurried away to the infirmary to tidy herself up. As Xiao Hong departed, Li Ming resumed his meal of fried rice, his thoughts drifting back to their intimate encounter in the kitchen. Xiao Hong's figure remained as striking as ever, and he pondered her secrets of maintaining such allure. Every curve seemed perfectly placed, and her natural beauty shone through without the aid of cosmetics. Occasionally, a fleeting glance from her felt like an electrifying signal, as if this enchanting woman was alluring him. Having hurriedly set Xiao Hong down and left the kitchen, he concealed his own peculiar feelings. Truly, she was the epitome of seduction, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, an irresistible temptress. After finishing an entire plate of fried rice, Li Ming felt satiated and, as customary, took a stroll around the prison block. It was still a weekday, and the facility remained devoid of inmates. He approached the cells of Tan Qingqing and Wang Xin, where the two sat opposite each other. Peering through the small observation hole of the cell, Tan Qingqing still appeared utterly lost, as if she had yet to come to terms with reality. Her once delicate features were now shadowed, likely from countless tears shed. In stark contrast, Wang Xin looked at Li Ming with a beaming smile. Oh, the warden has come again. What instructions do you have for us this time? Upon hearing Wang Xin's words, Tan Qingqing hastily turned her gaze toward the cell door. Spotting Li Ming's face, she quickly rose to her feet, beseeching him, Warden, could you possibly assist me? I would do anything you ask. Before she could finish, Li Ming raised his hand to interrupt her. Tan Qingqing, I cannot help you. I made my stance very clear. I advise you to accept reality. Otherwise, enduring this place for too long will bring you considerable suffering. Upon hearing this, Tan Qingqing bit her lip tightly, her face ashen. Sister, there's nothing inherently terrible about prison. You are new here. As time goes on, you will find it isn't so bad. I've been here for over a decade, and it has passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Xin continued, undeterred by Tan Qingqing's silence. When I first arrived, I was even younger than you and just as anxious. However, after a few months of hard work in the factory, I found myself too exhausted to think of anything else, and gradually, I adapted. Now, no one bullies you, and if you're stuck here, then so be it. Acceptance is key. Moreover, since our illustrious warden has taken charge, the conditions in this prison have improved immensely. At this point, Wang Xin even cast a flirtatious glance at Li Ming. While her flirtation might seem trivial, it made Li Ming visibly uneasy, prompting him to hastily change the subject. Ahem, our prison has many activities. If you perform well and participate actively, I can apply for a reduction in your sentence. He continued soon. There will be a group dance competition. If you're interested, I can sign you up. Though your 25-year sentence seems lengthy, active participation can lead to an early release. However, Tan Qingqing remained unmoved by his words. The notion of getting used to it and the promise of a reduced sentence seemed utterly futile to her. She could hardly bear the thought of spending another day in this dismal prison. Noticing her lack of response, Li Ming felt helpless and turned to Wang Xin for support. Keep an eye on her. Engage in conversation. You have experience. If anything arises, contact me through the guards. Wang Xin nodded eagerly. She felt content, thanks to Li Ming, and would certainly heed his advice. However, she knew that Tan Xingxing was not easily consoled. Only through continuous setbacks could she be made to relinquish hope entirely. Subsequently, Li Ming left the second prison district and took a stroll around the factory area, observing the orderly environment before retracing his steps back to the office. Hardly had he settled in when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, Li Ming was taken aback to find Lin Shi standing there, holding her phone, the screen illuminating a call in progress. Confused, he wondered what this could signify. Lin Shi first cast a meaningful glance at Li Ming, then addressed him with an official tone, stating, "Report to the warden. There's a call from Superior. It's Director Zhang from the Administration Bureau. He wishes to speak with you." Upon hearing Director Zhang's name, Li Ming suddenly realized it must be a call from Zhang Wenhai. He had not yet sought him out, yet Zhang had reached out to him first. Could it be Dang Jian? Has she truly gone to see Zhang Wenhai again? Chapter 58, Have We Met? As Li Ming received the call, a familiar voice resonated from the other end. "Ha ha, is it Xiaoli? It's been several days since you transferred here, and I haven't had the chance to visit you. Don't hold it against me, haha. Once I finish my work here, I'll come over to get to know you better. It will facilitate our future collaboration. Don't you agree?" Zhang Wenhai's voice rang out, and Li Ming quietly acknowledged, indeed it was him. "Director Zhang, you flatter me. It should be I who pays you a visit. I wonder what instructions you have for me today?" Li Ming probed cautiously. It's not so much an instruction. I understand that your prison is organizing a group dance competition in a few days. I recently spoke with Deputy Warden Lin to gather some insights. Nowadays, we emphasize humane management, and your facility is doing remarkably well. The inmates are highly motivated. I wish to learn from your advanced practices so that we can implement similar activities in other prisons, allowing inmates a bit of entertainment. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenhai explained in a jovial tone, radiating warmth. "Oh, the activities in our prison are organized by our deputy warden. I've only just arrived and am still getting acclimated. All the credit goes to our deputy warden. I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Director Zhang." Li Ming replied with a hint of detachment. Xiaoli, you're being too modest. We are all part of the same system and should support one another. By the way, I'm curious where you transferred from? Zhang Wenhai inquired casually. "Oh, we all serve the people. It doesn't matter which unit. It's all the same. If you need anything, just let me know, Director Zhang." Li Ming, realizing Zhang Wenhai was probing into his background, offered a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhai paused for a moment before responding with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes. Serving the people, of course. It's all the same, all the same. Well, I won't delay your work any longer. I'll hang up now. Let us have a meal together sometime." "Certainly, Director Zhang." After the call ended, Li Ming felt a surge of intuition. Realizing that Zhang Wenhai had not spoken a single truth, he must have ulterior motives. When he met Lin Shi's puzzled gaze, he explained, "It's nothing much. He seems to be probing into my identity. It appears he may be planning something." Li Ming furrowed his brow in contemplation, suspecting that Zhang Wenhai wouldn't have made the call without reason. He suspected that Tan Changchang might have contacted him again, prompting this test of his stance. "Be cautious around him. He is quite cunning. If anything happens, don't forget to consult with me. If he truly intends to create trouble, I'll inform my father." Lin Shi advised as she took the phone Li Ming offered. "Don't worry. He is not worthy of trying to manipulate me," Li Ming replied with a faint smile. Exuding confidence, Lin Shi regarded Li Ming with a look of exasperation before turning to leave. Li Ming shrugged helplessly and closed the door behind her. Meanwhile, at the Prison Administration Bureau, Zhang Wenhai hung up the phone, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. "Director Zhang, how did it go? What was Li Ming's attitude?" On that day, a sycophant dining with Zhang Wenhai spoke up. What an attitude. A demeanor devoid of respect. I inquired about his origins, and to my astonishment, he replied, "We all serve the people, regardless of where we come from. This insolent brat. Zhang Wenhai slammed his palm on the desk in frustration. What? He is so oblivious. Should I send someone to issue a warning? The sycophant asked in a hushed tone. Not yet. This young man, despite his age, has managed to ascend to the position of warden, which is certainly suspicious. Moreover, he speaks to me with a certain poise, almost as if he possesses some hidden strength. Perhaps he has influential backing. We must tread carefully. I will investigate further, Zhang Wenhai replied with a measured calm. Meanwhile, the sycophant picked up his phone to show Zhang Wenhai a message from Tan Chengqing. Upon receiving the phone, Zhang Wenhai's thoughts drifted to Tan Chengqing's alluring figure. He had long harbored intentions to pursue her. Director Zhang, I have made up my mind. As long as you rescue my sister first, I will comply with your request. However, I must see her safe and sound, standing before me, before I fulfill my promise. Upon reading this, Zhang Wenhai smirked sinisterly. The fish had finally taken the bait. Li Ming sat in his office chair, retrieving his phone to check for messages. He had yet to respond to Tan Chengqing, suspecting she might have resorted to seeking Zhang Wenhai due to his silence. Out of goodwill, he decided to inquire, sending her a message. Have you saw Zhang Wenhai? Mere seconds after sending, a response arrived. Warden, I am still waiting for you at Tianyi Villa. I told you, no parting until we meet. Li Ming frowned. Such stubbornness from Tan Chengqing was unexpected. Nevertheless, he replied, did I not inform you that it would be futile to seek him? You haven't done anything foolish, have you? Soon, another message from Tan Chengqing appeared. Please, let us meet. Li Ming pressed his forehead in frustration. This woman was relentless, ignoring his blunt warnings. If this continued, she would undoubtedly fall into Zhang Wenhai's trap. Torn by conflicting emotions, Li Ming wished to disregard her pleas, thinking perhaps a few harsh lessons would temper her obstinacy. Yet, his heart wouldn't allow him to be so callous. With a long sigh, he ultimately reached for his car keys. Li Ming's compassion prevailed, and he drove out of the prison, setting the navigation for Tianyi Villa. He discovered it was not particularly far from the prison, though situated in the mountains. Assessing the route, he estimated he could arrive by noon, pressing the accelerator to commence his journey. However, the mountains proved treacherous, despite the seemingly short distance on the map. The road was arduous. After a bumpy ride, he finally arrived at Tianyi Villa just before dusk. Halfway through his journey, Li Ming began to regret his decision. This shortcut was not nearly as advantageous as taking the long route to City S and then proceeding to Tianyi Villa. Although the distance was greater, he would have arrived much earlier, sparing himself the torment of this treacherous mountain path that left him dizzy. Li Ming drove directly into the villa and alighted from his vehicle to survey this so-called estate. In truth, it resembled a quaint villa nestled within the mountains rather than a traditional villa. Both the architecture and the decor were remarkably opulent, harmonizing seamlessly with the pristine natural surroundings, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Standing beside his car, Li Ming called Tan Chengqing, and the call was answered almost immediately. I've arrived. I'm in the parking lot. Where are you? I'll be there shortly. Please hold on, Warden. Tan Chengqing's voice was filled with delight, clearly surprised that Li Ming had actually come. Soon, Li Ming spotted her vibrant figure hurrying towards him, heading straight in his direction. After glancing around and noticing he was the only one present, she approached and spoke. You are the warden? Have we met somewhere before? Chapter 59. Together with Tan Chengqing surveyed Li Ming, who was clad in casual attire. His handsome exterior, tall stature, and commanding presence instilled a sense of awe, rendering him almost intimidating merely by standing there. Furthermore, Li Ming appeared remarkably youthful. He seemed to be in his 20s. Was it truly possible for a prison warden to be so young? Tan Chengqing felt an increased sense of trust towards Li Ming, silently resolving within herself. It is I. My name is Li Ming. We have indeed met once before. Li Ming extended his hand, shaking hands with Tan Chengqing, who had stepped forward. Tan Chengqing's features remained exquisite, yet she seemed to have made a special effort to adorn herself this time. She wore a high-slit qipao of a vibrant red hue and matching high-heeled shoes. Though not an extraordinary ensemble, it became exceptionally striking when worn by her. Standing at least 7 meters tall, her long, Slender legs revealed ample fair skin from the side. Her delicate waist and the impressive contours of her chest formed a perfect S-shaped silhouette, surpassing even her sister-esque figure. Whenever Li Ming beheld Tan Chengsheng, he was invariably captivated by her beauty. "Ah, I find you rather familiar. Yet, I cannot recall where we have met." Tan Chengsheng was not merely offering pleasantries. She genuinely felt a sense of familiarity, though the memory eluded her momentarily. Li Ming, not wishing to prolong the suspense, directly reminded her, "At the Emerald Tower, I was outside when you were negotiating with Zhang Wenhai. Coincidentally, I had also gone there that day to purchase some dishes, which led to our chance encounter." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, clarity dawned upon Tan Chengsheng. He was the charming young man she had encountered upon exiting the private room. At that moment, she had been infuriated by Zhang Wenhai, merely casting a hurried glance without taking a closer look, which explained her earlier confusion. "So it is you. I truly failed to recognize your significance. Please do not hold it against me. I never imagined you could be so young." A smile adorned Tan Chengsheng's face. "Warden Li, let us proceed inside. I have prepared food and drinks, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence." Li Ming nodded, following Tan Chengsheng into the interior of the establishment. Soon, they entered an opulent private room. With a command from Tan Chengsheng, the staff swiftly arranged the food and beverages before retreating, leaving the two of them to gaze into one another's eyes. "Miss Tan, you need not go to such lengths. I have already conveyed everything necessary over the phone. My presence here is solely to ensure you are not deceived by him. Indeed, Zhang Wenhai called me today, seeking to probe my thoughts, but I shall not indulge him." Li Ming politely declined Tan Chengsheng's offer of a toast, speaking directly. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengsheng displayed no signs of discomfort. Her smile unwavering as she adjusted her chair to sit beside Li Ming, consuming a small cup of white liquor in one swift motion. "Warden Li, you are a discerning individual and a good man. You are not like that scoundrel Zhang Wenhai. I genuinely wish for my sister's release. And if you are able to articulate your conditions, I will comply without fail. Even if the conditions are excessive, if it involves accompanying you, I would willingly oblige." Tan Chengsheng's expression was earnest, her sparkling eyes gazing up at Li Ming with deep emotion. Yet, Li Ming shook his head in response. "Miss Tan, you are indeed beautiful, and your figure is exquisite. However, this does not provide justification for me to engage in unlawful activities or to exploit connections. It is true that some individuals compromise their integrity for wealth or desire, but I shall not, nor can I. I sincerely advise you to relinquish any lingering illusions. If Zhang Wenhai is indeed scheming behind the scenes, Miss Tan, I must inform you that it is not solely your sister who is trapped. Zhang Wenhai's position has reached its limits as well. I trust you comprehend the implications of my words." Li Ming spoke with piercing clarity, leaving her no room for misinterpretation. This was not an act of cruelty, but rather a means to help her confront the harsh reality. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengsheng struggled to contain her emotions, yet she inhaled deeply, pouring herself another glass of wine and consuming it in one gulp. "Director Li, what if I accompany you with Chingqing? We could both be your girlfriends or mistresses, available whenever you need us. When you do not require our presence, we will manage ourselves, causing you no trouble. Although our finances may not be appealing to you, we are willing to entrust them to you. I simply cannot bear to see my sister suffer within those walls. She has been my only companion since childhood. Our parents passed away early, leaving us with nothing, and we have fought tooth and nail to reach where we are today. You know how arduous that journey has been. She has indeed made mistakes. Yet, we only wish to survive. We do not engage in bribery. Our products are being obstructed from reaching the market. Without smuggling, we cannot obtain the necessary pharmaceuticals. All of our medicines are genuine. With so many purveyors of counterfeit drugs at large, why are we the ones targeted? Moreover, there is no financial fraud involved. We merely sought to expand our operations. We aim to find partners for distribution across various regions. Yet we unknowingly crossed the interests of someone powerful. They approached us for collaboration, only to turn around and accuse us of fraud, fabricating evidence of bribery and smuggling. We have been ensnared in a trap. Director, my sister is not an irredeemable villain. She is a good person. Please assist us." Tears streamed down Tan Qingqing's face as her voice quivered in anticipation of Li Ming's response. However, Li Ming shook his head once more. I cannot assist you. If you truly have not engaged in any unlawful actions, I would certainly help, but bribery and smuggling are always present. As for your claim of being set up with accusations of fraud, if what you say is true, I may be able to investigate. Beyond that, I am powerless. Upon hearing this, Tan Qingqing's gaze dimmed. She had offered her utmost sincerity, yet it still failed to sway Li Ming. She was at a loss. Must her sister truly endure 25 years in that dark, oppressive prison? Witnessing her sorrow, Li Ming felt a twinge of sympathy, yet the law is unyielding. No matter how virtuous Tan Qingqing may be, she has committed unlawful acts. Assisting her would constitute a crime, especially given his own position, which forbids any transgression of the law. Shaking his head, Li Ming resolved to take his leave, believing that Tan Qingqing should now resign herself to despair. If she remains obstinately unaware, then Li Ming finds himself at a loss. At that moment, a chime echoed. A new task materialized in Li Ming's mind. He inwardly lamented the predicament. Having utilized a prop card for the previous task, if this one required him to rescue Tan Qingqing once more, how could he decline? To save or not to save? Li Ming's expression shifted as he hastily scrutinized the task details. Task issued. Oh, wretched soul. As the warden, your inmate's charges are shrouded in deeper complexities. Do you still uphold your previous stance? The sister, so deeply concerned for her sibling, merely wishes to alleviate her sister's suffering. If one seeks to avoid transgressing the law, perhaps it is permissible to exercise a bit of flexibility within the realm of duty, allowing her to experience a modicum of ease during her incarceration. Chapter 60. Not impossible task reward. Major restoration. Swiftly recover from non-lethal injuries. Usage limit, once per day. Failure penalty, forfeiture of all acquired skills. Li Ming quickly reviewed the task details, feeling a slight sense of relief. Unlike previous assignments, this one did not impose an unbearable penalty upon failure. The consequence of losing all skills was daunting yet manageable. He counted and realized he possessed only 5 skills. 1. Intuitive insight, the ability to sense when others are lying. 2. Aura of authority, a presence that instills fear without anger. 3. Elite combat skills and physical conditioning. 4. Sincere spirit, the capacity to convey profound sincerity to a target. 5. Vigilant aura, detecting living beings within a 200-meter radius in an excited state. The potency of these skills was formidable, and naturally, Li Ming was reluctant to part with them. However, perhaps the task could be slightly adjusted to allow for a more comfortable existence within the prison. It seemed not entirely impossible. Contemplating this, Li Ming turned to the sobbing Tan Qingqing, who was slumped over the table. Miss Tan, cease your tears. I have a compromise in mind. I wonder what you think of it. Initially consumed by sorrow, Tan Qingqing abruptly lifted her gaze to Li Ming, her sudden movement causing a ripple across her chest. Li Ming found himself inadvertently drawn to her. Director Li, what do you mean? What compromise are you suggesting? I am willing to do anything. Tan Qingqing responded eagerly, sensing a glimmer of hope in Li Ming's words. Ahem, I have been pondering. While it may be impossible to release your sister from prison, perhaps we could make her experience there a bit more bearable. Li Ming diverted his gaze and took a sip from his glass. In our prison, we have 5 work days, 1 day off, and 1 day dedicated to skill learning. Aside from statutory holidays, everyone must adhere to the work schedule. Your sister, Tan Qingqing, was exhausted yesterday, so I permitted her to rest today. If we shift our perspective, remaining in prison without the option to leave might not be as intolerable as it seems. This is the utmost I can offer. Furthermore, regarding the allegations of fraud against you, if the case can be overturned, she may receive a reduced sentence. Coupled with the opportunities for sentence reduction through various competitions and activities within our prison, if your sister cooperates, she may not have to endure such a lengthy incarceration. At this point, Tan Qingqing began to grasp Li Ming's intentions, her brow furrowed in contemplation of the feasibility of his proposal. If rescuing her sister was truly unattainable, then Li Ming's compromise appeared to be the optimal solution. If her sister's case could indeed be revisited, it would likely result in a significantly shorter sentence. With this thought in mind, Tan Chungchung finally nodded. Director Lee, I agree with your plan. However, my sister, she has never done manual labor in her life, so please ensure she is well taken care of, regardless of money or any other matters, as long as you speak. I will surely exert my utmost effort. Tan Chungchung sat in the chair, her body resembling that of a weary soul, gazing at Li Ming with tear-filled eyes. In comparison to Zhang Wenhai, she placed greater trust in Li Ming, not merely due to his youth and mystery, but because he was a man of principle. Whether it be financial compensation or the well-being of her sister, if such conditions were presented to Zhang Wenhai, he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. However, Li Ming remained completely unmoved. I understand. Rest assured, once I return to prison, it would be best for you to accompany me. During the visitation, you must make her understand and accept reality. Otherwise, if she continues to behave as if she is on the brink of despair, life in prison will be exceedingly difficult for her, Li Ming advised. Tan Chungchung nodded, realizing there was no alternative. Director Li, please enjoy the meal. This Tianyi Mountain Villa is one of my properties. You are welcome to visit at your convenience. If you like it, I would gladly gift this villa to you, Tan Chungchung said, placing some dishes into Li Ming's bowl with a courteous demeanor. No, I cannot accept that. I believe in the principle of not receiving unearned rewards. My assistance to you is not motivated by such things. Li Ming replied with a smile after taking a bite of food. With a compromise in place, Li Ming felt a weight lift from his shoulders and began to feel a pang of hunger. Well, you have helped us immensely. How can I repay you? Please, let me know, Tan Chungchung said, her face slightly flushed, likely lost in thought. Do not overthink it. That is not what I meant at all. Li Ming coughed, realizing that his words had led to a misunderstanding, making her think otherwise. He never intended to use such conditions to gain anything from Tan Chungchung. His sole aim was to accomplish his task. Once Tan Chungchung agreed to his compromise, the mission was complete and the reward had already been received. Tan Chungchung, having heard Li Ming's words, nodded in understanding. Director of the prison, rest assured, I know you are worried that I might use this to blackmail you. Trust me, I would never do such a thing. I have never had a boyfriend. You are my first man. As long as you ensure Ching has a comfortable stay in prison, I am more than willing. This private room has no surveillance. Not a word we say will leave this space. It is late outside. You should stay here for the night and return tomorrow, Tan Chungchung suggested, her face flushed and her voice dwindling. Clearly, inviting a man to stay overnight was a daunting task for her, even as a wealthy businesswoman. In that moment, she felt as shy as any ordinary person. Cough. You have truly misunderstood. There is no need for such things. If I were to harbor ulterior motives, what would be the difference between me and Zhang Wenhai? Li Ming explained with a wry smile. By the way, I have yet to ask you, have you contacted Zhang Wenhai again? Upon hearing this, Tan Chungchung felt even more grateful towards Li Ming, now more convinced that she had not made the wrong choice. Yes, but I only sent him a message, stating that if he could genuinely rescue Ching and bring her before me, I would consider his conditions. I would not be foolish enough to accompany him first. Tan Chungchung promptly retrieved her phone and displayed the message to Li Ming. Upon a brief glance, Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement. I questioned how Zhang Wenhai could have contacted me to probe my intentions. It seems my suspicions were justified. Before Li Ming could finish his thought, Tan Ching's phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a new message, which both Li Ming and Tan Chungchung focused their attention on. It was fortuitously a message from Zhang Wenhai. Miss Tan, I have made some progress regarding your inquiry. The warden of Black Mountain Prison is a close friend of mine. Let's discuss this further. I have reserved a table for dinner at Emerald Pavilion tonight at 11. I look forward to our meeting. Tan Chungchung responded with a look of bewilderment, while Li Ming was left speechless. Chapter 61. Deaf and mute Li Ming gazed at Zhang Wenhai's message, pondering whether to call and inquire when the two of them had become such good friends. Such blatant fabrications could be uttered so casually? Did he truly fear exposure? Facing Tan Ching's puzzled expression, Li Ming felt compelled to elucidate. Zhang Wenhai's words were undoubtedly laced with ulterior motives. He was likely attempting to leverage my name to arrange a meeting with you, followed by some scheme to ensnare you. That old scoundrel certainly had audacity. Li Ming could easily deduce Zhang Wenhai's ploy, and in his mind he had already pronounced a judgment of guilt upon him. However, upon hearing this, Tan Qingqing's face brightened with a smile. I trust you, Director Li. Zhang Wenhai probably never anticipated that we had already been in contact. This time, he likely won't succeed in deceiving me. Fortunately, you came today, otherwise, he might have truly triumphed. Li Ming nudda. Sensing that Zhang Wenhai intended to make his move on Tan Qingqing tonight, he was rather curious about what kind of expression Zhang Wenhai would wear upon encountering him. Tan Qingqing held out her phone to Li Ming, who contemplated for a moment before replying with a simple, affirmative okay. He intended to confront this old scoundrel directly, but he needed Tan Qingqing's cooperation, so he tentatively asked, Miss Tan, since he is being dishonest, I plan to deal with him today. Would you be able to assist me by secretly recording his words as evidence? We could have him ousted by tomorrow. Would that be convenient for you? Li Ming mused that securing evidence would be ideal, though it was not strictly necessary. A thorough investigation would surely reveal the corrupt nature of such a scoundrel. Nonetheless, he was quite eager to witness Zhang Wenhai's flustered expression. Tan Qingqing readily nodded in agreement. If she could aid Li Ming, she was more than willing. Moreover, Zhang Wenhai's lecherous designs on her had persisted for far too long, and she harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. The prospect of toppling him delighted her, and it would also afford her the chance to witness Li Ming's prowess, killing two birds with one stone. Checking the time, Li Ming recognized that the distance from Tianyi Villa to S City was considerable, making it the perfect moment to depart. He promptly urged Tan Qingqing to accompany him at once. Tan Qingqing took a moment to wash her face and reapply her makeup, restoring her tear-streaked visage to that of a poised, successful woman, which left Li Ming quite impressed. Instead of driving his own vehicle, Li Ming joined Tan Qingqing in her convertible sports car. Once they hit the main road, Tan Qingqing pressed the accelerator, and the exhilarating rush of speed compelled Li Ming to extend his hand out the window. It was said that when the car reached a sufficient velocity, one could feel the wind's resistance, akin to the varying sensations associated with women's measurements. 20 miles per hour represented an A cup, 40 miles per hour AB, and 60 miles per hour AC. However, as Tan Qingqing pressed down, they soared past 100 miles per hour, indicating immense potential. Yet, as Li Ming extended his hand, he only felt the cool, slightly damp evening breeze, tinged with the earthy aroma of impending rain. It seems it might rain, Li Ming murmured. It has been a long time since we've had rain. The weather has been exceedingly hot lately. As Tan Qingqing drove, the high slit of her qipao unveiled her entire thigh, drawing Li Ming's gaze. Upon first encountering her legs, Li Ming felt they were longer than the welcoming pine of the Jade Pavilion. Not only were they slender and graceful, but her skin was remarkably fine, both pale and delicate. The phrase legs, oh my, spontaneously surfaced in his mind. If those legs were adorned with black stockings, the interplay of light and shadow would be utterly enchanting. He marveled at how she maintained such flawless skin on her legs, even surpassing that of her face. No wonder Zhang Wenhai was so preoccupied. Tan Qingqing, focused on driving, remained oblivious to his gaze. The car was enveloped in a tranquil silence, prompting her to break the quiet. Director Li, when we arrive at the dinner, how should I introduce you? Li Ming snapped back to reality, stroking his chin in contemplation before responding. Just say, I am your driver, a mute. Concerned for your safety while driving at night, I came to escort you. He had already spoken to Zhang Wenhai on the phone that day. If he were to speak now, the old fox might catch on. He decided to remain silent for the moment and observe Wenhai's game. Li Ming clapped his hands, secretly admiring his own cleverness. However, Tan Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle at his suggestion. A mute? Is that feasible? What if he asks you to step outside for a private conversation with me? I can't embarrass him. With a slight smile, Li Ming replied nonchalantly. Then you can say I am both deaf and mute. Surely, he cannot insist on sending me away. Rest assured, if we are discovered, it's of no consequence. This old fox is quite astute. We are merely probing his intentions, hoping to glean some insights. If it comes to light, I have my ways of dealing with him. With me around, you need not worry. Li Ming mused that if Zhang Wenhai perceived any hint of suspicion, the charade would be over. He was confident he could handle the situation, whether through wit or force. As long as he confirmed that Zhang Wenhai was not a good person, the latter should brace himself for repercussions. Hearing Li Ming's unwavering assurance, Tang Changsheng felt a sense of relief. Although she possessed some wealth, dealing with powerful individuals often rendered money ineffective. Before long, Tang Changsheng and Li Ming arrived in S City, perfectly timed. As they prepared to head to the Jade Pavilion, another message arrived. Tang Changsheng picked up her phone, glanced at it, and furrowed her brow before handing it to Li Ming. Miss Tang, the warden of Heishan Prison is currently at the Mingdu Hotel for official business. You should come here directly. We are all on the same side, and your matters will be handled without issue. We await you in box 1801 at the Mingdu Hotel. Li Ming scrutinized the message on his phone and smiled knowingly. Just as he suspected, they had moved to the hotel. It seemed to be a trap. Let us go. We must uncover what schemes he is concocting. I'll take the wheel. Li Ming exited the car and switched seats with Tang Changsheng, driving straight to the Mingdu Hotel. The Mingdu Hotel stood as a landmark in S City, a towering edifice with dozens of floors, exuding opulence and luxury. Frequented by numerous international tourists, it offered a plethora of amenities, including fine dining, accommodations, shopping, entertainment, and even foot massages, truly a high-end establishment. Li Ming drove the car into the parking lot, whereupon a staff member promptly came to assist with the parking. Once the vehicle was securely parked, Tan Changsheng led the way, with Li Ming following closely behind as they made their way to box 1801 under the guidance of the attendant. Although referred to as a box, it was, in fact, a spacious suite indistinguishable from a hotel room, save for the presence of a large table adorned with exquisite yet scant delicacies, alongside the most essential beverages. The door was ajar, and Tan Changsheng gently knocked. Zhang Wenhai emerged from within to greet them. Chapter 62. Approaching middle age upon encountering the enchanting and alluring Tan Changsheng at the entrance, Zhang Wenhai promptly approached her. Miss Tan, you've arrived. Please come in. Director Li Ming of Heishan Prison is inside. We are all on the same side here. Rest assured, I will take care of your sister's matters. Zhang Wenhai showered Tan Changsheng with attentiveness, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. Director Li is inside? Then who is behind me? Even Li Ming struggled to suppress a chuckle at that moment. Li Ming is inside? Then who am I? However, he was currently playing the role of a deaf mute and had to stifle his laughter following Tan Changsheng into the room. Li Ming's entrance surprised Zhang Wenhai, who tentatively inquired, "And who might this friend be?" Tan Changsheng glanced at Li Ming, took a deep breath, and introduced him to Zhang Wenhai. Director Zhang, this is my cousin, currently my driver. He is hearing impaired and worried about me, so he'll be taking me home once this is over. Don't worry. I made sure he left his hearing aid in the car, so he cannot hear our conversation. Oh, cousin. Hello. Please come in. Zhang Wenhai, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and led the two to the dining table. At that moment, a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Wenhai emerged from the restroom. Dressed in a black administrative jacket, his hair slicked back, and donning shiny shoes, along with a prominent belly that indicated a life of indulgence. His heavy breathing echoed like a snore, resembling that of a pig. As soon as he exited the restroom, Zhang Wenhai introduced him, saying, "Xiao Li, this is Tan Changsheng's elder sister, Tan Changsheng. Let's sit down and eat while we chat. Xiao Li and I are like-minded, and I have personally promoted him, which is why I can assure you that your sister's affairs are in my capable hands." Zhang Wenhai patted the shoulder of the rotund Xiao Li, boasting to Tan Changsheng. Immediately, Tan Changsheng played along, responding, "Director Zhang, your influence is remarkable. I will rely entirely on you for my sister." Zhang Wenhai nodded approvingly and opened a bottle of white liquor, pouring a generous glass for Tan Changsheng. "Miss Tan, as this is your first meeting with Director Li, you should toast him. Let him take good care of your sister during her time in the prison. If he looks after her, her stay will be more bearable." Zhang Wenhai squinted, gesturing meaningfully. Tan Changsheng understood his implication. She was not overly concerned about the effects of the alcohol, given that Li Ming was by her side. However, she was well aware of her low tolerance for alcohol, and downing this full glass of Tu Yang would surely leave her in a state unfit for departure. But recalling Li Ming's covert recording plan, she steeled herself and lifted her glass. "Director Li, it is a pleasure to meet you. I raise this glass in your honor, and I appreciate your care for my sister." With that, Tan Chengsheng downed the entire glass of white liquor. Zhang Wenhai, witnessing this, was delighted and hurriedly filled her glass once more. "Miss Tan, regarding your sister's situation, it is in essence both simple and profoundly complex. Engaging in such undertakings undoubtedly contravenes the law. Given the considerable risks we are undertaking, it is only fitting that you show some gratitude." Zhang Wenhui pushed the wine glass towards Tan Chengsheng, hinting subtly. Tan Chengsheng downed a glass of white liquor, already feeling somewhat lightheaded. Nonetheless, she steeled herself and raised the cup once more. Zhang's words resonated with her. As a humble woman, she had no means to repay, so she drank. With that, the glass was emptied without a trace. The alcohol began to take its toll, leaving her unsteady, and she collapsed onto the chair. Zhang Wenhui, witnessing this, was filled with excitement, yet he refilled her glass. "Miss Tan, you have a remarkable capacity. Rest assured, I will ensure your sister's release from prison. Just drink this glass, and tomorrow I will arrange for her to be placed under house arrest, liberating her from the tortures of incarceration." Li Ming, upon hearing this, could no longer contain himself. How outrageous of Zhang Wenhui to force liquor upon them. While they had not touched a drop, Tan Chengsheng had already downed 2 cups. Given her current state, another drink might render her unconscious. Just as Li Ming attempted to intervene, Tan Chengsheng, seemingly fueled by an unseen strength, grasped his hand and swiftly lifted the glass to her lips, downing it in one gulp. With 3 cups of white liquor consumed, she was thoroughly intoxicated. Leaning against the chair, her consciousness fading, her flushed face, adorned with exquisite makeup, resembled a blooming flower, so captivating that one might be tempted to pluck it and savor its essence. Seeing Tan Chengsheng in such a state stirred a sense of pity within Li Ming. In contrast, Zhang Wenhui was elated, having effortlessly coaxed her into inebriation. Yet, there remained a fully conscious individual, Li Ming, with a cunning glance. He signaled to the rotund man beside him. The man, understanding the cue, took a swig of white liquor and staggered towards Li Ming. Upon reaching him, he threw an arm around Li Ming's shoulders. "Brother, I urgently need to relieve myself. I've had too much to drink. Please assist me to the restroom." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wenhui scrutinized Li Ming's reaction. Noticing that Li Ming remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the rotund man's words and wearing a look of confusion, Zhang felt a measure of relief. It appeared that this man was indeed deaf-mute, and with temptation before him, his blood surged with fervor. He yearned to seize the alluring flower before him. He then boldly proclaimed, "He cannot hear or speak. He is a mute. You take him into the restroom, close the door, and I will carry this woman next door. If he becomes anxious and seeks Tan Chengsheng, you must delay him for half an hour. A mute is unlikely to alert the authorities. By the time he reaches the police station, I shall have already succeeded. When Tan Chengsheng awakens tomorrow, she will not speak out of turn. Her desire to rescue her sister will compel her to heed my every command. Ha ha! I shall take her virtue. Let her maintain her lofty ideals." As he laughed, Zhang Wenhui's gaze remained fixed on Li Ming's face, searching for any sign of weakness. Yet, he was inevitably destined for disappointment. Although Li Ming clearly heard everything, not a flicker of emotion crossed his face. He continued to gaze with bewilderment at the rotund, little Li resting on his shoulder, babbling incoherently. Observing this, Zhang Wenhai finally felt a sense of relief. The absence of any reaction to his probing suggested authenticity. A sinister, lecherous smile crept across his face as he beheld the inebriated Tan Chengsheng slumped in the chair. Her body leaned heavily against the seat, the fabric of her qipao straining against her bosom, while her waist was cinched to an almost unbearable degree. Her long legs lay elegantly together, cascading to the side, and her alabaster thighs appeared to glow, captivating his gaze. He could hardly contain his eagerness to unveil the mysteries concealed beneath that attire. Recalling how Tan Chengsheng had previously dismissed him so dismissively, he now felt exhilarated that she had seemingly presented herself for his manipulation. Zhang Wenhai was overwhelmed with excitement. At his age, when one is supposed to be in control, he found himself increasingly vulnerable. His interest in the formidable matriarch of his household had long since waned. Even the alluring young women at entertainment venues could barely evoke a semblance of youthful desire within him. Yet, Tan Chengsheng was different. Since their first encounter, her elegant white dress had left an indelible impression on his heart. Each recollection ignited a flicker of longing within him. Moreover, her demeanor reminded him of the unattainable love from his youth, the ethereal white moonlight of his past. Thus, he was willing to take risks to attain Tan Chengsheng. Were it not for the obstinacy of Li Ming in Black Mountain Prison, he would have seriously considered rescuing her sister. Perhaps, in gratitude, Tan Chengsheng might yield herself to him, assuaging the regrets of his earlier life. Alas, he waved dismissively at the rotund figure, issuing a direct command. Take that brat into the restroom and lock him in. You go in with him to keep him at bay. I'll call for you once I'm finished. Hurry. I can hardly wait. This little beauty is finally within my grasp. Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenhai extended his claw-like hand, preparing to make his move on Tan Chengsheng. Just then, Chapter 63. Speak up at that moment. Li Ming, unfazed, calmly retrieved his phone from his pocket, which had already been set to record. He then captured a close-up of the stunned Zhang Wenhai. Zhang's eyes widened in horror as he hastily raised his hands to shield his face, but it was too late. With a click, his terrified expression was immortalized on Li Ming's device. What are you doing? Quickly snatch that mute phone away. Zhang Wenhai commanded the rotund man beside him while simultaneously lunging forward himself. However, these two corpulent beasts were no match for the agility of Li Ming, whose physique resembled that of a special forces operative. Li Ming took a step back, causing Zhang Wenhai to lose his footing and tumble to the ground. The stout man, now showing a fierce countenance, attempted to tackle Li Ming with a bear hug. Li Ming remained composed, merely catching the man's arm and deftly twisting it. With a sharp crack, the man's arm was easily dislocated by Li Ming, who watched as the man writhed on the floor in agony, clutching his arm and unable to rise. Seeing the stout man so effortlessly subdued, Zhang Wenhai swallowed hard, his courage faltering. He could not afford to continue his assault, forcing himself to regain composure. The stout man was the head of security at their bureau and Zhang's own uncle, a man he had personally promoted from a life of petty crime. If even he could not withstand Li Ming's prowess, how could Zhang, with his aging limbs, hope to fare any better? A strained smile crept onto Zhang Wenhai's face as he tentatively addressed Li Ming. My dear brother, you are not mute, are you? Let us speak frankly. I shall buy your phone. Name your price. Sweat poured down Zhang's forehead, dripping onto his face and pooling on the ground. He paid no heed to the perspiration, instead wearing a nervous smile as he sought to appease Li Ming. Director Zhang, how much do you intend to offer for my phone? This is the latest model and quite expensive. Li Ming replied with a smile, his expression laced with mockery. With the evidence now firmly in his grasp, Li Ming saw no need for pretense. Thanks to Tan Chengsheng's cooperation, a few glasses of liquor had stripped away Zhang Wenhai's facade. Brother, listen to me. Today I concede defeat. You can keep that phone. It holds little value for you. Why not exchange it for some money? You are still young, with a bright future ahead. Why engage in such extortion? Take the money and enjoy life. We can part ways amicably, and I will not seek revenge. You can even take this woman with you. Let us pretend this encounter never happened. What do you say? As Zhang Wenhai observed Li Ming's derisive smile, a twinge of fear gripped him, prompting him to add, and I will also assist Miss Tan's sister in this matter for free. Consider it my apology to Miss Tan. All I seek is the phone in your possession. If you have other demands, feel free to voice them. In S City, my name carries weight. I simply wish to avoid a situation where both sides suffer. Do not misjudge the situation, young brother. Zhang Wenhai spoke in a tone that was part negotiation, part threat. Yet Li Ming merely scoffed, and before Zhang's eyes, he deftly sent out the recorded audio and images, thoughtfully including the hotel room number, until he received the OK emoji reply from Lin Shi on his phone. Zhang Wenhai did not put the device away. Unaware of Li Ming's actions, he noticed Li Ming's silence and decided to take a drastic measure. A fleeting look of ruthlessness crossed his face. He swiftly grabbed a dining knife from the table and dashed towards the already inebriated Tan Changqing. He realized that this young man would not relent easily, and he could not be the sole target of intimidation. Thus, he resorted to threatening Tan Changqing, disregarding the consequences that loomed ahead. If the recording were to be leaked, his fate would be dire as well. However, Zhang Wenhai's intentions were commendable, yet his legs failed to keep pace with his resolve. As Li Ming observed him rushing towards Tan Changqing, he chose not to pursue but instead picked up a chair from the ground, hurling it with precision. The chair, as if guided by an invisible force, struck Zhang Wenhai squarely on the back, sending him crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner, the dining knife slipping from his grasp and vanishing into the void. The elderly Zhang Wenhai, struck with such force, could no longer rise, lying on the ground in a pitiful state, akin to his younger uncle, howling in despair. "Spare me, little brother. Do not strike me. Just tell me your demands. How can I know what you desire if you remain silent? Oh, my back." As Li Ming noted that Zhang Wenhai was incapacitated, he pulled up a chair and seated himself beside him, finally speaking. "Director Zhang, can you not recognize my voice? We spoke on the phone today. It seems you have forgotten the face of your benefactor." Zhang Wenhai, clutching his lower back and too frightened to move, suddenly seemed to recall something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he finally uttered a name he could scarcely believe. "Li Ming? You are Li Ming, the warden of Heishan prison? Oh my goodness, it's over. All is lost." Zhang Wenhai's face drained of color, his fleeting hopes extinguished. Earlier that day, he had been inquiring about this young rascal's background, yet it appeared as though Li Ming had materialized out of thin air, without roots or connections. None of the familiar institutions bore any knowledge of him. However, how could someone ascend to the position of warden without anyone knowing him, especially at such a young age? Unless he was an unexpected arrival. Zhang Wenhai was startled by this realization. After all, during his years in office, he had wielded considerable influence within the prison system, engaging in numerous activities that could easily cost him his position. And now, at this critical juncture, an enigmatic and inexplicably appointed warden had emerged. It was impossible not to contemplate the implications. The more Zhang Wenhai pondered, the more dread consumed him. He refrained from further attempts to curry favor with Li Ming and chose instead to risk it all by having someone impersonate him, hoping to deceive Tan Changqing into drunkenness for his own benefit. Surely, she would not dare retaliate, given that her sister was still incarcerated. Yet, now that Li Ming stood before him, armed with evidence, Zhang Wenhai felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. "Spare me, Warden Li, my ancestral deity. Please, show mercy and let me go. I promise I will never dare again." Li Ming regarded the writhing and pleading Zhang Wenhai with a cold, disdainful smile. "Director Zhang, what are you talking about? Did you not say you would come to have a meal with me, to foster some closeness? Why has it become so distant? Director Zhang, you should really get up and eat something. Such exquisite dishes remain untouched, which is quite a waste. Once you find yourself in prison, you want to have such fine fare. I advise you to take advantage of the time before those who are to escort you arrive and quickly indulge in something warm, lest you go hungry at the detention center tonight." Chapter 64. Take Me. Zhang Wenhai's expression shifted dramatically as he listened to Li Ming, ultimately succumbing to despair. Gazing at the imposing figure of Li Ming, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, he seethed, "Kid, don't celebrate too soon. I admit I've stumbled today, but don't think for a moment that victory is yours. The evidence you clandestinely recorded may not be legitimate. Whether it can be deemed admissible is still debatable. I am, after all, the director. You think mere intimidation will make me concede? Dream on. Do not forget this is my domain. Oppose me, and you'd best tread carefully." Zhang Wenhai's voice was laced with a chilling menace, his threats palpable. Had it been anyone else, they might have been intimidated by Zhang Wenhai's bluster. However, on this occasion, he had chosen the wrong adversary. Li Ming merely smiled, unfazed, even going so far as to nonchalantly dig at his ear. Did Zhang Wenhai truly believe he could not be dealt with without the recording? The recording was merely a pretext to justify confronting him. Little did Zhang Wenhai know that Lin Shi's father was not someone to be trifled with, a colleague of his own father, whose revelation would surely terrify Zhang Wenhai into submission. Lin Shi, serving as deputy warden, had not attained this position solely due to her father's influence. She had ascended step by step, adhering to the rules, in stark contrast to Zhang Wenhai, who had been appointed warden by a mere order from old Li. In his childhood, when Li Ming was still somewhat oblivious, Lin Shi had been among the few friends who played with him, a group destined to navigate the boundaries of rules. Their upbringing instilled in them a respect for the rules, rather than an inability to transgress them. Li Ming's father had once imparted wisdom to him. If you can shine in your position, contribute meaningfully, and possess capability, strength, and resolve, you may aspire to any role you desire. Others will not accuse you of flouting the rules. Rather, they will support, respect, and cherish you. The crux lies not in breaking the rules, but in the outcomes of such actions. In his youth, Li Ming had only a vague understanding of this, but with time, his comprehension had deepened. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a group of individuals flooding into the room. Leading the charge were two men clad in deep blue uniforms, adorned with distinctive badges. They surveyed the room before striding towards Li Ming. "Greetings. You must be Warden Li Ming," one of them introduced himself. "I am Inspector Li Tao, and this is my colleague Guishan. We have been tasked with investigating Zhang Wenhai's case, and we appreciate the evidence you provided. We shall take it from here. These two individuals will be accompanying us." Li Ming shook their hands and nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your efforts. You may take them. Should you require my cooperation, feel free to call me." "Understood. Warden Li, farewell." The duo proceeded with purpose, ushering the day Zhang Wenhai and his uncle out of the room. Upon the arrival of the inspectors, Zhang Wenhai's earlier bravado evaporated, leaving him devoid of any resistance as he allowed himself to be taken away. Just before departing, he cast a bewildered and fearful glance back at Li Ming, his eyes seemingly pleading, "Why the inspectors? Why them? Who are you really?" Supervision, a specialized department responsible for overseeing and scrutinizing officials at all levels of the Dragon Nation, with the highest authority held by Lin Aigua. After sending Zhang Wenhai away, Li Ming returned to the table, observing the utterly inebriated Tan Changqing. At this moment, Tan Changqing no longer cared about her appearance. Her high-heeled shoes had been carelessly kicked aside, exposing her fair and delicate ankles. As his gaze traveled upward, he beheld her slender, fair legs laid bare before him, and noticed that several buttons of her cheongsam had been undone, revealing a deep neckline that seemed to plunge into an abyss. Li Ming dared not gaze too closely, for the presence of a solitary man and woman could lead to uncontrollable impulses. It was not a long-term solution to let Tan Changqing lean against the chair. He glanced at the large bed in the room, silently invoking the name of Amitabha before gently lifting her into his arms. With careful steps, he placed her onto the bed and let out a sigh of relief as he settled beside her. Given Tan Changqing's profound intoxication, he could not carry her away. It was best for her to sleep here for the night. As Li Ming contemplated retreating to the adjacent room for rest, Tan Changqing seemed to stir, as if sensing his embrace. "Li Ming, you're awake? How do you feel? Do you feel like vomiting?" he inquired hastily. Earlier, she had consumed a copious amount of alcohol to secure evidence against him, and he felt indebted to her, prompting a closer rapport. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Where is Zhang Wenhai?" Tan Changqing sat up unsteadily, leaning against the headboard. "He has been taken away by the inspectors. Rest assured, he will not face a pleasant fate. He will receive his due punishment," Li Ming explained with a smile. "Oh, that's good. Li Ming, you will keep your promise, right? To ensure my sister has a comfortable time in prison?" Tan Changqing was slightly more coherent, though still quite tipsy. Her face remained flushed, and a smile unconsciously played at her lips, her movements languid and heavy. "Of course, you can rest easy. I will not assign her any tedious work at the factory. Once I return, I'll arrange for her a more leisurely role. However, you'll need to help her adjust to reality," Li Ming replied, leaning back against the headboard, hands clasped behind his head, contemplating how to manage things upon his return. not only for Tan Xingqing, but also for Wang Xin, given their newfound connection. It would be prudent to arrange for them both to have less demanding jobs, thus extending his care toward them. Tan Chengsheng nodded in response, her body swaying as she leaned into Li Ming's embrace, leaving him uncertain whether it was intentional or merely the influence of alcohol. Li Ming, my sister and I have relied on each other for so many years. She is my other half. I cannot bear to see her suffer. I would rather endure the hardship myself. She won't be out for a while, so I entrust everything to you. As Li Ming felt her weight against him, he instinctively supported her, sensing an undeniable shift in the atmosphere. Ahem, Miss Tan, your assistance today has been invaluable. I assure you, I will not let this matter go unacknowledged. You can rest assured. I shall arrange for your sister to participate in the activities aimed at reducing her sentence. The primary concern remains her charge of financial fraud. Should that accusation be dismissed, her imprisonment would be significantly lessened, mused Li Ming. However, he was utterly bewildered by the intricacies of legal proceedings. Therefore, would you kindly compile the records and evidence pertaining to her previous sentencing? I shall assist you in locating a lawyer, and subsequently, you may coordinate with her to explore the possibility of overturning your sister's conviction. Upon hearing this, Tan Chengsheng felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude, her eyes shimmering with hope. She nodded obediently, sensing that Li Ming's presence had illuminated her path, compelling her to heed his counsel. Surely, you must be acquainted with formidable lawyers. The one we previously hired, who we engaged at great expense, assured us with unwavering confidence before the trial, only to later declare that the evidence was indisputable, leaving us with no recourse but to accept the court's ruling. I began to suspect he was a mole sent by our adversaries, as he failed to negotiate even a single year off the 25-year sentence. Is it possible to encounter such a lawyer? At that time, please ensure to provide her with the contact details of this lawyer. It could potentially serve as a breakthrough. I find it highly plausible. Tan Chengsheng nodded once more, having entertained similar doubts, though she lacked the time for thorough investigation, being perpetually overwhelmed in her quest to secure her sister's release. The room fell into a contemplative silence, leaning against the headboard with Li Ming's support. The two sat side by side. In that moment, Li Ming recalled a renowned female lawyer, a formidable presence who had once carved her path amidst a sea of aspiring young women, his former girlfriend, Su Qinghuan. While Li Ming reminisced about the cherished moments they had shared, Tan Xingqing's voice unexpectedly broke the tranquility of the room. Li Ming, will you take me? Chapter 65. Lin Igua at the same moment, in the office of the deputy warden at the Black Mountain Women's Prison. She hung up the phone with her mother and, having changed into her pajamas, lay on her bed reflecting on their conversation. Her mother began, as usual, by inquiring about her well-being, whether she was eating properly, if she was unhappy, and if she wished to change jobs. Then the conversation turned to her mother's grievances over her decision to enter the prison system, lamenting how she was unable to return home, as though she were serving a sentence. After expressing her complaints, her mother shifted to concerns about her romantic life, even mentioning Li Ming and asking if there had been any progress in their relationship. Finally, her mother launched into a lecture, forcefully imparting grand truths into Lin Shi's young mind, comparing her to her father, one an antique, the other a mere trinket. After enduring a barrage of maternal affection, Lin Shi finally ended the call, her eyes vacant, as if she had been through a torment, unable to find peace for quite some time. Indeed, it is only those closest to us who can breach our defenses. The cold, steely image of the deputy warden had vanished, stripped of her uniform. She was merely a blossoming young girl, poised to unveil the most exquisite crimson flowers of her youth, awaiting someone to appreciate her beauty. Could that someone be Li Ming? She was uncertain. Suddenly, She was jolted from her reverie by the urgent ringing of her phone. She grabbed it and immediately sat upright in bed. Her fingers slowly pressed down. The call connected. "Hello, Dad. Have you finished your work?" Shi's voice rang out, tinged with excitement. "Yes. I just happen to have some free time now to give you a call. I was in a meeting earlier and couldn't spare a moment to chat. You rarely call me, and Li Ming's father often jokes that my little cotton-padded jacket has holes in it." The man's voice resonated from the phone, rich and authoritative. Although he was speaking to his daughter, years of holding a high position had ingrained a commanding tone in him, exuding an unintentional gravitas that far surpassed any pressure from Li Ming's system. Dad, I didn't want to interrupt you at work. Just call me when you have time. I have no pressing matters and can answer whenever. Lin Shi's voice carried a hint of shyness in her father's presence. She would forever remain that child who had yet to grow up. Ha ha! My little Shi, have you missed your dad? It's been quite a while since we last saw each other. The last time you came to City to pick up that little rascal Li Ming, you didn't even stop by to see me. I specifically told them that if you came, no matter what I was doing, they should inform me immediately. Yet you didn't come. You may not miss me, but I surely miss you. The man's voice softened as he momentarily lowered his armor, revealing a steadfast love that had never waned. Dad, I miss you too. I didn't come to see you because I didn't want to interrupt your work. You were involved in significant matters. My mother and I understand that you hold us in your heart, and that is enough for us. Lin, she spoke reverently into the phone. Sai, you've always been so understanding, just like your brother used to be. If he were still alive, he could take care of you and your mother. The man's voice suddenly deepened, evoking an irremovable ache in his heart. Dad, my brother was also a person of great importance. Although he has sacrificed himself, he remains glorious. If the people ever need me, I would not hesitate. Lin, she declared with a serious demeanor. Oh, my dear girl, refrain from such foolish talk. If anything were to happen to you, how would your mother and I survive? You ought to be more prudent. I should never have allowed you to tread this path. What business do you have with prisons? Honestly, you are but a young lady. You should enjoy the bloom of your youth, find someone you love, and live a peaceful, ordinary life. Why must you choose this route? Just like your brother, so stubborn. The man expressed with dissatisfaction. By the way, how are things between you and that rascal Li Ming? Have you given any thought? I have watched that boy grow. He harbors no grand ambitions. If all goes as expected, he could provide you with a stable life, and he is not of bad nature. I have quite the faith in him. Your uncle Li also wishes to keep him sheltered. He is only this one son and, like me, desires nothing more than for his child to live securely. I believe you two would be a perfect match. The man asked with a hint of amusement. Oh, Dad, please do not concern yourself with that for now. Such matters do not yield results overnight. Focus on more significant issues. I will let this little matter unfold naturally. Lin, she blushed, having just been urged by her mother and now her father as well. She was still young. What was the hurry? What significant or trivial matters? My precious daughter's lifelong happiness is of utmost importance. Cultivate your relationship with that young rascal and strive to bring him home for the new year, making old Li and his wife envious. Ha! The man chuckled at the thought of such a scene. Oh, Dad, we have barely begun. Please do not speak so recklessly. Lin Shi's face flushed crimson. She had only just begun to know Li Ming, and now they were discussing bringing him home. By the way, Dad, has the issue with Zhang Wenhai been resolved? Lin Shi hastily shifted the topic, wishing to evade her father's teasing regarding her romantic affairs. Your father is eagerly awaiting grandchildren. You should hasten things. Back in the day, your mother and I made swift and decisive choices, which is how we came together. Why be shy with your father? You need not worry about Zhang Wenhai. I have instructed my men to handle it. That is merely a trivial matter. You are what truly matters. The man chuckled knowingly, fully aware of his daughter's youthful naivety. Oh, Dad, I am feeling tired. I must rest. We can chat another day. Goodbye. Lin Shi, thoroughly embarrassed, ended the call, fearing that if her father continued, her face would resemble a boiled crab. Though her father could not see her through the phone, she was acutely aware of his perceptiveness. He could guess her thoughts with uncanny accuracy. If their conversation continued, her little secrets would be laid bare. She was not ready to rush into anything with Li Ming. They were merely in the trial period. Meanwhile, on the other end, Lin Igua, having hung up the phone with a smile, turned away, and the amiable demeanor he had just displayed vanished without a trace. His countenance was grave, with a slight furrow in his brow resembling the character. His expression was fierce and vigilant, akin to a lion on the hunt, with eyes wide open, embodying the essence of an enraged deity. He turned and pushed open the door to the conference room, where dozens of so-called dignitaries and high-ranking officials trembled collectively, rising to their feet in unison to bow respectfully before Lin Igua. "Greetings, Chief," he acknowledged. "Apologies for delaying your time. Let us continue with the meeting." Meanwhile, on the other side at the Mingdu Hotel, Chapter 66, The Choice. "Li Ming, will you take me?" Tan Qingqing's voice, melodious and resolute, reached Li Ming's ears, startling him into an upright position from the bed. "What? Mistan, what did you just say?" Li Ming swallowed hard, his gaze drawn to Tan Qingqing, who reclined against the headboard, her cheongsam revealing several buttons undone, exposing swathes of pristine skin adorned with black lace beneath. Her eyes held a determined glint. Though slightly intoxicated, she remained lucid, offering a faint smile as she observed Li Ming's retreat from the bed. "Li Ming, I'm not drunk. I'm quite clear-headed. Helping my sister means aiding me. If you desire nothing in return, how can I feel at ease? Since childhood, I have understood that everything must be reciprocated. No one offers kindness without expectation. If you do not seek money or my words, I truly possess little to repay you. Furthermore, you are quite handsome, fitting perfectly within my aesthetic. Should I grant you my affection, I would not be at a loss. At 31, I have yet to experience a romantic relationship. Is that not rather pitiful? Tancheng bashfulilurit hergaze. If not for the influence of alcohol, she would never have expressed herself so candidly. Or, do you find me undesirable? Too old? Lacking in figure? Not beautiful enough? As Li Ming listened to Tan Qingqing's inquiries, a fervor surged within him. He held no disdain for her. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, he was captivated by her long, elegant legs, akin to a masterpiece. Moreover, her stunning visage and perfect proportions left no room for criticism. Even her voice was laced with allure, epitomizing earthly beauty. Yet, how could he act recklessly with Tan Qingqing? Unlike Yang Yang, the prison doctor, or Wang Exin, the inmate who had offered themselves without expectation of a title, Li Ming had taken advantage of their circumstances under duress. Both women remained within his control, their relationship concealed. However, with the innocent Tan Qingqing, he dared not provoke her. It was essential to remember that his father had sent him to serve as the warden of this prison, intending for him to court Lin Shi. Should his father discover his reckless behavior, engaging in affairs with women and sowing discord, he would surely break his legs. Just as Li Ming prepared to refuse, a chime resonated and a task materialized in his mind. Special task, the choice. The path ahead is yours to determine. Un reject tan shangems invitation. You will no longer receive tasks, lose the task system, and forfeit your acquired skills, living out your days as a mere second-generation official. 2. Accept Tan Qingqing's invitation. Confronting your true desires. You shall retain the task system. Task reward. Storage space. Measuring 10 cubic meters. Li Ming gazed at the succession of tasks, lost in contemplation. This was the first time he encountered such a unique task, allowing him to choose. By accepting Tan Qingqing's goodwill, he could continue to possess his abilities. Rejecting it would revert him to an ordinary existence. If he were to ask himself, would he wish to embark on a fleeting romance with Tan Qingqing? He must be thinking, it's not just him. Which man wouldn't? A beauty of such caliber, disheveled and seated before you, extending an invitation, is a temptation that few can resist, unless one has an inclination towards men. He understands the essence of the task at hand, and if he were to confront his true desires, he too would be tempted. Yet, who can remain unburdened and without concern? He was born into a destiny that forbids him from indulging like an ordinary person. His identity transcends his own. He carries the weight of his parents and the supporters who admire his father. Even the adversaries of his father abroad are watching him closely. Should he find himself embroiled in an uncontrollable scandal, it would be of little consequence to him personally, but his parents' honor would undoubtedly be tarnished. But can Tan Qingqing be swayed? Li Ming is aware that the likelihood is high, and it could even be regarded as a transaction. However, he simply does not wish to become a person like Zhang Wenhai. Meanwhile, as Li Ming's mind raced with calculations, Tan Qingqing, lying on the bed, noticed his silence and remained frozen in a serious demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up unsteadily, her delicate hands unfastening the remaining buttons on her chest. As her qipao gradually slipped from her body, Clad in black lace lingerie, Tan Chengcheng stood before Li Ming. She gently caressed his cheek and spoke softly, "Don't hesitate. You need not take responsibility. I am willing. Li Ming, I want you." Li Ming snapped back to reality, gazing into Tan Chengcheng's earnest eyes, and suddenly recalled Wang Xian in the counseling room, who bore similar gaze, and Yang Yang in the bathtub, who had looked at him with such longing that day. Did he truly enjoy those moments? Was he entirely compelled by the system? No, it was not coercion. It was his own desire that flourished. He merely used the guise of a system task as a convenient excuse to shift the blame. He relished every moment. Even during his subsequent encounters with Wang Xian and Yang Yang, he found himself becoming addicted. Without the system's pressure, he still reveled in the experience. In an instant, Li Ming came to a profound realization. Perhaps it was not the task that transformed him into who he is now. Rather, he had always been this way. A gentle smile graced his lips as he slowly lifted Tan Chengcheng into his arms, feeling the softness of her skin against his. With resolute steps, he made his way towards the bed. Li Ming found himself dreaming once more. In his dream, menacing creatures with fierce expressions surrounded him, hungrily eyeing the delicacies at his feet. Unable to contain themselves, the beasts lunged forward, attempting to seize his feast. Yet, suddenly, he transformed. A colossal tiger, more fearsome than those creatures, lay upon the table. With a mighty sweep of its tail, countless delicacies were sent crashing to the ground. The once ferocious beasts, now cowed, retreated with obsequious expressions, not daring to glance at the fallen delicacies. The next morning, Li Ming slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the still sleeping Tan Chengcheng beside him. Her delicate shoulders were exposed beyond the covers, cradling Li Ming's arm in her embrace. Playful strands of hair obscured her eyes as she furrowed her brow slightly, as if the discomfort from the previous night had yet to dissipate. Li Ming gently brushed the hair from her face, captivated by her breathtaking beauty, a swell of pride blossoming within him. Opening the rewards for his task, a 10 cubic meter storage space materialized in his mind, neither particularly large nor small, akin to the size of the bathroom in his grand estate. However, accustomed to going about empty-handed, he found the space somewhat superfluous. Just as Li Ming was contemplating the storage space, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the name flashing on the screen, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly picked up the phone, and there it was on the display. "Father." Chapter 67. "Call me." Chengcheng. Li Ming cast a furtive glance at the side, where Tan Chengcheng lay blissfully asleep, her delicate figure partially exposed. After a long night of revelry, she must be utterly exhausted and unlikely to awaken anytime soon. Thus, Li Ming withdrew his hand from her embrace and answered the phone. His father's voice resonated from the device. "So, how is your tenure as warden treating you? Any difficulties? Speak up. I'll sort it out for you." Old Li's voice was rich and sonorous, markedly different from Lin Aigua's authoritative tone. It bore a hint of unrestrained freedom. "Well, Dad, you threw me into the prison. What do you expect? There aren't any troubles, really. It's only been a few days. What could possibly go wrong?" Li Ming replied with a hint of resignation. "That is splendid. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow. My son, a mere warden is but a trifling matter for you." Old Li erupted into hearty laughter, clearly pleased with his offspring. Li Ming couldn't help but chuckle along, bemused by his father's unabashed self-admiration. Here we go again, he thought, realizing his father's narcissism was unlikely to change. He decided to shift the conversation away from his father's self-satisfaction. "Dad, did you call me for something specific?" Hearing this, Liu Tian chuckled again before replying, "This morning, I had breakfast with your Uncle Lin. He mentioned you've apprehended a petty official. I thought to myself, my son is making quite the name for himself. I had to call and check in. You're not hurt, are you? You are my only heir. If anything were to happen to you, I'd be beside myself." Liu Tian feigned grievance, sharing his concerns, which warmed Li Ming's heart. No matter the circumstances, his father always prioritized his safety, having cherished him since childhood, fearing even the loss of a single hair. "Dad, not a hair on my head has fallen. Rest assured. After all, I'm a young man with skills. A few people wouldn't dare approach me. Li Ming smiled reassuringly. Keep boasting. It's my fault for pampering you too much. Why don't you come over and train a bit? I'll have Uncle Wong teach you a few moves and show you around the military. Broaden your horizons. Old Li suggested. Initially, Li Ming found this jest amusing, but upon hearing his father's proposition, he was taken aback. What? You want me to come over for training? And broaden my horizons? Dad, you haven't been possessed, have you? This isn't like you. Growing up, you wouldn't even let me touch a gun, and you never allowed me to visit the military. You changed the channel whenever a military program was on. What else with this sudden shift? Li Ming was genuinely astonished. His father had gone to great lengths to ensure he led a normal life, so this abrupt change in demeanor was nothing short of shocking. Please, it's merely to help you learn a few skills to avoid getting beaten up. After all, you're a warden now. Don't get any grand ideas about joining the military. In our family, you're the only heir. Keeping you out of trouble is already a challenge. Don't even think about anything else. Liu Tian firmly quashed Li Ming's hopes. Li Ming shrugged, realizing that his father was indeed still the same. Well, thanks to you, I never intended to become a soldier. Being an official is quite satisfactory as well. Oh, it seems my son is adapting quite well. Excellent, work hard, and I shall promote you. However, do not forget to attend to matters of importance. I have heard that there has been little progress with Lin Shi, that girl, Liu Tian Shukulat. I have seen Lin Shi. She has blossomed beautifully. You two are a perfect match, having played together since childhood. If not now, then when? Both her father and I are eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Tighten your grip and bring the pregnant Lin Shi home for the new year, so her father can stew at home. Ha ha! As Liu Tian spoke, he could not help but burst into laughter. The thought alone filled him with joy. Father, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall hang up. Li Ming covered his forehead, utterly at a loss with his father's unrestrained antics. Hey, you rascal. Of course I have matters. In a few days, I will send someone to be your bodyguard. You must meet her. Do not refuse. I am uneasy about your safety, especially considering your unique circumstances. I certainly do not wish for a repeat of your childhood troubles. I have put considerable effort into selecting a personal bodyguard for you. Treat her as you would your Uncle Wong. This is an order. Liu Tian spoke harshly to Li Ming. He was aware that Li Ming disliked having a bodyguard, but this was non-negotiable. Very well, that is settled. She will contact you soon. Her name is Huang Ying. After giving his instructions, Liu Tian abruptly hung up the phone, leaving no room for Li Ming to refuse. Listening to the beeping tone on the phone, Li Ming furrowed his brow. A personal bodyguard? Huang Ying? With a name like that, she is likely a woman, and with tasks triggering around me frequently, having an extra person nearby could be quite inconvenient. Moreover, I currently have Tan Chengcheng lying beside me after our recent encounter. Furthermore, I cannot afford to avoid contact. If Huang Ying discovers this and reports back to my father, he would be furious to learn that I have not been nurturing my relationship with Lin Shi, but instead indulging elsewhere, rubbing his aching temples. Li Ming struggled to devise a suitable plan. Given his father's decisive nature, it was likely that Huang Ying would reach out to him within the next few days, and he would need to tread carefully. As Li Ming pondered what to do next, Tan Chengcheng, in her sleep, felt an unsettling emptiness, as if something was missing, prompting her to forcibly awaken from her dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Li Ming, who was frowning. No wonder it felt empty. It turned out that Li Ming had withdrawn the arm she had been holding close to her chest. She shifted her body, stretching lazily, but her first experience at sea had been tumultuous, leaving her feeling battered. Now, as she moved, waves of soreness coursed through her body, accompanied by sharp pangs in certain areas. She could not help but exclaim in pain. Li Ming. Hearing her voice, Li Ming finally noticed that Tan Chengcheng had awakened. Miss Tan, how are you? I apologize. It's all my fault. Tan Chink furuit head equistiburais. Shook her head and slightly shifted her body, feeling as though the pain had lessened. She cast a mournful glance at Li Ming and said, There is no one else here, so just call me Chengcheng. Li Ming, captivated by Tan Chengcheng's enchanting gaze, was reminded of the wildness of the previous night, as his blood coursed through his veins uncontrollably. Chapter 68. 6 Significant Words. Yet he understood that Tan Chengqing's body could hardly endure his whims at that moment. So he took a deep breath to suppress the rising distractions. Chengqiang, mime fine. Tan Chengqiang placed her hand over her chest. Retrieving the garments she had cast aside in a flurry the previous night, and began to don them slowly under Li Ming's watchful gaze. Li Ming swallowed hard and, amidst the scattered clothes, found his own and dressed as well. Soon, with Li Ming's assistance, Tan Chengqiang was fully attired, regaining her dignified and imposing presence reminiscent of a formidable woman from the day before. She glanced at the crimson stains on the white sheets, unsure of her feelings. Yet she requested scissors from the attendant to cut out the stains and keep them. What are your plans for today? Are you heading back to Tianyi Mountain Villa? After they tidied up, Li Ming inquired of Tan Chengqiang. The materials regarding Qingqing's case are still at the villa. I will retrieve them and then accompany you to visit Qingqing in prison. I haven't seen her since she was incarcerated, fearing the disappointment in her eyes. But now it seems better. Director Li has become her secret brother-in-law, so he surely won't make things difficult for our Qingqing. Dan Shengem desa Li Ming, her face beaming with joy. Ahem. If you can rest easy, that is good. I will make arrangements upon my return, but regarding our relationship, you mustn't. Li Ming hesitated, his words trailing off. Rest assured, I would never speak indiscreetly. This is our little secret, and I won't mention it to Qingqing either. You may continue your endeavors with peace of mind, but do not forget to help me find that formidable lawyer you mentioned. Tan Chengqiang shot him a lingering glance of reproach. Well, let's be on our way. Li Ming nodded and led Tan Chengqing out of the hotel. It was unexpected that the hotel Zhang Wenhai had prepared for himself turned out to benefit Li Ming. Had they met at the Emerald Building instead, Tan Chengqiang might not have been so audacious. It is not the intoxication that leads to chaos, but rather the tumult within one's heart, where desires are magnified infinitely, and the rationality that usually counters those desires is dulled by alcohol, leaving one unable to resist. Everything unfolds as if by fate. On the road, Li Ming drove with fervor, swiftly arriving at Tianyi Mountain Villa. Tan Chengqiang soon emerged with the documents and handed them to Li Ming. Curiosity piqued, he opened them to reveal the startling evidence. Smuggled drugs captured on video, recordings, photographs, and even chat records with foreign drug traffickers. Such comprehensive and clear evidence would have been difficult to obtain without a thorough investigation. As for the bribery, it was even clearer. When the big shots were investigated, they voluntarily confessed in hopes of mitigating their sentences, detailing every transaction meticulously. The crux of the matter lay in the financial fraud. According to Tan Chengqiang, someone had approached them for collaboration, paying a substantial sum as an investment fee, only to later accuse them of fraud when the goods were seized due to smuggling, cutting off sales, and with the big boss under investigation. The money paid by that individual had gone to waste, and they refused compensation, adamantly claiming they were victims of financing fraud. Logically, this should not have occurred. There were numerous ambiguities in the case. Yet, inexplicably, it culminated in a swift courtroom verdict. The sisters, Tan Chengqiang and Tan Qingqing, found themselves entangled in a perplexing situation, ultimately necessitating the sacrifice of one to bear the blame. Thus, Tan Qingqing was incarcerated. After perusing the case files, Li Ming was left with a myriad of doubts. It appeared the sisters had fallen prey to a well-orchestrated scheme. However, with matters reaching this point, he resolved to minimize the ensuing losses. Let's depart. I shall drive my car while you follow closely in yours. Yet, your vehicle is inadequate. At the very least, it requires a higher chassis. For the road to the prison becomes treacherous at the mountain's foot, Li Ming remarked, casting a glance at her car. Indeed, Qingqing possesses a jeep. Rest assured. Tan Chengqiang replied, nodding in agreement. Consequently, Li Ming entered his vehicle, accompanied by Tan Chengqiang, and commenced their return journey. This time, he opted for a different route, avoiding the rough path they had previously traversed. Though it was a longer detour, the road was smooth, allowing them to save half the time, and by the time the clock struck noon, they had arrived at the prison gates. To avoid any semblance of impropriety, Li Ming instructed Tan Chengqiang to wait momentarily while he entered first. He drove up to the entrance, where the prison guards conducted their routine inspection before permitting him to proceed inside. Tan Changcheng, making her first visit, underwent a more meticulous examination. After explaining her purpose, she was finally granted access, albeit with her vehicle left outside the prison. Li Ming refrained from intervening, opting instead for her to adhere to the official visitation procedures to avoid any gossip among the guards. It was only when Tan Changcheng was escorted inside by the guards that Li Ming conveniently appeared. "Good day, Warden." The guard escorting Tan Changcheng greeted Li Ming promptly upon his arrival. "Ah, who is this?" Li Ming feigned ignorance, glancing at Tan Changcheng and inquiring of the guard. Reporting to the warden, "This individual is here for a visit, but without an appointment." "I was about to assist her in scheduling one," the guard replied. Perfect timing, for I am headed there as well. Allow me to take her." "You may attend to your duties." Li Ming waved dismissively, sending the escorting guard on his way. "Yes, Warden." The female guard saluted before retreating, albeit casting curious glances back at Li Ming and Tan Changcheng, her intuition hinting that something was amiss. Not only did their arrival, one after the other, raise eyebrows, but their striking appearances also capture attention. Tan Changcheng was breathtakingly beautiful, inciting envy, while Li Ming exuded an irresistible charm. Together, they appeared inexplicably well-matched. As Li Ming noticed the female guard's lingering stares, a sense of unease crept in. Could she have seen through his ruse? If she were to discover that he had brought yet another stunning woman to visit, he would undoubtedly face her sardonic remarks. Shaking his head, Li Ming dismissed such concerns, leading the way towards the administrative building, stealthily guiding Tan Changcheng to the psychological consultation room. Their conversation could not transpire in the visitation area. Should another guard overhear them discussing the privileges granted by the warden to the inmate, it would surely give rise to scandalous rumors. Once Tan Changcheng was settled in the consultation room, Li Ming surveyed the surroundings to ensure their privacy before making his way towards the cell block. It was still a weekday, and he encountered no one. As he entered the block, he noticed that Tan Changcheng was not present in her cell. "It seems that I have once again been summoned to work in the prison block." After all, the instruction given to Li Ming by the second guard was merely to refrain from allowing them to work for a single day. As I passed by the desolate cells, I was struck by the faintly pungent odor reminiscent of rotting seafood, the scent I had first encountered upon my initial entry into the prison. At that time, seeing Lin Shi and the others so accustomed to it, seemingly unperturbed, I refrained from inquiring further, assuming it was merely the aroma of an unoccupied cell. However, having wandered through this prison for a few days now, I realized that the scent of an idle cell was not nearly as acrid. Perplexed, I glanced around, noting that I was utterly alone in the prison block, with all the cell doors ajar. Since it was fortuitously along my path, curiosity piqued. I followed the source of the odor, twitching my nose in an attempt to discern which cell was emitting the scent. Finally, at the very end of the prison block, I arrived at the cell where the aroma of seafood was most potent. Furrowing my brow, I approached and slowly pulled open the door to reveal 6 characters that rendered me motionless, lost in a daze. Chapter 69. Revelation. In the center of the cell stood several large green trash bins, the pungent odor emanating unmistakably from them. However, Li Ming, without needing to enter the cell for a closer inspection, had already deduced its purpose. Prominently inscribed on the wall were 6 bold characters: sanitary napkin disposal area. Simultaneously, in the monitoring room, Yi Mei, who had previously been caught slacking off by Li Ming, fixated her gaze on his movements as he entered the prison area. Observing him walk, she noticed him suddenly slow his pace, furrowing his brow as if searching for something. Aware that the prison area was currently deserted, her curiosity piqued. She adjusted her black-framed glasses and intently watched Li Ming's next actions. After a while, it seemed that Li Ming had found his bearings. He quickened his pace and finally reached the end of the second prison area. Yi Mei, of course, recognized the significance of that location. Given that all inmates and guards in the prison were female, items necessary for their monthly cycle were unlikely to be discarded carelessly. Thus, a designated disposal area for sanitary napkins had been established within the cell, where used napkins were collectively discarded into the bins for incineration. However, The sheer number of inmates led to an unavoidable, lingering odor, despite daily cleanings. Over time, the metallic scent seeped through the cell doors into the prison area, but the women, accustomed to it, had long since grown indifferent. In stark contrast, Li Ming, being a man, had never encountered such items, let alone used ones. And this was all entirely foreign to him. As he may watch him pull open the door to the sanitary napkin disposal area, she couldn't contain herself and erupted into laughter. Huh, what is the warden doing there? Could it be curiosity about that smell? This is hilarious. I must record this. Unbeknownst to Li Ming, Yi Mei had already captured his current predicament on screen. Upon realizing the nature of the room, he could only facepalm in disbelief. No wonder no one had brought him here before. It all made sense now. Shaking his head, he closed the cell door again, relieved he hadn't succumbed to his curiosity and inquired about it earlier, as that would have been mortifying. Having identified the source of the smell, Li Ming proceeded directly to the factory area, where Tan Chengcheng awaited him. Without much effort, he soon spotted the naturally beautiful Tan Chengcheng. Still engaged in the same task at the same location, her expression a portrait of distress. Mechanically, Tan Chengcheng wielded her small scissors, diligently snipping away the excess threads from the garments. At first glance, it appeared she was managing quite well. However, within mere minutes, Li Ming discerned the truth. Whenever the supervisor was nearby, her movements accelerated. The scissors danced swiftly, and one garment after another was expertly trimmed and passed to Wang Xing, who deftly folded and packaged each piece. Their roles were clearly defined, and their teamwork was remarkably harmonious, creating an impressive spectacle. As the guard just passed by, Tan Chengcheng immediately dropped the scissors, continuing to toss garments at Wang Xing, yet her hand holding the scissors remained motionless. Wan Xin, who was responsible for the next step in the process, chose not to reveal the situation, wearing a smile as she packed the clothes thrown by Tan Chengcheng. After all, these garments would soon be dispatched, and a few loose threads mattered little. A purchase was still a profit, especially from a prison source. Li Ming watched the two with a bemused expression, thinking to himself how adept Tan Chengcheng was at slacking off, even managing to do so in prison. Upon discovering their antics, he decided not to expose them and stepped forward instead. "Warden, you're here," the second guard exclaimed as she hurried over to greet him. "Yes, I'm here to take her away. I have a few questions for her." "You all can continue with your tasks. Don't mind me," Li Ming said, gesturing towards Tan Chengcheng. "Understood, Warden. If you need anything, just call for me." The second guard saluted respectfully before turning to resume her patrol. She was no longer curious about why Li Ming frequently sought out this inmate, having witnessed Tan Chengcheng fainting in distress. She understood that there was no scandalous involvement between them. Her interests lay solely in gossip. Seeing Li Ming point at her, Tan Chengcheng quickly stood up, believing he had changed his mind. Perhaps she might even have a chance to go outside. Li Ming exchanged a brief glance with Wang Xing before averting his gaze. With so many eyes upon him, he dared not act recklessly. "Tan Chengcheng, come with me. I need to ask you something," Li Ming said flatly. "Yes, Warden." Following him, she eagerly asked, "Warden, what do you want to know?" "I will tell you everything. Just let me out, and I will be your servant, willing to do anything. I am entirely at your service. You needn't treat me like a human being. Whatever you say goes. I will not complain. Please, Warden, let me out," she murmured softly behind Li Ming. However, Li Ming remained silent, absorbed in his own thoughts, ignoring her pleas. Undeterred by his lack of response, Tan Chengcheng scanned the surroundings, noticing no one was watching, and boldly stepped in front of him. At this point, they had arrived at the second cell block. Not far from Tan Chengcheng's cell, she halted Li Ming, and, under his bewildered gaze, she took a deep breath, turned her back to the camera, and slowly began to pull up her prison uniform from the bottom. Tan Chengcheng's fair skin, rarely exposed to sunlight during her long confinement, appeared even more radiant. Unbeknownst to her, a few defined abdominal muscles had developed around her petite waist, and the specially designed undergarment could hardly conceal her alluring figure. She lifted her uniform to the neckline, inviting Li Ming to admire her. Alarmed by her boldness, Li Ming quickly reached out to swat her hand away from her clothing, causing the prison uniform to slide back down, covering her enticing form. "What are you doing? Can't you see the cameras?" he exclaimed, utterly taken aback by Tan Xingqing's actions, especially as they stood in the center of the corridor. It was precisely within the realm of surveillance, where she brazenly unveiled her attire to him, provoking assumptions from onlookers that it was his directive. The warden, I implore you, just grant me my freedom. I would accept any terms." Tears welled up once more in Tan Xingqing's eyes. She had finally awaited the moment when Li Ming would seek her out again, relishing the rare chance for a one-on-one conversation. She could hardly afford to consider the presence of cameras, fearing she might miss this fleeting opportunity, knowing that escape would elude her forever. Chapter 70. The Strawberry-S Berry Tan Xingqing, weeping and beseeching, harbored an earnest hope that Li Ming might show her some compassion and grant her mercy. However, Li Ming, with a grim countenance, coldly retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Follow me. If you attempt any further tricks, do not blame me for my wrath." With that, he continued his stride towards the exit of the detention area. Tan Xingqing, stung by Li Ming's harsh words, lowered her head like a frostbitten eggplant, trailing behind him while sobbing. It seemed there was no other choice. Was she truly destined to be his dog? Yet even as a dog, she yearned to be a free one outside, rather than a caged one. At the same time, Yimei, caught off guard just like Li Ming, was in the surveillance room. She had witnessed the audacious act of the inmate, Tan Xingqing, as she shamelessly flashed her clothing at the warden, infuriating the latter to the point of turning pale with anger. However, Yimei dared not record this incident, knowing it could spell trouble for her. She had only just begun her job, performing well, and had no desire to invite misfortune upon herself. Keeping her eyes fixed on the screen, she rationalized that it was only natural to occasionally lose focus. As she consoled herself, Yimei deleted the amusing video of the warden she had previously recorded and annotated. She even double-checked the recycle bin to ensure no traces remained, finally feeling at ease. She was merely a university student who had fought hard to secure her position. This was not a burden she was meant to bear. She longed for home. For bubble tea, ice cream, cold beer, fried chicken, fizzy cola, and stinky tofu. Li Ming, his expression darkened, led Tan Xingqing out of the detention area, heading straight for the psychological counseling room. On the way, Tan Xingqing refrained from any further complaints, while Li Ming remained silent, evidently vexed by her antics. At last, with the sound of Li Ming opening the door, Tan Xingqing entered the room and was reunited with her longed-for sister, Tan Changqing. "Xingqing, my dear sister, you have suffered." Tan Xingqing, upon seeing Tan Xingqing, could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, how did you end up here? I miss you so much." "Sister." Tan Xingqing rushed forward, and the two sisters embraced, weeping together in a heartfelt reunion. Observing their poignant display of emotion, Li Ming stepped out of the room, leaving them to reminisce. Tan Changchang would undoubtedly clarify everything. His presence was unnecessary. Moreover, the counseling room was devoid of surveillance and well soundproofed, making it the perfect setting for their reunion. Once outside, Li Ming recalled Tan Xingqing's audacious actions in the detention area, and he rubbed his temples in frustration as he made his way to the surveillance room. Meanwhile, Yimei was watching the footage from the office building when she noticed Li Ming approaching her surveillance room, causing her to become immediately anxious. Surely not. Was the warden coming to find her? No, she had seen nothing. Go away, malevolent spirit. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Unfortunately, Yimei's incantations proved ineffective as Li Ming approached the door of the surveillance room with unwavering intent. Without knocking, he simply pushed the door open. "Warden, how did you arrive here?" Yimei swallowed hard, striving to maintain a semblance of composure as she inquired of Li Ming. "Oh, you're on duty today. Yimei, right?" Li Ming recognized the young woman before him as the university student who had drooled in her sleep during their last encounter, and he felt considerably more at ease than before. "Yes, Warden. Yamigri, the May of Strawberry." Yimei responded, adding a playful embellishment, adorably cute. Did you happen to observe anything unusual just now?" Li Ming asked casually, though his gaze remained fixed on the screen, searching for the earlier location. Reporting to Warden. I saw nothing at all." Yi Mei replied hastily, though inwardly she was in a state of panic. The thought emerged. Was this concern truly about that? Surely the warden would not resort to drastic measures over such a trivial matter. It was merely a fleeting encounter with an inmate. She could easily pretend she hadn't seen anything at all. Li Ming's mind sensed an unsettling tremor. An unusual intuition surged within him. Yi Mei was deceiving him. She had undoubtedly witnessed something. Narrowing his eyes, he contemplated that if she had indeed seen something, it would be imperative to address the individual who had made the discovery. Yi Mei, what do you think of our prison? Have you adapted well during your time here? Li Ming inquired with a gentle smile, gazing at her intently. Reporting to warden. Everything in our prison is quite satisfactory. I truly enjoy it here and have adapted exceptionally well. I have no desire to leave. I wish to work until death. Oh no. Until retirement, Yi Mei said, her heart sinking as she interpreted Li Ming's nonchalant tone as a veiled threat. That's good to hear. I see you are performing quite well. Isn't it rather challenging to find a job outside these walls? Li Ming's voice was soft, not at all intimidating, yet Yi Mei felt tears welling up in her eyes. Reporting to warden, it is indeed quite difficult. I took great effort to secure this position, and I assure you I will perform my duties diligently. I will not see or say anything I shouldn't. I will steadfastly adhere to your directives. Yi Mei replied, her expression strained, while internally she lamented. This is a burden far too heavy for someone my age. I am enduring pressures I should not have to bear. Well said. You wouldn't capture any peculiar occurrences during your work and share them online, would you? With the internet being so advanced and far-reaching, should anything from the prison leak out, the consequences could be quite severe. Li Ming's tone turned slightly somber as he scrutinized Yi Mei's changing expressions. Warden, how could I dare to post anything online? Here's my phone. Please, warden, feel free to inspect it. Yi Mei's heart raced at his words, cold sweat cascading down her back. She silently thanked her lucky stars for having deleted the video of the warden at the sanitary napkin disposal earlier. Had she not, her fate would have been sealed. Li Ming did not hesitate to take Yi Mei's phone, and indeed began to examine it. Upon opening the photo album, he discovered an array of Yi Mei's personal snapshots, alongside numerous screenshots from various dramas. While there were a few selfies of her in the monitoring room, they were inconsequential. So long as they weren't the incriminating footage from earlier, it was acceptable. He meticulously perused the content again, and even unearthed some risque photographs in a hidden album. The nature of these images was rather explicit, and he felt it inappropriate to linger over them. So he hastily scanned through before confirming that there was nothing of concern. Lastly, under Yi Mei's watchful gaze, he opened her chat history. Aside from mundane conversations, there were no sensitive topics, thus completing his examination. He returned the phone to Yi Mei, remarking, well, you performed admirably. However, should Deputy Warden Lin inquire, you know how to respond, right? Li Ming pruvat cotiosely. Report to the warden. Understood. I saw nothing. Yi Mei replied, sitting up straight and adopting a serious demeanor. Good. Now, how long has it been since we cleared the memory of our surveillance equipment? Teach me how to erase today's footage, Li Ming said, satisfied as he patted Yi Mei on the shoulder. Following her hands-on guidance, he personally deleted the day's recordings without leaving a trace, feeling reassured afterward. After resolving the issue, Li Ming again patted Yi Mei's shoulder and added her contact information before finally leaving the monitoring room. He thought to himself that he could not be faulted for being overly cautious if Yi Mei were to post the video of Tan Qingqing and himself online, and it were to be maliciously edited. Tomorrow's headlines might very well scream about a certain prison's warden coercing a female inmate into undressing. Such topics would incite public outrage. Moreover, it could very well be more severe than he had imagined, given his keen awareness of the internet's propensity for sensationalism. Meanwhile, Yi Mei, having narrowly escaped disaster, slumped in her chair, her back drenched in cold sweat. After 2 arduous months, today had been her most dreaded and trying day. She cursed herself for having seen what she should not have and for recording the video. Thankfully, she had deleted it. Thank goodness. The warden was terrifying. She felt on the verge of tears. With the surveillance issue resolved, Li Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. It had been quite some time, and he presumed that Tan Chengsheng and her sister had finished their conversation. As he approached the door of the psychological counseling room, just as he was about to push it open, he heard the elevator ding. The doors slowly opened, revealing Lin Shi stepping out from the elevator. Chapter 71. You are just a deputy. Lin Shi's gaze swept across the room and quickly spotted Li Ming. She paused for a moment, then approached him. What did you return? What happened to Zhang Wenhai? Lin Shi inquired coolly. After her father had hung up the phone, she had lost her sources of information and only knew that he had sent someone to handle the situation. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Wenhai, a scoundrel who engaged in illegal activities and embezzlement, and was eager to learn of his fate. However, upon noticing Lin Shi approaching, Li Ming felt a jolt of panic. He was standing at the entrance of the psychological counseling room, where the Tan sisters were inside. To his dismay, Lin Shi had coincidentally taken the elevator down at that moment. He had cautiously brought the Tan sisters over, hoping to shield them from Lin Shi's potential sarcasm. But fate had conspired against him, and he found himself cornered at the door. Fortunately, the counseling room was relatively soundproof, allowing both Li Ming and Lin Shi to remain unaware of the commotion within, leading to the current encounter. Feigning a normal smile, Li Ming replied, I just got back. Zhang Wenhai was taken away by the inspectors. He seemed quite startled as he left, not uttering a word. However, the look in his eyes was rather peculiar. He must have never anticipated that it was not the police who apprehended him, but the inspectors instead. At this, Lin Shi's face broke into a smile, her imagination conjuring images of Zhang Wenhai's terror. It was evident that he had been terrified out of his wits. The name of the inspectors was infamous, akin to a death sentence in the underworld. Those who fell under their scrutiny often faced ruin, with the majority ending up imprisoned. The arrival of the inspectors signified that a certain official's misdeeds had been uncovered, leaving no room for hope of escape. Those who could flee were urged to do so, while those unable to escape awaited their inevitable doom, with no possibility of overturning their fates. The inspectors' precision in their operations stemmed from the extraordinary power held by their specialized department. Regardless of an individual's status, they possessed the authority to detain, interrogate, and even employ torture against corrupt officials who abused their power. It was this department that ensured the law was upheld and that shadows could not obscure the light of justice. As the daughter of Lin Aigua, the head of the inspectors, Lin Shi took pride in her ascent from a mere prison guard to the position of deputy warden, believing she had upheld her father's reputation. However, when Li Ming arrived and usurped the position of warden, which she felt should have been hers, she was incensed. Her animosity towards Li Ming stemmed from her belief that he was the ultimate rule breaker. Despite Li Ming's father's distinguished status, Uncle Li brazenly flouted the rules, assigning the inexperienced Li Ming to the prison under the ludicrous pretense of matchmaking between the two. This nearly caused Lin Shi, who had always adhered to the mission of the inspectors, to lose her composure. However, she was aware that this was a mutual agreement between her father and Uncle Li, leaving her powerless to resist. Consequently, she could only vent her frustration on Li Ming. Yet, after a few days in the role of warden, Lin Shi began to reassess her opinion of Li Ming. Initially, he seemed utterly clueless and did not embody the characteristics of a warden at all. However, his recent performance had been commendable. He successfully brought down the despicable Zhang Wenhai from their administration and secured incriminating evidence against him. This greatly enhanced Lin Shi's favorable impression of Li Ming. During her leisure, she even began to ponder the compatibility between herself and Li Ming. Nevertheless, given her cautious nature, she would not easily consent to a relationship with him, as she was still in the process of evaluation. That's good. Perhaps Zhang Wenhai's downfall is connected to the previous warden's dismissals. Now that he has fallen into the hands of the inspectors, he will surely divulge everything. We have eliminated a malignant tumor from our prison system. Lin Shi waved her hand, her excitement palpable. Indeed. So where are you headed? Li Ming, observing Lin Shi engrossed in conversation at the entrance of the psychological consultation room, felt a twinge of anxiety that she might discover something amiss, prompting him to change the subject. Me? I'm just fine, merely planning to visit the prison area. Lin Shi was about to mention her intention to stroll through the prison quarters when she suddenly noticed something peculiar about Li Ming. She wrinkled her nose and moved closer to him, as if she had made a startling discovery, her brows knitted in concern. Why do you smell so fragrant? Is that a woman's perfume? Lin, she frowned, her face a mask of anger, though she endeavored to keep her voice steady. Oh, do I smell good? That can't be true. Li Ming was taken aback by her words. He raised his arm to sniff it himself. Indeed, Lin, she was not deceiving him. He truly bore a scent, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was the very fragrance of Tan Changqing. Ah, it does smell nice. Perhaps it's just a lingering scent from sitting in someone else's car last night. Ha ha ha. Li Ming nervously offered this defense with a forced smile. Li Ming, you are lying. Whenever you lie, you can't help but awkwardly laugh. Do you think I am unaware? Lin Shi's anger surged further upon hearing his explanation. How could Li Ming deceive her? The aroma was unmistakably that of a woman. If he merely sat in the car, it wouldn't he have clung to him so tenaciously. Perhaps Li Ming spent the night with her. As this thought crossed Lin Shi's mind, she could no longer contain her fury. She confronted him directly. Li Ming, did you sleep with that woman? The one in the recording, Miss Tan? Tan Qingqing's sister? Don't tell me you took advantage of her inebriation and violated her. Are you even human? Lin Shi's voice was laced with wrath as she pointed an accusatory finger at Li Ming, appalled at his apparent lack of principles. If he truly exploited the situation to take advantage of Tan Qingqing's sister while she was drunk, he could forget about her forgiveness. Meanwhile, Li Ming, faced with Lin Shi's unfounded accusations, felt his expression darken further. He had initially brought Tan Changqing in secret to accommodate Lin Shi's emotions, but he never anticipated that she could become so enraged based solely on the scent lingering on his clothing. Moreover, he was met with accusations and inquiries, and speculation arose regarding his relationship with Tan Changqing. Although the conjectures were not entirely unfounded, as he indeed had been intimate with Tan Changqing, he pondered what right Lin Shi had to admonish him. Li Ming narrowed his eyes, his demeanor tranquil. He allowed Lin Shi to finish speaking before he slowly responded. Lin Shi, are you addressing me? Is this how you speak to your superior? Do not forget your current position. Do you realize we are within working hours? Furthermore, what exactly is your relationship to me? Are you my girlfriend or my fiancé? Do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Is this prison your home? I am the warden here, and you are merely an assistant. Do you understand? Deputy Warden Lin? Chapter 72, Perceptive Enough. Li Ming, seething with anger, articulated each word clearly for Lin Shi to comprehend. Taken aback by his unexpected reaction, Lin Shi found herself retreating a step, stunned by his tone. As she listened to his reprimands and pointed inquiries, she momentarily lost her ability to respond, as if her throat had been sealed, leaving her speechless and staring blankly at Li Ming as he confronted her. Previously, you had relied on our old acquaintance to speak to me without restraint, and I had overlooked it. But now, have you become so arrogant that you dare to criticize me? Do you expect me to report every action to you? Out of respect for Uncle Lin, I shall refrain from engaging with you on this matter this time. But remember, this is the last occasion. You pride yourself on conducting affairs with decorum and adhering to the rules. If you dare to overstep again, I will have no choice but to exercise my authority as warden and replace you with another deputy warden. Li Ming's frigid. Indifferent words struck Lin Shi like a slap to the face, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she regained her composure, her face pale, biting her lip in defiance, as if she were seeing the man before her anew. You cannot dismiss me. My appointment is not yours to decide. Li Ming merely scoffed at her words, walking past her slowly as he spoke. Oh, you know my father indulges me. It's merely a matter of procedure. Can you guess whether I might replace you? However, if you were to seek your father's assistance to circumvent the rules as well, then I would be unable to remove you. But as the deputy warden who prides herself on following protocol, will you choose to take that shortcut? Or would you rather risk being dismissed while steadfastly adhering to the rules? His voice rang clearly in Lin Shi's ears, leaving her rooted in place. Li Ming, leveraging his position, brazenly threatened to remove her from her post as deputy warden. It was a blatant provocation, an act of defiance against the established order. Yet, Lin Shi suddenly realized her powerlessness in the face of this situation. Firstly, she did not hold a rank higher than Li Ming. She was his subordinate. He possessed the authority to recommend or request her removal, and if those above him acquiesced. All her painstaking efforts to ascend from a mere prison guard to her current rank could be undone with a single careless word from him. However, if she approached her father, Lin Aigua, seeking to intervene, how would that differ from Li Ming seeking his father's influence to breach the rules? Wouldn't that merely align her with Li Ming's transgressions? What, then, would become of her unwavering commitment to oversight? Would she be scrutinizing her own integrity? Yet the thought of being relegated back to the position of an ordinary prison guard weighed heavily on her. Even if she could accept such a setback, it felt unjust. She had already attained the rank of deputy warden. Why should all her efforts be rendered meaningless by a mere utterance from Li Ming? What of her steadfast convictions? Lin Shi stood frozen, engulfed in an internal struggle. Regret began to seep in. If only she hadn't been so impulsive in her accusations against Li Ming. Would things have turned out differently? Yet, he was the one who sought to court her. He was the one misbehaving outside. And when she confronted him, what was so wrong with that? If he had not strayed, why did he not offer an explanation? It was Li Ming who had committed the initial offense. Why was she the one left feeling aggrieved? Lin Shi bit her lip, watching as Li Ming's figure gradually faded into the distance. Finally, unable to hold back, a tear overflowed from her eyes. She lifted her head, attempting to restrain her emotions, yet she ultimately succumbed to her despair. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the tears cascaded down uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Yi Mei, who had just escaped a perilous situation, had not yet gathered her thoughts when she witnessed the earlier scene in the surveillance footage of the office building. Though she could not hear the sounds, she clearly observed the deputy warden vehemently berating the warden, only to be met with the warden's furious retort that left the deputy in tears. Now, the departing warden was approaching the surveillance room step by step. Yi Mei could only think, how much longer will this go on? I no longer wish to attend this dreadful class. Li Ming swiftly made his way toward the surveillance room, out of Lin Shi's sight. It was worth noting that the Tan sisters were still in the psychological counseling room, just a wall separating them from Lin Shi outside. Although Lin Shi was unaware of this, should she discover it, she would undoubtedly use it against him. However, after some contemplation, Li Ming decided that since he had already severed ties, it mattered little if he was discovered. He could not definitively claim that he had indeed slept with Tan Changqing. It was merely speculation. As the warden, he had previously valued their childhood friendship and had shown considerable leniency toward Lin Shi. However, her behavior had become increasingly intolerable, and it was time to assert himself. Otherwise, he would remain constrained in all his actions, especially with his father sending a bodyguard. With so many eyes upon him, he needed to give Lin Shi a warning now to prevent future complications. Li Ming pushed open the door to the surveillance room, where Yi Mei was already standing, waiting for him. Upon his entrance, she greeted him, "Warden, you have returned. I've already deleted the footage of the earlier incident, so you needn't have come all this way. Rest assured, it's all clean, with no traces left behind." Yi Mei force asimide, flatering Li Ming. She thought it best to comply and avoid provoking the warden further. After all, if the deputy warden had been scolded to tears, she could only imagine the consequences for herself. Li Ming cast a peculiar glance at Yi Mei, surprised by her unexpected maturity. He had not even thought to delete the footage of his argument with Lin Shi, yet she had already taken care of it. Impressive. Very well, keep it up. He commended Yi Mei, who appeared delighted by his praise, eliciting a faint smile from him as well. However, pressing matters remained. Li Ming took a seat. Observing Lin Shi's actions, he watched as she cried for a moment before wiping her tears and retracing her steps back to the elevator, ultimately returning to her office. Li Ming waited a while longer, ensuring that Lin Shi would not emerge anytime soon before he left the surveillance room and returned to the counseling room. Pushing the door open, inside, the Tan sisters had regained their composure. Tears streamed down Tan Changqing's face, clearly indicative of her sorrow, and her complexion had turned ashen. She likely had already come to terms with her grim fate. In contrast, Tan Changqing embraced her sister with a look of deep compassion, wishing fervently that she herself were clad in the prison garb. Upon the entrance of Li Ming, Both sisters turned their gazes towards him. Tan Xingqing's eyes were filled with a pleading hope, yearning for Li Ming to care for Tan Xingqing during her time in prison. Conversely, Tan Xingqing's expression was one of resentment. She understood that if Li Ming were willing to relent, she would not have to endure such a lengthy incarceration. She cursed her misfortune for encountering this obstinate man, impervious to reason. How could she have such wretched luck to meet this insensible, unyielding scoundrel? She longed to lodge a complaint against him. As Li Ming surveyed the two sisters in the room, he was about to speak when, suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from behind him. Bang! 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 Chapter 73. Waiting for you in the medical room. Knock, knock, knock. A jolt of surprise coursed through Li Ming's heart. Who could be at the door? He had meticulously surveyed the surroundings upon entering and had seen no one. How could someone suddenly be knocking? Yet, he could not ignore it. This person must have noticed him entering the room. To refrain from opening the door would only suggest that he harbored secrets. With a sense of resignation, Li Ming exchanged a glance with the two sisters, signaling them to sit on either side of the table before he slowly turned and opened the door. To his astonishment, standing at the threshold was none other than the alluring Xia Hong, clad in a provocative ensemble. As was customary, she wore a white lab coat over a delicate black lace camisole, the plunging neckline revealing her exquisite collarbone. Her bosom appeared as if cradled by invisible hands, drawing attention with its enticing allure. Clad in black stockings, her slender legs were the epitome of elegance, with an eye-catching white line tracing along her knee, contrasting beautifully against her fair skin. On her feet were the familiar red-soled stiletto heels that Li Ming recognized all too well. However, what captivated the eye most was the half-rimmed golden glasses adorned with a golden chain that rested upon her delicate features. She exuded an aura of purity and sophistication, sensuality and charm, all while possessing a graceful demeanor. Li Ming found himself momentarily entranced, scanning her from head to toe before regaining his composure and exclaiming, "Sister Hong, what brings you here?" Observing Xia Hong's evidently meticulous preparation, curiosity piqued within him. How did she know he was here? I was just organizing medications in the nearby pharmacy when I overheard the argument between you and Xiao Shi. However, I dared not intervene. Once you both left, I was about to emerge, but then I saw you returning, so I thought I would come have a chat. Xiao smiled gently, fully aware of Li Ming's appreciative gaze sweeping over her figure. The astonishment reflected in his eyes pleased her, affirming that her efforts had not been in vain. Xia Hong's thoughts were simple. She had indeed overheard the quarrel and witnessed Lin Shi shedding tears alone. In the past, she might have comforted Lin Shi and scolded Li Ming for his behavior. Yet, since confiding her own painful experiences to Li Ming, she had developed a unique affection for him, feeling that he was someone worthy of her trust. This shift in perspective led her to contemplate the possibility. If Lin Shi and Li Ming were to part ways, would she not be stealing Lin Shi's man? Now seemed the perfect opportunity. Even if it meant disregarding moral codes, she was resolute to seize the moment. At her age, if she did not act boldly now, when would she? She longed to take a chance. Oh, that explains why I didn't see you earlier, but I must admit I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment. Would you mind waiting for me in the medical room? Li Ming swallowed hard, gesturing towards the sisters. Tan Chengcheng and her sibling, still present in the room. Xia Hong noticed the two women in the psychological consultation room as well, though she had not seen when they entered. It was clear that Li Ming was indeed busy, so she nodded in understanding. All right, warden, you carry on. I shall return to the medical room and wait for you. Okay, very well. I shall join you shortly, Li Ming remarked as he escorted Xia Hong to the entrance, making a point to add a note of assurance. Xia Hong cast a fleeting smile in his direction, choosing silence as she gracefully departed, her form swaying like a gentle breeze. Li Ming shook his head, though he was unaware of the purpose behind Xia Hong's visit. He could hardly refuse the invitation from such a captivating beauty. Since his arrival at Black Mountain Prison, Xia Hong had been the first woman to stir his heart, whether it was love at first sight or mere desire. Regardless, the moment they first met during her examination, he was drawn to her unique charm as a doctor in a white coat. Thus, he had harbored a certain special fondness for her. albeit restrained by his regard for Lin Shi, which prevented him from expressing his feelings. Now that Xia Hong had taken the initiative to seek him out, it would be a grave mistake not to respond favorably, especially considering she was on his list of those to confront regarding his past grievances, particularly the insults suffered during that examination. After bidding farewell to Xia Hong, he returned to the psychological counseling room, where the two women regarded him with peculiar glances, their silence rendering Li Ming somewhat embarrassed. He felt compelled to speak first. I trust you have conveyed all that is necessary. It is undoubtedly impossible for you to be released from prison, but I assure you I shall extend special care. As for the upcoming group dance competition, I will assist you in enrolling. For now, you must remain compliant during your incarceration, as the charges of smuggling and bribery are not unfounded. The evidence is irrefutable. Should you conduct yourself well, you may find an opportunity for an earlier release. Turning his gaze to Tan Qingqing, he provided her with a straightforward update, acknowledging their existing connection and the necessity of his involvement. He then shifted his attention to Tan Chengcheng. Miss Tan, we shall conclude our conversation here. It is not permissible for you two to meet in this manner, and should anyone witness this, it could lead to complications. If there are further matters to discuss, please contact me, and I shall relay you messages. Tan Chengcheng wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, nodding in reluctant agreement. Didactoli, you must take good care of my sister. She has lost considerable weight during her time in prison. Li Ming nodded in response. He too had noticed Tan Qingqing's diminished figure. Once perfectly proportioned, she had now thinned out significantly due to the recent tribulations. Her formerly flat abdomen now revealing the outline of abdominal muscles, rendering her physique somewhat frail. Tan Chengcheng turned her attention back to her sister, her voice softening. Qingqing, it is I who have failed you. I could not secure your release, but I will continue to fight for you from the outside. At the very least, to clarify the charges of financial fraud. With a proper defense and potential sentence reduction, you won't have to endure this for long. Tan Qingqing bit her lip, fighting back tears as she spoke. Sister, do not say such things. You have done more than enough. I bear no blame. We agreed that I would take responsibility if anything went awry. My greed has entangled you in this. I'm so sorry. The two women embraced, weeping for one another's plight, yet ultimately one of them had to remain behind. Li Ming gently placed a hand on Tan Chengcheng's shoulder, separating the two. Miss Tan, I shall escort you to the entrance, and then return to accompany her back to the prison. Please follow me. Li Ming pushed open the door, gesturing for Tan Chengcheng to follow. Despite her reluctance, Tan Chengcheng knew she could not remain by Tan Qingqing's side indefinitely. After casting a final glance at her sister, with whom she had shared a bond since childhood, Tan Chengcheng rose and followed Li Ming. She had more pressing matters to attend to. For her sister, she would do anything. Side by side, Li Ming and Tan Chengcheng walked towards the prison entrance. Tan Chengcheng wiped her tear-streaked face, striving to conceal any traces of her weeping. At last, they reached the prison gates, where Li Ming halted, preparing to bid farewell to Tan Chengcheng. Before he could speak, she interjected, Director Li, there's no need to see me off. If there's anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Let us not forget our agreement. Li Ming nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Rest assured, with his promise, Tan Chengcheng turned and walked towards the approaching prison guard, who would guide her out of the prison. Chapter 74, Crouch Down. Li Ming watched as Tan Chengcheng got into the car and left the prison before he turned to head back. He still needed to bring Tan Qingqing back. Upon returning to the psychological counseling room, he found Tan Qingqing sitting despondently in a chair, lost in thought. She showed no reaction upon seeing Li Ming enter. Instead, her peculiar gaze scrutinized him, sending a shiver down his spine. What are you staring at? Let us go. I'll take you home. Do not mention what just happened to anyone, or I can't assist you. Don't let your sister's efforts go to waste, Li Ming said nonchalantly. Tan Qingqing pouted at his words, rising from her seat. I'm not foolish. Of course, I won't say anything. But that prison doctor who knocked just now, she seems to have a thing for you. The way she was dressed was clearly intentional. I bet she is thinking of ways to seduce you. Li Ming felt a moment of embarrassment at her comment, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced at Tan Xingqing, who appeared somewhat dissatisfied. What does it matter to you? Let us hurry. We've been out for a while now. I'll arrange a more leisurely job for you. However, Tan Xingqing did not follow him immediately after he opened the door. Instead, a hint of anger crossed her face. What do you mean it's none of my business? Have you been with my sister? Tan Xingqing bluntly voiced the troubling question that had plagued her since she first met her sister. She had noticed something amiss. Her sister's gait and demeanor were markedly different from before. Initially, she dismissed it, but after Tan Changsheng shared the circumstances surrounding Zhang Wenhai's arrest and vaguely mentioned that Li Ming would undoubtedly assist her, her suspicions deepened. It was hard to fathom how a man like Li Ming, who seemed impervious to persuasion, would be so accommodating. He neither sought their money nor was he attracted to them. What could possibly motivate him to help? Was it merely because he shared a few drinks with them? Tan Xingqing found it implausible that he would willingly break the rules for their sake. She was convinced that her sister must have traded her own body for Li Ming's assistance, and that made perfect sense. Listening to Tan Xingqing's accusations, Li Ming, despite believing he had a thick enough skin, felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face, and he promptly closed the door. He was aware that Tan Changsheng would not divulge this matter to her sister, so Tan Xingqing was merely speculating. He could easily deny it. Regaining his composure, he narrowed his eyes at Tan Xingqing. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm helping you because your sister has assisted me as well. Don't be ungrateful. If it doesn't concern you, don't pry. Let us go. Yet, Tan Xingqing, fueled by an unknown emotion, suddenly yelled at him. Don't lie to me. If you truly have been with my sister, then don't you dare pursue other women. My sister is a good woman. She is inexperienced. You cannot betray her. Tan Xingqing's face flushed with anger. Her sister had never even dated before. If she were to be so easily taken advantage of by Li Ming while he flirted with others, she would feel deeply for her sister. Even if it was meant to make her time in prison more bearable, her sister was still a virtuous maiden. Li Ming, that scoundrel, is more than capable of handling this situation. How can he still be unsatisfied, provoking that seductive vixen, the prison doctor? As Li Ming gazed at the furious Tan Xingqing before him, he suddenly reached out and seized her prison uniform at the chest. With a slight exertion, he pulled her towards him, lifting her effortlessly with one hand until they were face to face. Li Ming narrowed his eyes, locking onto Tan Xingqing's gaze, and spoke softly yet menacingly. Tan Xingqing, do not mistake your position. You are a prisoner now. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Have you forgotten the wager we made? As he uttered these words, his voice grew increasingly grave. You have lost, and you are currently within my grasp. Shouldn't the terms of our bet be honored? You said that if you could not escape from this prison, you would be at my beck and call. My obedient dog. Surely you recall that. Li Ming pressed forward relentlessly, causing Tan Xingqing's complexion to shift from crimson to pale. She had not forgotten their initial wager, but she had believed she would certainly find her way to freedom. Thus, she had spoken recklessly. It was only when she received the dreadful news, realizing she might truly never escape, that she recalled their agreement, being his dog. The fear instilled by Li Ming rendered Tan Xingqing momentarily speechless, her expression one of sheer terror as she attempted to retreat. However, with her uniform still clutched tightly in his grasp, she found herself unable to move back, helplessly grasping at his hand as tears welled in her eyes. Observing her distress, Li Ming showed no mercy. Training a dog requires firm resolve. If one does not assert dominance, the creature will continuously test boundaries, ultimately believing it to be the master, while the human merely serves as a caretaker. Yet, if one asserts authority through decisive action, one can cultivate a compliant pet that no longer bares its teeth, but instead seeks affection and companionship. Just as with animals, so too with humans. Li Ming, surveying the terrified Tan Xingqing, forcefully pushed her to the ground. As she fell, disheveled and vulnerable, he commanded, crouch. Tan Xingqing, now sprawled on the floor, felt utterly drained. She had never anticipated that Li Ming would treat her in such a manner, invoking their wager. Was he truly intent on making her his dog? As she made her way to this place, she had contemplated this possibility, but only under the assumption that she would escape the prison. If freedom were attainable, being a dog could be tolerable. Yet now, With her escape seemingly impossible and her sister involved, how could Li Ming dare to treat her this way? Who did he think he was, the warden? Commanding her to crouch? Did he truly consider her a dog? She resolved that today she would rather perish than obey the orders of that scoundrel Li Ming. Death would come, and she was unafraid. She could not believe that Li Ming could truly harm her. Of course, these thoughts were merely her internal turmoil. At this moment, she lay on the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably, her legs throbbing painfully from the impact of her fall. As Li Ming issued the command, he noticed Tan Qingqing's dazed expression, which indicated her impending tears. She remained utterly motionless. Narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brow, he took a slow step forward, positioning himself beside her. Subsequently, Li Ming gradually removed his coat, tossing it onto a nearby chair. He loosened his cuffs and unfastened several buttons of his shirt collar. Under the gaze of Tan Qingqing's profound terror, Li Ming slowly pulled open the shirt that hung loosely at his waist, revealing a black belt. With a slight movement of his fingers, the belt was released with a decisive click. I said, crouch down. Chapter 75, Silence. I command, crouch down. Li Ming's voice resonated in Tan Qingqing's ears like thunder, leaving her mind in a state of utter confusion, completely at a loss. What? What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly. Tan Qingqing's voice trembled, filled with sheer terror. At this moment, as she observed Li Ming's actions, a chill ran down her spine. What was this man planning? Why was he unbuckling his belt? Just moments ago, he had promised her sister to look after her. How had it escalated to this? Was this his version of care? Li Ming noted that although Tan Qingqing was visibly trembling with fear, she still defiantly urged him not to act rashly and remained unyielding to his commands. Thus, he reluctantly unfastened his belt from his waist. He could not afford a halt. If he did, Tan Qingqing would ascertain his limits, realizing he would not harm her, which would only embolden her further. He continued, wrapping the belt around his hand, letting the long strip cascade down his arm, mere centimeters from the quaking Tan Qingqing seated on the floor. With a slight shake of his arm, the belt swayed with his movement, brushing lightly against Tan Qingqing's legs, sending a wave of goosebumps coursing through her. This is your final opportunity. Crouch down. Li Ming's voice slowed, his tone deepening as he issued one last warning to Tan Qingqing. If she continued to defy his authority, she would have no one to blame but herself for his subsequent brutality. Tan Qingqing, witnessing Li Ming's demeanor, felt an intense fear rising within her. However, her nature had always been to be defiant. She would never submit unless her life was genuinely in danger. Her earlier pleas for mercy had merely been a temporary concession. Once she was free from prison, the world would be hers to explore, and she would not remain a mere plaything for Li Ming to command at will. Alas, she had never fathomed the reality of her entrapment, now finding herself in Li Ming's grasp. Given the current circumstances, if she did not heed his words, it was likely that the next moment he would unleash the belt upon her. Tan Qingqing hesitated, yet her mouth moved quicker than her thoughts. What do you intend to do? Do you dare strike me? Who are you trying to intimidate? If you lay a finger on me today, I will. Before Tan Qingqing could finish her bravado, Li Ming raised an eyebrow, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the belt cracked through the air with a resounding slap. In an instant, Tan Qingqing felt a jolt of numbness in her thigh, followed by an intense, searing pain that surged forth. A visible red mark, the width of the belt, appeared on her formerly fair leg, a stark indication of Li Ming's brutal strike. Ah! Tan Qingqing's scream echoed throughout the room. She stared in disbelief at the mark on her leg, utterly astounded. Did Li Ming truly have the audacity to strike her? He, a man, was stooping to the level of a confrontation with a fragile woman? He had actually hit her. Her worldview shattered in that moment. She instinctively drew back her now painfully throbbing leg. With trembling hands clasped over her wounds, she bore an expression of utter terror. Silence. Li Ming, fueled by a sudden surge of anger at Tan Qingqing's piercing scream, moved his hand once more. With a sharp crack, the belt, under his control, struck accurately against Tan Qingqing's delicate arm, leaving a vivid mark as before. Her scream echoed again, as she attempted to raise her arm in defense. Her frail flesh could not withstand the force of Li Ming's genuine leather belt. As anticipated, he delivered another punishing blow. Her mind, overwhelmed, could barely react, and all she could do was scream in terror. Unperturbed by her distress, Li Ming raised his arm again, aiming to strike. This time, upon seeing his raised hand, Tan Qingqing surrendered, crying out, "Ah, please stop. I won't scream anymore." "Woo," she pleaded, fear evident in her voice, no longer daring to oppose him. Yet Li Ming's hand was already lifted. It was unfitting to let it fall without consequence. With another swing, the belt struck with a resounding crack against her exposed back, which had turned away in fear. This blow extinguished any remaining spirit of resistance within her. Before Li Ming could utter a word, she retracted her cries of anguish. Curling up in despair, silent tears streaming down her cheeks, a sight that evoked a sense of pity. Seeing her surrender, Li Ming refrained from raising his hand again, instead coldly repeating his previous command, "Crouch down." As soon as his words fell, Tan Qingqing, suppressing her pain, immediately crouched before him, looking up with a pitiful gaze, akin to a docile pet awaiting praise from its master. Observing her submissive demeanor stirred something within Li Ming, yet he knew this was not the time. Taming a fiery spirit like Tan Qingqing would require more than this. He slowly reattached his belt, fastening the buckle he had previously undone, and donned the clothes he had cast aside on the chair, preparing himself by the window. Finally, he gestured to the still crouched Tan Qingqing. "Gulme, I shall escort you back to your cell. Remember today's lesson. Do not forget your current position, should you dare defy my orders again. The consequences you face today will become your daily reality in prison. I advise you to tread carefully." With that, he opened the door and stepped out, leaving Tan Qingqing trembling in his wake. She hurried to follow, her mind devoid of thoughts, too afraid to contemplate anything, simply obediently trailing behind him towards the prison block. With each step, the places where she had been struck flared with pain, but she dared not utter a sound, biting her lips in silent endurance. The distance from the office building to the detention area was not particularly long. However, in Tan Qingqing's current perception, this path seemed interminable, as if it would never reach its end. All she yearned for was to escape from Li Ming's side, even if it meant returning to the factory to toil. She would willingly accept such a fate. Alas, Li Ming had already arranged her subsequent tasks, and she was destined to remain under his control. She could only endure her days in trepidation, right beneath Li Ming's watchful gaze. She was filled with regret once more. Chapter 76. Is this really beautiful? Under the hopeful gaze of Tan Qingqing, Li Ming finally returned to the factory area with her. The keen-eyed deputy guard immediately approached upon seeing Li Ming. "Warden, you have arrived." "Indeed, deputy guard. Who currently oversees the library in our prison?" Li Ming inquired nonchalantly. "The library manager? We do not have one yet. After watching television in the evening, the inmates borrow and return books on their own. As long as 2 guards supervise to ensure the books are not maliciously damaged, there is little else to manage. Thus, we have not appointed a manager." The deputy guard replied after some contemplation. "Ah, I noticed the books in the library were in complete disarray, lacking any categorization. I cannot even find a single book. So, there's no library manager. In that case, summon Wang Xin. Have her and Tan Qingqing work together as the library managers, specifically overseeing the borrowing and returning of books. They should organize the books today. The current chaos is utterly unacceptable." Li Ming feigned annoyance as he issued his command. "Understood, Warden." The deputy guard did not dwell on it and promptly departed. Indeed, the library was quite disorganized, a fact she was aware of, but typically, the inmates rummaged through the books themselves, and they had never interfered. The inmates merely wished to read. They would pick whatever book they desired, as if it were a public library. Nevertheless, since Li Ming had given the order, she had no choice but to fetch Wang Xin. Upon Wang Xin's arrival, Li Ming directly led the 2 women out of the factory area. On their way to the library, Li Ming explained the duties of the library managers, which were rather simple. Each day, after the inmates finished watching television, they enjoyed an hour and a half of free reading time. Those who wished to read would come to the library to borrow books, which could be taken back to the cell block, but it required reporting. Not everyone was permitted to bring books back. The two women were responsible for assisting the inmates in finding books and keeping records, a far lighter workload compared to the factory. During the day, while the inmates worked, they had little to do, merely tidying up, and in the evening, they would be busy for a short while before concluding their duties, making it relatively relaxed. Had Tan Qingqing started with this role, she likely would not harbor such animosity toward the prison. For someone who enjoys reading and prefers a tranquil existence, being a library manager would have been quite enjoyable. Thus, with Wang Xian's entrancing gaze and captivating spirit, Li Ming led the two women to the library. Along the way, Tan Qingqing remained somewhat apprehensive and silent, while Li Ming paid her no mind. Upon reaching the library, he gracefully departed, for others awaited him. He had no time to attend to Tan Qingqing. Once she contemplated her circumstances, she would naturally comply. After resolving the work arrangements for the two, Li Ming exited the inmate block. Along the way, he pondered whether he had overstepped. The oldham would never have resorted to striking an inmate, yet now it seemed he bore no psychological burden. If inmates did not obey orders and dare to challenge him, how could he maintain his authority as warden without addressing them? Li Ming initially believed that the task would be triggered. However, his mind was eerily tranquil, as if his mysterious powers had vanished without a trace. Within his dreams, it seemed that a malevolent author had been orchestrating his every move, and now, with no task at hand, he began to wonder if his actions had unwittingly aligned with the sinister intentions of this author. Could it be that this was the reason no task was forthcoming? A chill of dread crept over Li Ming as he pondered this possibility. Nevertheless, with the arrow drawn, he felt compelled to release it. He had no regrets. Even when he struck Tan Qingqing, he had shown restraint, considering her sister's standing, and he hoped that Tan Qingqing would heed his words in the future. Meanwhile, in the library, after Li Ming's departure, Tan Qingqing collapsed in her chair. Although the pain in her body had lessened somewhat, it still burned fiercely. Yet, compared to her physical suffering, the turmoil within her psyche was beyond verbal expression. As she caressed the wounds on her arm inflicted by Li Ming, the mere touch sent waves of even more intense pain coursing through her. Logically, she should have felt despondent, resistant, and fearful. Yet, inexplicably, after Li Ming left, the pain in her body sparked an odd sense of exhilaration. Each contact with her wounds evoked a fleeting sensation of freedom, as if she had momentarily escaped from her prison, making her feel vibrantly alive. This feeling was utterly irresistible. Throughout her life, sheltered under her sister's protection, she had endured hardship, but had never faced physical punishment. The last time, when the second guard struck her, remained vividly etched in her memory as the first time she had ever been hit. In her previous desire to escape, she had not experienced this sensation, but now, understanding that her freedom was unattainable and having received 3 strikes from Li Ming, her suppressed emotions erupted violently. Tan Qingqing pressed firmly against the wounds on her arm and thigh, allowing pain to wash over her entire being. With her eyes closed and her head tilted slightly back, she took a deep breath. Savoring the air, she inhaled as if it were the fresh, liberating air of the outside world. Exquisitely delightful. Meanwhile, Wang Xian observed in astonishment as Tan Qingqing displayed a smile of bliss and trembled slightly. Her curiosity piqued. Is this what beauty feels like? As Tan Qingqing continued to revel in her experience, Li Ming had already returned to the office building. Upon reaching the door of the infirmary, he tidied his attire before gently knocking. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as the sound of his knocking faded, the door swung open from within, revealing the enchanting Xiaohong. The warden has arrived. Please come in, she said with a slight smile, stepping aside to allow Li Ming to enter the room. Li Ming, feeling no need for formality, walked in and took a seat. The chair was warm and inviting, suggesting that Xiaohong had only just vacated it, leaving behind a trace of her warmth. Surveying the infirmary, which appeared unchanged from usual, he spoke. Sister Hong, you summoned me earlier. Is there something you wish to discuss? Upon hearing this, Xiaohong gracefully twisted her enchanting figure and slowly seated herself opposite Li Ming, her long legs elegantly crossed in high heels. Warden, there is indeed a matter at hand. In a few days, we are to host a group dance competition. I have a dear friend who wishes to visit me in the prison, and coincidentally, she is a dance instructor. Why not invite her to guide the inmates in their dance skills? What do you think? Li Ming was momentarily taken aback. A friend? A dance instructor? It seemed feasible. He had been concerned about how to ensure Tan Qingqing stood out in the competition, which could potentially lead to a reduction in her sentence. If Xia Hong's friend came to teach the inmates, and perhaps even provided some special attention to Tan Qingqing, it would perfectly resolve his dilemma. Just as Li Ming was about to agree, Xia Hong spoke again. Moreover, my friend is even more beautiful than I am. She was the belle of the dance academy, and countless admirers have fallen at her feet. It's a pity, though. She is of a similar age to me, yet remains unmarried. She often tells me that she is not fond of the insipid men who constantly fawn over her. What she truly desires is a man who possesses a fierce demeanor, someone whose mere presence commands respect and admiration. How tragic it is that after all these years, she has yet to encounter such a man. Chapter 77. Mastery. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, Li Ming nodded slightly in agreement. Sure, there's no problem. If she has the time, let her come over. If it's inconvenient, I can pick her up. Xia Hong, upon hearing this, could not contain her joy. She leapt up from her seat, and her body quivered with excitement. Wonderful. I'll tell her to come over soon, so she can stay with me a few more days. Xia Hong gazed at Li Ming with delight. This charming young man truly captivated her in every way. Ahem. Sister Hong, is that all you needed me for? Li Ming inquired cautiously. What else could it be? What do you think it is? Xia Hong shot him a playful glance, her voice melodious. Nothing at all, Li Ming hurriedly replied. Internally, he was lamenting about Tan Qingqing. Wasn't she the one who said Xia Hong was dressing up to entice him? This certainly didn't seem to be the case. As Li Ming felt disappointed, he couldn't help but swallow hard while observing Xia Hong's alluring attire. Xia Hong, perhaps noticing his reaction, smiled subtly and retreated to her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged with a glass of water. Director, I don't have much to offer, but here is some water. You look parched, staring at me while swallowing, Xia Hong said, handing the glass over with a meaningful expression. As their hands brushed during the exchange, Li Ming felt a jolt of electricity. Cough. I'm a bit thirsty, but it's not because I'm watching you, he stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed as Xia Hong caught him in the act. He quickly attempted to change the subject. Oh, now that you mention it, I do feel a bit warm, Xia Hong exclaimed, snapping her fingers in realization. Then, right before Li Ming, she slowly removed her white lab coat, revealing a black lace camisole that accentuated her figure. The plunging neckline of her top was striking, showcasing her hourglass silhouette, while her long, slender legs clad in black stockings complemented her high heels, making her appear almost like a character from an animated film. It was hard to believe her proportions were so impeccably balanced. Li Ming was left utterly speechless, comparing her figure to Tan Qingqing's. Yet, the two possessed entirely different styles, making it difficult to draw a fair comparison. Besides, Tan Qingqing had never revealed herself to him quite like this, leaving him unable to judge. Even so, the current display was already overwhelming for Li Ming. He quickly grabbed the glass and took a hearty gulp. Genuinely thirsty now. The more he looked, the drier his mouth felt, and the heat within him escalated. This enchanting Xia Hong was indeed captivating, like something out of a comic book. Still thirsty? Should I pour you another glass? Xia Hong teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief. No more. Drinking too much makes me want to use the restroom. But it really is hot today, Li Ming replied, shedding his jacket to reveal just his shirt, trying to ease the simmering heat within. What? You mean drinking too much makes you need to go to the restroom? Xia Hong feigned surprise, covering her cherry lips as she looked at Li Ming curiously. Indeed, what is the matter? Li Ming raised an eyebrow, pondering how it was unusual to frequently feel the urge to relieve oneself after a few drinks. Why was Xia Hong so astonished? No, you must not underestimate this. I am a doctor, and you ought to trust my expertise. Come here, lie down. Xia Hong adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and gestured towards the nearby medical bed, indicating for Li Ming to recline. Li Ming paused at her words, suddenly recalling the day he first arrived at the prison when Xia Hong had performed a rectal examination. He felt an involuntary tightening and hastily shook his head. No, no, Sister Hong, I'm perfectly fine, in great health, and my appetite is splendid. No need. Xiao Hong smiled faintly, not waiting for Li Ming to finish as she stepped forward, grasping his hand and with a gentle yet firm pull, lifted him from the sofa. Do not be afraid. This time, it is not a rectal examination. Your symptoms might indicate a prostate issue. If left unattended, it could escalate into something more severe. Come on, be obedient. With that, Xiao Hong firmly guided Li Ming onto the medical bed. Unable to resist her insistence, he reluctantly reclined. Subsequently, Xiao Hong adjusted his posture and pressed her fingers against his lower abdomen. Does it hurt here? No. Xiao Hong moved her fingers 3 inches lower. What about here? No. It doesn't hurt. As Li Ming lay on the medical bed, he noticed that unbeknownst to him, Xiao Hong's previously alluring face had flushed a deep crimson, devoid of her usual cheerful demeanor. Simultaneously, Li Ming's instincts heightened, his vigilance extending to a radius of 200 meters, monitoring any presence around him. Li Ming, have you quarreled with Xiaoxi? Do you have feelings for Xiaoxi? I do not have feelings. Then do you secretly admire me, since you keep stealing glances at me? I like you. Then, would you be put off by the fact that I'm older than you? No, I wouldn't. Sister Hong, and if Xiaoxi were to find out, would she be angry with me? Would this be considered taking advantage of a situation? Of course not. I never really liked her. She was merely an old friend. Very well then. Director of the prison, your health seems fine. You must remember to hydrate regularly. If you find yourself needing to relieve yourself frequently again, come back to me, and I shall examine you once more. Xiao Hong flicked the droplets of water from her hands and addressed Li Ming with a serious expression. All right. Li Ming snapped back to reality, responding affirmatively. And as for Xiaoxi, if you truly do not harbor feelings for her, then I shall not hold back, Xiao Hong said with an alluring smile, playfully clenching her fist at Li Ming. Li Ming, still dazed, found himself grappling with the unexpected turn of events. He had contemplated a potential encounter with Xiao Hong, yet never envisioned it unfolding in such a manner. The boldness of her demeanor was astonishing, indeed. A vixen is a vixen. He mechanically returned to his chair, accepting the water Xiao Hong had handed him once more, still in disbelief. It felt as though she had just awoken from a dream. Summer Hong observed Li Ming's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. The mere warden of a prison. How trivial. A piece of cake. Chapter 78. Su Qinghuan. Li Ming emerged from the infirmary, still lingering in the afterglow of his visit. Yet he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for indulgence. After an all-night conversation with Tan Chengsheng, he was abruptly roused by Xiao Hong. And even with his soldier-like resilience, fatigue was beginning to take its toll. Li Ming pondered that if this continued, he might soon find himself drained by these enchanting spirits. Shaking his head, he made his way to the elevator, heading towards his office. There were still tasks awaiting his attention. Upon entering, he secured the door and splashed some water on his face to invigorate himself, before retrieving his phone to dial a familiar number. As his fingers moved, a name materialized, Su Qinghuan. Without hesitation, he initiated the call. Beep, beep, beep. Just as the first ring echoed, a busy signal resonated through the line. Clearly, Su Qinghuan had terminated the call. Unfazed, Li Ming redialed. Beep, beep, beep. Again, no answer. Raising an eyebrow, he placed a third call. To his delight, this time there was no busy tone, but rather a melodious voice greeted him. Li Ming, are you out of your mind? I'm in the bathroom. Do you want me to crush you like a piece of excrement? You're interrupting my moment of elegance. Her voice was gentle yet imbued with a frosty edge, an intriguing blend that was difficult to articulate. It was as if a celestial being indulged in vices, wreaking havoc upon her own beauty. Well, when did you start bringing your phone to the restroom? Aren't you worried about hemorrhoids? Or are you perhaps watching something you shouldn't while squatting there? Li Ming inquired with a hint of curiosity. Having been together since university, their rapport was amicable despite her, the illustrious lawyer, decisively choosing to abandon him for the thrill of her profession. Nevertheless, their camaraderie remained intact, often filled with playful banter and risque jokes. What an absurdity! What is there to watch? The men are feeble, and the women are unappealing. They can't hold a candle to us. We would surely dominate the charts as the #1 on any platform. Alas, our esteemed Li Ming, with his low-profile demeanor, is destined to remain obscure. Su Qinghuan lamented. Li Ming could only chuckle at her unchanged demeanor. Enough of the jesting, Qinghuan. Have you been busy lately? I have a case that I would like your assistance with, he stated matter-of-factly. A case? Have you gotten yourself into trouble? Su Qinghuan replied, her excitement palpable. No, not me. It's about a friend. Her sister is involved in a financial fraud case, and there seem to be some discrepancies. Could you see if you can help her reduce her sentence? Oh, a friend, you say? Is it a man or a woman? Su Qinghuan plets gudio sili. A woman, Li Ming responded with resignation, knowing their eventual meeting would reveal the truth. Wow, could it be your current girlfriend? Are you really asking your ex-girlfriend to defend your current girlfriend? You certainly know how to play the game. Su Qinghuan netgalim. Her tone filled with astonishment. Cough, cough. Stop speculating. We are merely friends. Will you assist me or not? Lawyer Su? Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of me? Li Ming provocatively challenged Su Qinghuan, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yet, Su Qinghuan was not easily swayed. She chuckled heartily before responding, what do I have to be ashamed of? The most humiliating moment of my life was being ridden by a man. Losing a lawsuit is nothing. However, if you wish for my help, you must first treat me to a meal. Where are you now? I'll fly over to find you. Upon hearing Su Qinghuan's words, Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking across his face. Isn't it just a meal? I'm in S-City. Fly into S-City Airport, and I'll pick you up at whatever time you arrive. Deal. See you at the airport tonight. We must not miss each other, Su Qinghuan declared before promptly hanging up to purchase her ticket. Li Ming, satisfied, tucked his phone away. He had unwavering faith in Su Qinghuan's professional competence. Despite her youth, she had already earned her status as a top-tier lawyer, boasting a remarkable track record with few defeats. This minor case was hardly a challenge for her. With one matter resolved, Li Ming comfortably reclined on his bed, planning to rest a while before heading to the airport to collect her. The earlier interaction with Xia Hong had drained a considerable amount of his energy, and he needed to recharge. Just as he began to drift off, the urgent ring of his phone interrupted his repose. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes and reached for the device, curious as to who would choose such an inopportune moment to call. On the screen was an unfamiliar number. Furrowing his brow, he decided to answer. Hello, who is this? Good evening, Chief. This is Huang Ying. I will arrive at S-City Airport at 9:17 p.m. Please advise. Huang Ying. No need to call me Chief. Just use my name. I'll pick you up tonight. Just give me a call once you land. Li Ming replied, massaging his temples. He knew Huang Ying would arrive shortly, yet he was surprised by the immediacy of it all. His father was indeed swift in his dealings, leaving no room for any transition. Yes, Chief. I will hang up now. See you tonight. With the sound of the call disconnecting, Li Ming couldn't help but ponder why others always hung up first. He hadn't finished speaking. Fortunately, Huang Ying was also landing at S-City Airport, or he would have found himself in quite the predicament. They would have to go together to pick her up this evening. Li Ming mused to himself, uncertain whether Huang Ying's arrival would be a blessing or a curse. His father was inserting yet another variable into his life, and there was little he could do to remove it. Should Huang Ying report back to his father, he would be in serious trouble. Recently, his assignments had become unpredictable, resembling an erratic cycle akin to a regular menstruation. He dreaded the possibility of being thrust into a mandatory task without warning. He no longer possessed the privilege of exemption and longed for the day when he could act unfettered. As these thoughts circled in his mind, Li Ming gradually succumbed to sleep. It wasn't until he heard a knock on the door that he stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy as if he had been recharged. He rose to open the door, and as expected, it was Lin Shi who stood on the other side. Lin Shi's eyes were slightly reddened, a clear indication that she had been weeping. However, her expression had returned to its usual calm demeanor. Upon seeing Li Ming open the door, she spoke, Director, there's a monthly summary meeting this evening, and your presence is required for a speech. But before Lin Shi could finish her sentence, Li Ming interrupted her decisively. I have no time. I need to go out tonight. Handle it as you see fit. In the future, you need not summon me for speeches. You can manage it on your own. With that, Li Ming commanded and promptly shut the door, leaving Lin, she standing in the cold outside. As she gazed at the now closed, unyielding door, her expression darkened further. You scoundrel, Li Ming. You possess not an ounce of gentlemanly grace. You can forget about my forgiveness. Chapter 79. A trap for you. After Li Ming had firmly turned Lin Shi away at the door, he glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to set out. Thus, he entered the restroom to freshen up, ensuring that Su Qinghuan would not remark upon the lingering scent of women's perfume on him. Although Su Qinghuan was not as finicky as Lin Shi, Li Ming still cared about the impression he made on his former girlfriend. Initially, Su Qinghuan had ended their relationship amicably, clearly stating her ambition to become the top lawyer. She had decisively severed ties with him, but it was undeniable that she still harbored feelings for him. She had even jokingly declared that if she ever tired of her legal career and Li Ming remained single, she would come back to bear him a robust child. Should he marry and start a family, she would simply ask him for a donation to conceive her own child, as she was quite capable of supporting herself. However, she had an unusual preference. She insisted on being on top. During their time together, a moment of vulnerability had led to her losing that position to Li Ming, a fact she often reminisced about. As Li Ming recalled their past moments together, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He rummaged through his suitcase for a casual outfit and, after a moment's reflection in the mirror, left the office, ready to embark on his journey. Given his driving speed, he had ample time to spare and leisurely drove out of the prison. On the way, Li Ming called Su Qinghuan to confirm her flight arrival time. He discovered that both she and Huang Ying would land around the same time, which would not delay either of them. With that, he pressed the accelerator, hastening towards S-City. However, he underestimated his own speed. Upon entering S-City, it was still before 6 o'clock, and the sky had only just begun to darken. Since both women were scheduled to arrive after 9, he had arrived far too early. With time on his hands, Li Ming pondered where to spend a while to pass the time. Yet, he was not well acquainted with S-City. The only people he knew here were Tan Chengsheng and Wang Qian. He hesitated to visit Tan Chengsheng. Having just parted ways with her that morning, it would not be considerate to impose again so soon. Thus, he was left with no option but to contact Wang Qian. Reflecting on the day he had dropped her off at her new home, he realized she had not reached out since, despite promising to call. Being the daughter of Wang Exin, whom he admired greatly, he deemed it appropriate to inquire after her. Consequently, Li Ming retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Qian's number. The call connected almost immediately. Her excited voice rang out, "Li Ge, you actually called me." Li Ming chuckled in response. "Yes, I just wanted to check in on how you've been these past few days, and if there is anything you need help with." "Oh, Li Ge, you're so far away in prison. How could I possibly ask for your help?" I was afraid to disturb you and didn't dare to call," Wang Qian replied bashfully. In recent days, she had contemplated calling Li Ming each day, yet her hand trembled with hesitation, unable to press the dial button. Alone with her thoughts, she reflected on the disparity between them. Li Dage, the prison warden, a man of authority, contrasted sharply with her own ordinary existence, especially given that her mother was a convict. She felt unworthy of Li Dage's attention. The only asset she possessed seemed to be her own body. However, after revealing herself to Li Dage last time, his indifferent reaction cast doubt on her allure. Yet, during her recent job searches, the men she encountered seemed almost glued to her, indicating that she still possessed a certain charm. Why then did Li Dage seem disinterested in her? This enigma plagued Wang Qian, causing her to hesitate in reaching out to Li Ming. Today, she was taken aback when she received a call from Li Ming, her excitement propelling her off the bed. Perhaps her worries were unfounded. She still had her appeal. After all, Li Dage had thought of her. He had missed her. Wang Qian secretly reveled in her joy. "If there's anything you need, just let me know. I will certainly help you," Li Ming replied with a smile. "Really? Then, Li Dage, could you visit me when you have some time? I have something to discuss with you." Wang Qian spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet clear enough for Li Ming to understand her intent. "Something to discuss? Can it be said over the phone? I'm in S-City right now, quite close to you. I can come over immediately. Just wait for me," Li Ming responded, albeit with a hint of curiosity. After all, this young girl was always a bit peculiar, and perhaps she would be more open in person, considering she had no other relatives. He felt compelled to assist her. With that thought, Li Ming drove directly towards Wang Qian's residence. Meanwhile, standing on her bed, Wang Qian was elated to hear that Li Ming would arrive shortly. She quickly dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. Once she was clean, she stood before the mirror, trying on various outfits from her wardrobe, yet none satisfied her taste. As time ticked away, impatience began to set in. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. With a sparkle in her eye, she bent down to retrieve a thin, flat, square item from beneath the cabinet. Wang Qian opened it to reveal a pair of sheer, white over-the-knee stockings. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip, but she soon cast aside her reservations and slipped them onto her legs. She then chose the simplest white off-the-shoulder dress from her closet, donning it with a sense of satisfaction as she twirled before the mirror. These sheer stockings had been purchased specifically for the opportunity to showcase them to Li Ming. Little did she anticipate that the day would arrive so swiftly. Wang Qian silently encouraged herself, determined to win Li Dage's heart when he arrived. Before long, Li Ming stood at the foot of Wang Qian's building, the night having fallen and her room illuminated by warm light. Li Ming raised his head and promptly pressed the doorbell. The moment he did so, the unit door lock responded with a click, swinging open almost instantaneously. Clearly, Wang Qian had been awaiting his arrival, positioned right beside the unlocking mechanism. Otherwise, such swiftness would have been implausible. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Ming ascended the staircase. Upon reaching Wang Qian's floor, before he could even knock, the door creaked ajar, as if it had been anticipating his arrival for quite some time, ready to ensnare him. Without hesitation, Li Ming pulled open the door to Wang Qian's residence. Chapter 80. The Gift. As the door swung open, Wang Qian, adorned in a pristine white dress and delicately clad in sheer white stockings, stood at the threshold, warmly welcoming Li Ming. From Li Ming's perspective, Wang Qian's graceful legs were enveloped in the translucent fabric, revealing the exquisite contours of her feet and legs, which were tantalizingly visible to the naked eye. Her petite toes, glistening like crystalline confections, exuded an alluring sweetness. Li Deja, you've arrived. Wang Qian beamed, bending down to present him with a pair of slippers. While she herself was barefoot, standing on the plush carpet that she had laid down, transforming the once dilapidated room into a rejuvenated haven. Li Ming surveyed his surroundings, feeling a wave of warmth wash over him, reminiscent of a weary husband returning home to a tender welcome from his devoted wife, causing him to momentarily lose himself in reverie. Qian, you've truly done a splendid job with this place. Li Ming remarca, diverting his gaze from her feet to the charming decor, clearly indicating the effort Wang Qian had invested in the transformation. It's all right. I wanted to create a warm atmosphere for when my mother returns from prison. After all, this will be our home, she explained with a smile. I have many more ideas yet to implement, so when you visit next time, it will surely be even more delightful. Feeling a swell of pride, Wang Qian observed Li Ming as he slipped on the slippers, not for the decor, but for her own allure. She noticed his gaze linger on her legs when he first entered, an observation that did not escape her. As they settled onto the sofa, Li Ming, keen to avoid misunderstandings, deliberately averted his eyes from her lower half. Qian, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. Please, share if there is anything I can assist you with. Li Dage, it's not much, really. I miss you. Wang Qian confessed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at such a candid admission. Qian, I've told you before. You're still young and will encounter many wonderful men in the future. Don't overthink it. I see you as a sister. Li Ming responded hastily. Li Dai, I'm not a child anymore. Wang Qian pouted, her fingers fidgeting in dissatisfaction. Cough, cough. Let's not dwell on that. As long as you're doing well, I'm relieved. I came to check on you, and it seems you're thriving. I'll assure your mother of your well-being when I return to the prison. Li Ming shifted the topic. His protective instincts towards Wang Qian were akin to those of an elder brother, though he could not entirely resist the allure of her charm. He remained resolute in his restraint. Thank you, Li Dage. But what brings you to S City so unexpectedly? It's already dark. Why not stay the night and leave tomorrow? Wang Qian suggested shyly. I cannot. I have matters to attend to, and, shortly, I must go to the airport to pick someone up. After that, I fear I may have to return to prison, where there are still affairs to settle. Perhaps I may even have to hurry. Li Ming firmly declined, internally lamenting the audacity of the girl before him. He wondered where she found such boldness. Did she truly not fear any repercussions from her actions? Very well. How about this, Brother Li? I could prepare a meal for you. I've recently learned several dishes and consider my culinary skills quite satisfactory. I could certainly be a competent and devoted wife in the future. Wang Qian suggested with a sweet smile. Ha, I believe in you, Qian. You will undoubtedly excel. However, there is no need to cook, as I cannot stay for long. The journey from here to the airport will take some time, so I shall just have a glass of water, Li Ming replied with a smile. Oh dear, Brother Li, it is entirely my fault. You have been here for a while, and I have not even offered you a glass of water. Mama, no. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you. Wang Qian's cheeks flushed as she hurried to get the water, prompting Li Ming to chuckle. Once upon a time, he had wished for such a delightful younger sister, yet old Li had been disappointing. After all these years, he had only one son. After receiving the cup of water from Wang Qian, Li Ming took a couple of sips to alleviate his discomfort, and then, under her guidance, he toured the home. The previously dilapidated furniture had been replaced, and the appliances were new, giving the place a semblance of a true home. After the tour, Li Ming checked the time. He had lingered for a while, so he announced his departure, as he still needed to head to the airport. Qian, I will take my leave now. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Do not bear your burdens alone. Do not let your mother worry. She will be out of prison soon, understand? Li Ming advised with concern. Understood. Brother Li, rest assured. Wang Qian nodded obediently. Well then, I shall take my leave. Li Ming waved goodbye to Wang Qian. Wait. Just a moment. Brother Li. Wang Qian's face turned crimson as she summoned the courage to stop him. Li Ming turned back, puzzled. What is it, Qian? Brother Li. Please wait. I have something for you. Wang Qian said shyly, then hurried into her room. Moments later, she emerged with a small black bag, rushing out to place it in Li Ming's hands. Before he could examine the lightweight item she had given him, Wang Qian blushed fiercely and gently pushed him out of the house. This unexpected action left Li Ming momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself standing outside the door. From within, Wang Qian's voice reached him. Brother Li, that is a gift for you. Goodbye. Li Ming weighed the small bag in his hands, feeling a bit bewildered, and decided to head downstairs to his car. Meanwhile, inside the house, Wang Qian leaned against the doorframe, seated on the floor, her hands covering her flushed face. Even though Li Ming had departed, she remained too shy to lift her gaze. Feeling an inexplicable sense of shame for her actions, yet brimming with excitement at the thought of Li Ming unwrapping the gift she had sent, she found herself in a whirlwind of emotions. Would Li Go understand her intentions? She had hinted at her feelings to such an extent that surely he must believe in her resolve now. In the parking lot below, Li Ming settled into his car, finally bringing the gift from Wang Qian before his eyes. He weighed it in his hand. It felt remarkably light. He squeezed it gently. It still could not discern its contents. Left with no other option, he opened the small black bag and poured its contents into his palm. However, as the realization of what lay in his hand dawned upon him, a protective instinct surged within him, and his blood raced to his head. Li Ming was utterly bewildered. Chapter 81. The aureole before Li Ming lay a soft item. Surprisingly, it was the ultra-thin, white over-the-knee stockings recently worn by Wang Qian. Moreover, upon touching them, he could still feel a lingering warmth, as if they were imbued with a faint glow in the palm of his hand. This sensation stirred a rush of blood to his head, and his instinctive alertness was triggered. He found himself unable to restrain his thoughts. How audacious of her to gift him such a thing. No wonder he sensed something amiss when he had seen Wang Qian hastily emerging earlier. He had dismissed it in his mind at the time. Now, the sight of the stockings jolted his memory. She had indeed come out with bare legs. She must have returned to her room to remove the stockings, placing them in a bag to present to him. This was too much. Li Ming's face flushed a shade of crimson as he took a deep breath, resolutely deciding not to dwell on it any further. After all, she was a young woman. The audacity of today's youth was astounding. Glancing at the time, he carefully placed the stockings back into the black bag and tucked it into the car's storage compartment. Only then did he start the vehicle, heading towards the airport in S City. Wang Qian was momentarily cast aside in his thoughts. Unlike other women, should he act on his impulses, it would not be long before her mother, Wang Exing, emerged, and the two of them would share secret whispers in bed. He could only imagine the ire that would be directed towards him. He was not driven by primal desires, and thus, there was no reason to engage in anything with Wang Qian. He chose to act as if nothing had transpired and made his way to the airport. By the time he arrived, the night had fully descended, and it was nearly 9 o'clock. Timing was impeccable. He parked the car and proceeded to the arrivals hall to await the incoming flight. Ordinarily, Huang Ying would be the first to disembark, yet having never seen her before, he could only silently observe the throngs of people as he awaited her call. Checking the time, it was now 9:17. Huang Ying had mentioned her arrival at that very hour. Perhaps she was already amidst the bustling crowd across from him. As he scanned the sea of faces, one woman, sporting a mask and dark glasses, caught his attention. She was notably tall, easily over 170, even in flat shoes, clad in a nondescript olive green shirt and jeans. Though her attire was unremarkable, her figure was strikingly prominent. Her long legs, slender and powerful, stood impeccably straight, as if drawn by an artist's hand. The shirt was tucked into her jeans, accentuating her waist and abdomen, and despite being somewhat restrained, the contours of her figure were undeniably captivating. While the mask and glasses concealed her face, the swan-like neck peeking from the collar hinted that she was far from ordinary in appearance. If one were to inquire how Li Ming could observe her so intently, it was because this enigmatic woman was steadily making her way towards him. Finally, standing before him, she saluted with an air of respect. "Greetings, sir. I am Huang Ying. Please, direct me as you wish." The woman's voice was melodious and delightful, and Li Ming thought to himself that if she were to sing, she would undoubtedly excel. However, they were at the airport, surrounded by a throng of bustling individuals. "Hello, Chief," Huang Ying exclaimed. The crowd seemed to have simultaneously received some sort of cue, collectively halting in astonishment, their necks craning to gaze at the conspicuous Huang Ying and Li Ming, their eyes brimming with curiosity. A jolt of alarm surged through Li Ming's heart. He hastily waved his hand, laughing nervously. "Ha! Please, don't cause a commotion. There are so many people here. Let us not be misunderstood. It's all in good fun." With a sheepish grin, he managed to allay the crowd's curiosity. After sharing a knowing smile, they dispersed, returning to their own affairs. Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly grasped Huang Ying's arm, leading her to a more secluded corner. "Huang Ying, I'd prefer if you didn't call me Chief. I'm not one, just call me by my name. I'm Li Ming. You surely know that," he whispered. "Chief, my mission is to ensure your safety for 24 hours. I must not allow any harm to come to you," Huang Ying replied cheerfully. "However, calling me Chief draws too much attention. You must heed my instructions, right?" Li Ming Ying Kidat. "Yes, Chief, I will unconditionally follow your directives," Huang Ying affirmed earnestly with a nod. "That's good. Then perhaps you could call me Brotherly?" Li Ming suggested tentatively. Huang Ying responded, "I am older than you. Perhaps it's better if I call you Commander. Must it be so formal? Can it be a bit more friendly?" Li Ming replied, exasperated. "If it's just the two of us, I will call you Commander. If there are others around, I can call you Brother Li or Li Ming." Huang Ying thoughtfully proposed. "All right, let us settle on that. You can call me Li Ming. With so many people around, I don't want to draw too much attention. Otherwise, I might succumb to embarrassment. I am hardly a chief." Li Ming gestured helplessly, letting out a sigh of relief. "Very well, Li Ming," Huang Ying nodded. "Yes, that is more like it. I have a friend arriving around this time as well. Let us wait a bit longer before heading back," Li Ming remarked, observing Huang Ying, feeling a sense of melancholy. As he had anticipated, Huang Ying was akin to the bodyguards who had protected his family since childhood, trained by certain specialized departments to safeguard important figures. These protectors were notoriously stubborn. From a young age, he had witnessed how, in bars, women would attempt to engage with him, only to be thwarted by the bodyguards who would concoct unexpected scenarios to intervene and disrupt. In the end, he would return home alone. Although Li Ming had never intended to pursue anything with those women, the bodyguard's actions infuriated him, as if they doubted his character. Each time, they would interfere, prompting the youthful and headstrong Li Ming to deliberately flirt with women, eagerly awaiting the bodyguards to devise convoluted schemes to separate him from them. At that time, Li Ming was truly enjoying himself. However, after intentionally creating a few situations, he found it rather uninteresting. He realized that others were merely following orders, and there was no need for him to make things difficult for them. Gradually, Li Ming became more understanding. Casual flirtations in the bar were fine, but if someone wished to accompany him home, that was a different story. Nevertheless, despite his understanding, he remained indifferent towards the special protection. There lingered an incessant feeling of being surveilled, ostensibly for his own safety. Yet, anyone who grew up under such scrutiny would likely harbor grievances not dissimilar to those of Li Ming. Chapter 82. CPED. After giving some instructions to Huang Ying, Li Ming accompanied her back to the arrival area, awaiting Su Qinghuan's arrival. They did not have to wait long, as Su Qinghuan was aboard the very next flight. Li Ming watched in awe as Su Qinghuan, standing out like a crane among chickens, gracefully emerged from the crowd, striding confidently towards the exit. She passed right by Li Ming without a greeting, merely snapping her fingers and gesturing towards the door, reluctantly uttering a single word, "Go." With a swift turn, Su Qinghuan naturally handed her luggage to Li Ming and sauntered towards the exit. Li Ming, bemused, hoisted the bags and hurried to catch up. "Su Qinghuan, what's with your attitude today? Why so wild?" As the illustrious lawyer, Su started charging for her words now, spitting them out one by one. However, Su Qinghuan chose to remain silent, casting a glance at Huang Ying behind Li Ming. "Is this your friend who got into trouble?" she asked coolly. Li Ming glanced between Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying, realizing that she had misunderstood. She thought he had brought that friend along for a meeting, which displeased her. "No, I haven't introduced you yet. This is my bodyguard. Her name is Huang Ying, not the person I mentioned before," he hurriedly clarified. "Oh, another bodyguard. After knowing you for so long, you remain so mysterious. I wonder what kind of identity our young master Li truly possesses. Could he be a wealthy heir of a billionaire corporation? Did I miss something? Almost marrying into a wealthy family?" Su Qinghuan exclaimed dramatically. "Young Master Li, you must tell me you're not a rich heir, not a billionaire. Don't let me regret my choices." "Enough. I'm certainly not any sort of billionaire or heir. Wake up," Li Ming replied helplessly. Su Qinghuan always had this carefree demeanor, her playful nature effortlessly capturing Li Ming's heart. Being with her brought him no pressure. She had a knack for making him happy. There was a time when Li Ming believed he could never marry anyone but Su Qinghuan. She was truly the light of his life. In contrast, Lin, she was entirely different. Either belittling him or confronting him with anger, her emotions wildly unpredictable. One moment she would be furious, the next she would be indifferent, as if he owed her from a past life. It was impossible for Li Ming to develop any fondness for her. The comparison between the two was stark. Even though his father was eager to pair him with Lin Shi, who was indeed attractive, her personality was simply not to Li Ming's taste. Forcing something that wasn't he meant to be would surely not satisfy. Once Li Ming explained Huang Ying's role, Su Qinghuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, she had been indifferent, but now she turned back, wrapping her arms around Li Ming as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Neither Li Ming nor Su Qinghuan sensed anything amiss, yet Huang Ying, who followed behind, was taken aback. She recalled the briefing she received upon receiving her assignment, which included all of Li Ming's information. Curiously, the section on marital status was blank, and his romantic history was non-existent. Before them stood a pair of individuals who, to the untrained eye, resembled a couple deeply in love. Was there a discrepancy in the information? Li Ming engaged in a brief conversation with Su Qinghuan before guiding the two women to the parking lot to retrieve the car. Both women had just disembarked from their flight, and Li Ming felt it was only fitting to extend a warm welcome. Once the two women were settled in the vehicle, Li Ming set off towards the city of S, intending to treat them to a delightful meal. In the back seat sat Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying, leaving the front passenger seat unoccupied. Li Ming intercepted Huang Ying's intention to drive, firmly instructing her to remain in the back seat. He did not consider himself a person of great stature. Driving was a simple task that required no assistance. Su Qinghuan joined in, encouraging Huang Ying to comply. And with no other choice, Huang Ying acquiesced. Noticing that Huang Ying was still wearing a mask and sunglasses, Su Qinghuan, filled with curiosity, initiated a conversation. "Miss Huang, aren't you feeling stifled? It's quite dark now. Why not remove your sunglasses and mask?" Huang Ying hesitated for a moment before addressing Li Ming. Li Ming, may I remove my mask and sunglasses?" Li Ming found her request absurd. Why did she feel the need to seek his permission? What sort of directive had her father given her? Was she expected to consult him for every minor decision? Ahem. You don't need to ask me, of course. You can take them off. Although this is our first meeting, there's no need for formality. I'm quite approachable. Think of me as a friend. You can verify this with her. He gestured towards Su Qinghuan, who was observing with keen interest. Ah, indeed. Li Ming is quite laid back, akin to an excitable husky. Sometimes a bit foolish. You needn't be so restrained. Just relax. Earning his money is rather easy. Just go with the flow. Su Qinghuan chimed in, believing that Huang Ying was yet another bodyguard hired by Li Ming's father. She recalled her university days when she had encountered Li Ming's bodyguards. Although she had been intercepted by them several times, her cleverness ultimately allowed her to evade their watchful eyes, leading to a triumphant moment under the sun when she claimed a piece of Li Ming's heart. Each recollection filled her with a sense of pride. While that moment was indeed hers, she felt no loss in the exchange, relishing an unusual sense of accomplishment akin to that of abducting a child from a wealthy family, only to lead him astray, leaving his family in regret. In the stillness of the night, memories of that breezy yet exhilarating afternoon would often bring a smile to her lips. For someone of her legal acumen, this experience, reminiscent of a secret affair, was utterly irresistible. Moreover, it was entirely legal. Suddenly, Su Qinghuan found herself lost in reminiscence of her moments with Li Ming, her lips betraying a charming smile. Upon hearing the exchange between Li Ming and Su Qinghuan, Huang Ying seemed to have received a command and slowly removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a breathtaking visage that astonished both Li Ming and Su Qinghuan. Her brows resembled the delicate leaves of early spring willows, while her nose was elegantly shaped and rounded, and her lips were plump and rosy, embodying the beauty of a woman from the picturesque waterways of Jiangnan, so soft that it seemed capable of melting hearts. Even Su Qinghuan, a beauty in her own right, could not help but secretly award Huang Ying a score of 99 out of 100 for her stunning looks, withholding a single point merely to prevent her from becoming conceited. How could Li Ming's father have assigned him such a stunning bodyguard? Could it be that she was being considered as a future wife for Li Ming? Li Ming, of course, had noticed Huang Ying's beauty in the rearview mirror, but having encountered numerous beauties lately, he quickly regained his composure after a moment of astonishment. He found himself comparing the exquisite appearances of Su Qinghuan and Huang Ying through the mirror. Su Qinghuan, who had captured Li Ming's heart, was undeniably striking. With her high nose, sparkling large eyes, and cherry-like lips that appeared succulent and inviting. Each feature, when considered separately, was extraordinarily beautiful, yet when combined on one face, they resulted in a peerless beauty akin to Su Qinghuan. She fancied herself more beautiful than the likes of Reba and Naza, even insisting that Li Ming call her by her name from Xinjiang, claiming to surpass Hijia in beauty. Before Li Ming could determine which of the two women was more alluring, Su Qinghuan made the first move. She gently placed her hand on Huang Ying's slender yet strong thigh, giving it a light squeeze. Then, in a tone laced with seduction, she spoke, "Beautiful lady, the moon can bend and lilies can bloom. Consider your sister." Chapter 83. Both men and women, Su Qinghuan's voice resonated within the car, leaving Li Ming and Huang Ying momentarily stunned. Huang Ying widened her eyes slightly, gazing at the equally enchanting Su Qinghuan, whose delicate hand rested on her thigh. Momentarily at a loss for words, she felt as though she had been violated. Suppressing the urge to employ her combat skills to dislodge Su Qinghuan's incessantly wandering hand, she shook her head and spoke resolutely. "Miss Su, I am not interested in women. Please refrain from touching me. She pressed Su Qinghuan's hand down, firmly rejecting her advances. Su Qinghuan, unfazed and unperturbed, slowly withdrew her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips. Oh, Huang Ying, before I met you, I thought I was only attracted to handsome men, but upon seeing you, I realized I am drawn to beautiful appearances. It matters not whether they are male or female. You are simply stunning, perfectly aligned with my aesthetic. I desire to possess you. It was only after meeting you that I discovered my inclinations. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying could only glance up at the rearview mirror, locking eyes with Li Ming, seeking assistance. While she could easily vanquish 100 Su Qinghuans in combat, this brazen woman was shamelessly taking advantage of her, and she felt powerless to respond. Especially since Su Qinghuan was a friend of the superior, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. The combat skills she had honed over the years were rendered useless, leaving her to passively endure Su Qinghuan's advances. Li Ming, initially taken aback by Su Qinghuan's words, soon regained his composure. With a smile, he reassured Huang Ying, "Don't pay her any mind. She's just teasing you. She's like this every day, never serious." Yet inwardly, he mused on Su Qinghuan's preferences, knowing all too well from their 4 years at university together. Su Qinghuan, hearing Li Ming undermine her flirtation, chuckled lightly. "Ah, young Master Li, you are mistaken. Do you know what love at first sight is?" The moment I laid eyes on Huang Ying, I felt an irresistible impulse. The more I looked, the more I realized my inclinations. "Miss Huang Ying, please consider me." Huang Ying remained silent, shaking her head vigorously in response. Observing her demeanor, Li Ming's perception of her resistance softened. She appeared to be a novice, likely fresh from training and embarking on her first mission, which made her somewhat easier to handle. Otherwise, dealing with a thorn in one's throat could lead to considerable discomfort. As Su Qinghuan continued her playful banter from the back seat, Li Ming navigated the car into the heart of S City. As predicted, thunder rumbled, and rain began to fall gently from the sky. Given the inclement weather, Li Ming decided against returning to the prison that night. Instead, he led the 2 women to the Mingdu Hotel, where they could dine and lodge comfortably, perfectly suited for entertaining them. Upon arriving, the trio dashed into the hotel and promptly ordered a sumptuous feast at the restaurant on the first floor. Li Ming was uncertain whether the 2 women were hungry, but he himself was famished and urgently needed to replenish his energy. Thus, he indulged heartily in the delectable feast before him. The 2 women, feeling no hesitation, joined him, as the cool, rainy weather was most conducive to enjoying fine food. Su Qinghuan even ordered a bottle of red wine, engaging in toasts with Li Ming. Huang Ying, however, declined to partake in alcohol, and the 2 did not press her, continuing to drink among themselves. Su Qinghuan was well aware of Li Ming's capacity for liquor. They had certainly shared more than 1 or 2 rounds before. Once the red wine was finished, they moved on to beer, and when that too fell short of their enjoyment, another half bottle of white liquor was procured. At this point, Su Qinghuan could no longer hold her liquor. She produced a white cloth from somewhere, raising it in surrender, thus marking the conclusion of their drinking session. After the trio secured 3 separate rooms, Li Ming and Huang Ying first escorted Su Qinghuan to her room. Subsequently, Huang Ying turned to Li Ming and said, "Commander, I must step out to retrieve my gear and weapons. Please remain here and do not wander. I will return shortly." Li Ming, somewhat inebriated, nodded in agreement. "Ah, go ahead. I shall not go anywhere. I am off to sleep now. See you in the morning." With that, he waved his hand and entered his room. He had not anticipated that Su Qinghuan had improved her tolerance for alcohol so significantly during their time apart. She nearly bested him in their drinking contest. Fortunately, his own constitution was extraordinary, and his already formidable capacity for alcohol was magnified, leaving him merely a bit tipsy. Yet his mind remained clear and even more focused than usual. Li Ming threw himself onto the soft bed, contemplating introducing Su Qinghuan to Tan Chengsheng the next day before returning with Huang Ying to the prison. Just as he began to drift into a drowsy reverie, there came a knock at his door. Hut, hut, hut. The sound jolted him awake. Rubbing his face to shake off the haze, he slowly approached the door. He was puzzled as to who could be knocking at such a late hour. Could it be Huang Ying returning so soon for her equipment? But there seemed to be no reason to inform him, considering they had agreed to meet in the morning. With a sense of curiosity, Li Ming opened the door. To his astonishment, standing before him was Su Qinghuan, her face alight with a radiant smile, her cheeks slightly flushed with intoxication. Her lips curled into a playful grin, her eyes sparkling like electricity as they locked onto him. "Hi, long time no see." Li Ming gazed at Su Qinghuan's playful demeanor, a wave of familiarity washing over him, with countless memories resurfacing. What brings you here at this hour?" He chuckled. Su Qinghuan playfully rolled her eyes at him, pushing him back 2 steps before stepping into the room and locking the door behind her. She then turned to face Li Ming, her expression brimming with mischief. "We are all adults here. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Hand it over." With Su Qinghuan's actions, the atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Ying had just exchanged nods with a mysterious man clad in a raincoat before accepting a black portable safe that he handed over to her. The 2 individuals exchanged no words, as if they had prearranged their meeting. After a swift handover, the enigmatic man vanished into the rain-soaked night. Huang Ying hurried back to the hotel, clutching her suitcase. It was quite late, and the hotel was nearly deserted, with most guests fast asleep. As she strolled through the dimly lit corridor, she occasionally heard peculiar sounds emanating from various rooms, suggesting that the walls offered little soundproofing. Though she noticed these noises, she remained unfazed and continued her leisurely pace toward Li Ming's room. She pondered the onset of her duties that night, realizing that as Li Ming's personal bodyguard, she could not afford to retire to a separate room alone. Chapter 84. Listening for clues, as Huang Ying arrived at the threshold of Li Ming's room, she paused, captivated by a series of enchanting sounds emanating from within. Momentarily stunned, she quickly recollected herself and proceeded to the adjacent room of Su Qinghuan. She gently tapped on the door, but no response came, nor did anyone open it. Huang Ying stood in silence for a brief moment, glancing around the empty corridor. With a casual sweep of her hair, a translucent white thread appeared in her hand. Uncertain of what to do, she absent-mindedly moved her fingers. And to her astonishment, the door to Su Qinghuan's room swung open. To her dismay, the bed that should have cradled a peacefully sleeping Su Qinghuan was empty. The sound from Li Ming's room unmistakably belonged to Su Qinghuan. Contemplating this absurd scene, Huang Ying was at a loss whether to report it. She recalled the orders she had received to ensure the safety of Commander Li Ming, preventing him from falling into peril, and to report any unusual circumstances. However, Huang Ying was unsure if this situation qualified as unusual. After all, it was entirely natural for a couple, having been apart for some time, to exhibit such passion. Surely, this was nothing to be overly concerned about. After a moment of reflection, she decided to bide her time. The event had already transpired, and since Li Ming was not in danger, there was no need for undue alarm. Quietly, Huang Ying withdrew from Su Qinghuan's room and carefully closed the door behind her. She then entered the room that Li Ming had reserved for her. The 3 rooms were adjacent, with Li Ming's room at the center, flanked by Su Qinghuan's and Huang Ying's. Thus, as Huang Ying settled on her bed, the sounds from next door remained distinctly audible. At times, it was Li Ming's voice. At others, it was Su Qinghuan's. Huang Ying's cheeks flushed crimson as she listened. Were there someone else present, she could maintain her composure. But being alone in her room, she found it impossible to ignore. To safeguard Li Ming's well-being, she could not overlook this uncontrollable scenario. According to her training, in such situations, she ought to press against the wall to eavesdrop, discerning the positions and dialogues of the 2. Should she detect any imminent danger to their lives, she would be justified in breaking down the door to mitigate any potential harm. Yet, the thought of eavesdropping filled her with embarrassment, her countenance akin to a ripe apple. At that moment, she wished fervently for her instructor to be present, to issue her a command that she could execute without hesitation. But alas, she was alone. As the clock struck midnight, the sky began to brighten. Su Qinghuan returned to her own room, and the trio, thoroughly exhausted, soon succumbed to slumber. They slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Li Ming was the first to awaken, stirring from her reverie. Realizing the time, she glanced at her phone, noting that it was already noon. Judging by the noise, it seemed that both women were still asleep. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ming sent a message to Tan Changcheng. At Mingdu Hotel, I have arranged for a lawyer. Please come by in the afternoon. I will introduce you. After sending the message, Tan Changcheng replied with remarkable promptness. She indicated that she was en route and would arrive by afternoon. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. Entrusting the case to Su Qinghuan posed no issues, and he had fulfilled his promise, alleviating one concern from his mind. However, Li Ming was somewhat troubled by the fact that the task had yet to be released the previous night. He and Su Qinghuan seemed destined to collaborate seamlessly, yet his lack of hesitation had resulted in no task being issued. He meticulously recalled the previous instances when tasks were released. Apart from the initial few straightforward tasks, it appeared that the common thread in subsequent ones was his internal struggle. He had hesitated, and in doing so, forced himself into a decision. Yet now, with everything flowing naturally, the tasks remained unissued. Although some rewards offered little enhancement for him, each one was a remarkable skill, and he was reluctant to forego any task rewards. Perhaps he could feign a scenario next time, see if he could exploit a bug. After pondering for a while without resolution, Li Ming reluctantly rose to wash up. Just as he finished, a knock echoed at the door. He opened it to find Huang Ying, now restored to her aloof demeanor, standing there with a black portable safe in hand, solemnly saluting him. Observing this, Li Ming hastily waved his hand to interrupt. There is no need for formalities with me. I prefer a more relaxed atmosphere. When not at the office, once we return to the prison, I will arrange a position for you, but do try not to reveal that you are my bodyguard, as it would attract undue attention. Yes, Commander. However, my identity has already been arranged. The transfer order should have reached the prison by now. I am designated as the chief of the correctional unit, directly reporting to you and the deputy warden, Huang Ying explained calmly. Oh, that is splendid. It spares me the worry. The position of chief is quite advantageous, part of the management and with considerable freedom, making it well suited for you, Li Ming exclaimed with delight. Initially, he had contemplated whether to assign Huang Ying a role as a regular guard or an office staff member, but he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his father had already taken care of the arrangements. The position of chief was indeed vacant. The previous chief was none other than Lin Shi, who now held the title of deputy warden. Li Ming could only imagine the expression on Lin Shi's face upon receiving the transfer order that appointed Huang Ying to the chief position. It would undoubtedly be quite a spectacle. Yet, Li Ming dismissed the thought. Now, there was an unknown Huang Ying in the mix. Lin Shi was sure to be furious. Chapter 85. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Huang Ying entered Li Ming's room and took a seat on the sofa, awaiting his instructions. With nothing to occupy her, she scanned the room, her cheeks slightly flushed. Once Li Ming had finished tidying up, he led Huang Ying to the hotel lobby, where the two casually enjoyed some food to satiate their hunger. It was then that Su Qinghuan arrived fashionably late. You both rose quite early, didn't you? Enjoying a feast without inviting me? How selfish. Su Qinghuan laughed. After the events of the previous night, she appeared even more enchanting than when they first met yesterday, proving the adage that men are indeed the finest beautifiers for women. Nourished by love, Su Qinghuan radiated an irresistible allure that stirred Li Ming's heart once more. He found himself capable of falling for her repeatedly. Every aspect, both internal and external, was simply impeccable. I saved some for you. Come and eat before it gets cold, Li Ming said, gesturing towards the delicacies he had set aside for her, his tone indulgent. Now it's more like it. My affection for you was not in vain. Su Qinghuan gracefully took a seat and began to eat. Observing her enjoyment, Li Ming spoke up. Qinghuan, I've already contacted that friend in need of legal assistance. She'll be here shortly. I'll introduce you to, and then you can connect directly. I have to return to the prison soon. Su Qinghuan initially paid little heed, merely nodding in acknowledgement. However, upon hearing Li Ming mention going back to the prison, she was taken aback. Prison? What do you mean by returning to prison? Have you committed a crime and escaped, or are you now working there? Su Qinghuan was genuinely astonished. She had thought Li Xiao was still the carefree, second-generation rich heir, living life without a care until now. When had he become entangled with a prison? Did I not mention this to you? Li Ming was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had indeed never disclosed his current position to Su Qinghuan. Of course not. What prison are you talking about? No way. Su Qinghuan exclaimed in disbelief. She had never witnessed Li Ming engage in any form of work. Li Ming, exasperated yet amused, covered his forehead and proceeded to clarify. I must have forgotten to mention it. I am currently the warden of Heishan Prison, though I haven't been in the role for long. How does that sound? Watching Su Qinghuan's reaction, he couldn't help but display a youthful smugness at her stunned expression. As anticipated, Su Qinghuan struggled to contain her surprise upon hearing that Li Ming had attained such a prominent position as the warden. The charming figure she had always admired had, unbeknownst to her, ascended to such heights. How could that be? Regaining her composure, she pursed her lips, still skeptical. She turned her gaze to the quietly listening Huang Ying, tentatively inquiring, Huang Ying, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Is he telling the truth or merely pulling my leg? Huang Ying, upon hearing this, nodded affirmatively. Miss Su, he is not deceiving you. He is indeed the warden of Heishan Prison. As Huang Ying's words settled in, Su Qinghuan could no longer suppress her astonishment. It is conceivable that Li Ming might deceive her. However, Huang Ying, that girl, does not possess the demeanor of a deceiver and could not possibly assist Li Ming in misleading her. Thus, this implies, could it be that Li Ming's identity as the prison warden is indeed genuine? Chapter 86. Should we continue to see each other? Goodness. Li Ming, how could you not inform me of such a monumental matter? How on earth did you become the warden? Surely, you must have utilized some underhanded means. What a fortune must have been spent. Such a high-ranking official position. What an astronomical sum. My heavens. Su Qinghuan, unable to contain her astonishment, bombarded him with questions. Ahem. Do not speak carelessly. What money? Surely, it is my merit that has brought me here. Li Ming raturta, visibly displaced. Nonsense. I am well aware of your capabilities. I cannot fathom how you could possibly ascend to the position of warden. Your father must be immensely wealthy. Why do we not consider pursuing a relationship? I am but a step away from the realm of the affluent. Su Qinghuan et glim de dramatikas. Fortunately, the vicinity around Li Ming was devoid of onlookers, and no one took note of Su Qinghuan's theatrical expression. Li Ming could hardly bear to listen any longer and hastily shoved a piece of bread into Su Qinghuan's mouth, for she dared to utter anything without regard for who might overhear. Huang Ying, however, heard everything clearly yet chose to feign ignorance. She had resolved the night prior that her duty was to ensure Li Ming's safety, and she would remain oblivious to his personal affairs. After a struggle, Su Qinghuan managed to swallow the bread, regaining her ability to speak, though she found herself at a loss for words. Even as a distinguished lawyer, she was momentarily struck speechless. Suddenly, it dawned on her that if Li Ming had been placed in such a significant position, his background must extend beyond merely being a wealthy magnate. Having shared a bed with him for several years, she realized she had been kept in the dark. This man is truly adept at concealing his true self. How remarkably understated. Just as Su Qinghuan began to regain her composure and was about to inquire further, Li Ming's phone rang. Hello, Miss Tan. Yes, Warden Li, I have arrived. Where are you now? Oh, you've arrived so quickly. We are currently in the hotel lobby, at the table by the window on the right. Li Ming replied, already spotting the striking figure entering the hotel. He waved at Tan Chengsheng before ending the call. Tan Chengsheng, having noticed Li Ming and the two equally stunning women seated with him, felt a flicker of unusual emotion within her, but masked it with a smile as she approached the trio. Miss Tan, allow me to introduce you to the exceptionally talented lawyer, Su Qinghuan. Li Ming turned to introduce Tan Chengsheng to Su Qinghuan. This is Miss Tan Chengsheng from Qingsheng Pharmaceuticals. You are all my friends, so please do not stand on ceremony. I shall take my leave shortly, and I will not be involved in the case any further. You two may converse freely. After delivering his remarks, Li Ming stood quietly to the side, feeling an odd sensation, as if something were amiss. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, he could not ascertain. Tan Chengsheng and Su Qinghuan exchanged glances, appraising each other's beauty. Suddenly, they both broke into smiles and shook hands. Greetings, Lawyer Su. I have long admired your reputation. I shall rely on you for the matters ahead. Tan Chengcheng said with a warm smile. Su Qinghuan nodded in return, equally smiling. Certainly, since Li Ming has sought my assistance, I shall undoubtedly devote myself wholeheartedly to the task at hand. You need not worry. After responding with a smile, Tan Chengcheng turned her gaze towards Huang Ying and inquired tentatively, Might I ask who this enchanting lady is? Chapter 87. Follow me. Upon hearing Tan Chengcheng inquire about her, Huang Ying realized that Li Ming wished to keep his status as a bodyguard under wraps. Therefore, she took the initiative to speak, saying, I am the prison warden's driver. You all continue your conversation. I shall retrieve the car. With that, Huang Ying requested the car keys from Li Ming and gracefully exited the hotel, her black handbag in tow, heading towards the parking lot. Seeing Huang Ying's response, Li Ming could only nod and hand her the keys. We will return to the prison shortly. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. Tan Chengcheng nodded in acknowledgement, aware that with Su Qinghuan present, she was oblivious to the nature of their relationship, and thus could only express her courtesy. Thank you, Warden Li. If there is anything I can assist you with in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. There's no need for formality. If a prisoner is truly wronged, assisting them falls within my responsibilities, Li Ming replied, equally courteous. Qinghuan, I shall take my leave now. I've already made my purchases. You may proceed with your discussion. If you need anything, call me. I'm not far from S City, Li Ming advised Su Qinghuan. Enough with the sentimentality. I'm certain I will trouble you again. Off you go. It's not as though we want to see each other again. Su Qinghuan waved goodbye to Li Ming. I will discuss the case with Miss Tan now. Farewell. Li Ming nodded and bid farewell to the two women before making his way to the parking lot. Meanwhile, Huang Ying, who had received the keys and departed first, conducted her usual inspection around the vehicle's exterior for any potential threats before entering to check the interior. This car was a communal vehicle for the prison, previously driven solely by Lin Shi and Li Ming, so it contained little of significance. After a thorough examination, Huang Ying found no dangerous items. However, she did discover a small black pouch in the armrest compartment. Out of caution, Huang Ying peered into the already open pouch and was taken aback to find a pair of silk white stockings nestled within. Judging by the design, they appeared to be the sheer, over-the-knee variety. How could such an item possibly end up in Li Ming's vehicle? Huang Ying furrowed her brow in contemplation, but ultimately decided to return it to its original place. After all, there was no immediate danger. It might belong to someone else. Dismissing her concerns, she completed her inspection and drove toward the hotel entrance, where she fortuitously encountered Li Ming approaching. Huang Ying halted the car and gestured for Li Ming to take the passenger seat while she assumed the role of driver. Li Ming did not protest and obediently entered the vehicle. Eager to return to the prison, he realized he could not drive too quickly, as he didn't want to alarm Huang Ying. Hence, the journey would inevitably take longer, and if they delayed any further, they might arrive at Black Mountain Prison well after nightfall. Regardless, it was a leisurely drive. It mattered little who was behind the wheel, and Li Ming relished the comfort of reclining in the passenger seat. With a press on the accelerator, Huang Ying set the vehicle in motion, and thus their return journey commenced. As Li Ming had anticipated, by the time they reached the prison, darkness had enveloped the sky. Upon arriving at the prison gate, Li Ming stepped out of the car and called over the guard on duty. Please open the gate. This is the newly appointed district warden. I shall introduce her to you all tomorrow. The gatekeeper, a curious prison guard, cast a glance at the driving Huang Ying without conducting any inspection, simply opening the gate to allow Li Ming and his companion entry. After all, the warden had already spoken. It would be inappropriate for them to obstruct what was clearly a sanctioned visit. Huang Ying maneuvered the vehicle into the prison's parking lot, and as she parked, Li Ming was just about to exit the car when a thought struck him, causing him to pause momentarily. Seizing the opportunity while Huang Ying retrieved her black suitcase from the trunk, Li Ming discreetly opened the armrest compartment and grasped a small black bag, focusing his mind. And in an instant, the bag vanished into thin air. Unbeknownst to him, a similar-sized black bag had inexplicably appeared in his storage space within his mind. Li Ming inwardly berated himself for his carelessness, realizing he had carelessly left the item in the car, uncertain if Huang Ying had noticed. Nevertheless, It was too late for regrets, and he exited the vehicle. He often forgot about the newly acquired storage space, as he was accustomed to traveling light. Thus, he had not given it much thought. This close call served as a wake-up call. He resolved that any items that were inconvenient to carry should be placed in the storage space. As long as he did not retrieve them in front of others, they would remain secure. Once Wang Ying had gathered her luggage and suitcase, Li Ming led her directly to the guest room where Wang Qian had previously stayed. After settling the luggage, Li Ming glanced at the time. It was currently the period allocated for inmates to read freely, with nothing pressing to attend to. He took Huang Ying to the prison block, explaining the layout of the facility. Upon arrival at the block, they found the guards supervising the inmates as they engaged in their reading. Wang Xin and Tan Xingqing were also assisting the inmates with the book borrowing process. Noticing Li Ming approaching with a strikingly unfamiliar beauty, both guards and inmates turned their gazes toward them. Li Ming, realizing he had captured everyone's attention before even speaking, took the opportunity to introduce Huang Ying. This is the new head of the block, Huang Ying. From now on, all matters concerning blocks 1, 2, and 3 must be reported first to the block head, and everything else will proceed as usual. Now, please continue with your reading, he announced. With that, Li Ming guided Huang Ying toward the library. The guards approached with curiosity, eyeing Huang Ying as if speculating about this remarkable young woman who had ascended to such a position, seemingly without prior notice, suggesting she must have a special connection to the warden. Noticing their intrigue, Li Ming decided to address it directly. Guard 2, please show head Huang around our prison, just as I was shown when I first arrived. Off you go, he instructed, signaling Huang Ying to follow the guards for familiarization. As Huang Ying, eager to acclimate to her new environment for the sake of protecting Li Ming, nodded in agreement and departed with the guards, Li Ming lingered near the library. Observing Tan Xingqing and Wang Xin working efficiently, as the task was not labor-intensive and relatively straightforward, he approached Tan Xingqing and inquired, "How are you adapting?" Tan Xingqing naturally means inki. Clutching her arm where the lingering pain of her injury resided, she suddenly entertained the notion of teasing Li Ming once more by provoking him to strike her with his belt. However, she could not voice such thoughts aloud. They remained merely musings. Tan Xingqing cast a glance at the nearby inmates and lowered her head, reporting, "Warden, I am well, thank you, Warden." Observing Tan Xingqing's demeanor, Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. If she maintained this facade, it would simplify his explanations to Tan Xingqing. Li Ming then shifted his gaze towards Wang Xin. Perhaps she had longed to hear news of her daughter from his lips, yet whenever he found himself alone with her, matters concerning Wang Qian seemed to slip his mind, and they inevitably became entangled in conversation. This time, Li Ming deemed it prudent to invite Wang Xin outside to discuss the latest developments regarding Wang Qian. "Wang Xin, come with me. I have something to discuss." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian's eyes brightened, and with a flutter of her long lashes, she obediently replied, "Yes, Warden." Chapter 88. Donning this, Li Ming took the lead, with Wang Xin closely following behind, as they navigated through the throngs of inmates to the serene confines of the second prison district. At this hour, the inmates had yet to return to their quarters. They were all congregated at the far end of the third district, near the library. Consequently, the second district remained unoccupied. Li Ming led Wang Xin directly into the cell shared by her and Tan Xingqing. Having previously surveyed the monitoring room, he was certain that there were no surveillance cameras within the cell, at least not in the second district. The inmates here were all serving fixed-term sentences and were expected to reintegrate into society eventually, which rendered them relatively compliant and eager to engage in activities. However, the first and third district were starkly different. The first district housed recidivists condemned to spend their lives behind bars, leading to rampant conflicts among them. Without vigilant oversight, disputes were likely to arise. The third district was even more notorious, housing the most unruly inmates and death row prisoners, where the potential for violence was ever present. Some mentally unstable death row inmates, unable to await their fates, might even resort to self-harm or harm others in their cells. Fortunately, the populations of the first and third districts were not excessively large. The second district remained the most populated area of the prison. Upon entering the cell, Li Ming casually settled onto Tan Qingqing's bed. Wang Xian, observing Li Ming's actions, cast a flirtatious glance at him, fully understanding his intentions, and prepared to shed her prison attire. She mused to herself, was the warden feeling pressured again? Did he wish to seek some form of release? How bold of him to choose Tan Qingqing's bed for such an encounter. Surely, when Tan Qingqing returned, she would notice something amiss. However, the thrill of the moment was enticing, and if the warden was unafraid, why should she be? Just as she was about to continue her actions, Li Ming grasped her garment. With a resigned expression, he remarked, "Do not undress. I have not summoned you for that purpose. I was in S City today to pick someone up and happened to visit Wang Qian. I thought I would update you on your daughter's situation. Why must you immediately assume it's about that?" Wang Xian's cheeks flushed crimson upon hearing his words. She had misinterpreted his intentions. In her embarrassment, she swiftly shifted the topic. "Warden, how is my daughter doing? Is she well?" Li Ming chuckled at Wang Xian's reaction, but chose not to expose her misunderstanding. He continued, "She is doing splendidly. She has tidied up her home and equipped it with furniture and appliances. She has even taken to learning how to cook and has expressed her desire to impress you with her culinary skills once you are released. You need not worry. I have told her that if she encounters any difficulties, she can call me, and I will assist her." Wang Xian nodded, relieved to hear that her daughter was well. Their last meeting had resolved all misunderstandings, and they both recognized that they were the most cherished individuals in each other's lives. She was determined that after serving her remaining 2 years, she would enjoy a fulfilling life with her daughter. With gratitude swelling in her heart, Wang Xian gazed appreciatively at Li Ming. "Warden, you are a benefactor to both my daughter and me. Should you ever require our assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Otherwise, I would be at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Li Ming smiled faintly and waved his hand, pondering to himself that she had already expressed her gratitude several times. Once Wang Ying arrived at the prison, it was likely that he and Wang Xian could no longer have any further interactions. As the upcoming dance competition approached, he hoped to pair her with Tan Qingqing, allowing them to secure a ranking that could potentially lead to a reduction in sentence, facilitating an earlier release. This way, he would have less to worry about in prison, as any involvement with inmates was inescapably problematic. Gazing at Wang Xian, whose face radiated gratitude, Li Ming made a motion as if to retrieve something from his pocket, secretly extracting a small black pouch from the system's space and clutching it in his hand. Sensing the texture within his grasp, he slowly drew the black pouch from his pocket and extended it towards Wang Xian. "Wang Xian, how much longer until the inmates return to the block?" Li Ming inquired, suppressing his restlessness. Wang Xian accepted the item he offered, yet before she could open it, she calculated the time and responded, "They're usually away for an hour and a half. By now, they must have been gone for about half an hour, so they should be back in roughly another hour." Good. Chapter 89. Does your father know? Amidst turbulent winds and rain, Li Ming felt a remarkable transformation within his body. What once felt like a void now seemed to be rejuvenated, as if an invigorating energy had coursed through him, restoring his vitality to a seemingly inexhaustible state reminiscent of days past. In his elation, Li Ming cast his gaze upon the shredded white silk, a wave of emotions stirring within him once more. However, the time was drawing near. The prisoner would soon return, and he could no longer indulge himself. After ensuring his attire was unremarkable, he intended to exit the prison block. Just as he reached for the torn remnants of the white silk, Wang Xian interjected, "Prison chief, allow me to dispose of this. It would be unseemly for you to carry out." With that, she deftly placed the shredded silk into a small black bag. Having devised her own method of disposal, Li Ming had initially considered placing it in his system space to discard later, but seeing Wang Xian's resolute demeanor, he acquiesced, reasoning that in a women's prison, such an item would hardly raise eyebrows. Nodding in agreement, he instructed her to return to the library after their encounter. He then gracefully exited the cell, making his way towards the prison block's exterior. Meanwhile, Wang Xian adjusted her attire, her complexion flushed as she headed toward the library, the black bag still in hand. However, upon reaching the end of the second prison block, she made a turn toward a particularly secluded cell. Wang Xian opened the cell door, and 6 bold characters caught her eye. Sanitary napkin disposal area. It was evident that she frequented this place, as she casually discarded the black bag into a trash bin filled with sanitary napkins. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and turned to leave, confident that no one would take notice of her actions. Even if they did, it mattered not. After all, the contents had been violently shredded by Li Ming, rendering them unrecognizable. Having exited the cell, she proceeded directly to the library. Simultaneously, the second guard was escorting Huang Ying, familiarizing her with the prison layout, and they too were making their way toward the second prison block. Before long, they encountered Wang Xian. Wang Xian, where is the prison chief? The second guard inquired, puzzled. They had been informed of Li Ming's outing with Wang Xian, yet only she was present now. Guard, the prison chief has gone out. He should have exited the prison block by now, but I am unaware of his destination. Wang Xian replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. Very well, you may return. The second guard gestured for Wang Xian to head back to the library. Once Wang Xian's figure had vanished, the second guard continued to lead Huang Ying toward the second prison block. Director Huang, this is the situation in our prison. The prisoner we just saw is associated with the prison chief, who helped her locate her daughter. Thus, she holds deep gratitude towards him. Generally, her conduct has been commendable, and it seems she may be eligible for release in a couple of years. The second guard casually conversed with Huang Ying. Huang Ying nodded thoughtfully, forming an impression of Wang Xian. As they approached the boundary between the second and third prison blocks, the second guard halted Huang Ying, pointing toward a cell at the end while quietly detailing its significance. This place is specifically designated for the disposal of sanitary napkins for the inmates. It is cleaned once daily, yet a lingering odor remains. However, one becomes indifferent to it over time. Director Huang, shall we take a look? We are all women here, and eventually sanitary napkins must be discarded in this location. Allow me to show you, inquired the second officer. Naturally, Huang Ying had no objections. In such a place, it was inevitable for any woman to require such items, and she was no exception. Thus, she followed the second officer into the sanitary napkin disposal area of the cell. The room contained several large green trash bins, while the rest of the space was rather sparse, offering little of interest. After recognizing the door, the two were about to leave when Huang Ying's keen eyes spotted a familiar black bag nestled within the trash bin. She paused, taken aback. Officer, what is this black bag? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. The second officer was momentarily taken aback as well. What black bag? Aside from used sanitary napkins, there are no black bags here, she replied. Following Huang Ying's gaze, the second officer indeed discovered a small black bag in the bin. Frowning slightly and braving the unpleasant odor, she approached to retrieve the bag, reasoning that since it was just the two of them, it was her duty to take it rather than leaving it for the director. As the second officer opened the black bag, its contents tumbled onto the floor. Both women's gazes converged upon the unexpected sight. What is this? So thin and torn into such shreds. The second officer picked it up, puzzled, and presented it to Huang Ying for inspection. Huang Ying, furrowing her brow, took the tattered white silk. Initially, she thought she had misseen. She had merely found the black bag familiar, prompting her inquiry. To her astonishment, upon opening it, she recognized that the torn white silk was identical to the ultra-thin white stocking she had discovered in Li Ming's vehicle, albeit in a damaged state. Yet, how could the items from Li Ming's car possibly end up here, and in such a condition? Suddenly, she recalled the inmate Wang Xian, who had just passed by, along with the mysteriously absent Li Ming. A wildly absurd notion struck Huang Ying's mind, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Observing Huang Ying's silence, the second officer continued to examine the white silk until she discerned that it appeared to be a pair of torn white stockings. Director Huang, look at this. Could it be white stockings? How could such a thing appear here? Our prison prohibits these items. Could it be that an inmate has hidden them? Should we investigate? Still in shock, Huang Ying was jolted back to reality by the second officer's words. Never mind. It's probably not a significant matter. Perhaps it was inadvertently brought in with the sanitary napkins. Let us not concern ourselves with it, Huang Ying suggested, attempting to downplay the situation. Upon hearing Huang Ying's words, the second officer decided to dismiss the issue as well, thinking it was indeed trivial. Thus, she crumpled the shredded stockings into a ball and tossed them back into the trash bin, dusted off her hands, and the two turned to exit. Huang Ying followed the second officer mechanically, yet her mind was tumultuous, akin to a stormy sea, refusing to find peace. At this moment, she is conjuring an outrageous drama in her mind. The warden and the female inmate, the chief and the criminal, Li Ming and Wang Xin. Even though she deliberately refrains from dwelling on it, how could the items from Li Ming's car possibly appear in the prison cell? It defies logic. Moreover, when she first saw them, the stockings were intact, yet now they lie shredded into tatters. This situation undeniably provokes her curiosity. She yearns to inquire of Li Ming about what truly transpired. However, she is merely the bodyguard assigned to protect the chief. Regardless of the circumstances, it is not her place to ask. Caught in her turmoil, Huang Ying has already arrived at the entrance of the prison block. After escorting Huang Ying here, the second officer bids her farewell and returns to the prison, as she has duties to attend to shortly. As Huang Ying steps out of the prison, she slowly makes her way to the accommodation arranged by Li Ming, her expression still betraying her shock. What should she do? Does this qualify as a special circumstance? Should she report it? Chief, what on earth have you done? Does your father know about this? Chapter 90. Issues of lifestyle. After Huang Ying returned to her room, she found herself in a state of deep contemplation, convinced that it would be unjust to hastily accuse Li Ming. Thus, she resolved to revisit her vehicle, hoping that perhaps, by sheer coincidence, she might discover two identical black bags, alongside two matching pairs of white silk stockings. With determination, Huang Ying stealthily made her way to the parking lot. Her gaze fixed on the Jeep she had driven back earlier. It remained in its original spot, seemingly untouched. Raising her hand to sweep back her hair, she revealed the translucent white silk once more. The car door lock posed no challenge for her. Gripping one end of the silk, she gave it a gentle shake. The silk, animated as though it possessed a life of its own, slipped effortlessly through the car door's seam. With a deft pull of her fingers, the door swung open. In mere moments, Huang Ying had settled into the car, taking a deep breath as her palm rested upon the armrest storage compartment, silently praying that the black bag still lay within. However, fate often takes a turn for the worse. As she slowly lifted the lid, her heart sank. The black bag had vanished. The only person who could have taken it was Li Ming. Meanwhile, Li Ming had returned to his office. Passing by Lin Shi's office, he noted the light still aglow within, yet refrained from engaging her as he typically would. Given their recent disagreement, he opted to allow her to process her feelings alone. Upon entering his office, he first took a refreshing shower and changed his attire. Once cleansed, he reclined on his bed, lost in memories of the fervent encounter with Wang Xin. As he nestled beneath the bed curtains, he beheld Wang Xin clad in white silk, and for a fleeting moment, he mistook her for Wang Qian herself. Their strikingly similar features and figures, accentuated by the arresting white stockings, ignited his mind with unbidden recollections of Wang Qian's delicate feet. Li Ming could only marvel at how they were indeed mother and daughter in that moment. He completely envisioned Wang Xin as Wang Qian. Long-suppressed desires surged forth, leading him to shred the silk to pieces. Now, as he lay in bed, the vivid images replayed in his mind, and his enhanced physique responded involuntarily. The aura of vigilance enveloped him once more. At that moment, everyone within the office building fell under his watchful gaze. Though sound eluded him, the scene was crystal clear from his perspective. Just as he intended to deactivate the aura, a sudden thought brought forth the image of Lin Shi's office into his consciousness. He observed Lin Shi diligently scribbling at her desk, seemingly engrossed in her tasks. Perhaps fatigue had begun to set in, for she stretched languidly, causing her blouse to rise, revealing her ample assets. Li Ming had previously surreptitiously assessed her figure and estimated it to be at least a C cup. Clad in her prison officer's uniform, Lin Shi concealed her remarkable physique. Yet he recalled that Xia Hong had mentioned bathing with Lin Shi and hinted at some surprises. At the time, Li Ming had refrained from probing further. Yet curiosity lingered within him. In Li Ming's gaze, Lin Shi stretched languidly before rising from her chair. Glancing at her phone, she noted the late hour. As she strolled towards the bathroom, she began to unbutton her shirt, starting from the collar. 1, 2, 3. At last, she had undone the entire row of buttons. Li Ming observed this scene, feeling a rush of heat. No wonder Huang Ying had eavesdropped on his meeting with Su Qinghuan yesterday. It seemed that spying was indeed exhilarating. Under Li Ming's watchful eyes, Lin Shi, unguarded, shed her garments and entered the bathroom, clad only in form-fitting lingerie. Her flawless figure undoubtedly ranked among the top he had encountered. It was not merely her model-like physique that captivated. It was her icy demeanor. Her typically frosty visage prompted thoughts of what expression she might wear if conquered. Or perhaps she would maintain that proud, frigid countenance. Just imagining it sent a shiver through Li Ming, who dared not pursue the thought further. She turned on the faucet, testing the water temperature, and, just as she was about to unclasp her lingerie, Li Ming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to regain control and extinguishing the vivid images in his mind. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He had yet to determine his stance towards Lin Shi. He could not allow himself to be swayed by mere physical allure. Her status was unlike others, and if he simply succumbed to desire while enduring Lin Shi's indifference, even if he were to possess her in the end, he would find little joy in it. With Lin Shi's father, Lin Aigua, in the picture, it was clear that Li Ming could not treat Lin Shi as a fleeting conquest. Uncle Lin had watched him grow up, and he naturally bore a responsibility towards her. However, he was already in considerable debt of affection. No matter how beautiful and alluring Lin Shi might be, he could not act recklessly. Moreover, Li Ming questioned himself. Did he truly harbor feelings for Lin Shi? He shook his head, realizing that he likely only admired her appearance. A fleeting infatuation could never rival enduring companionship. Lin Shi's temperament did not appeal to him. Upon coming to this realization, Li Ming closed his eyes and attempted to rest, striving to banish the enticing imagery that plagued him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at that very moment his personal bodyguard, Huang Ying, was holding her phone, a string of encrypted numbers quietly glowing on the screen. Her finger hovered over the dial button, hesitating to make a move. She did not intend to betray him. Rather, she sought to reconfirm the details of her mission. Was her directive solely to ensure Li Ming's physical safety, or did the superior's mention of special circumstances pertain to matters beyond security, such as personal conduct? Huang Ying had been gripping her phone for quite some time, yet she lacked the resolve to proceed. It was late, and she feared disturbing her superior's rest. Ultimately, she sighed, withdrawing her finger from the device and relinquishing the thought of reporting. Perhaps I should take another look. It might not be as I imagined. If I have misunderstood, that would be a grave error. Huang Ying consoled herself with these thoughts. Indeed, she was not mistaken in Li Ming's expectations. This was her inaugural undertaking of a special protection mission. Naturally, her skills were beyond doubt, whether in unarmed combat, knife fighting, or marksmanship, as well as special reconnaissance. She excelled in all. However, her singular weakness lay in her stubbornness and her tendency to take matters too seriously. Without a clear understanding of the specific details of the task at hand, she would become exceedingly anxious, fearing that she might fail to fulfill her superior's expectations, which was both her flaw and her strength. It was precisely this tenacity that Li Ming's father appreciated, which allowed him to entrust her with Li Ming's protection. Huang Ying's diligence instilled confidence in Li Ming's father. Chapter 91. A chance to avenge past humiliation. Early the next morning, Li Ming awoke with a start from a haunting dream. In his slumber, he found himself shackled, his parents looking at him with a mixture of disappointment and despair, tears glistening in their eyes, yet resolutely pushing him into a cell. He struggled helplessly, shouting in vain, yearning to communicate with them, but words eluded him. He could only gaze at his father with hope, silently pleading for rescue. Yet his father's once indulgent expression had morphed into one of anguish, clearly in turmoil. Just then, Lin Shi appeared, casting a cold glance at Li Ming before whispering something to his parents. In that moment, his father ceased to hesitate and turned away, leaving Li Ming to plummet into the abyss of darkness, unable to escape. Suddenly, Li Ming jolted awake, sitting upright in bed. His usually handsome face was now drenched in sweat, resembling someone who had just emerged from a torrential downpour. Beads of perspiration quivered and coalesced as they cascaded down his throat, ultimately soaking his pajamas. With a long sigh, he liberated himself from the terror of the dream and regained his composure. His clothes were thoroughly drenched. Even the sheets bore the imprint of his distress, a testament to the panic that had gripped him. Thankfully, it was merely a dream. He wiped his face, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. The thought of whether his father would forsake him in reality, as he did in the dream, or continue to dote on him, rescuing him from incarceration, was too daunting to ponder. Shaking his head, he resolved to cast aside his excessive anxiety. Checking his phone, he noted it was only 5 a.m, a time he hadn't seen in ages. Rising from his bed, he discarded his pajamas, his toned physique now exposed, and made his way to the bathroom, turning on the faucet to let warm water envelop him. After cleansing himself, he donned the prison warden's uniform, meticulously adjusting his attire in front of the mirror. Before him stood a strikingly handsome and charismatic warden. Satisfied, he winked at his reflection, acknowledging his own allure. With a subtle smile, he stepped out of the office. Having been in the prison for several days, this was his first early morning rise. Passing Lin Shi's office, he noted the silence and proceeded to take the elevator down. As the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by a scene reminiscent of his first day at the prison. Dozens of guards stood in formation within the grand hall. Lin Shi was addressing the assembly, and he noticed that the yellow aureole he had brought back yesterday had somehow changed into a guard's uniform, standing gallantly beside her. As the elevator dinged and the doors parted, the gaze of all the guards swiftly turned toward Li Ming as he emerged. Lin Shi too glanced back, a sense of déjà vu washing over her. However, this time, Li Ming would not succumb to faintness. With a confident smile, he strode forward, surveying the assembled guards. In the midst of their awed stares, he spoke slowly. "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, Warden." The guards responded in unison. Li Ming nodded appreciatively before addressing Lin Shi. "Please continue. I'm all ears." Upon hearing Lin Shi's words, she clenched her teeth slightly, realizing that, unbeknownst to her, Li Ming had already established a formidable presence within the prison. Numerous guards regarded him with a sense of reverence, a look they had once reserved for her. Lin Shi felt a pang of frustration, yet it was evidently not the appropriate moment for her to express it as the guards awaited her address. She composed herself and continued speaking. "In the coming days, as the invited dance instructor arrives, we will dedicate 2 hours each noon for the inmates to practice dance. A significant number of participants are expected, and each officer must manage their respective inmates diligently. Should any troublemakers arise, we will set an example without hesitation. Confinement will be enforced as necessary. Let it be known that anyone who causes trouble during this time is only inviting their own misfortune. Do not mislead yourselves. Remain alert and focused. It is not enough to simply avoid incidents. Should negligence lead to any problems, do not blame me for being stern and carrying out my duties." Lin Shi's icy voice resonated throughout the hall, instilling fear among the guards. "Director Huang, as you are new and still familiarizing yourself with the responsibilities of a section chief, I advise you to take this time to acclimate. Our prison has long had a vacancy in the position of section chief, and I am pleased to have you here." Lin Shi remarked politely to Huang Ying. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Shi turned her attention to Li Ming. "Warden, I have conveyed all I wish to say. Do you have any comments?" Upon being queried by Lin Shi, Li Ming pondered briefly before smiling at the assembly. "I have no particular issues to address. Everyone has been performing admirably. I wish to express my commendation. During my time here, each of you has demonstrated unwavering dedication, and I have decided that following the dance competition, I will award each of you a bonus as a token of appreciation. Continue maintaining this excellent performance. There is nothing more to discuss, so let us adjourn." As Li Ming's words concluded, the guards erupted in cheers. "Thank you, Warden. You are truly magnificent. We adore you. Warden, you are simply the best." The atmosphere in the hall surged with excitement as the guards reveled in their unexpected bonus, a privilege hitherto unheard of. In contrast to Lin Shi's authoritative commands, Li Ming's approach of recognition and reward evidently won their hearts. The guards gazed at Li Ming with adoration, some even wearing expressions reminiscent of fond aunts, lost in their own thoughts. Witnessing their infatuation with Li Ming, Lin Shi's expression darkened. She could not fathom the source of her anger. It simply surged from within. Observing the raucous scene in the hall, she furrowed her brow and shouted, "What is all this noise? Have you all gone on holiday? Is there nothing to do? This chaos is utterly inappropriate. Disperse. Return to your duties." As Lin Shi's words fell, silence enveloped the hall, a hush descending upon the guards who exchanged glances before responding begrudgingly, "Yes, Deputy Warden." They then scattered like birds. Hastily departing, Li Ming, observing Lin Shi's furious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lin Shi must have felt envious, realizing that she was cherished by the prison guards. Once her subordinates, they now sided with Li Ming, leaving her uncomfortable. However, Li Ming, perceptive yet discreet, chose not to reveal his understanding, relishing the opportunity to let Lin Shi experience some setbacks, given her persistent antagonism towards him. With a clever glint in his eye, he turned to Huang Ying beside him and said with feigned warmth, "Director Huang, please follow me. I shall introduce you to the prison environment. Here, everything operates with remarkable order, and our work progresses smoothly. Let us proceed." Thus, Li Ming led Huang Ying out of the office building, deliberately ignoring Lin Shi, who seethed with fury as they departed, her fiery gaze following them. "You scoundrel! The orderliness here is all due to my efforts. Damn you, Li Ming! You insufferable wretch! You infuriate me. You distribute bonuses without even consulting me. You leave without a word, as if I do not exist. You bastard! Li Ming, mark my words." Lin Shi's furious shouts echoed in the hall, only gradually subsiding. Chapter 92. The Genius? Li Ming strolled leisurely outside the playground with Huang Ying, his mood buoyant. Today marked a day of respite for the inmates, who were not required to work. Thus Li Ming chose not to enter the prison block. Soon, the inmates would come to bask in the sun after their meal. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, enveloping everything in a warm glow. Turning to glance at Huang Ying, clad in her prison guard uniform, Li Ming noted that she, much like himself, was a natural in such attire. Tall and well-proportioned from rigorous training, her skin bore a healthy wheat-like hue, setting her apart from other women of fair complexion. The uniform seemed exquisitely tailored to fit her figure. His attention was drawn to the bulging waist pouch at her side. Li Ming gestured towards it, inquiring, "What do you have in that pouch? The weapons you retrieved the other day?" Huang Ying nodded in response, opening the pouch for him to glimpse inside. To his astonishment, nestled within the seemingly modest pouch was a compact silver pistol, accompanied by 2 fully loaded magazines and 2 uniquely designed grenades. Li Ming's pupils narrowed slightly at the sight. "You carry grenades on you? This isn't a battlefield," he exclaimed. Although he was permitted to carry weapons, he found them superfluous within the confines of the prison. Once outside, carrying them was prohibited. After a couple of days, he had deemed them unnecessary and returned them to the armory, surrounded by guards armed to the teeth. He figured any incident would hardly require him to draw a weapon. Observing Huang Ying with her grenades, he perceived them as redundant. To be frank, the prison felt remarkably secure. The main gate was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every few steps and watchtowers manned by guards wielding sniper rifles. In this day and age, it seemed improbable that anyone would be foolish enough to attempt a prison break. The armory was also well stocked with ammunition. It was unlikely that any fully armed unit of special forces could breach the prison. However, Li Ming found himself intrigued by Huang Ying's equipment and curiously asked, "Director Huang, I have always wondered, in your line of work, have you ever taken a life?" Huang Ying regarded him, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she imparted her knowledge. "Director, our primary role is one of protection. Most of our training involves simulations, and we are seldom assigned to eliminate adversaries or deployed to combat zones. Only if a protected target is attacked are we compelled to retaliate, which could result in the loss of life." Li Ming nodded in understanding, recognizing the essence of protective duties. Such lethal assignments were likely reserved for specialized professionals. His mind wandered to cinematic portrayals of such scenarios when Huang Ying continued, However, should you inquire if I have ever taken a life, I must inform you that it pertains to a confidentiality agreement, and I am unable to disclose any information. With a playful wink, Huang Ying's smile hinted at unspoken truths, leaving Li Ming momentarily stunned by her words. Involving a confidentiality agreement, one might ponder why secrecy is necessary. Could it not be due to a history of taking lives that necessitated such an oath? To my astonishment, the seemingly graceful and poised Huang Ying has also committed acts of violence. Although Li Ming was raised in an unusual family, he remained oblivious to the nature of his father's occupation. To shield him from the harsh realities of life, his father had instructed everyone to remain tight-lipped, allowing Li Ming to grow up like an ordinary child. While other children played with toy guns, tanks, and fighter planes, Li Ming received plush toys, educational puzzles, and building blocks, alongside various literary works and classic tales. Such gifts failed to capture the interest of a young boy. It was only as he matured that Li Ming began to comprehend his father's intentions. His father sought to insulate him from a perilous world, enabling him to live a tranquil existence as an ordinary individual. Indeed, Li Ming grew up in accordance with his father's hopes, embodying the essence of a common man. Like others in the Dragon Nation, he could only glean news of the national situation through his mobile device, occasionally stirred by fervor, only to return to a state of indifference, as if the tumultuous events depicted in the news were worlds away. Yet, upon introspection, he recalled Lin Shi's elder brother, who frequently visited their home during childhood. However, at some point, it seemed as though he vanished without a trace, never to be mentioned again. Li Ming recognized that this circumstance could arise from two possibilities. Either Lin Shi's brother had entered a classified unit, rendering him invisible, or he had perished in the line of duty. Snapping back to reality, Li Ming cast aside such thoughts, understanding that these matters remained distant from his own life. His focus was on managing his own responsibilities, maintaining vigilance over the prison, which he deemed his victory. He waved to Huang Ying, smiling as he said, "Come, I shall take you to a splendid place." As he gestured for Huang Ying to follow, he turned and walked ahead, though curiosity piqued Huang Ying's interest regarding their destination. She refrained from questioning him further and silently trailed behind. Before long, they arrived at a distinctive building. The three characters emblazoned on the door caused Huang Ying to pause momentarily. "Arms Depot? Indeed. Let me show you the equipment we have in our prison." Li Ming smiled lightly, greeting the guard on duty before leading Huang Ying inside. The arsenal was surprisingly well-stocked, featuring handguns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, bulletproof vests, grenades, and various combat gear, resembling a miniature armory. Huang Ying, upon witnessing the full extent of the armory, was taken aback by the formidable armament housed within the prison. Noticing Huang Ying's entrance, Li Ming seized a handgun he had previously returned, deftly chambering around. He aimed at a distant target and rapidly fired, emptying the magazine in a swift display. 8 bullets flew forth. Once the echoes of gunfire subsided, Li Ming proudly pointed to the target, addressing the astonished Huang Ying. "What do you think? All 8 shots hit the mark, each a perfect 10. Would you consider me a sharpshooter?" Huang Ying, upon hearing this, gazed in disbelief at the target, confirming that indeed, all 8 shots were on point, with remarkable precision, even more precise than some ordinary soldiers. Yet, according to the information provided by her superior, Li Ming had never even laid a hand on a firearm throughout her life. How could she exhibit such a perfect shooting stance and remarkable accuracy? Could it be that in such a short time spent in prison, Li Ming had already honed such exceptional marksmanship? Was Li Ming a shooting prodigy? Huang Ying, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "Warden, how long did you practice to achieve such results?" Observing the astonishment on Huang Ying's face, Li Ming couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of the task rewards. Chapter 93. Enchanted and reluctant to leave. How long has he truly practiced? In reality, he has never practiced at all. His remarkable marksmanship is entirely a reward from the system, bestowed upon him due to the physical prowess and combat experience of a special forces soldier. This innate talent allowed him to acquire such skills effortlessly. The last time Li Ming was gifted a firearm, he had already tested it. As soon as he held the gun, It felt as though he had activated an eightfold scope in his mind, enabling him to hit his target with pinpoint accuracy without the need for deliberate aiming. This was merely a casual display of his capabilities. Were he to focus, he could easily replicate the cinematic feat of firing 8 bullets and leaving only a single hole. However, he was concerned about startling Huang Ying, which is why he only showcased a fraction of his skill. Not much practice at all, just these few days. And they say it's a talent. Li Ming replied nonchalantly, yet internally, he could not suppress his delight. He had impressed her. After her initial astonishment, Huang Ying retrieved an automatic rifle from the wall, and in a dazzling display, she disassembled the weapon with skill, swiftly reassembling it before expertly loading the magazine and handing it to Li Ming. "Director, why not give this a try?" Li Ming raised an eyebrow at the automatic rifle presented before him. Was this a test of my abilities? He had thought he was only capable of handling handguns. As he contemplated, he continued his actions without pause. Upon receiving the automatic rifle from Huang Ying, he mimicked her movements, disassembling the weapon and then restoring it to its original state, reloading the magazine into the rifle. Next, Li Ming rested the rifle against his shoulder and aimed at the distant target through the sights. His movements flowed as if he had practiced them 1,000,000 times. With a slight motion of his finger, a series of fireballs erupted forth. In no time, he emptied the magazine, as the acrid scent of gunpowder dissipated. Both of their gazes instinctively turned towards the target. Despite the rapid rate of fire, Li Ming's accuracy remained astonishingly high. Every bullet hole was perfectly centered around the bullseye. Huang Ying watched in wide-eyed amazement, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. It is important to note that this was an automatic rifle, capable of sustained fire. Achieving such results was nothing short of miraculous. Li Ming was undoubtedly a sharpshooter. Moreover, the most astounding fact was that he had barely touched a gun for a few days. For others to reach this level, they would need to expend thousands of rounds. And even then, they might not succeed. Yet Li Ming achieved it with such ease. After finishing his rounds, he set the automatic rifle aside and observed Huang Ying's astonished expression, feeling a tinge of pride. However, had he perhaps revealed too much of his strength? He had already made an effort to temper his display. Otherwise, he could have drawn a perfect circle on the target's bullseye with the automatic rifle. Such precision. Don't ask. It's simply a gift for marksmanship. Haha. Well, it seems we have plenty of ammunition in the prison, so I'll be coming here to practice. It appears my efforts were not in vain, Li Ming said with a faint smile. Upon hearing his words, Huang Ying could only manage a wry smile. Director, this is not mere practice. You are a marksman. With your level of accuracy, you have surpassed 90% of people. Huang Ying was genuinely astonished. She secretly resolved to contact the superior tonight. With Li Ming possessing such extraordinary talent, it was imperative that the superior be informed. Additionally, this would provide an opportunity to clarify her own mission's details. What? Am I really that impressive? Pure coincidence, just coincidence. Li Ming realized he might have been carried away with pride. He thought that such proficiency was merely the basic skill of an average soldier, and that he had simply learned it a bit faster than others. Unbeknownst to him, this level of accuracy was already considered rare and exceptional in Huang Ying's eyes. I've overplayed my hand. I've exposed myself, Li Ming thought, deciding to temper his exuberance. Regardless of his precision, it was of little use in the current context. Nevertheless, the typically modest Li Ming quickly adjusted his mindset and changed the subject. Director Huang, if you fancy any of the combat gear here, feel free to take it. For instance, this bulletproof vest. I tried it on, and it doesn't hinder movement at all. It's quite lightweight. One can carry out daily activities without any issue. Huang Ying shook her head in response. No need, Director. I already have one. I recommend you wear one when you leave the prison. It would ensure greater safety in case of danger. The equipment Huang Ying had brought was not limited to just a handgun and grenades. It was an entire suite of specialized gear. The bulletproof vest was custom-made, particularly designed to accommodate the anatomical features of women, making it significantly more advanced than those in the armory. After the two of them toured the armory, Li Ming escorted Huang Ying back to the playground, where the inmates had just finished their meals and were lazily basking in the sun. The rare weekly day of rest allowed the inmates to indulge in the long-awaited sunlight. Despite their gathering, the atmosphere was not as chaotic as one might expect. Li Ming noticed Wang Xin and Tan Qingqing sitting on a bench, gazing in his direction. Tan Qingqing bit her lip, her expression somewhat sullen, appearing as though she was on the verge of saying something yet hesitated. This puzzled Li Ming. For Tan Qingqing had not exhibited such demeanor before. She had once resembled a proud little peacock, but now she seemed stripped of her feathers, appearing vulnerable and helpless. Li Ming wondered if he had been too harsh during their previous encounter, perhaps leaving her with a psychological scar. He resolved to find an opportunity to speak with her again, especially since he had yet to inform her about the case being reviewed by Tan Changsheng and Su Qinghuan. After observing for a while, Li Ming decided to return to the office building, while Huang Ying remained in the prison area to continue familiarizing herself with the facility alongside the two instructors. Given the prison's safety, Huang Ying felt at ease and did not insist on following Li Ming, which pleased him greatly. She was far more sensible than those who had previously offered him protection. As Li Ming wandered aimlessly, he passed by the medical office and suddenly recalled the examination conducted by Xia Hong last time. It was evident that she was a skilled surgeon. Her techniques were on par with the firearms expertise he had received from the system's rewards. The mere memory of her skill was both captivating and vivid. However, Li Ming would not seek Xia Hong out for another examination, as that would be rather unbecoming. As Li Ming pondered over Xia Hong, he was about to pass by the door of the infirmary when it suddenly swung open. Xia Hong, clad in a white coat that exuded both professionalism and an alluring charm, stepped out, holding a tray and a syringe. Upon noticing Li Ming passing by, her eyes sparkled with delight as she greeted him. "Warden? What a coincidence! A chance encounter!" she exclaimed. "Indeed," Li Ming responded with a chuckle. "I was just heading back to my office when you unexpectedly opened the door. What are you up to?" His gaze fell curiously upon the tray in Xia Hong's hands, which contained a syringe and a glass vial of medication, evidently just utilized. Chapter 94. The Ruthless Bandit. Prison Warden. A prisoner is complaining of severe abdominal pain. I administered pain relief, but it proved ineffective. Observing her distress, I resorted to administering an injection. Xia Hong gestured towards the infirmary, prompting Li Ming to notice the figure lying on the medical bed. The prisoner appeared pallid, her hand pressed against her abdomen, trembling incessantly in agony. Her brow furrowed tightly as though enduring excruciating torment. The correctional officer from the 3rd District stood nearby, frowning with concern. As Li Ming scrutinized the afflicted prisoner, a flicker of recognition stirred within him. He approached for a closer look and realized it was the death row inmate he had encountered during his initial visit to the prison. She had astonishingly deduced his identity as the warden, a revelation that had astonished him, thus imprinting her image in his memory. Yet, what could possibly have caused her such intense suffering? "Xia Hong, what has happened to this inmate? Why is she in such pain?" Li Ming inquired, furrowing his brow. Initial examinations suggest gastric complications. However, given that meals are served punctually in our facility, such severe gastric ailments should not occur, lacking the requisite diagnostic equipment here. If her pain persists, we may need to transfer her to an external hospital for a thorough examination, Xia Hong replied calmly. Gastric complications? The situation appears quite dire. Let us expedite her transfer to an outside hospital, Li Ming stated, observing the agonized expression on the female inmate's face. Her distress did not seem feigned. While facial expressions can be deceptive, the beads of cold sweat soaking through her thin prison garb were unmistakably genuine. Indeed, Warden, based on my experience, surgical intervention may be necessary. We should proceed to an external hospital without delay, Xia Hong remarked as she removed her gloves, gathering the essential medical supplies. Li Ming nodded in agreement and instructed the correctional officer from the 3rd District to prepare the transport vehicle at the entrance. The prison maintained specialized vehicles for transporting inmates, equipped with basic medical apparatus akin to that of an ambulance. Before long, the officer returned with 3 prison guards to the infirmary. Warden, the vehicle is ready. Shall we depart immediately? Yes, let's set off at once. Elevate her onto the vehicle and ensure all weaponry is secured. Do not let her guard down. Li Ming commanda. The guards acknowledged his orders and sprang into action. After transferring the prisoner onto the vehicle, Li Ming accompanied several guards to the armory to collect their equipment. Under such exceptional circumstances involving inmate transport, the guards were permitted to carry weapons outside the prison. Even Li Ming had brought along the handgun he had recently utilized. Feeling a twinge of unease, Li Ming resolved to follow them in his vehicle, just to be prudent. He dialed Huang Ying within the facility. Director Huang, a prisoner requires medical attention at an external hospital. I'm feeling apprehensive and intend to follow behind. Would you accompany me? Huang Ying readily acquiesced, her duty being the protection of Li Ming, and she would naturally follow him beyond the prison's confines. Understood, Warden. I will be there shortly. After concluding the call, Li Ming brought out his jeep, waiting for Huang Ying's arrival. However, before she could arrive, Xiaohong had already taken the initiative to board the vehicle. Xiaohong, are you also coming? Li Ming Ying kirat astunisha. Of course I must go. If anything happens to the prisoner on the way, I need to provide assistance. Once we arrive at the hospital, I must also attend to the bedside care. Xiaohong explained to Li Ming with a faint smile. Originally, she was supposed to be in the escort vehicle with the prisoner. But since the inmate had received pain relief injections and was feeling somewhat better, she decided to join Li Ming's car instead. Ever since she impulsively gave him a massage last time, sleep had eluded her. The scene replayed in her mind, and she secretly berated herself for being so audacious, making her feel embarrassed to face Lin Shi now. Moreover, after what she had done for Li Ming, it seemed he had not reacted at all and had not sought her out. Xiaohong couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards him, wondering if this rogue was simply going to forget her after the fact. Had she been taken advantage of, even in a manual transmission? One could not pretend such an incident never occurred. What a rascal. Ah, indeed. Let's go together, Li Ming replied, suddenly enlightened. Xiaohong's presence was undoubtedly beneficial. If anything were to happen to the prisoner, they would rely on her expertise as a doctor. They did not have to wait long before Huang Ying arrived. As soon as she boarded the vehicle, Li Ming pressed the accelerator, rapidly pursuing the escort vehicle that had already departed. On the way, Li Ming recounted the situation to Huang Ying, expressing concern that the prisoner might be plotting something, perhaps attempting an escape with accomplices. However, Huang Ying and Xiaohong seemed to dismiss his worries, instead wearing amused expressions. Suppressing her laughter, Xiaohong spoke first. Warden, you've watched too many movies. Huh. In this day and age, who would dare to stage a prison break? That prisoner genuinely suffers from a gastrointestinal ailment and is not up to any mischief. Besides, no accomplice would dare to attack our fully armed escort vehicle in broad daylight. After Xiaohong finished, Huang Ying chimed in with a smile. Dr. Xia is right. Not to mention our strict regulation of firearms and ammunition in Dragon Country. Even if they attempted a prison break, assuming they somehow acquired weapons, those untrained thugs would stand no chance against our well-armed prison guards. Despite being all female, they are all thoroughly trained professionals. You needn't worry too much. Huang Ying secretly chuckled to herself, contemplating that if Li Ming had not followed, the prisoners in the escort vehicle might be safer. With him present, if foreign mercenaries were lurking, this would be the perfect opportunity to strike. Thinking along these lines, Huang Ying sharpened her focus, carefully surveying the surroundings. Meanwhile, upon hearing the women's reassurances, Li Ming realized he had indeed been overreacting. He recalled the inmates' charges: fraud, drug trafficking, kidnapping, and even the murder of a police officer. Such heinous acts were not committed by ordinary individuals. If she dared to kidnap and kill a police officer, she was undeniably a hardened criminal. Thus, a prison break was not out of the realm of possibility, which explained his caution in following closely behind. Upon reflection, it seems that even a well-organized band of ruthless criminals would hesitate to act against a fully armed and trained prison guard. Furthermore, although the Black Mountain Prison is situated atop a desolate hill between City A and City S, it is nonetheless located in a frontline city of the Dragon Nation, where firearms regulations are exceedingly stringent. The notion of assembling a sufficiently formidable gang to orchestrate a prison break here verges on the absurd. With this thought, Li Ming felt a sense of relief, easing the tension that had gripped his heart. Chapter 95. Remove your shoes. As anticipated, the vehicle proceeded steadily along the highway, encountering no obstacles. Just past noon, The group arrived at the hospital. As Li Ming and her companions disembarked, a throng of medical personnel surged forth from the hospital entrance, comprising both doctors and nurses. They maneuvered a mobile medical stretcher, hastily lifting the inmate onto it with a flurry of activity. The three accompanying correctional officers extracted a pair of handcuffs from their waists, securing the inmate's left hand while fastening the other end firmly to the stretcher, thus allowing the medical team to escort the inmate into the hospital for examination with a sense of assurance. A few other prison guards quickly followed, their firearms drawing the attention of the waiting patients and their families, who promptly made way, observing the crowd's gaze upon them. Li Ming promptly led her team to follow the doctors. However, they were halted at the door of the examination room by a nurse. "Officers, you cannot enter here. There are too many of you, and it would be inconvenient. Perhaps you could send 2 individuals with us, while the rest wait outside," a young nurse advised. She had naturally noticed the group of uniformed female officers wielding weapons, but the hospital had its own regulations, and the large number of people present made it difficult for them to proceed with their duties. In response, Li Ming stepped forward and instructed the armed prison guards. "You 3, return to the vehicle. I will remain here with Director Huang. I will call for you if needed." "Understood, Warden," the guards replied before turning back towards the vehicle. Seeing that only 3 individuals remained, and recognizing that the handsome figure before her was the warden, the nurse refrained from further obstruction and guided them into the examination room. At this moment, the inmate they brought, though no longer in as much pain as in the morning, remained exceedingly weak. Upon seeing Li Ming and her companions enter, they pleaded intermittently, "Warden, I don't want to die. Just a few more days. I want to have to die then. Please save me." Li Ming, however, displayed no discernible emotion. The crimes committed by the inmate were sufficient to warrant multiple death sentences. Nevertheless, according to legal provisions, she had only a few days left before her death sentence would be commuted to life imprisonment after a 2-year reprieve. And Li Ming had no intention of making things difficult. Following the doctor's instructions, the inmate had already been connected to the diagnostic equipment. Li Ming and her companions awaited in silence until an older male doctor approached with the test results in hand. "You must be the warden. Good day." The doctor greeted Li Ming courteously. "Good day, doctor. How is the condition of this inmate?" Li Ming inquired politely. "According to the examination results, this patient appears to have a gastrointestinal stromal tumor. Fortunately, it is still in the early stages and can be addressed with a minor surgical procedure. The surgery is not particularly hazardous, and it can be performed shortly. Perhaps we should arrange for her to be placed in a special ward until I am ready for the operation," the doctor explained. Upon hearing this, Li Ming exchanged a glance with Xia Hong, who understood the unspoken message. Xia Hong took the diagnostic report from the doctor, scrutinized it thoroughly, and, upon confirming its accuracy, nodded at Li Ming. Only then did Li Ming speak. "Then I shall trouble the doctor. We will head to the ward first. You may notify us when you are ready. However, this prisoner is quite dangerous, so please exercise caution during the surgery, doctor." "Haha, no worries. This procedure requires general anesthesia. Regardless of the peril, she will be completely subdued. You need not fret." The doctor chuckled and turned to re-enter the examination room. Shortly thereafter, the nurse wheeled out the curled-up prisoner from the bed. Under the nurse's guidance, the group proceeded to a special ward designated specifically for prisoners by the prison's cooperating hospital, located at the far end of the hospital, away from other wards. This arrangement evidently considered the potential threat posed by the inmate, necessitating her isolation. Li Ming and his companions settled casually onto an adjacent empty bed, as the surgery preparations would take some time. Standing idly seemed futile. Huang Ying and Xia Hong sat beside him, while opposite them lay the female inmate, still emitting cries of anguish. However, the once serene prisoner, who had previously read with a gentle smile, now appeared utterly diminished. "Thank you, Warden," the female inmate weakly uttered. "There's no need for gratitude. I am merely adhering to protocol. Please rest well," Li Ming replied nonchalantly, drawing the curtains aside to gaze outside. Beyond the window lay the hospital parking lot. Li Ming spotted the vehicle that had brought them, now parked in the rear, with the 3 guards remaining inside. "Warden, although the surgery is swift, due to the general anesthesia, We will have to wait until she awakens before we can leave the hospital. The earliest we may depart is likely tomorrow morning. Xiaong remarqued toutefois. Indeed, keeping them waiting in the vehicle is not a viable solution, especially for an entire night. Perhaps we should allow them to return to the prison? Li Ming suggested tentatively to Huang Ying. Huang Ying shrugged in response, expressing indifference. It's merely a matter of supervising one prisoner. It doesn't require so many personnel. I can manage alone. Warden, I believe that's a sound idea. This is a hospital, quite safe, and with us here to oversee, it suffices. Let them return to the prison, and they can come back to retrieve the prisoner once she awakens tomorrow. After contemplating Huang Ying's proposal, Li Ming deemed it reasonable and promptly contacted the 3 guards, instructing them to head back to the prison and return the following day to escort the prisoner. After approximately an hour, the nurse who had accompanied them arrived to announce that the prisoner was ready for surgery. Could one of you assist me in pushing her into the operating room? No need for everyone to come. Just one person will suffice. Upon hearing the nurse, Li Ming instinctively stood to help, but Huang Ying reached out to stop him. Warden, I will go. It's safer for you to wait here. Huang Ying cast Li Ming a meaningful glance, and he instantly understood. Suppressing a wry smile as he halted his approach, Huang Ying seemed concerned that it would be better for her to go alone than for any unforeseen incident to occur. Preferring to remain in the relative safety of the room, Li Ming pondered how much Huang Ying underestimated him. If she were to discover his exceptional physique and combat instincts honed as a special forces soldier, she would surely be left agape. However, given the mysterious origins of his abilities, it was prudent to remain discreet. Thus, he complied with Huang Ying's wishes and stayed in the ward. Once Huang Ying and the nurse wheeled the prisoner out, the room was left with only Xia Hong and Li Ming, who had yet to change into casual attire. The atmosphere gradually became charged with an unspoken tension. Their eyes met, and Xia Hong was the first to blush, subtly averting her gaze and lowering her head, clearly recalling the events that had transpired between them previously. Sister Hong, he said, are you tired standing? Please, take off your shoes and sit down. Chapter 96. Ambiguity. Xia Hong, as always, donned a sensuous ensemble, featuring a low-cut black camisole paired with a form-fitting black leather skirt. Her feet were adorned with stiletto heels, revealing her delicate, fair instep, while a white lab coat draped over her figure, exuding both professionalism and allure. Lost in her thoughts of indecent scenarios, she was startled by Li Ming's voice. What were we doing? Xia Hong's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze wide with astonishment as she looked at Li Ming. Sit on the bed. Aren't you tired wearing those high heels? Since we are waiting, why not take them off? Li Ming observed Xia Hong, who resembled a startled rabbit, and wondered what thoughts clouded her mind. It was peculiar. The playful and flirtatious Xia Hong was suddenly shy, a stark contrast to her previous boldness. Li Ming gestured to the bedside, inviting Xia Hong to sit. Only then did she realize that she had been lost in a daydream, envisioning a romantic drama starring herself and Li Ming as the male lead. She raised a hand to fan her flushed face, feeling its warmth and suspecting it had turned quite red. Alas, there was no mirror to confirm this. After traversing so far in heels, she indeed felt fatigued. Obediently, Xia Hong settled beside Li Ming, her toes flexing as she slipped off her heels, revealing a pair of elegantly elongated, porcelain-like feet adorned with crimson nail polish. The high arch of her foot accentuated her femininity, and unlike Wang Qian's delicate pink, Xia Hong's feet resembled translucent jade, captivating in their icy whiteness. Li Ming, witnessing Xia Hong's exquisite feet for the first time, found himself in trance for several moments. Xiang, aware of Li Ming's unabashed gaze, playfully curled her toes, feeling a mix of shyness and boldness, remaining still for his leisurely observation. Li Ming, that day. Why haven't you sought me out since? Xia Hong inquired softly, a hint of melancholy in her tone. What? I had to attend to matters at the prison that afternoon and only returned late last night, so I didn't inform you, Li Ming hurriedly explained. He was captivated by her beauty when she unexpectedly posed her question, causing him to hastily divert his gaze. Oh, so did you happen to pass by the infirmary today? Or did you come specifically to find me? Xiao Hong scrutinized Li Ming's expression, attempting to discern any deceit. After all, upon opening the door, she had found him waiting just outside, with her mind filled with whimsical notions of romance. She could not help but imagine Li Ming hesitating at the door, contemplating whether to enter and witness her unfolding drama. However, Li Ming had simply happened to stroll by, with no intention of seeking her out. Yet he would not disclose this. Instead, he offered a subtle smile, leaning closer to Xiao Hong, his cheek nearly brushing against hers as he spoke softly, of course. "I came to find you. I've been drinking quite a bit of water these past couple of days and would like you to check on me." Listening to Li Ming's candid flirtation, Xiao Hong felt not an ounce of discomfort. Rather, her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of affection, brimming with unspoken emotions. She blushed and shyly turned away from the warm breath exhaled by Li Ming, her eyes brimming with affection as she softly said, "Well, let us wait until we return to the prison." Observing Xiao Hong's coy demeanor, a surge of fiery passion ignited within Li Ming, causing his blood to race. However, this was hardly an appropriate place for such antics. One could never tell when Huang Ying might return, and he certainly dared not act recklessly, as he had to remain mindful of those sent by his father. Li Ming nodded with a smile, gazing at Xiao Hong, who resembled a delicate woman, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. Who could have imagined that the seductive vixen who once examined him would now display such a demeanor before him? It was no wonder he found himself enamored with every encounter. One could hardly fathom the overwhelming temptation that such a situation posed to a genuine man. It seemed that the grudge Xiao Hong held from that initial examination would soon be repaid. Meanwhile, in a CAF, Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengcheng sat across from each other, two stunningly beautiful women of contrasting styles. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Tan Chengcheng's usually poised and dignified face bore a hint of crimson. "Miss Tan, what do you think of my suggestion?" Su Qinghuan inquired, her lips curling into a subtle smile. Tan Chengcheng fidgeted with her hands, her ears slightly flushed. After a brief exchange of glances with Su Qinghuan, she quickly diverted her gaze, appearing flustered and bashful. "Lawyer Su, your request." Tan Chengcheng hesitated, as if uttering the words was a source of embarrassment. "Ha ha, Miss Tan, let us set aside the matter of money. As a friend of Li Ming, I certainly wouldn't charge you. However, I cannot assist without some form of compensation. You are so beautiful. You make my heart flutter. We are both women, and I cannot do anything to you. So what are you worried about?" Su Qinghuan's gaze was piercing as she stared at Tan Chengcheng, tenderly grasping her hand resting on the table. Startled, Tan Chengcheng pulled her hand away as if electrified, her complexion deepening in color. "Lawyer Su, you. This isn't appropriate." Tan Chengcheng's voice trembled, while she could overlook the previous encounter with Zhang Wenhai, despite his unattractive appearance and lecherous demeanor. He was, after all, a man. Yet here was Su Qinghuan, radiant and smiling, with a beauty that could leave any man spellbound. But she was a woman. Tan Chengcheng was thoroughly flustered. Observing this, Su Qinghuan smiled gently, unfazed by the situation. She anticipated that there would be so many beautiful women around Li Ming. The prior Huang Ying had already captured her interest, and now Tan Chengcheng was equally stunning, a type she adored. Su Qinghuan thought that even if she couldn't indulge in such delightful company, she would savor every moment. In the hospital's special ward, after a playful exchange between Li Ming and Xiao Hong, the sound of a bed sliding across the floor echoed from outside the door. Li Ming hurriedly opened the door to check. Indeed, it was Huang Ying and the nurse pushing a patient who had just undergone surgery. Making their way down the corridor towards them, Li Ming approached and took the hospital bed from the nurse, examining the condition of the inmate. The female prisoner, fully anesthetized, wore an expressionless face, resembling one in deep slumber. The wound on her chest was modest in size, covered by a layer of gauze, and her attire had been replaced with a sterilized hospital gown. After the nurse escorted the female inmate to the ward, she attentively advised the surgery was highly successful. "Warden, please sign here. Once the patient awakens, you may take her back." Li Ming accepted the document handed to him by the nurse, realizing it was a waiver for the humane rescue surgery requested by the inmate. Without hesitation, he inscribed his name. Xiaohong also approached, providing professional care to the prisoner. Once the nurse took the document and departed, only the three of them remained in the room, alongside the still unconscious inmate. Chapter 97. Upgrade. The three individuals exchanged glances, realizing that there was little they could do but patiently await the awakening of the prisoner. The guards had been sent away by Li Ming, which meant that someone had to remain on watch until the prisoner regained consciousness. If the prisoner were to awaken suddenly and attempt to escape, it would spell disaster. Li Ming pondered the situation. Being the sole male present, he understood that he would be the first to take the night watch. Therefore, he decided it would be best for Huang Ying to stand guard while he took some rest, planning to relieve her later in the evening. As for Xiaohong, the accompanying prison doctor, she would likely remain in the infirmary, resting there. With this in mind, Li Ming addressed Huang Ying with a serious tone. Director Huang, please keep watch over the prisoner. I will look for a nearby place to rest, and I will return to take over your shift in the evening. It would be unwise for both of us to remain vigilant at the same time. We must ensure there is someone on duty throughout the night. Huang Ying furrowed her brow in contemplation before ultimately agreeing. Very well, Warden. It does seem pointless for both of us to stand guard here. There's a special infirmary next door. I noticed it was unoccupied. You may rest there, and should anything arise, I can promptly attend to it. Li Ming felt a surge of relief at her suggestion. The adjacent room would indeed be more advantageous, allowing for greater convenience in case of emergencies. He turned and opened the door to the infirmary, stepping into the special ward. As anticipated, it was an empty room, seemingly reserved for their use by the hospital. The layout was identical, with two medical beds quietly positioned in the center of the room. Without hesitation, Li Ming removed his shoes and lay down on one of the beds. He hoped to replace Huang Ying as soon as possible, so he decided to rest early. Recently, he had been exhausting himself amidst the company of numerous women, and this rare moment of tranquility allowed him to drift into a deep slumber. Soon accompanied by the sound of his steady breathing, Li Ming found himself dreaming once again, but this time the dream was unlike any he had experienced before. He seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, surrounded by an endless expanse of white, with a reflective surface beneath his feet mirroring his image. In the depths of his consciousness, he sensed that something in this space was calling to him, compelling him to move in that direction. However, after what felt like an eternity of wandering, he realized that the scenery remained unchanged, the same endless white stretching around him. A sense of panic began to rise within him. He feared he might never escape this surreal prison. Desperately, he bit down on his own arm, hoping to awaken from a dream. Yet, contrary to his intentions, he felt no pain. No matter how hard he tried, his arm remained unscathed. He attempted to shout into the void, but his voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence of the space. Struggling to maintain his composure, he attuned himself to the inner calling he felt. He knew there must be something awaiting him ahead. With renewed determination, he began to jog, discovering an inexplicable lack of fatigue in this realm. He quickened his pace, initially moving with swift, alternating strides before abandoning conventional form altogether. He crawled on all fours, defying the laws of biomechanics, and found himself moving at an astonishing speed, far exceeding his previous tempo. Li Ming lost all sense of time, consumed by the act of running. At long last, the scenery before him underwent a sudden transformation, leading him into a lush, verdant forest. He swiftly maneuvered between the towering trees, and upon arriving in this enchanting locale, he could feel every cell in his body rejoicing, as if he were truly a part of this realm. Before Li Ming could fully appreciate this moment, a colossal creature unexpectedly appeared before him. It was a magnificent tiger. Its fierce gaze locked onto Li Ming, saliva dripping from its gaping maw, sharp fangs glinting ominously in the misty air, which seemed to carry an aura of primal ferocity. Startled, Li Ming hastily retreated, attempting to escape the fearsome beast before him. Yet, for reasons unknown, the tiger merely regarded him with a mocking glint in its eyes, refraining from pursuit. Eventually, Li Ming emerged from the forest, returning to the previously blinding expanse. He sensed something beckoning him from just behind the tiger, But how could he possibly slip by unnoticed beneath its watchful gaze? As Li Ming pondered this predicament, he suddenly glanced down. There, mirrored on the reflective ground, was a gigantic black tiger, equally imposing as the one he had just encountered. This dark feline stared at him with astonishment. Alarmed, Li Ming attempted to retreat, but the black tiger shadowed him relentlessly. No matter how swiftly he ran, he could not shake off this formidable creature. As he continued to flee, a sense of disquiet washed over him. Abruptly, he halted, and to his astonishment, the black tiger came to an abrupt stop as well. Tentatively, he raised his hand, and the black tiger mirrored his action. In disbelief, Li Ming beheld this extraordinary scene. He finally realized that the black tiger was, astonishingly, a reflection of himself. At that moment, a profound transformation overtook Li Ming's body. It began to swell with newfound power. His human arms vanished, replaced by formidable black claws. His amber-hued eyes reflected a distorted visage, while the rippling muscles beneath his fur mirrored the rhythm of his rapid breaths. He spun around suddenly, his hackles rising, revealing glistening fangs. The tension in his mouth curving into an expression of terror identical to his own. As he shakily lifted his paw, the claws tore through the air, their sharp tips gleaming with an icy brilliance. At last, Li Ming completed his metamorphosis, now indistinguishable from the black tiger's reflection on the ground. The once silent and enigmatic space erupted with the thunderous roar of a tiger. Following the primal roar, Li Ming realized he was still unable to articulate human speech. The only sound he could produce was that of the black tiger's mighty roar. Reluctantly, he accepted his new form. There was no sense of discord. Though his limbs were grounded, they moved with fluid grace, as if they were extensions of his will. After a moment of calm contemplation, he recognized that he had but one path to follow: a return to the jungle. Trapped in this mysterious realm, uncertain of when he might escape, he resolved to investigate the reality of the splendid tiger that had first drawn him into this adventure. Indeed, as Li Ming returned to the jungle, the resplendent tiger remained poised, baring its fangs at him. Yet this time, Li Ming felt no inclination to retreat. The explosive power surging within him instilled a newfound courage, rendering the formidable beast seemingly less terrifying. The tiger, sensing Li Ming's defiance rather than flight, charged at him as if provoked. Li Ming, with unwavering focus, evaded the tiger's claws and seized the moment, striking towards the creature's throat with precision. The tiger, unable to evade in time, succumbed to the lethal blow, its throat torn open, blood spilling profusely upon the ground. As Li Ming observed the thrashing tiger on the earth below, a voice resonated in his mind. The system upgrade has been completed. In an instant, the mysterious space shattered, and Li Ming in the hospital room awakened from his reverie. Chapter 98. Flights of fancy. Li Ming slowly opened his eyes in the hospital room, a fleeting system notification echoing in his mind. The system upgrade has been completed. Could it be that the dream he just experienced was a trial for the system's advancement? Rising to a sitting position, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having genuinely feared he might be trapped in the dream forever. Thankfully, he had awakened. It was merely a false alarm. Although he heard the system's announcement, he noticed no discernible changes. Bringing his attention back to the present, he gazed out the window, realizing that the sky had darkened entirely. Checking his phone, he was startled to find it was already 11 o'clock at night. Disregarding the system, Li Ming hurriedly slipped on his shoes and made his way to the adjacent hospital room. He had promised to relieve Huang Ying, yet half the night had passed without his notice. Even in the hospital, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. He gently turned the doorknob of the neighboring room, the sound echoing far too loudly for the stillness. Upon entering, he found Huang Ying sitting upright in bed, her gaze fixed upon him, while Xia Hong lay on the side, breathing evenly, clearly fast asleep. Li Ming approached cautiously, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he addressed Huang Ying. "Huang Ying, you should go to sleep. I'll keep watch. I accidentally dozed off." Huang Ying smiled lightly, unfazed. "It's fine. I'm not sleepy anyway. If you didn't rest well, you should take a moment. If you wake up, you can still get a few hours of sleep before dawn." Li Ming whispered, "All right, then I'll go." Just call me if anything comes up. After considering for a moment, Huang Ying decided to take advantage of the quiet to replenish her rest, and she carefully exited the room to rest in the adjacent space. Now, only he and Xia Hong remained in the room, the latter still in her peaceful slumber, evidently not waking anytime soon. Li Ming settled into the spot Huang Ying had occupied, watching the side profile of the sleeping Xia Hong, unable to suppress his thoughts that wandered into daydreams. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Target Xia Hong confirmed. Upon successful strategy implementation, the host will receive substantial treasure rewards. Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had assumed a task was triggered, but this unexpected message emerged. Target confirmed? Was the system no longer pretending? It seemed to straightforwardly instruct him to pursue Xia Hong, and with the promise of treasure rewards, he speculated that these rewards might be random, determined by chance. Had the system genuinely upgraded? To his delight, it appeared that previous punitive measures had vanished, with only rewards mentioned. Did this mean he was finally liberated, no longer coerced by the system? He felt as if he had transformed from a serf into a songster. Though he couldn't fathom why the system had activated an upgrade, it seemed to pose no drawbacks. As for pursuing Xia Hong, even without the system, she had long been his target of interest. Though Xia Hong was currently deep in slumber, her exquisitely delicate face remained captivating. Li Ming had already felt a stir of affection. It was as if she possessed an innate allure. Even in stillness, her beauty was enough to entice anyone. One could say she possesses a beguiling charm. Li Ming, with little to occupy him, began to observe Xia Hong intently. At that moment, her golden-rimmed glasses had been removed, diminishing her usual air of dominance, yet enhancing her intellectual allure. She resembled a neighborly sister indulging in a languid afternoon nap, evoking an irresistible urge to playfully poke her prominent nose. However, Li Ming merely entertained the thought. He would never disturb Xia Hong's repose. Even when her alluring lips parted slightly, seemingly inviting a kiss, he restrained himself. After all, there was ample time ahead, Xia Hong had mentioned, when they returned to prison. Upon reflecting on this, a sudden alertness enveloped him, prompting him to swiftly deactivate his cautionary aura, unwilling to delve further into such thoughts. He pondered the system's upgrade. Could it be that after his recent heartfelt experiences, the system acknowledged his growth, relieving him of the need to make forced choices, thus triggering the upgrade conditions? This seemed the only logical explanation. Nevertheless, he viewed the system's enhancement as beneficial, feeling little concern. He had endured the previous absurd and troublesome system, and now found himself unfazed. Lost in contemplation, Li Ming was unaware that Xia Hong, who had been peacefully slumbering, had quietly opened her eyes and caught sight of him in a daze. She smiled subtly and, taking advantage of his distraction, playfully poked him in the lower back. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback. Sensing her movement, he redirected his gaze to her face. Upon seeing her radiant smile directed at him, he couldn't help but reciprocate with a grin. "Xiaojia, you're awake. Did I disturb your rest?" "Not at all. I've slept well," Xia Hong replied, sitting up and curling her knees against Li Ming's side. It was worth noting that she was adorned in a form-fitting skirt, her long legs elegantly folded, the fabric hugging her curves, leaving little to the imagination. "In the prison, I often wake up at dawn. I've grown accustomed to it. However, ever since our conversation in the cafeteria, my sleep has significantly improved. I find myself thinking less about that scoundrel and more about you. I wonder what sort of magic you possess. Am I too infatuated? But then again, I am a Scorpio. They say Scorpios, once ensnared by love, are like moths to a flame, unable to turn back." Xia Hong lamented softly, resting her head on her knees. "Xiaojia, there is nothing wrong with being love-struck. Being overly rational can be detrimental. Overthinking leads to unnecessary worries. It's better to follow your heart. At least you won't have regrets in the future." Li Ming replied gently. You say that because you're the one I'm infatuated with. You would love for me to be madly in love with you, to act recklessly, and to throw myself against walls for you," Xia Hong retorted playfully, rolling her eyes at him. Then, amused by her own words, she burst into laughter, her joy spilling forth, inadvertently granting Li Ming a delightful view. The cautionary aura he had just deactivated flared back to life, blood rushing to his head. After a moment of laughter, Xiaohong, noticing Li Ming's silence, glanced at him and was taken aback by his flustered state. Her cheeks flushed suddenly, and for reasons unknown. She fell silent, becoming still and cautious. In the room, a sudden silence enveloped the space. Only the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor attached to the female inmate broke the stillness. Xiaohong's heartbeat quickened, and her body temperature gradually rose. This was not her medical office, but rather a hospital. In this unfamiliar setting, her psyche was further stimulated. Beside her was the man she admired, exuding an irresistible masculine charm without a care in the world. Coupled with their recent intimate encounter, her mind wandered into realms of fantasy. While Xiaohong was lost in her thoughts, Li Ming gulped nervously. His gaze fixated on Xiaohong's delicate thighs and her translucent, jade-like feet, prompting him to whisper softly. Sister Hong. Chapter 99. Doing Nothing. Sister Hong. Li Ming's voice trembled slightly, overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery before him. What are you doing? Xiaohong noticed Li Ming's gaze fixated on her legs, and her complexion flushed a deep crimson, as if she might bleed from the embarrassment. She was still a pure young lady, unaccustomed to such scrutiny. Despite her bold demeanor last time, Xiaohong was merely putting on a brave front. Externally, she appeared experienced. Yet internally, she remained a naive girl. Her previous boyfriend worked alongside her in the same hospital, where the lead surgeon was undoubtedly preoccupied, leaving little room for intimate gestures. Although they had reached the engagement stage, their interactions had merely included 2 brief embraces. During their last encounter in the medical office, her actions seemed somewhat clumsy. Despite having watched instructional videos beforehand, the reality proved to be an entirely different experience. Only through direct involvement did she realize the intensity of uncontrollable physiological emotions. Had it not been for her considerable psychological resilience and years of surgical experience, she might have faltered and fled in panic. And now, Li Ming was staring intently at her legs. Just the thought of it left her feeling weak. Moreover, there was a female inmate nearby, unconscious, who could awaken at any moment. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Sister Hong. Li Ming called out softly, his voice raspy. At the same time, at the Mingdu Hotel, Su Qinghuan and Tan Chengsheng sat quietly on the large bed where Su Qinghuan and Li Ming had stayed previously. The water-stained sheets had long been replaced. Su Qinghuan clutched a laptop, her fingers flying across the keyboard, engrossed in some task. Tan Cheng patiently waited beside her. Finally, after a moment, Su Qinghuan closed her laptop and confidently addressed Tan Chengsheng, who watched with eager anticipation. That lawyer is indeed suspicious. Although he lacks prominence in our circles, he has handled numerous cases. Fellow lawyers who have faced him claim that whenever they go up against him, they emerge victorious in a fog of confusion. He has little presence, often relinquishing cases he could have contested. There must be something amiss. If we can compel him to reveal the employer's name, we can investigate whether that employer has any special connections with the plaintiff accusing you of financial fraud. Then we could petition for a case retrial, and naturally, a reduced sentence would not be an issue. However, how can we extract that name from him? Tan Chengsheng furrowed her brow, deeply concerned. Rest assured, in this world, everyone is driven by profit, and those who bustle about are merely pursuing their own interests. This lawyer is no saint, with a little incentive. He will gladly divulge that person's identity. I've already arranged for someone to contact him, so await the good news. Su Qinghuan's like gone feed in. That is splendid. Thank you, Lawyer Su. Tan Cheng eklemet, her spiritslieftet, e presink her gratitude. Thank me? How will you repay me? It's getting late. Shall we? Su Qinghuan flashed a mischievous smile at Tan Chengsheng, teasingly probing. This? Lawyer Su, could we possibly consider an alternative? Tan Chengsheng's face flushed instantly, overwhelmed by embarrassment. What's there to be afraid of? We're all women. Just think of it as sleeping with a close friend. Su Qinghuan uget po suavin. But, really nothing at all? Tan Chengsheng murmured, her cheeks rosy as she cast her gaze downward. Nothing at all. Su Qinghuan raised her hand, affirming with conviction. We really will sleep separately. You want to touch me? Tan Chungchung covered her face, unsure of how deep her shame ran. Absolutely. No touching. Su Qinghuan flashed a mischievous smile, raising her hands in assurance. Well, all right then. Tan Chungchung finally nodded, turning away as she slowly unbuttoned her collar under Su Qinghuan's watchful gaze. Lawyer Su, don't. In the hospital's special care ward, Huang Ying, upon arriving next door, did not sleep. She picked up her phone and composed a message, sending it to a series of specially encrypted numbers. No sooner had she sent the message than her phone rang. She quickly answered. Hello, Chief. This is Huang Ying, she said, her expression serious and demeanor solemn. Huang Ying, you say my son is skilled with a gun? But aside from these few days in prison, he has never handled one before. Is he really that good? Li Yutian asked, reclining with one leg crossed over the other, a beer in one hand and a cigarette in the other, holding the phone between his neck and shoulder, perplexed. Report, Chief. I witnessed it firsthand. It is absolutely true. Moreover, I discovered the prison warden has a special relationship with a lawyer named Su Qinghuan, though this is not documented. His rapport with Deputy Warden Lin, she seems stagnant and rather cold. Also, Huang Ying hesitated slightly at this point. What else? Continue. Liu Tian Kumanda, taking a drag from his cigarette. Additionally, the warden seems to have some connection with a female inmate. I can't be certain. Chief, this is merely speculation. I have no evidence, which is why I hesitated. Huang Ying recounted her recent experiences to Li Yutian, having fully disclosed everything. Finally, Li Yutian finished his beer with a hearty laugh, addressing Huang Ying. I understand now. I was already aware of the situation with Su Qinghuan. I have great confidence in my son. He won't act recklessly. You should continue with your previous task, ensure his safety, and there's no need to report anything else. Just make sure he remains safe. If you encounter any insurmountable dangers, call me immediately. Yes, Chief. Huang Ying straightened her posture, her expression unusually grave. However, it is a pity that this lad and Lin she do not spark. Huang Ying, if you have feelings for my son, I'll 1T stand in your way. If you were to become his wife, you could protect him well. Li Yutian chuckled heartily. Chief, I will follow your orders. Huang Ying replied, her face slightly flushed, yet maintaining her composure. This is not a command. Matters of the heart are for you young people to navigate on your own. I would never impose my will. From a young age, I have encouraged my son to lead a life of simplicity. Now that he has reached the age of marriage and fatherhood, should his heart belong to someone, I shall not stand in his way. So be it. Please take good care of my son. With that, Li Yutian ended the call abruptly. Huang Ying, hearing the busy tone on her phone, gradually set it down. Her expression was solemn as she replied with unwavering respect. Yes, sir. Chapter 100. Do you still have confidence? Li Yutian ended the call, a faint smile gracing his lips as memories of his obedient son, who used to trail behind him calling him dad, flooded his mind. That delicate, cherubic child was someone he cherished deeply. Truly, he was my son. After just a few days of training with a firearm, he has become remarkably skilled, undoubtedly a reflection of my own lineage. However, when it comes to women, he is not quite like me. Who doesn't know that in my youth, I was devoted and unwavering, navigating through the throngs of admirers without ever getting entangled? Yet, observing my son's current trajectory, it appears he may be attempting to straddle two worlds. Su Qinghuan, Lin Shi. After Huang Ying hung up the phone, she lay down on the bed. The superior had clearly stated that as long as the prison warden's safety was ensured, there was no need for further reporting, which alleviated her mind considerably. Although she had just thoroughly betrayed Li Ming, she felt no remorse, for the superior's authority outweighed all. Huang Ying exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. And just as she was about to close her eyes, an unfamiliar sound suddenly pierced the tranquility of the room. Huang Ying furrowed her brow, instantly jolted awake. She focused intently on the direction from which the sound emanated, discovering that it originated from the air conditioning maintenance passageway in the ceiling. The sound was intermittent and unclear, so she stood up to inspect the path of the passage. Ultimately, she realized that it connected to the room where Li Ming was located. Huang Ying surmised that it must be Xia Hong awakening and conversing with Li Ming, the voices traveling through the ceiling Huang's maintenance route. Having identified the source, she returned to her bed without further thought. However, upon closing her eyes, her mind inexplicably drifted back to that night at the Mingdu Hotel, listening to the duet of Su Qinghuan and Li Ming, and she found herself. At this thought, Huang Ying's face flushed, and she sat up once more. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the fluttering in her heart. Gazing thoughtfully at the wall that separated her from Li Ming and Xiaohong's room, she pondered. Perhaps she could listen in. Under the influence of an inexplicable impulse, she picked up a cup from the nearby cabinet and slowly approached the wall. With trembling hands, she pressed the cup against the surface, straining to listen. The dialogue from the other side seeped in her ears. As she listened, her mouth fell agape. She truly wished to call the superior once more, to inquire, "Do you still have confidence in your son?" Huang Ying bit her lip, the faint echo of the superior's orders resonating in her mind. Ensure his safety, and there was no need for further reports. Superior, this is something you forbade me from mentioning. Not long after Li Ming and Xiaohong concluded their conversation, the female inmate regained consciousness. Xiaohong, noticing this immediately, inquired about her condition and informed Li Ming that he could return to the prison. Though it was still the early hours of the morning, Li Ming, fearing that time might bring unforeseen complications, promptly contacted the prison, instructing the guards to come and collect him. The sooner they could relocate the inmate, the safer it would be. Xiaohong, feeling slightly unsteady in her high heels, for the first time found them exceedingly difficult to wear. The prison guards drove to the hospital, taking some time, so Li Ming refrained from waking Huang Ying, allowing her a little more rest. Since Huang Ying had disembarked the plane, she had been by his side, without having a complete night's sleep. Li Ming had turned off his vigilance aura early that morning and had not specifically monitored Huang Ying's movements, thus failing to notice that she had not slept at all. In fact, she had eavesdropped on his interactions with Xiaohong. He was under the impression that Huang Ying was in deep slumber while she lay wide-eyed in bed, desperately wanting to sleep, but unable to do so. As soon as she closed her eyes, images of Li Ming and Xiaohong flashed through her mind, and somehow she found herself entangled in their scenario alongside Xiaohong. In a daze, Huang Ying felt her heart racing, as if she were on the brink of collapse. She understood that this could not continue. Such a state was detrimental to her combat readiness, and she needed to devise a solution. With a resolute expression, Huang Ying mechanically stepped into the bathroom of the ward. After several minutes, she emerged feeling somewhat weakened. This time, she obediently closed her eyes and lay back on the bed. Within 2 minutes, a steady rhythm of breathing could be heard. The following morning, the 3 guards, fully armed, arrived at the hospital with the prison officers and skillfully escorted the inmate back to the vehicle, commencing their journey home. Li Ming drove closely behind, with Huang Ying and Xiaohong still in the car. Unlike their previous light-hearted conversations, the return journey to the prison was marked by a palpable fatigue, and the trio maintained a quiet demeanor. Finally, around noon, the 2 vehicles returned to the prison, one following the other. Li Ming watched the guards escort the inmate back to the cell, feeling reassured. There was no need for him to worry about anything else. Xiaohong would handle the subsequent treatment and dressing changes for the inmate. With a sense of relief, Li Ming returned to his office. Huang Ying and Xiaohong were equally exhausted and headed off to rest. Li Ming first took a shower, tidying himself up before lying down in bed. Lost in thoughts of his ambiguous interactions with Xiaohong, he gradually drifted into slumber. He slept soundly until the following morning. It was not until the sound of his phone ringing that he opened his eyes. The screen displayed Su Qinghuan's name. Without hesitation, Li Ming answered. "Hello, Director Li, what are you up to?" "Su Qinghuan in Guit." "Ah, I just woke up. Why are you calling so early? Is there something wrong?" Li Ming asked, puzzled. "There's indeed something. Good news. We have identified the mastermind behind it all. That lawyer is indeed problematic. We spent a little money to uncover the name of the person pulling the strings. Guess what happened next?" Su Qinghuan said mysteriously. "What happened? How would I know? Just tell me." Li Ming replied, exasperated. "Ha ha ha. It turns out that the person who bribed the lawyer is actually the plaintiff who accused her sisters of financial fraud. But that's not all. This plaintiff is involved in the pharmaceutical business. He contacted their smuggling partners and deliberately set a trap to eliminate them, aiming to monopolize the market. He not only bribed Chang Cheng's defense lawyer, but also the judge presiding over the trial. The individual I sought has uncovered transfer records within his account indicating the bribery of judges and lawyers. This information can undoubtedly serve as evidence to petition for a retrial. With my involvement, the financial fraud case he initiated will certainly falter, and given his current predicament, he is unlikely to persist in his pursuit of Tan Qingqing. I surmise that the charges of financial fraud will undoubtedly be dismissed, as long as Cheng Chang adheres to the contract and compensates a modest penalty for breach. The matter will be resolved splendidly. Su Qinghuan's triumphant voice resonated through the phone, as if to say, "Praise me, adore me." Upon hearing this, Li Ming was genuinely astonished, realizing how swiftly the situation could be resolved. Indeed, when it comes to specialized matters, it is best left to those with expertise.